Alright, you and I are about to watch the weakest monsters survive in a brutal forest on rotting scraps. Whenever they cross paths with stronger beasts, they get beat down like absolute chumps. But one day, these pathetic scavengers suddenly become crazy powerful, hunting down other species and rising to the absolute top of the food chain. The crazy part is that a human caused this entire shift. Meet Hanso, a promising young weightlifter and rising star in South Korea. During a competition, he tried to lift a massive 10-ton weight just to flex for the crowd. That flex went horribly wrong, sending him straight to another world. When he finally opened his eyes, he was staring at a flock of derpy-faced chickens. He seriously thought eating too much chicken breast in his past life landed him in a poultry-filled hell. But these dumb birds stood no chance against him. Suddenly, Hanso realized he could actually see their game-like stats and info hovering in the air. Turns out, despite looking incredibly stupid, these things are packed with super high protein. Starving, he devoured the entire flock. Only after finishing his meal did he realize he had reincarnated into a painfully skinny body. Just like that, all those years of hard work building a six-pack vanished into thin air. Luckily, Hanso still kept his insane physical strength. He ripped a massive tree right out of the ground with his bare hands to use as a barbell. 3 months later, his muscles grew, but he was still nowhere near his peak form. Eyeing some thick, juicy chickens nearby, he decided it was time to load up on more protein. But wait, pay close attention here because something absolutely terrifying suddenly creeps up right behind him as he turns around. It is a gigantic, monstrous chicken. Since Hanso ate its entire family, it has come to get some brutal revenge. Knowing he is totally outclassed, he books it immediately because one solid hit from this beast would instantly crush him. Even while running for his life, he cannot help but feel jealous of the chicken's insanely jacked chest muscles. Talk about a gym bro obsessed with gains. And so, the bizarre chase between man and monster continues through the woods. As Hanso runs, 2 smaller, stupid-looking chickens suddenly pop out from the bushes. They literally mock him, laughing at how karma is finally hitting him hard for eating their friends. He is furious, but cannot do anything with a giant, angry bird hot on his heels. Right then, his Hawkeye skill suddenly activates. He learns that this giant monster is called a Cocatrice, weighing a massive 1.2 tons. You and I both know he wants that recovery skill, so Hanso stops running and turns to fight. Valuing muscles over your own life is crazy. Most people think muscle growth comes only from training, but that is wrong. Workouts actually tear the fibers down, temporarily decreasing your overall strength and power. But with proper nutrients and rest, those damaged fibers rebuild itself and grow much faster than normal. That entire process is called muscle recovery. He believes defeating this bird is his ticket to getting his old physique back, suddenly triggering a powerful arm rotation technique. With just one devastating punch, he blows the giant beast's head clean off, ending its life. More protein secured for his gains. A system alert warns his muscles are exhausted, triggering immediate recovery. That night, Hanso enjoys a delicious roasted chicken dinner, wishing he had some perfect seasoning to go with it. But he has no idea that nearby, hungry eyes are staring at him from the dark, drooling in greed. Actually, those are just 3 local residents who are simply starving for meat after a long, hard winter. They quickly realize Hanso is the absolute beast who defeated the Cocatrice, the ultimate terror of this forest. At first, the trio stays back, terrified that he might be extremely dangerous. But hunger wins, and they throw away their pride to beg for food. When Hanso asks who they are, they reveal they are ghouls from Alamai. He immediately activates his Hawkeye skill to scan their information. They are telling the truth, and Hanso gets highly curious, as it is his first time meeting actual ghouls. One ghoul explains they are searching for the hero who defeated the Cocatrice, asking if he knows anything. He admits he killed it, apologizing because he thought the giant bird had an owner. Hearing this, the ghouls celebrate and start explaining. Since the most powerful monster in the area is dead, a massive turf war has erupted all over Amy. The Cocatrice was not very smart, but it was incredibly aggressive when protecting its territory. They came to beg Hanso to help save the ghoul tribe, but he refuses because he is too busy working out. Deeply disappointed, they head home, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, let's dive into this wild scene where Hanso sees 3 guys leaving empty-handed and offers them some chicken. Besides, there was no way he could eat all that meat alone. The grateful ghouls thanked his insane generosity, absolutely thrilled to finally eat meat. Just as one of them bent down to hoist up a massive chunk, Hanso cringed hard at his terrible form and immediately stopped him. He immediately started lecturing the guy about how lifting heavy weight with bad posture would absolutely wreck his lower back. The young ghoul just stood there, totally clueless about what our main character was actually talking about. Do you guys seriously not know what a deadlift is? The ghouls blinked, admitting they had never heard that word in their lives. No wonder your arms and legs are skinny as twigs. Right then, Hanso remembered a golden rule his elementary school gym teacher taught him. He said, Hanso, You only truly master a workout when you teach it to others. If your muscle growth ever stalls, start coaching. It will save you. Realizing his old gym teacher was actually onto something, Hanso decided to help these three ghouls haul all that heavy meat back to their village. Now, watch closely as they arrive at the Ghoul village, where the Ghoul King himself personally welcomes our hero. The king politely thanks Hanso for providing food to his starving people. But as the leader talks, Hanso can only stare at the ruler's bizarre body, which features stick-thin limbs paired with a massive, bloated belly. This is a textbook case of skinny fat obesity from pure laziness. This dude probably drinks and eats greasy food just like my old fat-bellied boss. Skipping the useless pleasantries, Hanso tells the Ghoul King to finally get straight to the point. He asks why he was summoned, and the king reveals they are in deep trouble after the death of the giant Cocatrice. Turns out, the ghouls are the absolute weakest faction in this realm, lacking any real power or skills, forcing them to eat carrion to survive. When Hanso casually mentions he has no clue about their plight, the Ghoul King immediately flies into a rage. He instantly orders his guards to arrest the three poor ghouls who brought Hanso here, and they are quickly bound and thrown before the angry king. He demands to know if they realize their crimes, before coldly ordering his henchmen to bring out their brutal punishment weapon. You must serve the strong, because that is the law of the jungle that has ruled us forever. I wanted to force the warrior who defeated the Cocatrice to submit to me, but you idiots dared to lie. Now, pay with your pathetic lives. Activating his heavy mace skill, the king swings to execute them, but Hanso steps in and catches the weapon with his bare hands. You love wasting other people's time and bullying the weak. Is this really the culture of your village? The king panics, wondering why his activated skill failed to crush this guy. Otherwise, how on earth could a fragile human block a devastating strike like that with zero effort? Thinking it was just a fluke, the king starts boasting that he will show his true power, explaining his special skill can multiply his mace's weight anywhere from 2 to 10 times. With his current mana reserves, the greedy Ghoul King can comfortably boost his weapon's weight by 4 times. A 32-pound mace multiplied by 4 is nearly 130 pounds, making his swinging force absolutely devastating. Yet, Hanso just stands there and blocks it, causing the heavy weapon to instantly shatter into pieces before his terrified eyes. Next, Hanso easily subdues the Ghoul King using just 2 fingers on a vital pressure point, freezing him in pure terror. While looking incredibly cool, Hanso makes sure to flex that his godlike strength comes from bodybuilding, though the confused crowd has absolutely no idea what workouts are. So, get this, Hanso actually challenges the Ghoul King to a deadlift duel to show these ghouls what real fitness looks like. If Hanso somehow loses this weightlifting challenge, he must become the king's loyal servant. Hanso warns him to keep his back straight to avoid terrible injuries, but the Ghoul King just flashes a highly sinister smile. Turns out, the Sly King has a secret skill called Heavy Blank that can drastically reduce an object's weight, cutting the barbell down to just 1/4 of its actual load. Using this cheap trick, the Ghoul King easily lifts the 200-pound barbell, though in reality, it only weighs 50 pounds. Now it's Hanso's turn, and he tells the crowd to watch his posture carefully. He starts with a thorough warm-up, stretching his muscles properly so he doesn't suffer any painful cramps while lifting. He explains that the deadlift is an epic full-body exercise that heavily targets your entire lower body. First, stand tall with your feet shoulder-width apart. Second, puff your chest out and keep your spine straight to safely distribute the weight. Next, drive through the center of your feet, slowly pulling the bar up along your lower body until it reaches your knees. Meanwhile, the sneaky Ghoul King silently activates his skill, multiplying the weight of Hanso's 200-pound barbell several times over. But no matter what dirty cheats the king throws his way, our hero doesn't care even one bit. Hanso not only pulls it up effortlessly, but literally flings the massive bar high into the air, leaving the jaw-dropped villagers and the terrified Ghoul King to immediately drop to their knees and beg him to be their boss. And just like that, our guy is officially crowned the new ruler of the Ghoul village. You and I are diving into a completely different world from Earth, where Hanso just learned some crazy secrets from the hungry Ghost King. But there are legends of transmigrators who came here and actually found a way back to their original world. This world is called Lesa, where survival of the fittest is a literal law. The hungry Ghost King's name is Gulo, so we will call him that from now on. Gulo leads Hanso straight to the training grounds of the hungry Ghost tribe. Calling it a training ground is a massive overstatement. It is actually just a completely empty, barren wasteland. Hanso immediately orders everyone in the village to gather at this empty field. Even though they have no idea what their new leader wants, they still obey and line up neatly. Hanso knows the hungry ghosts are weak creatures, accustomed to surviving solely on the scraps left by other races. But that humiliating lifestyle is about to end if they can build strong, powerful bodies. Over the next 3 months, he will train everyone into true warriors. If they can survive this training, no other species will ever look down on them again. The very first exercise in Hanso's 3-month training program is the humble push-up. This exercise might look simple, but keeping the correct form is incredibly difficult. It is designed to quickly build up their chest and arm muscles. The ultimate goal for the hungry ghosts is to master the proper push-up today. 3 hours later, everyone is completely exhausted after doing around 700 push-ups under the scorching sun. Meanwhile, Hanso has completed over 20,000 push-ups with a massive boulder on his back. Now pay attention to this. He thinks it is too easy and asks Ghoul to add more heavy rocks. The watching hungry ghosts sweat in disbelief, wondering what kind of monster their new leader is. By now, the villagers are absolutely exhausted. Some even complain they should just bring Ghoul back as chief, because nobody can survive this brutal, torturous training. Hearing their complaints, Hanso becomes absolutely furious at their lack of spirit. It is because of your lazy attitude that you are called the weakest. Are you truly content with being known as the weakest forever? This is a wild wasteland where only the strong can survive. Do you plan to live like cowards, running away while your friends and families are brutally slaughtered before your eyes? If you are nothing but garbage, then get lost, because I refuse to train trash like you. But for those who dare to stay and keep pushing, I will grant you the power to protect what matters most. After Hanso's brutal wake-up call, the hungry ghost village finally understands the true importance of training. Everyone decides to stay and push forward, with not a single soul leaving. No matter how exhausted they are, they push through to finish this first training session. The more you sweat in training, the less you bleed in battle. Hanso has successfully inspired them all to get strong. What makes a truly great instructor? It is not just someone who understands muscles, or someone who has reached their physical limits. Let's pause here. A great coach is someone who can ignite the raw determination and fighting spirit in others. At that exact moment, Hanso's hawk eye skill successfully upgrades to level 2. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months pass. Suddenly, a group of mysterious strangers appears on the path leading to the village. It is the dreaded Lizardman tribe. Today, the Lizardmen plan to conquer the hungry ghost village and turn it into their colony, totally unaware that Hanso has already spotted their movements. He immediately orders the hungry ghost warriors to get into their battle positions, marking their first real combat after 3 long months of training. Just as the Lizardmen march deep into the narrow canyon, massive boulders suddenly rain down from above, leaving them absolutely no time to react. Several Lizardmen are instantly crushed and severely injured, unable to stand back up. They quickly realize they have walked straight into an ambush. These village youths are no longer the weakest now. Every single one of them is absolutely shredded with muscle. The Lizardman leader must quickly come up with a counter-strategy, otherwise defeat is inevitable. Sensing Ghoul's massive aura, the leader assumes the old chief is still the one calling the shots. So he demands a one-on-one duel with Ghoul to flip the tables, shouting for the coward to stop hiding behind his men. Get down here and fight me face to face. How will Hanso respond to this arrogant provocation from the enemy leader? Hanso instantly remembers a pet crocodile he used to keep, which boasted a terrifying bite force of over 2 tons. Yet even that beast could not pierce his hardened, well-trained muscles, shattering all of its teeth in the attempt. You have been my pet for a long time. That memory reminds him exactly how to handle reptiles. Hanso immediately leaps down, pinning the enemy leader to the dirt, knowing you must always flip these reptiles onto their backs first. Then, look them dead in the eye. When dealing with beasts, you have to show them who is the dominant one. Staring into Hanso's terrifying gaze, the proud Lizardman leader quickly surrenders in absolute fear, wondering if this crazy human might actually eat him. And just like that, you and I witness an overwhelming victory for the hungry ghosts. Alright, you and I are heading to the WEIGHTLIFTER Principality, where a tiny nation has somehow gathered a squad of absolute geniuses like you all. I am charging you all with investigating the sudden disappearance of the Cocatrice. We obey your command, Count Wero. But General, is it really wise to hand such a critical mission to these young rookie warriors? Haha, do not worry so much, Count Wero. Even though they are still incredibly young, they are rare, once-in-a-generation geniuses. Labor uses flashy, high-speed swordsmanship to toy with his opponents. The kid is a true master of the blade. As for Henda, he wields a massive greatsword. He has the brute strength to shatter any weapon coming his way. When those two fight side by side, nothing short of a literal dragon could ever hope to defeat them. Then I assume that rather plain-looking warrior in the back is also an outstanding talent? Well, that guy is a bit hard to explain, and even I am not quite sure about his actual abilities. Labor and Henda insisted on bringing him along since they have been childhood friends, and honestly, those two geniuses just really like him. Shortly after, the trio heads straight into the dense forest to investigate the mysterious disappearance of the Cocatrice. Up in a nearby tree, a sneaky goblin is drawing its bow, aiming right at them. But Labor is way faster, instantly skewering it with a single thrust. Meanwhile, the other two find themselves surrounded by goblins. Completely unfazed, Henda immediately starts swinging his massive greatsword. Thanks to his heavy weapon and sheer destructive power, every single swing leaves a pile of dead goblins in his wake. And honestly, You and I can probably relate to Block here, standing around doing nothing while his two overpowered friends easily wipe out the entire horde. After all, they were trained by the exact same master, yet he is the only one who remains terribly weak. Maybe that is just the cruel gap between true geniuses and regular people. Meanwhile, at the Hungry Ghost Village, a group of lizardmen is taking Hanso's extreme muscle-building crash course. Thank you so much for everything you have done for us. Don't mention it. If you ever want to train more, just stop by. The Hungry Ghosts also tell the lizardmen to train harder if they want to get absolutely jacked. Ultimately, the lizardmen head off, completely baffled by how these once weak hungry ghosts got so incredibly buff. It makes absolutely no sense to them. To be honest, even I was shocked by how shredded they got. When you work out, your muscles tear and then grow back bigger during recovery. However, if exhaustion starts building up inside your central nervous system, your workout performance will plummet, and you run a high risk of getting seriously injured. To stop this, taking a break to recover from fatigue is what we call reloading. By the time the Hungry Ghosts reach their 9th week of training, they are utterly exhausted, which is why Hanso decides to give the entire village a full rest day. But the next morning, their bodies undergo a massive, visible growth spurt, packing on heavy muscle and even boosting their overall height. Hanso uses his Hawkeye skill to analyze them and discovers their body fat is unbelievably low, sitting at a mere 8%. Let's pause for a second, because even our main guy didn't expect these monsters to bulk up this fast without any crazy modern supplements. Now that the lizardmen are gone, Hanso tells the entire village to start prepping for dinner. One of the young guys asks if they can go out and hunt by themselves today. It is not like they want to skip a workout or anything, but they have never actually fought prey head-on since Hanso always handles the hunting. Ghoul is curious if a newly jacked hungry ghost can finally beat Hanso in a match. He straight up tells them they are still way too weak, and when it comes to weightlifting, he can take on the whole village. With that, everyone grabs their gear and sets off. Even while walking, the hungry ghosts are forced to train their leg muscles under Hanso's strict orders. Suddenly, one of them turns around too quickly, mid-exercise, and ends up twisting his ankle pretty badly. Seeing this, Hanso immediately halts the group to check on the injury. Later that night, Block is out in the forest, practicing his swordsmanship all alone. He desperately wants to get stronger, so he won't have to hide behind his two friends when trouble strikes like it did this morning. So, while everyone else is fast asleep, he is grinding hard. Suddenly, Labor walks up and advises Block to put more pressure on his thumb to make his slashes faster and stronger. Turns out, the loud sounds of his training had woken his two friends up. Henda warns him that it is way too late, and if he does not sleep now, he is going to be completely exhausted tomorrow from sleep deprivation. Suddenly, a panicked group of lizardmen bursts out of the dark woods, rushing straight toward them. But their target is not these three. It actually looks like they are desperately fleeing from something incredibly terrifying lurking right behind them. Right behind them is a flock of wild, crazed chickens, also running for their lives. Turns out, Hanso and the hungry ghosts are chasing them down for protein. And just like that, we are looking at a brand new forest ecosystem, with our boy sitting right at the very top of the food chain. Rewinding back to the afternoon, the group was hiding behind the leaves, watching their prey. Those were some thick, juicy, protein-packed chickens, perfect for building clean muscle fast. Even so, the hungry ghosts are still a little terrified of facing off against those crazy chickens. Suddenly, one of the wild chickens gets stuck between two trees while hunting. But out of nowhere, the beast lets out a massive, deafening roar. Alright, you and I are about to watch a crazy chicken swell up and easily chop down two massive trees in a blink. Seriously, when they are hungry, even a chicken gets deadly. No wonder the hungry ghouls are too terrified to even hunt them. Witnessing the crazy chicken's power, a young ghoul decides to find two other trees to test his own strength. He refuses to believe months of training made him weaker than a bird. But despite giving it his absolute all, the trees do not budge even a single inch. I will wait 1 minute and try again. Well, I will give you a full 3 minutes to rest. No need to tense up. Just focus on driving through your heels. With Hanso's advice, he finally nails the perfect form. But those roots run deep, and he still lacks the power to tear them out. Suddenly, Hanso shifts his attention to the chickens. While studying them, he notices the critical difference between these crazy chickens and his ghouls. Their steady muscle growth completely blinded me to this. Is something wrong, Lord Hanso? I apologize. The reason you guys cannot match those chickens is actually on me. Is our form wrong? No, it is just that your muscles have adapted too much to my exact routine. Starting right now, the entire ghoul village is changing its training schedule. Now, pay attention here, because Hanso gathers everyone to introduce some crazy new gear. This machine behind me is a cable crossover, built specifically to shatter your old training plateau. From this moment on, you will use it to target your inner chest muscles. If you master this exercise, you will easily be able to crush those chickens. Truly, that is our incredible leader for you. Our leader always has the answers. The cable fly. This movement is designed to maximize inner chest growth. It will push your physique to a whole new level, but only if you perform it with flawless execution. It is one of the more challenging movements for beginners. First, lean your upper body slightly forward and bend your knees. Second, stretch your arms wide and lock your torso in the center, keeping movement minimal. Third, position your body directly in the middle of the machine. Pull the cables with steady control, squeezing like a bird flapping its wings, then bring them across. Fourth, changing your hand angles will target different parts of your chest muscles. Keep your grip steady without shaking, and do not let the momentum pull you. Hyped by the new workout, the ghouls jump straight into training. By the time they face the crazy chickens again, their chests are looking absolutely massive. But you and I both knew, it wouldn't be that easy, right? Look at these chickens leveling up and growing even more massive. The ghouls show zero fear and charge straight ahead, empowered by their absolute belief in the new workout. Both sides dive into a brutal clash right in the middle of the forest. Hanso watches from the sidelines using his eagle eye skill, realizing the crazy chickens have evolved into Cocatrices. Packed with 132 pounds of pure protein and 12% body fat, the ghouls are completely outmatched. To stop this crazy chicken evolution, we have to make sure their breast muscles stop growing. Meanwhile, back at the ghoul village, Ghoul has been left behind with the job of guarding the place. Watching an empty village might seem like a total bore, but Ghoul thinks otherwise and feels incredibly happy and completely free. Hanso is a great guy, but our taste in food is completely different. That is why I prepared this. Today's menu is crispy fried chicken skin. The ingredients are simple: clean chicken, skin, flour, chili powder, oil, and a pinch of salt. First, use a knife to slice the clean chicken skin into perfectly even pieces. Frying it immediately would leave a bad odor, so seasoning it beforehand is crucial to kill the raw smell. Next, mix chili powder into the flour to create a truly magical seasoning blend. Finally, coat the skin in the mix and toss it into a sizzling pan of hot oil. Ghoul's golden, crispy, and crunchy fried chicken skin is done. Back in the forest, the ghouls are getting absolutely dominated by the chickens. They trained their inner chest exactly like Han, so taught them, yet victory remains completely out of reach. Hanso explains that they have only trained for months, while these chickens developed their massive chests since birth to hunt. Building such an incredible chest is no easy feat. But that does not mean you have zero chance of winning. You must remember how you made it this far. Build up your foundation first before you can unleash your true power. The ultimate source of muscle power comes straight from your roots. Glad to see you guys finally realize that. Sure, you lost using only your chest, but what happens when you combine it with the raw strength of your legs? Show me your absolute effort and your fighting spirit. Hyped up by his words, the ghouls aggressively charge at the flock, but they still end up getting instantly blasted away by a single strike. Turns out, carrying heavy loads all the way here had already trained their legs, but left them completely exhausted. By the time Hanso realizes this mistake, it is already too late. And that is where we leave it, with chickens looking down on them. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. It is finally time for Hanso to show everyone who is at the top of this forest's food chain. Trust me, you and I are about to watch these crazy chickens regret ever messing with him as they charge. Faced with a massive stampede, Hanso remains completely calm. He simply raises a single hand. As the dumb chickens rush forward, life suddenly begins to flash before their eyes like a slow-motion movie. Remembering when they were just tiny, newly hatched little eggs, growing up to learn survival from their parents, and constantly competing against their own kind. All of that harsh training is what helped them build some incredibly massive chest muscles. But unfortunately, today their opponent is Hanso. The end result is that every single one of them gets thrown straight into a boiling soup pot. Make sure to eat plenty of protein, because tomorrow you will have to catch one yourselves. Yes, Chief. Anyone holding a chicken leg has to do 300 push-ups. The next day, under Hanso's orders, the hungry ghouls head out to hunt again. He tells them to stay safe because injuries will ruin their workouts. Meanwhile, Hanso will not be joining them since he is busy training chest. Without their leader guiding the battle, the hungry ghouls must draw up their own action plan. According to their calculations, Hanso alone caught 27 crazy chickens yesterday. That means today their ultimate goal is to capture at least 50 of those wild beasts. They decide to split their force into 3 teams. If any team faces danger, they will immediately signal the other 2 for help. Watch closely now as the Hungry Ghoul village officially begins their second hunt. Meanwhile, 3 human adventurers discover the remains of the Cocatrice that Hanso slaughtered. Its skull is completely missing, suggesting it was vaporized by some incredibly high-tier magic. Anyone who can defeat a Cocatrice in a single strike must possess the power of a great archmage. Can we really handle this quest? Do not worry. Even though you are the weakest, we will make sure you do not get hurt. As they talk, the ground suddenly begins to tremble beneath them, revealing a squad of hungry ghouls herding chickens nearby. The ghouls quickly spot the 3 human travelers standing there. The humans are shocked to see a pack of strangely muscular, six-pack monsters. Hold on, humans are cruel and bloodthirsty creatures. We have no idea how they will react. A reckless move could put everyone in grave danger. What on earth are those ghouls doing now? Is that some kind of pre-battle flex? Go call Team 1 and Team 2. We need to overwhelm them with superior numbers. The ghouls have actually learned to use their chest muscles to send signals. Unbelievably, this dramatic flexing deeply insults the chickens and actually triggers an evolution, transforming the dumb birds into fierce Cocatrice monsters that look far less stupid. Blinded by absolute rage, the entire flock immediately charges. Team 3 can only think that they are completely screwed, but just in time, the captains of Team 1 and Team 2 arrive. With strong reinforcements here, the ghouls no longer fear these wild beasts. Now they can finally unleash the secret ultimate technique taught by Hanso. Keep your bench press form tight, you are doing great. If you cannot maintain perfect form, you always need a spotter. But how do we truly tap into our ultimate muscular strength while staying completely safe? The answer lies in Hanso's secret bodybuilding technique. Check this out. 4 ghouls join forces to form a single unit. Because of this, the front fighter's attack carries the combined power of all 3 behind him. Using this formation, the 4 ghouls easily crush the chickens, but one extra ghoul gets separated and is about to get ambushed. Moved by the incredible teamwork of these ghouls, the 3 human warriors decide to step in and save him. Just as they join forces to defeat the chickens, a new threat emerges. It is a massive, giant fish monster. Its eyes glare at them with pure rage. This terrifying Cocatrice instantly reminds them of a legendary dragon named Long Knot. That dragon was notoriously greedy and cruel. He constantly feared that other dragons would surpass him in the future. To prevent that, he took some extreme measures, which involved scattering his own divine power. And that is exactly how the Cocatrice, a species closely related to the dragons, was first born. This chicken might not be a real dragon, but it is still a highly dangerous creature. Meanwhile, Hanso is so focused on his chest workout that he has no idea what is happening in the forest. Although his muscles are growing slower than in his past life, he still has plenty of time to adapt to this new world. 3 months have passed. At first, they were as skinny as tiny anchovies. I had to teach them step by step like a baby learning to walk. They almost gave up, but that was just a temporary thought. Ultimately, they pushed forward with all their might, and not a single one of them quit. That is why their physical bodies grew stronger every single day, and now they look amazing. Chief, we have a major problem. Those chickens evolved way too quickly, and everyone is now in danger. If this keeps up, our people are completely finished. Shut up and show me the way right now. Warning. Energy levels exceed muscle capacity. Extreme danger. Imminent. Do you want to cancel the skill? How dare you touch my boys? Skill execution confirmed. And trust me, you and I are about to witness absolute chaos. Stick with me, we are about to watch Hanso shatter the ground just to build momentum. He launches into the air, vanishing in the blink of an eye, while Lur and Henda battle a giant chicken. One draws its attention to create a distraction, while the other aims straight for its weak spot. Their strategy is solid, and they land a few critical hits, but this monstrous chicken is way too powerful. Before they know it, a single swipe of its massive wing sends Lur flying high into the sky. Despite taking heavy damage, the young warrior flashes a quick thumbs up to let his teammate know he is alive. Watching this, the ghouls have no choice but to unleash their secret battle form, the ultimate bodybuilder tower technique. But the giant chicken attacks with such sheer ferocity that their combined formation is instantly smashed to pieces. Just as the ghouls are about to be completely wiped out, watch closely, a massive force crashes down, obliterating the beast as Ghoul emerges. Meanwhile, Hanso jumped way too hard and landed in the wrong spot, leaving Ghoul surrounded by a whole flock of giant chickens. Unfazed, he mocks them, asking if that is all they have got. Honestly, this Ghoul really acts like a demon king. That range strike was pretty impressive. What are you looking at? Did you really think I came here completely unprepared? Could the Demon King actually have a master plan? He drew their attention, urging the others to seize the chance and wipe them out. Master Hanso, please show yourself. Boss, why are you not appearing yet? Where on earth are you, leader? The Ghoul King trash-talked these chickens, and now he is doomed. Unlike the regular ghouls, Ghoul never participates in bodybuilding workouts, yet his high status remains completely unchallenged. How can he maintain his top rank when the other ghouls in the village have grown incredibly strong? That is because Hanso entrusted him with the most crucial duty of all, managing and controlling everyone's weightlifting plates. Left with no choice, Ghoul has to activate his weight-increasing skill once again. His heavy blank skill has already reached maximum level, quietly growing even stronger without him even realizing it. Earlier, Ghoul managed to crush a giant chicken using nothing but a single rock. But now that they have brought their friends, even he is getting nervous, though the ghouls keep cheering him on. If he can take down these chickens with one shot, he might truly be on Hanso's level. After all, nobody should be able to defeat these giants in a single blow. Maybe I really am a genius. Ever since birth, I have been totally different from ordinary ghouls. Bring it on, you chickens. This great ghoul king will crush you all. But right after talking big, Gulo gets smacked into oblivion by a giant claw. We are absolutely doomed. Henda, Lur, I am truly sorry for never being able to understand any of your jokes. Facing our final moments with friends means I will not be lonely. We will keep fighting to our very last muscle fiber. Thank you, boss, for training us. Even though the workouts were brutal, we finally learned the true joy of becoming strong. If there is a next life, please train us once again. Elsewhere, Hanso finds the spot where Gulo crashed. The ghouls are in deep trouble. Please, boss, you have to save them. Calmness skill activated. Warning, an emotion overriding the calmness skill has been detected. Calmness skill deactivated. Wait, what is happening here? Where are those chickens suddenly running to? You and I both know they sensed Hanso's insane threat, and now they are surrounding him. You guys need to stop. I am trying my best to stay calm here. System alert, an emotion overriding the calmness skill has been detected. Scanning user. Calmness skill disabled for 1 day. This chest vibration must be Master Hanso. Who exactly is this Master Hanso you keep mentioning? He is our teacher and our legendary leader. His muscles are far more responsive than ours. Is that all? Words cannot do him justice. You will understand once you meet him yourself. Why not just make it simple? Master Han, so is our brand new Demon King. I still have absolutely no idea what they are talking about. Right now, Hanso is facing the giant chicken flock alone. He unleashes his barbell tremor palm technique, launching one bird into the sky. 2 others immediately leap high, preparing to stomp right where Hanso stands. Even though he gets slammed deep into the dirt, he easily uses a weightlifting technique to toss them aside. As he leaps out of the crater, Hanso takes down yet another giant chicken. He remembers his ancestors teaching him that their species can actually build muscle through chest vibrations. That is why I dragged you guys here. This is definitely the spot. I can grow my muscles just using my own chest. But what about you guys? Can you even do that? Suddenly, Hanso presses his hands to the ground as an infinite weight barbell aura materializes right behind him. His muscles instantly balloon, making him look like a massive giant. He then unleashes his ultimate technique, the divine squat strike, completely demolishing those foolish chickens like they are nothing. The rest of the group arrives just in time to watch Han, so absolutely wrecking the chickens. So this is the Demon King the ghouls talked about. Honestly, seeing this, you and I have to ask, is he even human? Alright, you and I are jumping right into a wild fight. My legs are exhausted, and I can't waste time, especially since I don't know how long I can hold this form. Lord Han. So, if this keeps up, I will die of pure exhaustion. But letting only myself die is still much better than losing the entire village. If I back down now, I won't have the face to look at the former Demon King. Gulo, you volunteered to help me train, so I must finish this in a single blow. Dumbbell Fortress, maximum dumbbell. Activate super muscle recovery skill, 15% of muscles restored. Warning. The limb muscles are currently supporting the entire weight of the upper body muscles. Your limb muscles are critically weak. Please relax your upper body immediately. High risk of severe muscle damage detected. You must relax those upper body muscles right now. Lord Han, we will all lend you a hand. After that, everyone teamed up and completely took down the chickens. That is enough training for today. Gulo, I will really miss you. Before Lord Hanso arrived, he was always so grumpy. But now, the moment he hangs out with Hanso, he becomes a nice guy. So, who is helping me up now? Do not look away, you ungrateful jerks. Just wait until you come back. You worked hard today, Lord Hanso. The sudden appearance of Go left everyone completely frozen for 5 seconds. Now watch closely. He just asks, what is wrong? I felt bad, so I slept before coming here. Gulo, are you still alive? What is this? Do not rush at me all at once. Stop it, or I will seriously beat you all up. Welcome back, Gulo. From now on, let us protect and take care of everyone together. He wiped out all those Cocatrices by himself. He is also the one who killed the massive Cocatrice, right? Yes, I am absolutely sure of it, Lord Weirot. That Demon King is nothing to worry about, but that young kid is definitely extremely dangerous. We still do not know when they will show their true colors. I must think carefully to find a way to deal with him. Speaking of which, where is Block? Did he not return with you guys? Oh, by the way, can I ask what you are doing? Hey kid, are you planning to hurt him? Whoa, look at this. He actually has an incredibly solid build. Stop treating Block like an object. Do you want to become stronger than your current self? That is not important. What is important is right behind you. So do you want to? There must have been times you wanted to try, right? If so, stay here and train with me. We had no choice but to let him carry Block away like that. Boss, please save Block from those damn monsters. We still do not know what they are training in. It might even be dark magic. I know what you are thinking, but without knowing anything about them, we just cannot take such a massive risk. Besides, your boss is not the type of person who would ever do something so incredibly risky. No, today we will teach them a lesson. You two, get ready for combat. Wait, why are you suddenly so fired up? This is completely unlike you. Come on, out of the way. That old man dared to touch my student. We have to rescue Block from those hungry ghosts. At the Hungry Ghost Village, we have a newcomer today. To start things off, let us do squats first. Excuse me, but what is a squat? I will teach you. Come here. Squats are the absolute best exercise to tone up and build massive muscles. Wait, Block, why are you sitting flat on the ground? Alright, just stop right there. To be honest, doing it like this just makes you look like you are standing up and sitting down. Instead, you must drive power into your thighs. That is how you avoid hurting your body. Open your legs shoulder-width apart, Block. Like this? Keep your knees pointing forward and move up and down as if you are trying to sit. You can do whatever with your arms. Be decisive and channel force into your thighs and hips. That is a real squat. Doing this well on your first try is actually pretty impressive. Have you trained anywhere before? Well, I did learn swordsmanship. Really? Then try squatting again, and make sure you do it decisively. Can you raise your hands? Let me place the weight on them. Keep your posture correct. Now squat. Alright, excellent job. Everyone, give Block a round of applause. This guy is squatting while holding heavy weights, yet he can still maintain a perfect stance. Just as I thought, I truly have a great eye. Now that is what I call real physical training. Block, you followed me because you want to get stronger, right? Yes, that is right. I want to be strong like my friends. I am only worried you cannot handle it. To be honest, I know that no matter how hard I try, I can never compare to someone with natural talent. But I am still incredibly grateful to you, Han, so, with your guidance, I think I will at least be able to handle things on my own. What are you saying? You will get strong in a different way, strong enough to protect your friends. Block, you have immense potential. This is the very first time someone has actually recognized my talent. Alright, do not cry, or your muscles will completely go soft. Requirements met, Hawkeyes. Level 2 skill has been upgraded to level 3. Lord Han. So, why are you carrying a chick? We can hunt chickens, but we cannot overhunt, or none will be left. Trust me, you do not want to miss what is next. Alright? You and I are about to watch the ultimate bodybuilding master try to save a species from extinction. Raising these giant chickens is going to be so easy. Besides, in the region of Amai, there are barely any monsters strong enough to wipe them out. We are way stronger than these chicks right now, but if they evolve, nobody can stop them except Hanso. Wait, are you telling me even you can't beat them? Are you serious? Well, actually, it is not like that. We can totally handle them. See, I knew it. Why on earth would you underestimate your own kind like that? You almost had me worried there. Make sure to lock your femurs and engage your main muscle groups to stabilize the weight. Heavy blanket 1/10. Are you ready? Let's do this. Alright then. I'm activating the skill. Heavy blank times 2. Increase the load. You've got this. Push through it. But mid-workout, a mysterious stranger suddenly crashes into Hungry Ghost Village, yelling, "Are you the monster who dared to kidnap my disciple?" Whoa. There must be a huge misunderstanding here, lady. I don't even know you, and I'm not even the chief of this place anymore. I only want a simple yes or no. Look, we do absolutely nothing else here but pump iron. What are you even talking about? Now pay attention to this clash. He literally blocks her blade bare-handed, but she still manages to nick his steel-hard muscles. This old lady is incredibly dangerous. Hey you two, is this the muscle-bound freak who snatched Block away? Yeah, master, that's definitely him. Hang in there, Block. Our master is here to save you. Where are you hiding, man? Shout if you can hear us. Sorry to ruin your workout, big guy, but stealing someone else's disciple is a pretty cheap move, don't you think? Wait, what's going on here, Block? Don't tell me you found another trainer. If you had just told me, we could have avoided this. But is bodybuilding really more exciting than swordsmanship? Cut the stuttering and speak the truth. I'm so sorry, master, but honestly I prefer pumping iron over swinging swords. I know you came all this way for me, master, and I'm truly sorry, but I've already chosen a new master. Oh, is that so? Then I have no choice left. I will just have to drag you back by force. With that, the swordmaster unleashes her lethal heavenly sword art, slashing forward. Hanso immediately flexes his giant muscles, using sheer physical bulk to block her lethal strike. My pride is seriously hurt right now. Did my ultimate move only leave a tiny scratch on you? Block. Is this the kind of physique you're chasing? Yes, master. Hanso looks absolutely badass. Well then, let's settle this with a little challenge. This giant kid and I will have a duel to determine who earns the right to train you. Let our martial arts do the talking. You might not get it, but bodybuilding isn't some martial art. It's about training and pushing your own body to the absolute limit. So, you are telling me you slaughtered a wild Cocatrice using nothing but bodybuilding? Hey, I just needed my daily dose of protein. Look, I did what I had to do to survive. Wait, so you're saying bodybuilding is completely useless in a real fight? Excuse me? What did you just say? Why are you getting so worked up? Did my words strike a nerve and hurt your little pride? Seriously, what's the point of building muscles if they're useless in battle? Honestly, it's just trash. But look closely, he's about to show her what real training can do. Chicken leg muscle compression, activate. Who do you guys think would win in a head-to-head clash between Hanso and this legendary swordswoman? I mean, just look at the massive physical difference between those two. But remember, sheer body size doesn't determine everything in battle. Our master is literally ranked among the 10 strongest warriors on the entire continent. Activating Eagle Eye Level 3. Human class. Sword Master. She barely has any muscle mass on her. How is she still able to break through my defense and hurt me? A regular human shouldn't be able to cut through my dense muscles like this. Hey, you alien freak, what kind of ridiculous martial arts are you teaching? My swordsmanship is designed to shred enemies to pieces using pure sword energy. Why don't you let a seasoned pro teach you a thing or two? Do you want to know why I keep calling you an alien, even though you look like a normal human being? It's because your mana radiates a deep crimson. The redder your magical energy, the purer your demonic bloodline actually is. And as for that bizarre technique you are using, no ordinary human is capable of changing their physical shape mid-combat. With enough dedication and willpower, anyone can sculpt their body. Stop acting like you know everything. No, that only works for abnormal freaks like you. Humans have to use internal energy to make up for our physical limits in battle. Prepare yourself for my ultimate stance, shattering sword of 10,000 pierces. No matter how hard you try to spread your garbage martial art around here, it is completely useless. Do you finally get it now? Your training is nothing but trash for actual humans. Did you seriously think you could overpower my legendary skills with such a pathetic joke of a technique? Tell me, is this how you defeated all of your previous opponents? Were those past opponents of yours any stronger than me? Honestly, why would I even care? Anyone who dares to stand against me never leaves the battlefield alive. True gym enthusiasts will never stop pushing to surpass anyone stronger than them. Now, let me show you the real power of a bodybuilder. Hey Block, can we say something? We are so sorry. We thought we'd never see you again, so we went to get our master. We knew you'd hate us for this. But honestly, you and I have absolutely no clue what these two are talking about. Why would I hate you guys? You only ran away because we forced you. But hey, you and I are about to see how this crazy workout journey unfolds. What? I came here to learn about bodybuilding, and I am heading back soon. Hanso already gave his permission anyway. So Locke, what kind of martial arts are you planning to learn? We want to know too. Honestly, I just got here, so I am not sure either. Lord Demon King, could you guide us? Sure, just follow me. Do you guys remember what our master said was the most important thing in swordsmanship when we first started training? That would be the lower body core. Exactly. And with the exercise we are about to do, we will be using that entire lower core. We are going to target the quadriceps by doing squats. Hanso warned us to master the proper form first. But if we want to make this exercise more exciting, wouldn't jumping straight to weights be super dangerous? Do not worry, I will spot them. Meanwhile, Hanso is still trading blows with the master of those three young men, but something about this is extremely off. Both sides keep pushing back and forth like they are lifting weights. Why are you holding back your strength? I am not. I am concentrating my power. In gym terms, it is called the contraction and squeeze technique. Wait, are those the groans of Lair and Henda over there? Turns out they also got dragged into the gym lifestyle. Watch closely, because this gets wild. Are they actually training? Oh, that? They are doing squats. It is part of the workout. Excuse me, but would it be alright if I added your routine into my own training program? Really? Why did you change your mind so quickly? Well, because I sensed an intense, burning passion in there. I have found true happiness in looking at sweat-drenched bodies and building a powerful, united alliance through intense workouts. While sending off the master of those three youths, Hanho noticed something. Shaking her hand was seriously no joke. How do you even train? Haha, are you curious? Alright, I will let you in on it. Actually, there is no secret. My job is swinging a sword all day. Did you think I worked out? But I am curious about something else. Are you really okay with teaching everyone your advanced training methods without getting paid? It is fine. The more people who work out, the better it is. Why do you think that way? Because gyms can be built anywhere. Plus you will work much more efficiently once you learn more physical training methods, right? It could actually be possible across the entire continent. I want this healthy fitness culture to spread far and wide. You are actually funnier than I thought. I like you, so I will grant you a favor whenever you want. That evening, while everyone was having dinner, Block had something he wanted to say. Excuse me, Master Hans, you might not know this, but the city I live in is extremely discriminatory. They do not just target unusual people, but also black magicians, and the list goes on. Even the leaders of the human race show clear favoritism. Young people like me do not care about that stuff, but I am worried Hanso and our friends here will get hurt. Hanso, chewing on his chicken breast, hears this. I know what you are thinking, but he is just listening as Block suggests they take their time with the trip. Hanso does not answer Block's question, but instead stares intensely at the horse feed bucket. This texture is so crispy and sticky. No doubt, this is the main ingredient for oatmeal. Why do only horses get to eat something this clean and nutritious? This really is a serious problem. Look at that poor boy. He is eating actual animal feed, and it does not even taste good. At the end of the day, monsters really have terrible food. If a monster heard you say that, they would be devastated. I have tried those military rations you guys normally eat. Honestly, they are pretty bland. But do you want to taste my food instead? Wait, is this monster actually inviting us? I think it is delicious. It is sweet and clean with a subtle hint of spice. And that spicy touch is added so cleverly, it is absolutely magical. I lost my sense of taste in the past, but now this tastes absolutely amazing. I will share the recipe once we get closer, so stop looking down on us monsters. Understood, I actually feel bad for this monster. You said your name was Riona, what? Anyway, we will resume our journey tomorrow morning. Do you remember promising to grant me a favor earlier this morning? Of course I remember. I have decided what I want. I need you to help me get some grains. Wait, isn't that just food for livestock? You heard what everyone said. I heard you plan on raising chickens. Are you feeding them those grains? No, not them. We are the ones who will eat the grains. It is not a big deal to me, but I would honestly feel bad letting you eat actual animal feed. That is true, Lord Hanno. She seems to hold a high position among the humans. Plus, we are not even used to eating grains anyway. What did you just say? Say that to my face again. They are not wrong, though. If you want something much bigger, just tell me. You can turn your tent into a solid log cabin. You could even wear warrior armor instead of those plain commoner clothes. And as for food, all you really need is chicken breast. Lord Hanso absolutely loves eating chicken. It does not work like that. Eating only protein is actually terrible for your body, especially your liver. But if we eat a proper amount of carbs, glycogen will build serious muscle. Oats are complex carbs that digest slowly. Trust me, you and I will see this gym culture spread. Alright, you and I are about to see how this low-calorie, nutrient-packed superfood became the ultimate king of all grains on Earth. So really, what better reward is there than oatmeal? Everyone else is just left speechless, having absolutely no clue what this guy is rambling about. But the ghouls are actually super hyped. They are like, what is that? Let us see. This has to be his secret weapon for dealing with Lady Riona. Do you really think so? There is no way we can lose to those monsters. We are eating this too. Even Block is digging in. Let us all try it. But the second they swallow, they are all violently throwing up. Damn it, this stuff tastes awful. Spit it out, Block. It is terrible. Even the muscleheads are throwing it up. Meanwhile, he thinks it is delicious and chewy. Do you guys not see it? The kid actually has a talent for eating. He is going to get stronger in no time. He is totally pumped. I do not understand a word you are saying, but you definitely seem to know your stuff. I will start production to meet your demands. Are you serious, Riona? You are the best. At least we are not losing anything here. General Riona returns to open the city gates. By the way, Han, do you remember what I told you? Now pay attention here. This is a land of total weirdos. The strongest yet most discriminatory nation, where judgy stares make our poor ghouls feel super awkward. What is wrong with you guys? Stand up straight. They are only staring because you all have such incredible physiques. Is that really true, boss? Because I am pretty sure that is not the case. So, right under everyone's critical gaze, the crew starts strutting and proudly flexing their muscles. Why am I starting to love these monsters? Meanwhile, over at Wat Castle, so, you are the one who has been teaching my soldiers how to train? And you even fed them food meant for livestock? It is not livestock feed, it is oatmeal, like oatmeal porridge for eating. What an incredibly insolent punk. My general requested to bring these special monsters to the castle. If not for that proposal, I would never have let you set foot in here. Thank you for your immense generosity, my lord. Just make sure you do not cause any trouble. Simply teach our troops how to train, and then leave quietly without a word. Once you are done, if you want to learn too, I can be your personal trainer. I do not need that. Just get to work, shameless brat. The generals are way too popular, making me worry about how to shift the public's attitude. But this? This is a great opportunity. Guards, bring in the Asura mercenaries. General, your guest is about to show you his real fangs. Attention at the training grounds. Everyone, halt. Today we are doing a very special exercise. The man standing beside me is the special instructor General Ron brought into the castle. Ghoul Master, Du Hanso. Wait, a Ghoul Master? So is he not just a monster? Why on earth is a monster becoming our instructor? I know you hate this new coach, but let's be real. Disobeying him means violating military law, and trust me, you do not want to go there. Hello everyone, I am Du Hanso. I will be your special instructor today, guiding you through your training. I really do not like the way you are all staring at me. So drop down. Why are you still looking? Do exactly what Instructor Hanso says. Get down and suck in your guts, you bastards. Why are you not moving? What are you doing? Georgia, hurry up and do it. This scene is honestly hilarious. Are you guys seriously taking orders from that monster? Cadet, calling Instructor Hanso a monster, will be treated as an act of absolute disrespect toward the general. Is that what you think, Captain? Do you honestly believe that Monster's command represents the general's will? Everyone, stand back up. Are you really going to obey that beast? Show some pride as human beings. Military orders are absolute. Is there a problem? There are plenty of problems. First, as humans, we do not take orders from monsters like you. Second, this ridiculous routine you call training? We have absolutely no reason to practice anything other than swordsmanship. And the final issue is that we refuse to learn the primitive training methods of uncivilized beasts. Wait a moment, Instructor Hanso. I think I can handle this situation. Regarding your first point, that guy over there can teach you on behalf of Hanso. So that solves your little problem, right? For the second issue, I am not sure if swordsmanship is actually more useful, since we have never compared them. So, how about a duel? And as for whether we are civilized, let us put it to the test right now, humans. Are you guys ready? We are completely ready. These guys are honestly beyond saving. Fine, I accept your challenge. Instructor, this is allowed, right? I am betting on the humans, so where is the other team, stupid monsters? But unfortunately for you, I am no simple cadet. Let me show you the true terror of the Asura mercenaries, whom the Count himself personally requested. The battle begins, but the second this clown charges forward, our ghoul buddy completely knocks him out cold. Hey, are you okay? Is he dead? Well, he is still twitching, so you and I can assume he is alive. Barely. Alright, let us dive back in. Do not go too rough. Are you showing off? Sorry, boss. Forget it. You did not mean to. No apologies needed. Now that you guys have lost, you must follow my orders from now on. Yes, instructor. But out of nowhere, that guy wakes up and starts secretly channeling his power. While the demon's back is turned, he charges in for a cheap shot. But before his sword can even land, Hanso slaps him so hard he gets pasted straight into the wall. The next day, Riona visits the training grounds to check on everyone. Hanso, how are you doing? It is obvious that guy used magic though. I totally agree with that. I bet he used magic during the match too. That is exactly why we can never trust these monsters. Instructor, I do not really understand the situation here. Please explain what is going on. Yes, General. A fight broke out because some men refused to follow your orders. And what happened after that? Our soldiers ended up losing, but some claim the monsters used dirty magic tricks. Hanso, did you really use magic during the fight? I would never resort to cheap tricks like that. Do you actually believe that, monster? General, I was just passing by and some very interesting rumors caught my ear. Tell me what is going on here. General, are you actually on our side or what? You two are siding with these monsters. Of course I am on the side of humanity. If that is true, then who are you going to listen to now? Now pay attention here, because things are about to get incredibly tense. Did you come here to train? Get off your horse first, Han. So, I do not think he is here to train. Not training? General, I am extremely displeased. The guests you decided to bring back are causing major trouble for our people. One of my soldiers was seriously injured, and that is a major issue. How can a lord like me turn a blind eye to this? As the ruler of the Wirot Duchy, I hereby exile General Riona for 2 years. But the moment he sees Riona's terrifying glare full of killing intent, the lord completely chickens out and shuts up. Sir, that cannot be allowed to happen. Let us execute those monsters instead. Please take back your order. Man, the lord almost peed his pants right there. Hanso, I am so sorry for bringing you here and not being able to take proper care of you. Do not worry about it. We are not exactly used to warm welcomes anyway. Sir, can we at least let them stay here for 3 months as you originally promised? I will keep my promise. Good. The preparations are complete. Now, everyone shut up and listen to me. How dare you talk back to the Lord like that? Do you actually still call yourselves soldiers of this nation after behaving like this? But General, I told you to shut up. You little brats. I thought you only discriminated against monsters, but it seems you also know how to talk back to your superiors. Let us pause here. I should step back so these future seeds have a chance to grow. I really wonder how this experience is going to change these young seeds. It is going to be so fun when I return. What is wrong with her? Why is she smiling like that? That night, the soldier who picked a fight secretly sneaks out of the city with his reward money. If I just do this a little bit longer, I will have enough money to never do this dirty work again. This bell looks so much like a flower. Maybe I should open a flower shop. My beautiful wife and daughter, just wait a little bit longer, because Daddy will be home very soon. But sadly, he has no idea that their village has already been engulfed in flames. Our hometown welcomes us back in such a beautiful way. Princess, how about a dance with me? The next day, 2 demons are hanging out in Sun Slime Forest. Wait, did you not just break your arm? No, my arm is completely fine now. Hey kids, what are you doing with all those slimes? Oh, it is Lord Block and General Riona. Did you not say you would not return after leaving with her? Well, you guys still have not answered my question yet. Sir Han, so, told us that we need all of these slimes. But for what? Slimes cannot even be used for medicine. Come with us, General. You should probably see this for yourself. Sir Han, so, we are back. Oh, Block is here? And Riona too? I just stopped by to see everyone before I officially take off. I am also pretty curious about what you are planning to do next. Use your chest muscles to squeeze them into the corner. What on earth do you plan to do with all of those slimes? Well, watching my students train, I realized that traditional weightlifting and muscle building are not very effective for them. In this case, training them like professional athletes would actually be way more useful. But we do not have enough equipment, so I have to make some. Making gym equipment out of slimes? Is it like the training dummies you use to practice quick slashes? No, this has nothing to do with swordsmanship. Bring a slime over here. First, once you have a slime, you do this. If you take this core out, the creature will regenerate in just a few days. So we can leave it out and do this. Once the core is removed, we are going to punch a hole right through the center of the slime. These slime monsters have incredible elasticity. Next, we will use our hands to stretch them out like this before they shrink back. And just like that, we have a training band. This is exactly what it looks like. Riona, trust me, you and I are going to love seeing just how many workouts we can do with this. Their stretchiness depends on color, so we can name them and perform all kinds of training. You and I are about to see why this trainer apologized. What for, anyway? I bet you did not know this, but I used to suspect you. I thought you only pretended to be obsessed with working out just to get close to humans. But you actually showed us nothing but true sincerity. I was honestly such a failure as a teacher. I could not stop the Wirot territory from turning into this mess, which is why I tolerated the Lord and his absolute madness. But you are different. I believe you can change this nation. Change it? How? Let me think. Change is my specialty, just not that kind of change. Is it like this? No, not that way either. That is the exact change I mentioned before. The monster trainer let us see what his first lesson will be. We did not come here because we lost a battle, and do not start doing weird stuff like face planting on the floor. Lord Han, so can I leave these kids in your hands? Of course you can. The number of new recruits just keeps growing. Meanwhile, as things shift around Hanso, our real enemies show up, the immortal monsters. The terrifying thing about these zombies is that a single bite turns you into one of them. Guard your horses, watch your backs, and do not let them get close. All warriors, charge forward and destroy these beasts. Beat 'em, wait. Keep your eyes on this. If we jump in now, we will drag innocent people into danger. Just hold on. Wait, are those zombies actually just props? At the Gondo Duchy training camp, as I said before, the stamina a person can use in a day is strictly limited. That is why we focus on training the essential muscle groups. Did you guys actually understand what Lord Hanso just said? Everyone, start stretching with bands to prepare for bench presses. No, today we are doing CrossFit instead of bench presses. Sir, what exactly is CrossFit? Well, CrossFit is a workout system invented by Greg Glassman. It is a non-stop, high-intensity training method designed for maximum functional performance. This means it targets multiple muscle groups across the body, demanding that we push past our limits in a structured way. By grouping up and setting clear goals, it fosters deep teamwork while sparking healthy competition. I already made the lists for each group, so check with Gulo. Let us all push our limits to complete this workout. During workouts, Hanso occasionally hears bizarre noises in the distance. I have heard that exact sound several times now. What is that signal even for? Our Lord is personally fighting off zombies since they started swarming the villages right outside the castle walls. They are sending emergency signals, begging for backup. It looks like the enemy is much stronger than they anticipated. Hey, you guys. Your core form is totally collapsing. Drop the weight and do the exercise properly. I know what you are thinking, he does not care at all. Meanwhile, scouts confirm the enemy base lies at the end of this road. This time, we will wipe them out completely and restore peace. All troops, move out. My lord, I am afraid we have pushed a bit too deep into the zombie horde. Zombies have absolutely zero intelligence, meaning they cannot plan any strategies. All we need is raw power and numbers to crush them. Just look, our brave soldiers are advancing steadily without any trouble. Do not slow down, keep pushing forward. War is completely decided by sheer momentum. Never stop until we completely sweep the enemy away. Wait, the mastermind behind all of this has finally shown himself. Right on cue, the enemy commander steps forward. It is Ben, an old friend of Gudo from years ago. He is shocked to realize that even though decades have passed, Ben has not aged a single day. It turns out Ben has been conducting dark experiments on his own body. After injecting a glowing blue serum straight into his veins, he mutates into a massive, terrifying monster. His strength and speed are boosted to the absolute limit. With just a few basic strikes, Ben easily thrashes Gudo like a helpless child. Ben mocks Gudo, saying he is weak because he spent his whole life focusing only on useless sword training. Meanwhile, Ben claims his dark research is actually driving human civilization toward an entirely new level. Right now, Ben's mutated beasts are savagely slaughtering the soldiers. He smugly points to the bloodbath as ultimate proof that his research is correct. The world will always have people who achieve greatness in their own way. But their twisted standards do not apply to ordinary humans. Just as Ben prepares to deliver the killing blow to Gudo, his loyal subordinate Ivan leaps in to block the attack. He screams at the Lord and his remaining troops to retreat, promising to hold off Ben and his beasts alone. Using the distraction, Gudo rides away to escape the battlefield, leaving his loyal warrior to heroically fall under the brutal monster's fists. Gudo frantically rides his horse away, breathing heavily with pure panic. This is bad, really bad. Horrifying visions of Ben and his mutated beasts plague his mind, leaving him with one desperate question: how can anyone defeat those monsters? Meanwhile, in another place, trust me, you are not ready for this. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a brutal training session with Hansen and his massive muscle army lifting giant stone weights. Rep 152,000. Hansen looks completely relaxed, despite passing 150,000 reps, calmly counting all the way up to 152,000. Meanwhile, back with the moving army, Gudo yells out, demanding a status report. Is there seriously no one to report on the army? Instantly, Lumi steps forward to answer. I am Captain Lumi of Squad 20. Gudo orders her to speak, and she delivers some horrifying numbers. Out of 400 soldiers, 347 are dead or infected, 27 injured, leaving only 26 standing. Gudo is shocked, calculating that only 100 reserves remain in the city, mostly raw trainees and wounded men. He screams in anger, asking how they can possibly fight a war with only 126 men. Lumi suggests calling back General Leon, but Gudo dismisses it, knowing they will never make it in time. That is when Lumi pitches a crazy idea, suggesting they borrow the strength of the monsters stationed inside their city. A completely shocked Gudo questions this, but Lumi explains that their giant leader Hansen once possessed power rivaling even General Leon. Since the military feeds and shelters them, they can use those terms as leverage to force them into battle. Pay attention here, because their crazy plan to fight monsters with monsters is about to start. He makes his decision, telling her to proceed before galloping forward. 3 days later, at the military training grounds, Gudo charges in on his horse and bellows for them to halt their practice. Everyone gathers, while Hansen and his muscle-bound squad stand there utterly confused, holding their giant purple weights. What on earth are you doing? Listen to the Count's orders right now. Gudo glares down at the crowd gathering around him and demands to know if their leader is named Hansen, who simply responds with a casual smirk. Yeah, are you here for a personal training session? Gudo's expression turns deadly serious, snapping back that he is here to order them around. He suddenly roars in absolute fury, telling them it is finally time to repay the favor for their free food and shelter. Raising his fist high, Gudo loudly calls them low-class creatures. As of this exact moment, by order of Count Gudo, you are commanded to destroy the zombie army marching toward our city gates. Met with absolute silence and blank stares from the muscle squad, Gudo angrily mutters that these low-tier monsters clearly do not understand human speech. Staring at their completely clueless expressions, he continues to yell at them. You all have the ultimate honor of acting as my meat shields, and I will even grant their leader Hansen citizenship in our great kingdom. Seeing absolutely no reaction from them, Gudo laughs excitedly, asking if this is not the greatest offer ever. Go ahead and show off your bizarre, freaky physiques all you want. Suddenly, Hansen shouts out, commanding everyone to pose. Hit the front double biceps pose. Instantly, the entire muscle army flexes in unison, proudly showing off their absolutely massive, veins-popping physiques with total confidence. Watching this incredibly bizarre spectacle, Gudo can only groan in disbelief, asking what on earth they are doing. Looking incredibly smug, Hansen proudly explains that this is bodybuilding, which falls under the massive, holy realm of the gym. Pointing directly at his swole comrades, Hansen asserts that showing off their gains is exactly what he is talking about. I know what you are thinking. And yeah, Gudo is completely out of patience and done with this nonsense. He threatens that if they do not obey his orders immediately, they will get hurt or killed, and it will all be over. This threat strikes Hansen's absolute breaking point. He instantly unleashes an overwhelming bloodlust, his glowing red eyes growling. You will never lift again, you idiot. If I lose my hard-earned muscle mass, are you going to take responsibility? Crushed under the suffocating pressure and the massive demonic shadow looming behind Hansen, Gudo turns pale. sweating profusely as he stammers that while he does not understand, he probably needs to apologize. The Count is entirely defeated, quickly bowing his head and frantically saying he is sorry. Nauseous from the sheer, terrifying aura, Gudo immediately cowers and begs for forgiveness, pleading with him to stop flexing because he is terrified. Seeing that the Count has learned his lesson, Hansen nods gently and accepts the apology. Gudo does not dare to stay a second longer, riding away with Lumi while Hansen immediately returns to training, shouting that rest is over and they are starting back from rep number 1. On the other side, Lumi worriedly asks Gudo if they should try persuading them one more time, but he flatly refuses, muttering that they never should have expected anything from those brainless monsters anyway. Gudo orders her to summon the general immediately, surprising Lumi by claiming that despite the guy's terrible attitude, his raw strength is undeniable and easily matches General Leon. The two of them quietly ride their horses forward. Gudo gathers his forces at the gate, ready to show those zombies human strength. Trust me, you do not want to miss what comes next. Come with me as we witness a massive horde of undead storming the fortress. Atop the city wall, General Ox carrying a colossal frame and his signature nose ring stands completely ready for battle. Gudo watches anxiously from inside, witnessing a massive sea of zombies surging forward like a devastating flood. Suddenly, General Ox halts and bellows toward the massive enemy horde. I received reports that you monsters have an intelligent leader. He then demands, do you have no intention of negotiating this with me? From the distance, Ben and his giant henchmen slowly lumber toward the battlefield. Gudo is shocked to see Ben there. Picking his ear with total contempt, Ben mutters, I was right in the middle of cleaning my ears. What is the big emergency? Standing high above, Ox loudly declares that no matter how massive their monster army is, breaching this mighty wall is completely impossible. He throws down a bold challenge, stating, I stand as Gudo's representative, while you represent the monster horde. How about we settle this entire war with a one-on-one duel to decide the final outcome? Ben chuckles with sheer excitement. Well, that sounds highly entertaining. I accept your little proposal. Seeing his opponent take the bait, Ox smirks in triumph. Pay attention here, he suddenly leaps straight off the wall, crashing into the ground with earth-shattering force. Emerging from the thick dust, Ox growls. So, who is going to step up first? Right away, a colossal, muscular behemoth wearing a black mask covering his face marches forward. The beast lets out a deafening roar and begins flexing, flaunting rows of menacing, rock-solid muscles. Ox sizes up the massive opponent standing before him, noting that his size is quite impressive. He immediately charges straight ahead to see what the beast is truly made of. Following a massive collision, Ox smirks. You are pretty tough. He channels his full power, unleashing a brutal barrage of consecutive punches that send violent shockwaves rippling directly through the monster's heavy flesh. But suddenly, the monster spews a barrage of pitch-black liquid from its mouth. Ox swiftly flips backward to dodge, telling himself that this attack is definitely something he needs to avoid. Staring at the corroding puddle on the ground, Ox sneers. What is wrong with your rotting body? I have never seen an undead creature like you before. The monster trembles, realizing this guy is way too dangerous. Without hesitating, it spins around and starts running away for dear life. Ox shouts in sheer disbelief. You think you can just run? He pursues relentlessly, roaring. There is no escape. This only ends when one of us dies. Ox quickly closes the distance and grabs the fleeing beast from behind. Suddenly, Gudo screams a frantic warning. General, watch out for your side. Ox barely dodges the incoming blow in the nick of time. Honestly, you would be just as furious as he is when he roars. Who dares interfere in a sacred duel? He immediately channels power into his legs, charging straight at the uninvited party pooper. Suddenly, a devastating lightning-fast punch slams directly into his face, sending Ox flying. Coughing up blood in sheer pain, he looks up to see Ben smiling insanely. Who cares about a sacred duel? Winning is all that matters. Ben laughs wildly, flexing a monstrously muscular arm covered in bulging, pulsing blue veins. Staring with a bone-chilling glare, Ben asks, Do you actually know why I agreed to this duel in the first place? He growls in a menacing voice. Because you are the only unpredictable variable left in this entire kingdom. Heavy, bone-crushing impacts echo repeatedly, signaling a truly horrific end for the general. Witnessing their strongest general being brutally tortured like this, Gudo and Lumi can only stand frozen in absolute horror. Their faces turn pale at Ben's extreme cruelty, as Ox lies gasping for air on the bloodied ground, his body completely broken. He whispers in pure despair, I am sorry. Please, spare my life. Ben sneers. Oh, you want me to spare you? Sure, I will gladly let you live. While the dazed general struggles to understand, the monster uses his terrifying strength to hurl Ox high into the clouds. General Ox plummets back down, his face frozen in utter shock from the sudden, cruel toss. He screams in absolute despair as he realizes he is falling directly into a ravenous sea of thousands of roaring zombies. A sickening crash echoes, followed immediately by the horrific, gut-wrenching sounds of him being torn apart by the sea of mutated monsters. Out of the chaotic crowd, a mutated beast with wild white hair and a white beard slowly emerges. It is none other than the once mighty General Ox, now completely turned into a mindless zombie. Witnessing this absolute nightmare, Gudo gasps in total despair. "We are completely doomed. My star warrior has literally been turned into a zombie." Ben watches triumphantly and begins to make a tempting offer. "Gudo, why don't you just surrender and hand over the city peacefully? Do that, and I might just spare your life." Gudo roars back in pure rage. "Stop talking nonsense. Do you honestly think I would ever hand Gudo over to a monster who abandoned his own humanity?" Ben lets out a wicked laugh. "Fine then, I guess negotiations are over. Not that I ever planned on letting you survive anyway." His face immediately turns ice cold. Ben raises his hand, giving the signal, and commands his undead legion, "Charge!" The frenzied undead horde rushes the main gate, like an absolutely unstoppable tidal wave. Terrified, Gudo screams to his defense forces, "Archers, fire your arrows, shoot them down now." But the soldiers on the wall can only tremble in complete and utter helplessness. "We have never used a bow before, and how are we even supposed to aim?" Talk about a highly reliable army. Witnessing their pathetic weakness, Gudo grinds his teeth in rage. Slamming his fist against the stone, Gudo curses, "Damn it!" As Lumi anxiously approaches him, we are left wondering if they can survive. "All right, you and I are diving into a moment of pure despair. Count, what do we do?" Gudo asks, drenched in sweat and completely paralyzed by fear. "I do not know." Facing Lumi's shocked and questioning gaze, Gudo suddenly snaps and screams directly in her face. "I said I do not know." His fighting spirit totally crushed, the Count turns and flees deep into the castle, leaving a bewildered Lumi screaming desperately after him. Gudo runs blindly through the streets, abandoning everything and everyone behind him. Cruel. Mocking voices from his past echo relentlessly in his mind, calling him a pathetic coward. The childhood laughter still haunts him, repeating over and over that Gudo is nothing but a coward. Even those closest to him used to look down on him with utter contempt, saying running away is what cowards do. The young master is too timid to get anything done, an old acquaintance mocks. "Is not running away your only real talent? Following you when you flee is the safest bet." Suddenly, the image of a captured woman flashes back, screaming for Gudo to save her. It stabs his heart like a knife. Running and crying in agonizing frustration, he screams that he is just too tired. He shrieks in despair, wondering if anyone has ever carried the heavy burden of responsibility or stood in his shoes. Though he is a weak leader who flees from duty, deep down, he still desperately wants to protect the people he loves. With all his remaining strength, Gudo slams open the doors ahead. He cries out, begging someone to please save him. The demon count collapses in tears, howling for his boss. He begs for forgiveness, declaring the gym is the ultimate truth. Watch how Hansen and his buff crew react, while Gudo shamelessly begs on his knees. "You can kill me if you want, but please save my people, my soldiers, and this country." He faceplants on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Surrounded by massive giants, Gudo repeatedly bangs his head on the ground, crying out and pleading for them to save him. Hansen looks down at the sobbing mess of a man and calmly concludes, "So basically, you want to start working out?" Gudo looks up in utter confusion. Hansen flexes his massive, bulging shoulders and makes a bold declaration. "Gudo, I do not want your life, but my personal trainer fees are going to be expensive." He smirks confidently with his muscle army backing him. A group of soldiers rushes over, begging Hansen to let them join the training session as well. But Hansen immediately barks back. "Beginners, step aside." He flatly rejects help from anyone who lifts less than 400 kilograms, completely banning those weaklings from this battle. Hansen and his massive squad march forward, leaving the crowd standing there completely speechless. Watching them from behind, Gudo breaks into a cold sweat, thinking they look absolutely ridiculous. But staring at those broad backs radiating a literal sparkly aura, he cannot help but wonder why they somehow look so incredibly cool. Hansen leads the charge down the streets, their synchronous training chants echoing through the air. 13, 14, 15, 16. Pointing forward, he asks if this straight path leads to the gate. Realizing the extreme urgency, Hansen orders them to switch to high-intensity interval training. "Sir." The army roars in unison before accelerating at an absolutely terrifying speed. "Are you guys keeping up? 28, 29, 30. Hansen roars, demanding his men maintain this crazy intensity for a full minute and 30 seconds. The muscle squad unleashes their full power, blasting forward like supersonic arrows. Even with tongues out, drenched in sweat and gasping for air, they refuse to slow down. Watching this madness, onlookers gasp in absolute shock at how incredibly fast they are. The gym bros charge ahead, leaving a massive trail of dust in their wake. Deep in the rubble, a terrified mother tightly hugs her little boy as bloodthirsty zombies close in. The kid screams for his mother. Suddenly, a massive downward strike with a booming shout of press crushes the monsters instantly. Staring blankly at their sudden saviors, the little boy tries to comfort his mother. "Mom, it is okay. Those big guys saved us. Though, these heroes are definitely a bit weird." The shocked mother can only watch as Hansen and his gym squad sprint past, chanting 16, 17. The boy excitedly asks, "If I learn swordsmanship, can I get that strong too?" His mother sweats nervously as she watches those massive muscles run off. "My child, that is definitely not swordsmanship. Once this war ends, let us ask them what kind of training that is." Over at the city gates, chaos erupts as an endless tide of zombies desperately attempts to break inside. Right then, Hansen activates his level 3 Hawkeye skill, giving him absolute clarity over the battlefield. Watching the screaming horde, Hansen wonders why these zombies keep yelling as they run toward them. He tuts like a true professional, noting they are skin and bones and probably never did weight training. A squad mate wheezes to explain. "Well, boss, those are actually zombies." Seeing him slouching from fatigue, Hansen snaps, "Keep your back straight even while resting, or you will ruin your spine." And that is how we leave this gym, bro, saving the day. Alright, you and I are about to jump into a wild ride where these zombies have zero intelligence, acting only as mindless, walking corpses driven by hunger. Hearing this, a look of sheer relief washes right over Hansen's face. Thank goodness, now he does not have to feel guilty about crushing them. The man beside him gasps out, "Hanso Nim, what is our next move?" he asks, watching the massive wave of zombies rushing toward the city gates. Hansen casually suggests a shocking plan. "Why don't we just use our chest muscles to push them all away?" As silence fills the air, Hansen snaps, "What? What is with that look?" The terrified man quickly waves his hands. "No, I am sorry. That plan is actually brilliant." Hansen bursts into a hearty laugh, "Right?" He immediately turns to ask for his opinion. "Then can I take command of this battle?" Seeing Hansen's intense determination, the man agrees to let him lead. Instantly, orders are barked out one after another. A member of the muscle army screams, "Everyone disperse! Squads 1 and 2, fan out across the village to protect the people." He continues directing, "Squads 3 and 4, scale the walls." Working together seamlessly, they support the soldiers while fighting to push back the relentless undead. Squad 5, help Hansen Nim push the zombies off the walls. Now, pay attention here because this is where it gets crazy. Hansen single-handedly holds back an entire sea of zombies with pure muscle power, leaving everyone around him absolutely speechless. Wow, he can actually do that? Still, the situation remains incredibly tense. Ghoul screams to block the gate immediately. He worries that even if Hansen pushes them back, any small gap will put the entire village in danger. Ghoul continues to urge them in utter desperation. "So please, block that gate right now." Hearing this, Lumi screams back, "My lord, the city gates have been completely destroyed." She points toward the wide-open entrance where Hansen is struggling to hold the line. There is no door left to block the way. Ghoul mutters in shock. Could it really end like this? Just then, a confident voice rings out. I knew this was going to happen. Heavy footsteps shake the very ground beneath them. Together, they carry a massive, kettlebell-shaped metal block engraved with Hansen's name toward the gate. Ghoul is shocked to recognize a familiar face. That weak kid from back then is built like a tank now? Lumi cannot believe her eyes, wondering how they can even lift that. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Hansen calmly performs walking lunges. One of the men struggling to carry the weight screams out, "Go ahead without me." The sweating, gasping swordsman asks in shock, and honestly, you and I are probably wondering what is happening too. He grits his teeth in pain, crying out that his quads are completely fried and his legs will not move. "Do not give up now, senior. You can definitely make it. I know you can do this." A member of the muscle army speaks up, saying he knows how deeply the young man cares about his seniors' bodies. "But if you overtrain past your limits like this, you are going to end up seriously injured." With that, he collapses helplessly onto the ground. Watching this, Ghoul screams out in agony, "Senior, this is not how it is supposed to end." Ghoul grits his teeth, wondering how the rest of them can possibly lift this heavy thing as his vision begins to blur from exhaustion. But seeing Hansen holding off the zombie horde alone at the gate, Ghoul snaps back to reality. "We can lift this." Another member quickly rushes over to help Ghoul Nim. He shouts out orders, "Squad 5, support the kettlebell squad. Kettlebell squad, move up and block that gate right now." Glowing with a vibrant purple energy, the massive kettlebell begins moving toward the entrance under heavy, thudding steps. Ghoul lets out a thunderous roar, channeling every ounce of his strength to push the giant metal block forward. From above, voices cheer them on to keep moving. The entire squad shouts back with fierce determination. The massive weight is brought right to where Hansen is standing, ready to plug the gap in the gateway. With unwavering faith and steel-like resolve, they scream that they can do it. Ghoul grits his teeth, sweat pouring down as his breathing turns incredibly heavy under the crushing weight. Moving inch by inch, they carefully warn each other to stay focused. Step by step, the multi-ton weight is slammed down, forming an ironclad shield against the sea of zombies outside. Seeing his men's hard work, Hansen smiles with pride. Looking at the exhausted Guru, he praises him for taking good care of the gym equipment. Approved. Praise from their leader acts like a massive energy boost, making the Muscle Brothers burst with pure joy. Great job, the gate is sealed. Kettlebell squad, take a well-deserved break now. Instantly, another leader points forward and shouts out commands. Except for squads 1 and 2, everyone charge and fight back the zombies in Hansen's place. And trust me, you and I are about to see one glorious showdown as this muscle army charges straight into battle. Let's dive straight into the madness as our buff squad charges headfirst into the zombies with raw power. Massive, muscular arms grab and push back the monsters with ease, forming a solid wall of pure flesh. One warrior holds back the zombies, turning to ask if he is doing it right. Hansen calmly watches and says, "Squeeze those glutes a bit more. Even when fighting, we have to keep our aesthetics on point." The muscle army yells in agreement. These buff men easily slam and throw the monsters around like toys, watching from above. Gudo screams in absolute panic, "No way!" He warns that if they get bitten, they will turn instantly, watching in horror as a zombie bites a member's shoulder. Suddenly, a muscular warrior freezes in place, his eyes glowing a menacing red. He grates his teeth, body shaking violently during a terrifying mutation. Throwing his head back, he roars loudly as bright red veins burst all over his massive, muscular body. But his buddy casually nudges him and says, "Stop faking an infection just to slack off. We were already the Andes tribe to begin with." The guy immediately snaps back to normal, laughing it off. Watching this incredibly cheap acting, Lumi stands frozen with a totally speechless face. She looks down with absolute disgust and mutters that they are definitely just messing around. Down below, the members of the muscle squad are still laughing and having fun, even taking turns pretending to mutate. Right then, the screaming zombie horde charges at them like crazy. Hansen quietly steps forward, facing the bloodthirsty monsters. Suddenly, a zombie leaps out and sinks its teeth right into his shoulder. Hansen's face darkens as a heavy, murderous aura begins to leak out. He snaps in pure anger. "How dare you get your filth all over my perfect muscles?" Instantly, a bright golden wave of energy explodes from his body, blasting all the nearby zombies away in a split second. Now watch closely from afar. Ben watches this impossible sight in shock, wondering what on earth that is. Sitting on the hill, he narrows his eyes, analyzing how they look like demi-humans and monsters, yet are helping humans. Ben covers his face and laughs with glee. How fun. Did some gym freaks just show up? Ben points to the city gate, coldly ordering his minions to rip them apart. Monsters with razor-sharp teeth and glowing eyes in the dark begin a wild rampage. One soldier can only watch in utter shock as massive energy beams sweep past, crying out in bitter despair. This is General Ivan's devastating attack. Hansen watches with cold eyes as another purple beam shoots out, recognizing it as the fully corrupted general's attack. The vicious monsters dive in, tearing everything apart in a scene of absolute chaos. Gudo runs in a panic, shouting at everyone to clear the way. Spotting Hansen, he grabs the wall and screams for him. "Right there!" Gudo points to a tree, shouting that this mastermind is behind everything. Let's see how they handle him. However, surrounded by his massive muscle squad, Hansen's view is completely blocked and he cannot see a thing. Gudo keeps screaming directions, telling him to just go straight and look for a guy with green hair. Hansen smirks confidently, turning to tell his boys that he is off to give that green-haired client some personal training. "Keep working out while I'm gone." One muscle soldier responds proudly, shouting that they will absolutely do their best. Hansen's expression instantly turns dead serious. Clenching his fists, his intense bloodlust flares as he mutters, "All right, let's go." Hansen suddenly unleashes a reverse pec deck fly with earth-shattering power. His arms swing at extreme speeds, leaving after-images that make Gudo gasp in disbelief, calling this an actual miracle unfolding. The massive shockwave from Hansen's move instantly wipes out the zombie legion and debris, leaving a completely empty path before Gudo's eyes. Far away, Ben sits casually under a tree next to a mysterious figure. He clicks his tongue in disgust, muttering that both sides are just equally useless. These villains always love to talk big. Sweating heavily, a nervous Ben bites his glove and asks his partner, "Isn't that right, Elise?" Elise stands quietly in the shadows, giving a silent nod. Annoyed by this unexpected wildcard forcing him to act, Ben slowly steps out of hiding, ready to fight. At the same time, Hansen, with his hulking, muscular body, strides forward to meet him. Facing off directly in the middle of the battlefield, the air turns electric as Hansen flexes his massive back. Sensing the sheer pressure, Ben immediately unleashes his dark power, transforming into a pitch-black monster with glowing yellow eyes and sharp horns. Unshaken, Hansen sprints forward with extreme speed, clashing in an earth-shattering explosion, and trust me, you and I are about to see an epic showdown. Alright, you and I are watching them grab each other, using raw physical force to dominate in this relentless clash. Hansen's eyes burn with pure bloodlust amidst the swirling red dust, his face locked in absolute determination to crush his enemy. Right in front of him, Ben's mutated monster face twists into a hideous, psychopathic grin as he cackles like a maniac. Hansen and Ben brace themselves in a breathless struggle, the very ground splitting apart under their insane, crushing pressure. Ben grits his teeth to resist, but he is completely overwhelmed by his opponent's terrifying physical power. Hansen roars in anger. "You dare lay a finger on my VIP customer. Are you ready to die?" Hansen roars, his giant hands crushing Ben's wrists instantly. Ben gasps in agonizing pain, but Hansen does not let him breathe, grabbing him in a death grip and roaring. "So it was you, you annoying blue-haired punk." Instantly, he lifts the giant monster up and slams him down with monstrous force. Ben's eyes bulge, his mouth hanging wide open in absolute shock and pure, agonizing pain. Hansen follows up with a finishing blow, burying Ben's head into the massive crater. Pinned down, the monster weakly gasps in horror. What kind of cheat strength is this? Ben struggles, screaming, "Let me go," as the giant stands tall with glowing red eyes. Hansen asks with a chilling coldness, "Are you done yet?" He looks down at his broken opponent and declares, "Now, it's my turn." Now watch closely as Hansen pins Ben down, unleashing his signature move Mountain Climber. Hansen's successive stomps trigger violent explosions, tearing the earth apart and carving a massive, bottomless canyon across the battlefield. From a distance, Eliz quietly watches the clash, without showing a single shred of emotion. Meanwhile, across the chaotic battlefield, the Muscle Squad and the Royal Knights aggressively wipe out the remaining monster hordes. Powerful slashes and heavy punches echo endlessly in the air, completely eradicating the last of the undead legion. Keeping watch, Eliz quickly assesses the situation, noting how dangerous Ben truly is. Instantly, a ruthless command is issued to completely eliminate this threat. A mechanical assassin rockets through the dense forest at an unbelievable speed to provide backup. Out of nowhere, a girl with long brown hair leaps in, using her sword to block the killer machine's sudden strike. The stranger demands coldly, "Who are you?" The girl proudly responds, "Take a good look. I am of the lion lineage, we do not back down." Sparks fly and deafening metal clashes ring out as they lock in a high-speed sword duel, right under the watchful, growling eyes of a massive black wolf. The robot orders its allies to proceed to point B before instantly accelerating, slicing through the wind like a bullet. Lai smirks mockingly. "You honestly think that basic level of swordsmanship is enough to stop me?" The machine casually replies that its database shows she has zero chance of winning. It starts spinning its blades at maximum speed, creating a devastating cyclone of attacks that traps her. Look over there, on another side of the battlefield. A buff soldier with glowing pink hands screams for assistance. Together, the group exerts their full strength, pulling back a massive energy rope attached to a purple weight. As the tension reaches its absolute limit, someone yells out, "Now, release it!" The giant energy weight is launched forward at an unbelievable speed. The heavy Blant 1 out of 10 technique is officially activated, transforming the weight into a blazing purple fireball shooting across the sky. Below, both the Royal Knights and the Muscle Squad stare in absolute awe as a purple light engulfs the sky. Suddenly, the orb detonates into deadly beams of light, raining devastating impacts onto the earth, triggering towering clouds of smoke and completely wiping out the enemy army in a single heartbeat. Amidst the dusty battlefield, the Muscle Squad quickly coordinates their forces for the next phase. One of them points and yells, "Reload, quick," as the next commands are shouted. Squad 1, sweep the village and clear any remaining zombies. While one team protects citizens behind the strong walls, another war cry echoes with absolute hypes. Chess day is officially over. Time to switch to full-contact combat training right now. The colossal warriors charge into the middle of the undead horde, using their fists of steel to crush all resistance. Watching this seamless teamwork unfold, Gudo stands in silent awe and quietly assesses the situation. He initially thought they were fools, but now realizes he is walking alongside absolute legends, almost like watching the entire battlefield from a bird's-eye view. Gudo recalls his grandfather's stories of an ancient myth, a brilliant monster strategist who once allied with humanity, the hero of the Fourth Great Demon War. Staring directly at Guro's massive back, Gudo is utterly shocked, wondering why that legendary name suddenly crossed his mind right now. Meanwhile, at the center of the ruins, Hansen uses his obliques to completely lock down his opponent's attack, leaving Ben in absolute shock and unable to comprehend what is happening. Ben struggles desperately, but Hansen's hands clamp down on him like steel claws, suffocating his every move. Escaping is completely out of the question. Suddenly, a thunderous bark slices through the air, announcing the arrival of the ultimate Bornado. "Trust me, You and I won't want to miss Beaumont's advanced wind and dark necromancy combo. Alright, you and I are about to watch a guy face swirling bones that are literally harder than tempered steel. This brutal attack is lethal enough to crush anyone's unprotected skull in the blink of an eye. Yet against Hanson's body of absolute iron, this bone vortex feels like a gentle massage. The opponent's ultimate move is literally nothing more than a minor itch to him. Seeing its ultimate move completely ignored, Bomb the Wolf can only whimper in sheer disappointment. But it immediately cheers up hearing the crowd. Great job. Meanwhile, Badon Ben is choked so hard by Hanson, his eyes roll back. In absolute agony, he resorts to a desperate final card. Multiple syringes filled with a strange green liquid are slammed straight into his tensed biceps. Ben grits his teeth and threatens him. Everything that happens next is entirely your own fault. Despite this blatant mid-fight doping, Hanson's expression remains totally calm. He is confident that no matter how strong his opponent becomes, they can never break the grip of his bare hands. Suddenly, a hand from behind grabs Hanson's shoulder, shocking him. Now, pay attention here, because Ben's shadow with glowing eyes and a wicked smile whispers right into his ear. Is that what you really think? An earth-shattering impact explodes, blasting Hanson straight up into the sky. Ben's crazed laughter rings out once again. K! Dozens of energy beams shoot out in rapid succession, crisscrossing at dizzying speeds. Ben screams triumphantly. Your eyes can't even keep up, can they? Keh. These deadly beams continuously sweep through, completely shredding the ground around Hanson. Standing right at the epicenter of the attack, Hanson calmly contemplates muscle contractions. He actually analyzes the fiber characteristics of skeletal muscles while energy beams detonate all around him. Ben screams in pure rage. I never wanted to use this because of Leon. So why did you meddle in other people's business only to bring death upon yourself? Ignoring the death threats, Hanson continues his internal lecture on how muscles are divided into white and red fibers, with red fibers storing vital oxygen to keep him moving. Amidst the surrounding rain of energy bullets, Hanson flexes his abs and thighs, boldly shouting his pose technique, abdominal and thigh, using his six-pack to literally block the apocalypse. High myoglobin levels give these muscles their signature red color, delaying fatigue. Hanson instantly transitions to pose number 5, causing his entire back muscles to swell and flex. While these red muscle fibers excel in endurance, their contraction speed is slow. Now, you and I might wonder, what about the white fibers? Unlike red ones, Ben starts feeling highly uneasy as his attacks fail to even scratch his opponent. He wonders, his own hands are exhausted from punching, so how is this guy still posing? Hanson stands tall, with a dark, menacing expression, his eyes glowing brightly in the shadows. White muscle fibers have low myoglobin, meaning stamina drains very quickly, but in exchange, their contraction speed is completely and utterly superior. Hiding in his monstrous form up in the trees, Ben grits his teeth, deciding that if this fails, he must strike even harder. He madly lunges downward, determined to just keep on attacking. A horrific, crushing collision explodes right against Hanson's massive chest. Yet amidst this brutal storm of physical blows, Hanson realizes the single best way to win this intense battle, and that is to endure every single attack head-on. Gritting his teeth, Hanson strikes the side chest pose. He tenses every muscle fiber, letting the energy beams repeatedly crash and detonate across his giant physique. Hanson patiently waits for his foe to burn out, fully knowing this is ultimately a battle of pure endurance. However, Hanson still has absolutely no idea about one crucial fact. Ben's monstrous body was never actually created through natural means. The empty syringes scattered across the dirty ground are clear proof of this twisted mutation. Staring at the pitch-black entity with glowing red eyes, Hanson gasps in shock. Ben has completely lost his humanity. He opens his mouth, laughing hysterically. Kuh. He reveals a row of terrifying, razor-sharp teeth. Hanson unleashes a massive chest press, triggering an earth-shattering blast that shatters the ground under immense pressure. Witnessing this unbelievable power, monstrous Ben's pupils shrink in absolute terror. He gasps out, "What kind of insane punch literally collapses the entire map like this?" With sweat pouring down his distorted face, he grits his teeth, trying to resist in pure despair. Sensing the massive power gap, Ben tells himself to absolutely avoid head-on clashes at all costs. Hanson smirks with supreme confidence, as he calmly explains that no matter how superior your muscle fibers might be, controlling your nervous system under extreme pressure remains incredibly difficult. Hanson's entire body suddenly erupts with a fiery red glow. He flexes his massive, bulging muscles, openly admitting that even he is still not fully used to his body's constant and rapid physical changes. Meanwhile, the enemy's bright green energy beams zip past Hanson at a dizzying, breakneck speed. But he stands firm as a rock, wondering when this fast guy will tire. And trust me, you and I are about to see what happens on another corner of the battlefield. Alright, let's dive into this as the giant monster Farron absolutely tears through these soldiers with brutal, heavy swings. Steel clashes violently as the beast suddenly spins its arms like a massive pinwheel, unleashing a devastating vortex that crushes and blows away any human soldier standing in its path of absolute destruction. Towering over the smoking ruins, the beast glares down at the defeated army with glowing red eyes, spitting out nothing but pure contempt. So weak. Just a few spins and you all completely vanished. Yet, despite that terrifying show of power, one young warrior bravely stands his ground. Facing certain death, he calmly admits, "I know we are far weaker than you." But his eyes suddenly turn ice cold as he grips his sword, shouting with fierce determination. "But the legendary power of our friendship is on a whole different level," the young man yells with absolute confidence. "We are way stronger than monsters like you." Instantly, a brilliant, glowing blue aura of raw sword energy erupts from his blade. The monster smirks, but that smug grin quickly vanishes as his entire face twists in pure shock. A devastating impact blasts him backward with a painful shriek. Pathetic swordplay. Watch me show you how a real master handles a blade. Instantly, he unleashes a blazing purple chaotic blade strike, tearing through the air with relentless fury. "Too slow," the monster mutters, leaving his foe stunned as its massive sword rips through the wind and plunges downward. Pay attention here, the strike is moving too fast to stop, plunging straight down. Yet, it freezes inches from Rapier's face as the monster mockingly asks, "Tell me, am I strong?" "Pathetic," a cold voice answers back. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow with glowing red eyes releases an overwhelming pressure that completely smothers the area. But before the beast can even react, it gets absolutely blasted away. The entire battlefield stands frozen in sheer confusion. Then, Hansen slowly steps out from the rising dust cloud, casually spits on the ground, and mutters his review. "Well, you really train hard, don't you? Are we here to fight, or did we sign up for gym class?" Our story now shifts to a quiet, remote village on the distant border. Surrounded by peaceful cliffs and a flowing river, a cloaked man desperately sprints up the stone steps, screaming the general's name with a face twisted in pure, unadulterated panic. Using every bit of his strength, he slams open the door ahead. Spotting the intruder, the muscular female general sitting at the dining table calmly asks him, "Barging into a lady's room without knocking first is a bit rude, don't you think?" Her playful teasing instantly leaves the old village chief standing frozen in utter disbelief. Drenched in sweat, the chief yells that there is no time for jokes, delivering shocking news about a massive crisis in the White Kingdom. General Leon casually tells him to relax, teasingly mocking how a 40-year-old could already be so incredibly out of breath. Slamming his hands on the table, the chief screams, "A horde of zombies is invading the White Kingdom." He begs, "We desperately need your power, General." Hearing this, Leon bursts into laughter. She casually brushes it off, saying the royal army can easily handle that, before going right back to eating. But the moment the chief reveals that Ben is the one pulling the strings, Leon suddenly freezes mid-bite. Her eyes grow dangerously sharp. Whispering Ben's name, Leon chuckles coldly, showing off her incredibly muscular, powerful back. "Ha ha ha." The female general's booming, confident laughter echoes through the entire room. Beside her, the mustached officer breaks into a cold sweat, pleading, "General, this is really not the time to be laughing." "Well, you and I both know she has a plan," she smiles, saying it's the perfect time to laugh because Ben just kicked a massive hornet's nest. To her confused subordinates, Leon holds up two fingers and declares that the White Kingdom currently has two invincible shields protecting it. First is their reliable ally, Hansen, who uses his insane, monstrous physical strength to obliterate enemies with a single, devastating punch. And the second shield is none other than her beloved niece, the #1 hope of the entire continent. Lai glides forward with terrifying speed, instantly shifting into a deadly low crouch like a bird of prey. Her golden eyes gleam with a sharp, dangerous edge. You see, the art of Pilates was born during the continent's darkest, war-torn era. Because they completely skipped their daily workouts, the elves were nearly wiped off the map. To save them, a human doctor named Joseph Pilates created and spread a unique workout routine combining deep meditation specifically for the elves. But in modern times, this Pilates training has evolved far beyond a simple daily workout routine. It is now used as a high-tier combat style. During her long stay in the elf forest, Lai spent every waking hour mastering this deadly martial art. Her every movement flows with breathtaking precision, completely stunning her opponent as she lightly balances herself right on top of his giant weapon. In just 7 years, Lai has completely mastered this incredible style, making it entirely her own. Leaping high into the sky, she unleashes her devastating breath chop exercise with terrifying force. Staring down her foe, Lai coldly declares, "I will erase your very existence from this world." A massive wave of power erupts directly at her target. Lai chains her deadly Z-back and Zokup techniques back to back, completely overwhelming her frozen enemy. "And trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next." "Stick with me," she coldly tells her foe. You are absolutely no match for me. Shifting into pure shock, the stubborn robot snaps back. It is not over yet. My gears are broken, but my mouth still works. Without wasting a second, Lai unleashes her signature technique, spinning her blades into a deadly whirlwind of continuous strikes. Sparks fly, and metal clashes violently as both warriors plunge into a breathtaking, high-speed duel. Lai casually throws out some trash talk while fighting, keeps spinning like a broken washing machine. Enraged, the massive machine unleashes a chaotic storm of sharp blades, trapping Lai from all sides. An earth-shattering explosion erupts as their massive powers collide head-on, forcing Lai to activate her ultimate golden battle aura, Powerhouse. Raising her blade, blazing with bright golden flames, she stares at the robot struggling with its bulky weapons and mocks him. What is the matter? It looks like having all those extra arms is completely throwing off your balance. The mechanical beast trembles in total helplessness under her overwhelming, suffocating pressure. Lai coldly declares that this is the end, unleashing her powerful hyper-extension attack to blast her foe away in a blinding flash of light. Emerging from the thick smoke, Hansen is clearly exhausted, yet he stands firm as a rock, leaving his enemy in absolute shock. By now, shouldn't he be completely out of energy? Ben cannot believe his own eyes because his calculations predicted an overwhelming, one-sided gap in their raw power. Now watch closely, he blazes around at maximum speed, creating streaks of light that trap Hansen from every direction. Seeing his opponent's unbelievable stamina, even Hansen starts to wonder how this guy is not tired yet. Ben grits his teeth in pure frustration as his attacks prove totally useless, wondering why there is absolutely no difference between them. Screaming in absolute rage, Ben demands to know what that body is made of as he casts a massive dragnet to trap Hansen. Lunging forward with glowing eyes full of bloodlust, Ben roars, "Why won't you fall? Are you a human or made of solid iron?" Hansen instantly fires back, saying, "That is exactly what I was about to ask." Attacking like a maniac, Ben reveals his special drug was designed to target Lon, giving him access to a massive source of dark energy. He proudly claims that his current strength has risen to a level that can rival even a legendary elder dragon. He dives straight down like an arrow targeting Hansen, but the veteran warrior just roars proudly. "Maybe it is because I trained a lot harder than you." Ben writhes in agonizing pain as the severe side effects of his drug kick in, making him gasp. Are the side effects starting already? Give me the neutralizer quick. This is what happens when you use cheap, bootleg steroids. Hansen watches from a distance as his opponent's body deforms into a swollen purple mass of flesh with bulging veins. Let's pause here. He calmly approaches and asks what kind of freakish transformation the guy is trying to pull off this time. Standing before him now is a massive, grotesque creature, yellow drool dripping from its jaws and its eyes glowing with a sickly light. Suddenly, the monster vomits a massive pool of disgusting yellow-green sludge, completely flooding the entire area around them. Staring at the gross mess, Hansen wonders if the guy has bad nutrition or just gout, right before a system notification pops up to deny it. Nope, not even close. From the pile of gross slime, Ben's emaciated, totally exhausted form slowly begins to emerge. Shaking, he can only beg internally for a quick injection, suddenly wondering why he is even fighting this absolute monster in the first place. He looks up at Hansen with tear-filled golden eyes, weakly begging him to just stop and call a truce. Desperate, Ben continues to complain about how exhausting fighting is, suggesting they go grab a cup of coffee instead, especially in such a beautiful world. Hansen crosses his arms, his face darkening with immense pressure as he replies, "I do not want to fight either, but you are the one who started this mess." His deadly aura begins to explode. Gritting his teeth, Hansen roars, "Do you know how many beginners could not work out because of you? Banning gym time is the ultimate crime." Terrified by Hansen's demonic face, Ben bursts into tears and desperately begs, screaming that he is sorry and was completely wrong. "Why on earth did I even do all this? Please, just stop looking at me with that absolutely terrifying face." Collapsing into the slime, Ben sobs that he only wanted to save Liz, prompting Hansen to step closer and repeat the name with deep suspicion. Ben weakly confirms her name, and a haunting memory of a black crow perched on a wooden post suddenly flashes in his mind. Liz is dead, tied brutally to a tall wooden post, while an indifferent crowd of people just stood there and watched. His painful loss transformed into a burning fire of pure hatred, making Ben roar that he came here solely to get revenge. His face warps into a psychotic smile, his shaking hand raising a syringe filled with a glowing green liquid as he mutters, "This drug causes extreme pain and drives my mind completely insane, and that is the real problem here. You and I can feel his rage as he screams, 'Just a bit more and I actually would have forgiven you.' Stick with me. We are starting with the exact moment Ben plunges a dangerous syringe right into his chest. Gritting his teeth, he forces the final dose down to finish things. Suddenly, his body erupts with a terrifying surge of dark energy. It mutates him into a massive beast with razor-sharp teeth and glowing red eyes. He growls, "I am ending this once and for all." Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts from the deep forest, unleashing an explosion so violent that everyone is forced to cover their eyes. As the light fades, Eliza's floating silhouette appears out of nowhere, leaving Ben utterly shocked as he gasps out, Elize. The story flashes back 32 years ago to the grand county of Gudo. Under the warm sun, a young boy is relentlessly practicing his swordsmanship against a wooden dummy. Steady, rhythmic strikes echo across the yard. This 17-year-old is Gudo. Meanwhile, his best friend Ben is relaxing on a bench with a book in hand, asking why their people are so weak at magic. Gudo snaps back while delivering another sharp sword strike, asking if he is seriously expected to know the answer to that. Ben smiles gently, reminding him that as the future heir to this county, he absolutely needs to understand these things. Even though Gudo claims he does not want to hear it, he knows his friend too well, grumbling that Ben will talk anyway, regardless of his protests. After a heavy workout, Gudo finally stops, leaning on his wooden sword and catching his breath, telling Ben to go ahead and speak. Ben eagerly agrees and begins explaining his theory. Unlike physical battle aura, magic is incredibly delicate, meaning that the stronger your emotions flow, the smoother your inner mana circulation becomes. He raises his magic principles textbook high in the air. He points out the absolute core issue here. The citizens of Gudo are bound by rigid rules and care way too much about others' opinions, constantly suppressing their personal feelings. This constant suppression acts like binding ropes, stopping their mana from circulating and preventing their magical reserves from ever expanding. However, 17-year-old Gudo firmly believes that magic is nothing but a witch's curse. He claims that unlocking physical strength is the true spirit and identity of their people. Ben teases him for sounding like an old-fashioned politician, making Gudo snap with an immediate threat. "Do you want to die?" Gudo snaps, while Ben sits down, hugging his book tightly and muttering under his breath. Looking at the wooden sword on the ground, Ben suggests a friendly duel since they haven't matched up in a while. Gudo grins and eagerly accepts to warm up, but talking big too early always backfires. The match immediately kicks off with heavy wooden swords clashing. Both of them clash intensely. The final score shows a massive gap of 123 to 43. Just then, a woman appears, calling out to Master Leon. She walks over and immediately begins scolding him, telling Ben he lacks any real patience. "Why waste your talent like this?" "But pay attention here," Ben just scratches his head, muttering that swinging swords is too boring and he's going to study. Their master smiles and explains that he simply hasn't reached that level yet, meaning he has no idea how exciting it can truly be. She points toward Gudo, advising Ben to follow his friend's lead and look at how much fun he is having with his training. She playfully punches Gudo's chest to encourage him, but internally, Gudo is thinking that he does not find swordsmanship fun at all either. Ben turns back to their master, casually admitting he only trains for fun because he knows he is absolute dead weight. Leaving Gudo completely speechless, the female master blinks and demands to know what Ben just said. Suddenly, Ben's expression goes cold as he stares past them and asks who is approaching. The purple-haired master smiles, admitting she brought someone along but forgot to introduce her. She proudly announces that their sparring partner for today, who happens to be her star disciple, is none other than Elize. Elize steps forward with ultimate confidence, sporting braided white hair and holding a massive wooden staff. She tilts her head with a playful smirk, boasting that even if both of them fight her at once, she will still easily win. Her cocky attitude immediately triggers the boys, with one of them shouting back about how a mere girl could dare speak to them like that. As Gudo and Ben take their stances, Elize's friendly smile vanishes. She growls at their sexism, telling them to prepare to eat her staff. Let's pause here because what she does next is beautiful. Elize blitzes forward like lightning, unleashing a relentless barrage of heavy strikes. Her powerful strikes rain down so fast that both boys can only stare in sheer shock, completely unable to fight back. Following that total beatdown, Gudo and Ben lie groaning on the ground, agreeing to ban any sexist remarks from this day forward. Gudo can only nod in defeat. Watching her walk away, Ben quietly thinks to himself that Elize is completely different from those fake nobles. He senses a raw, captivating charm radiating from her, and her bright, cheerful smile is already burned completely deep into his memory. She is pretty too. Under the golden sunset, Ben suddenly turns to his friend and declares that he finally has a dream. A confused Gudo asks what it is, only for Ben to boldly declare his plan to marry Elize, leaving Gudo screaming in utter disbelief. "What?" Gudo yells, but Ben just looks at him calmly, wondering why he is acting so incredibly shocked. Gudo stammers that it is just too sudden, but trust me, we are about to see if a weakling like Ben can actually win her over. Alright, let's dive into a story where giving up seems like the only option. But this young man is fully determined to master the sword. From this moment on, they dive into endless, brutal training sessions, pushing themselves to the absolute limit. As time flies, their sparring matches never stop. Ben keeps improving rapidly, and his relentless effort finally pays off when he grabs his very first victory against his rival. Seeing Elias standing nearby, he asks him if he really plans to skip the tournament. Gudo lowers his head in silence. Staring at his discarded sword on the ground as his two friends walk away, he secretly wishes he could join them on their journey. But when he faces them, he can only offer a forced smile, lying that he is just too busy with work to go with them. Right after that, his father's absolute fury explodes. The man roars, asking how he could lose to a low-born brat after all his sword training. A thunderous slam on the table echoes loudly throughout the main hall. Gudo shrinks back under the intense pressure, whispering in deep disappointment that maybe he just has no talent at all for swordsmanship. Refusing to listen anymore, the furious lord hurls a glass straight at Gudo's head, leaving him bleeding. Count Leonard Gudo glares at his only son with pure contempt, muttering how pathetic it is that his sole heir turned out to be this useless. Shaking, Gudo bows to apologize to his father, the Count. Later, in the pouring rain, Gudo sits completely alone on the high castle wall, staring down at the raging waterfall in absolute, soul-crushing despair. Now pay attention, because here is where everything changes. He warns that sitting out here will cause him to catch a cold. Gudo replies wearily, telling the guard that he is fine and to leave him alone. Suddenly, Elise rushes up from behind, grabbing his neck tightly while yelling that he is clearly not okay. Startled, Gudo can only gasp her name. She snaps, pointing out his miserable face that looks ready to die, before dragging him along without hesitation. She complains that he has no idea how to actually enjoy life, telling the young master to follow her, while Gudo helplessly stumbles right behind. Watching Elise beam with a bright smile amidst the bustling streets, Gudo wonders how she can always manage to look so incredibly happy. Seeing her enthusiastically try on new dresses, Gudo blushes deeply, wondering if spending time with him is really that exciting for her. He convinces himself she must love him, leaving Ben with zero chance. He vows that if this is true, he will cherish her more than anyone else in the entire world. At the military training grounds, Gudo accidentally overhears a group of soldiers gossiping. "Have you heard? Ben confessed to Elise and got totally rejected." Another guard asks in surprise. "Wait, you and I both thought they were dating, right?" Hearing Ben got dumped, Gudo feels a spark of hope. This means he still has a chance. Convinced that Elise must have feelings for him, he begins sprinting wildly through the busy streets, screaming out his love in his head. "Elise, I do not just like you, I love you." Gudo will risk everything. He tells himself that even with his father's threats, he is ready to abandon his entire noble family for love. With his mind fully set on his beloved, he vows to make her happy. Gasping for air, Gudo finally stops outside a quiet room, his heart racing with nervous anticipation. He reaches out to pull the curtain back, his chest pounding as he prepares to face his dream girl. Gudo swallows hard, nervously peering inside. But the shocking sight right before his eyes leaves him completely paralyzed. His face twists in utter horror. Tears stream down his cheeks as he desperately gasps out Ben's name. The night before, under a starlit sky, Ben desperately grabs Elise's hand and begs her, asking why she rejected him when she admitted to having feelings for him. He desperately lists his efforts, complaining that he worked out until he was breathless just to get abs for her, asking how she could dump him. Ben looks at Elise with pleading eyes, begging her to reconsider her decision one more time. Suddenly, Ben's eyes widen in absolute shock as a brilliant blue light begins to completely envelop Elise's body. Floating in midair, she radiates a massive surge of magical energy and begins to spill her secret, explaining that she was born with an overflowing amount of mana. Looking down at her glowing hands, she explains that if too much magic builds up, it will eventually destroy her entire physical being, forcing her to find isolated places to safely release it. Elise's face darkens with sadness as she worries about her future. She says she is currently releasing her power secretly to avoid unwanted attention, but eventually, her secret is bound to get exposed. Staring past Ben with a bitter smile, she admits she does not have the courage to turn the person she cherishes into an accomplice. Ignoring the danger, Ben suddenly rushes forward and hugs Elise tightly right in the middle of the surging magical energy. Elise panics and screams, warning him of a magical shock and asking why he would blindly hug her. But as the only magic scholar in the kingdom of Gudo, Ben firmly holds on to the girl he loves. His eyes burn with absolute determination as he declares that from this moment on, he is the only one who can solve her problem. Pulling Elise close to his chest, he solemnly vows to spend his entire life loving her. Surrounded by the glowing light of love and magic, Ben softly whispers her name. And trust me, seeing Gudo watch his dreams shatter behind that cracked door breaks our hearts too. Let us dive into this tragedy, where painful tears stream down a face twisted in absolute despair. Gritting his teeth, he endures a boiling wave of resentment as he watches the girl he loves in another man's arms, Gudo weakly whispering Elise's name in vain. Meanwhile, Ben silently swears an oath to do absolutely anything just to protect the one and only girl in his entire life. In Ben's memories, Those golden days spent with Eliz and their little dog were always filled with pure, happy laughter. But for Gudo, those were long, drunken nights, secretly hiding behind trees just to watch Eliz release her magic all alone in the dark. Forced to watch his secret crush find happiness with someone else, Gudo can only bury his face and sob bitterly over an old photo. But that joy quickly shatters when Eliz suddenly coughs up blood, staining her entire hand red. The female lead is in severe pain, and a panicked Ben rushes over, yelling, "Eliz, are you okay?" Amidst her violent coughing and a barking dog, Eliz tries to reassure him, saying it is nothing, and that her magic just flared up a bit. She even forces a smile, teasing Ben about his terrible swordsmanship just to lighten the heavy mood, but Ben's face is frozen in pure shock and terror, and that agonizing fear of losing her drives him to lock himself inside his research lab. He mutters to himself that seeing her collapse felt like his entire world was ending, cementing his resolve to keep his promise of protecting her. "I will not leave this place until I find a cure, because it is finally time to fulfill my promise to you." He desperately begs Eliz to hold on just a little longer until he can return with a life-saving cure. Ben begins analyzing a newly discovered physical enhancement compound, hoping with all his heart that it will cure her so they can finally spend their entire lives together forever. But pay attention here, because the cost becomes terrifying when monstrous mutated beasts begin crawling out of his mad science experiments. Back in the present, Gudo stumbles forward clutching a bottle of liquor, leaving Eliz utterly confused. She asks why the smell of alcohol is so overpowering, but a completely wasted Gudo just screams in bitter rage. "Did you not love me back then too? We were once so good and incredibly happy together." Despite his hysterical outburst, Eliz remains perfectly calm, bluntly stating that she never had any romantic feelings for him and apologizing if she caused any misunderstanding. Brushing it aside, a brilliant blue magical aura begins to envelop her body as she prepares to ask him one incredibly harsh question. "Gudo, even if we assume that we actually ended up together, could you truly love a sinner who is forced to use forbidden magic?" Eliz stares at Gudo with eyes filled with pure disappointment. She bitterly calls him out, pointing out that he knew her agonizing situation all along but chose to look the other way. Sweating profusely and clutching his bottle, Gudo screams that he was just a coward back then, and only now has the liquid courage to speak. He tries to continue, but sudden choking hiccups and overwhelming terror hijack his mind, leaving the disgraced Count screaming in absolute despair. Seeing that his cowardice has not changed one bit, Eliz quietly mutters an apology before turning around to walk away. Let us pause here as Gudo covers his face in deep shame, completely shattered by her words that rip open his oldest emotional wounds. Now, his old memories flood back to a time of severe drought, where cracked soil left the desperate citizens in absolute misery. An angry mob carrying burning torches and farm tools marches to the castle gates, screaming for their lord to somehow bring them rain. Looking down at the raging crowd from atop the high wall, Gudo's father coldly speaks, telling his son to look closely at these mindless citizens, before casually admitting that while rain would be great, he is no god who can magically summon water from the skies. Back then, a helpless Gudo could only bow his head, asking his father what they should do. But instead of showing any worry, the old lord asks his son if he truly believes that mob actually hates them. They do not. What they really need is a target to vent their anger on, a scapegoat to take all the blame. The lord clenches his fist with a sinister grin as he speaks those chilling words. Flashing a creepy smile, he reveals that he has already found the perfect target to bear the crowd's violent wrath. As Gudo trembles and asks who it is, his father laughs like a maniac and spits out Eliza's name, the very girl Gudo loves. Gudo is frozen in pure shock. His father places a heavy hand on his shoulder, sarcastically thanking him because his useless son has finally done something useful for once in his life. Count Leonard coldly looks at his son and says, thanking him for snitching so he has a human shield, prompting Gudo to protest in panic, begging him not to hurt the woman he loves. In response, a brutal slap sends Gudo crashing straight to the floor. The Count yells that a future ruler cannot be swayed by weak, pathetic emotions, pointing a threatening finger and roaring that if he leaves Gudo alone, his useless son will surely ruin everything. He then roars at his guards, ordering them to immediately lock Gudo inside his quarters. But at sunset, Gudo secretly climbs over the wall to escape, whispering an apology to his father because this is one command he simply cannot obey. With that, we watch Gudo run desperately through the crowd. You and I are jumping right into a tragic scene where a man cannot bear to watch his beloved die. Count Gudo finally discovers the execution ground, screaming, "I found her! Elize!" Spotting Gudo, the captured girl desperately cries out for help from the executioner's grip. "Gudo, please save me," mutters ripple through the hostile crowd. Is that Count Gudo? Could he be the witch's secret accomplice? Fury erupts as they scream that even a count's son must face punishment if he is a co-conspirator. Exactly, eradicate them all. Crushed by the mob's terrifying pressure and burning gazes, a terrified Gudo pulls his hood down to hide his face. Truly, the biggest coward in history. Completely ignoring her desperate cries, he turns and runs for his life, abandoning Elise to her tragic fate as she watches him with eyes full of absolute despair. Ben cradles Elise's lifeless body in his arms, screaming in agonizing torment over the devastating loss of his beloved. Her broken keepsakes scatter onto the cold ground, mirroring his own shattered heart. Back in the present, his giant monster form continues to howl in utter madness. No, Elise! Hansen charges forward like a human missile as Ben roars with murderous intent. Get lost. Now watch this. Hansen doesn't flinch, channeling pure muscle power into his arm to unleash a devastating one-arm dumbbell press. Ben howls in pure madness, begging in absolute agony. Let go of me. Just let me go. But Hansen ruthlessly presses down, crushing his opponent's defenses and leaving him completely powerless on the cold ground. Hansen tightens his massive fist, gearing up for his next brutal workout technique. A fierce glow erupts from his eyes as he triggers his ultimate pullover move, delivering an overhead slam that shatters the earth. Giving his opponent absolutely no room to breathe, Hansen unleashes a savage cable pushdown 15 reps per set for 10 straight sets without rest. Devastating hammer fists rain down relentlessly, leaving the entire battlefield in absolute ruins. With the brutal punishment over, Hansen stands quietly, staring down at his battle-worn hands. He casually brushes off his shoulder, calmly muttering that it's time to wipe out the remaining zombies. Suddenly, a massive Boninato storm erupts in the far distance, sweeping away everything in its path as a mysterious entity watches from the shadows. Hansen glares into the distance, thoroughly annoyed, and grumbles, "That damn dog is at it again." Looking up at the dark sky, he asks in a casual tone, "Are you taking your family with you?" He smirks. "Pretty cute." Instantly, a raging vortex of bones and debris sweeps high into the atmosphere. The crimson-haired Lai stands proud, facing the howling tempest head-on. Hearing a bark, she turns her head coldly, declaring, "Just take them away already. I have no interest in losers. Now look at Gudo." He completely panics, screaming, "We can't just let Ben escape like this." He shrieks in utter desperation, terrified that the monster will return for vengeance. "Lai, go after him. Eradicate him completely, or we are dead." Hearing Count Gudo's frantic commands, Lai mutters his name, draws her sword, and roars with bloodlust. "I'll kill you." Gudo watches her charge in absolute confusion. "Wait, what? Is she actually rushing straight toward me?" Ignoring the shocked crowd, she corners him with a furious glare, screaming right in his face, "Speak up! What did you do to my darling?" Terrified, Gudo flees for his life, shouting commands to his troops. "Stop her! Quickly, stop, Lai!" Nearby, a blonde girl can only sigh in disgust at the fleeing count, cowards running away again. Suddenly, two muscular comrades block her path with drawn swords, pleading, "Junior sister Lai, stop! It is best for you to stand down." Unfazed, Lai leaps over them, declaring, "Seniors, you can't stop me." Even knowing the risks, she refuses to slow down. Driven to take action, she masterfully executes a tabletop pose to maintain flawless balance in midair. Instantly lowering her center of gravity with a spin technique, she channels pure energy into her legs before unleashing an explosive extension. Lai glides as smooth as water, leaving Block utterly paralyzed in shock at her unbelievable, blinding speed. Pointing her blade straight ahead, she fiercely declares that absolutely nobody else is allowed to lay a finger on the count. Her relentless assault leaves her enemies crying out in agonizing pain. She pulls off a graceful mid-air flip to escape the encirclement. Block quietly steps forward, calmly demanding his junior sister to stop. Recognizing a familiar face, a stunned Lai gasps. "Senior brother Block?" She sheathes her sword, looking him up and down. She admits he looks more handsome, and his muscles are seriously impressive. But Lai quickly crushes his ego, mockingly asking if any real enemy would actually stand still for such a slow attack. Sweating bullets, Block stares blankly at his hands. Was all his intense muscle training really just for show? Before he can explain, Lai strikes. Stick with me to find out what happens next. Alright, let's dive into some serious drama. Lai is swinging her sword, demanding Gudo take responsibility for her family's downfall as the Count frantically dodges in pure panic. Lai lunges forward, swinging her sword with deadly intent. No apologies, just die. But her razor-sharp blade stops just inches from the Count's face. Hansen suddenly intervenes, grabbing Lai's ankle with a crushing grip that freezes her completely in place. Gudo cries out in relief as Lai is hoisted high into the air, screaming in absolute rage. "Let me go, put me down." Hansen coldly announces his signature move, the cable pullover. With monstrous strength, he slams Lai onto the hard ground with an earth-shattering crash. He continues his 10-rep set, mercilessly pounding his opponent into the dirt, over and over. Staring at her motionless body, Hansen suddenly snaps back and blames himself. "Man, I totally overdid my workout. Hopefully this human punching bag is still breathing." Worrying she might actually be dead, He quietly grabs her leg, drags her away, and explains to Gudo. Our warriors are extremely durable by nature, Gudo quickly reassures him. She probably won't die from just that. Face down in the dirt, Lai rejoices internally that she survived. The scene then transitions to Gudo's grand, imposing castle. Lai suddenly bolts upright in bed, screaming Gudo's name. She looks around the unfamiliar room in utter confusion. Where am I? A gentle maid walks in, asking if she is awake. She explains that this is the guest wing of Castle Gudo, Lady Lai. I was instructed by Sir Hansen to look after you. The polite maid then asks if she requires anything else at the moment. Lai stares at the maid and asks, Hey kid, can you tell me where Count Gudo is right now? Now pay attention here, because the maid honestly reveals that Gudo is currently undergoing something called personal training with Hansen. Yes, you heard that right. Would you like to join him? Seeing the girl's enthusiasm to lead the way, Lai nods and they head deep into the forest. Lai asks with deep suspicion if the Count is truly out here, and the maid confidently reassures her that he is. Venture deeper into the wild, and Lai's patience wears thin. Is this a workout or a body disposal? The maid just chuckles, telling her to trust the process a little longer. Lai curses her own naivety for believing that someone who literally tried to assassinate the Lord would be casually led to him. Suddenly, the maid squeals, pointing ahead. There's Hansen. Lai stands frozen, shocked to realize she actually wasn't being lied to. Spotting Hansen's massive frame, she rushes over only to find Gudo crawling miserably on the ground, gasping for air in pure agony. Hansen stands right behind him, boisterously announcing their next painful exercise. The Santa Claus bear walk. Gudo literally weeps, begging Hansen to just kill him instead, as the trainer flashes a proud grin. Instantly, a system notification pops up, stating that Gudo's agonized screams have sparked inspiration. Another screen flashes, confirming that a brand new skill is now being created. Wait for it, because Gudo's agony actually inspires the system, and a bizarre new skill starts taking shape right now. Meanwhile, Gudo and a bunch of hulking men are crawling like slaves, hauling massive carts. He screams out in total, hopeless despair. Lai, please kill me. I would rather die than finish this brutal set. In that moment, Hansen acquires the trainer's mindset skill, and seamlessly fuses it with calmness. He beams at Gudo, completely thrilled. Kill you, you say? Do you really love this exercise that much? An epic passive skill called Sadistic Trainer has officially been unlocked. Hansen's expression completely twists, his eyes widening with pure, unhinged excitement. See? I told you this was amazing, right? Let's turn up the heat. Gudo shrieks in absolute horror, asking what kind of madness this is as his torture continues. Lai, you promised you'd put me out of my misery. But instead of helping, she just clasps her hands together, eyes closed in absolute, blissful admiration. Ah, Pilates and gym training have finally found common ground. Glittering sparkles envelop her, making it seem like she is witnessing some sort of holy, beautiful miracle. Meanwhile, the poor soldiers must continue pulling those heavy carts under brutal supervision. Over at the castle's main hall, a highly important meeting is taking place with all officials present. Sitting at the head of the table, Gudo declares with a solemn face that since all key figures are present, the assembly can begin. An official with a highly distinct look rolls open a scroll to announce their very first order of business. Due to the recent invasion by Ben, many of the kingdom's most prominent figures have perished in battle. The council begins debating how to resolve this severe staffing shortage after General Leon flat-out refused to return to the kingdom. As the official asks how they should fill these empty seats, Gudo proposes a wild solution. Give official ranks to anyone with big muscles and battlefield merits. The ministers instantly agree, praising it as an absolutely brilliant idea. They then move on to their second order of business. The official reports that countless citizens, inspired by witnessing Hansen's training sessions, have flocked to the local gym to learn bodybuilding. As a result, a brand new force called the Bodybuilder Swordsman Army is officially born, boasting a massive brigade of warriors with absolute mountain-like muscles. Clad in heavy helmets, they swing their blades in unison, roaring a terrifyingly powerful war cry. So they assign Gong the Good Builder as head coach, leaving us to wonder how crazy this muscle kingdom will get. Stick with me, because Gudo is absolutely thrilled about this news. He quickly turns to Hansen, thanking him deeply for saving their national defense, but Hansen suddenly waves his hand, signaling that titles and money can wait. Since it is workout time, Hansen silently turns and walks away, leaving Gudo completely dazed as the Count anxiously runs after him. Gudo begs Hansen to wait, wondering if he is upset, but all he sees is a giant, muscular back radiating sheer pressure right in front of him. Crash! Hansen suddenly smashes right through the solid fortress wall, sending Gudo tumbling backward in absolute horror. He cries out in complete helplessness, wondering what is wrong this time. Trembling, Gudo begs him to share if something displeased him. Hansen looks back with pure murderous intent, while his muscular squad lines up behind him, ready for another brutal training session. Sensing the danger, An official quickly warns a nearby soldier to put his spear away before Hansen gets even angrier. Hansen stares right at the officials in the meeting room, asking if they also want to join him for some personal training. Gudo collapses into his chair, weeping in total despair, crying that he is always the only one suffering. Desperate to end this torture of a workout, Gudo folds his hands seriously and snaps orders at his ministers. We are wrapping this meeting up fast. Summarize every single proposal and report back at lightning speed. Seeing the Lord's sudden decisiveness, one of the muscle squad members actually cries tears of joy, cheering for the amazing count. Right on cue, a panicked official rushes in carrying a scroll to report their next moves for the third route. In the main hall, Lai faces judgment for attempting to assassinate the count, but Gudo decides to show mercy and reduce her sentence. Still, she is stripped of her citizenship. Looking directly at Lai, Gudo speaks in a low voice, knowing she still holds a grudge. He suddenly drops a bombshell offer. And honestly, you and I didn't see this coming. He gives her permission to kill him. This crazy offer leaves the surrounding soldiers completely stunned while Gudo begins to tremble violently. He screams in total despair, telling her that she really should just kill him. But Lai flashes a beautiful, satisfied smile and flatly refuses. Gudo falls to his knees, clutching his chest and sobbing, begging her to kill him so he can escape Hansen's workouts. He screams like a madman, begging literally anyone to step forward and just end his misery. Right then, Hansen sneaks up behind him with great news, announcing Gudo is relieved of his title and that July 24th is now exclusively lifting day. Gudo is paralyzed with fear while Hansen looks thrilled, but the nearby ministers start whispering and plotting amongst themselves. Is he seriously handing us the country? Maybe we should seize this golden opportunity and take over. They think the count is weak, and taking over will be easy. But watch this closely. Hansen actually cries tears of joy, thinking they care. He gasps, saying he never expected them to care so much about the country's gym trainees, calling it absolutely beautiful. Flexing his massive muscles, Hansen bursts into laughter and loudly declares that he has never been happier. He promises to personally train whoever takes over, proving that his special rewards are far more terrifying than any punishment. Terrified, they instantly change their tune, laughing nervously and praising Gudo, literally thanking their own mothers that they were not born to become the next count. They claim to love their current jobs and insist that Gudo is the only true man fit to be their leader. After the chaotic meeting, the count quickly promises to build every single piece of gym equipment Hansen demands. The leaders sit back down in the main hall to continue discussing the next steps for their kingdom. Although they want to help, the complex fitness machines Hansen wants are way beyond the technical capabilities of their nation. Rumor has it only Bios, the powerful Earth Spirit King, can build them. But the real problem is that nobody knows where he is hiding. Right then, Lai speaks up, claiming that even the spirits have respect for her signature Pilates moves. She explains that her time living with the elves allowed her to learn how to communicate with ancient spirits, leaving Hansen overjoyed. Hansen grabs her hands in pure excitement, begging her to lead him to Bios. But Lai stares back with a serious look, proposing a deal. She demands his help with her revenge in exchange. Hearing this, Gudo turns pale, terrified she is targeting him. But Lai quickly clarifies she is not after the count. Her true targets are the vile dark mages of the Illuminati, the exact group that slaughtered her clan. Meanwhile, deep inside a dark cave, a panicked henchman screams out in terror. The variables are too big. Trembling, he promises that he will not make any mistakes next time. An orange-haired girl with a creepy smile mocks him, warning him that the master is deeply disappointed in his pathetic failure. A round monster standing nearby insults his lowly origins, while the orange-haired girl mutters coldly that things might actually be much better without a Liz around. Suddenly, a massive arm with glowing blue veins swings a giant death scythe, unleashing a devastating, lightning-fast strike right at the enemy. Watching this ambush, you and I can see their faces completely distort with pure, unfiltered terror. Alright, you and I are starting with a massive explosion right at the red triangle cave entrance, sending rocks flying everywhere. The deafening blast scares a flock of black crows, sending them scattering across the dark forest. Right below the entrance, a lone skull warning sign sits on the dirt as a pair of heavy boots stomp on the weeds, followed by a determined voice. You hid so well, it took me forever to find a spot to do squats. The target finally stands right before Illuminati, revealing a muscular female warrior with short red hair wearing a highly confident, cocky grin. Her hand tightly grips her sword hilt, ready for an absolute purge, while Ben screams in a fit of pure, unbridled rage. I will kill you. Watching from a distance amidst the rubble, a girl in a blue dress giggles, covering her mouth with absolute amusement. He glares madly at Kwangxiu, who says, "Let me throw some oil on the fire," while the Farron monster beside them screeches in pure excitement. Suddenly, the girl's eyes turn ice cold as she mutters, "All right, I have made my decision." Lifting her skirt, her glowing red eyes gleam with malice as she vows to destroy Elias. Pay attention here. Ben frantically injects glowing blue vials into his straining biceps, causing glowing blue veins to suddenly burst and spread across his entire body. His dark power explodes, turning him into a terrifying entity with glowing yellow eyes shining in the pitch black. Emerging from a deep crack in the ground, a pitch black entity rises with a sinister laugh, asking, "Kya ha ha." At this point, can we consider this betrayal? The Shadow Beast immediately agrees, saying, "Yes, a betrayal indeed." The orange-haired girl laughs triumphantly, her voice echoing right across the entire battlefield. "Kya ha ha. I will surely report this choice of yours to that person." Meanwhile, Ben collapses in exhaustion, sweat dripping down his battered face. Faced with a giant hand reaching out of the void, he can only let out one last desperate scream before vanishing beneath the rubble. Chapter 32 of Gym Dungeon opens with the blue-dressed girl and the Farron monster sprinting frantically through a dense, overgrown forest. She bursts into a smug laugh. Ben actually went and betrayed us, so that person must have known beforehand when sending him, right? Farron confidently replies that nothing escapes that man's knowledge. The girl becomes curious about what will happen to Ben's research journal, but Farron instantly claims it as his own. Even though she warns him that many other guild members are also eyeing that diary, the confident beast declares he will definitely be the one to seize it. Farron proudly declares that whatever belonged to Ben now belongs to him. No fighting under the full moon. Lai instantly activates her combat energy and readies her blade. Watch closely here, an earth-shattering clash erupts, causing massive chain explosions that completely tear up the ground and blow everything away. Amidst the rising dust, the girl screams in terror while Farron roars wildly, but Lai moves with insane speed, gliding like a ghostly phantom through the deep forest. She lands gracefully right behind her opponent, leaving him completely defenseless to react. Farron turns in total shock. Staring coldly at the beast, Lai stands tall and mockingly remarks that there are far too many weeds growing around here. "Honestly, you and I have to appreciate that savage roast." Farron immediately loses his mind, glowing with dark green energy and roaring in fury. Weeds. He activates his Rotten Forest song skill, releasing a blinding wave of green energy that swallows the entire battlefield. Farron swings his scythe, unleashing surging waves of magic that relentlessly hunt Lai down through the trees. Massive ancient trees are sliced down one after another by the monster's brutal, destructive power. He then unleashes his Decay Symphony skill, transforming himself into a massive, spine-chilling creature. Lai is forced to put everything into her legs to dodge the heavy, devastating strikes raining down as the giant monster chases her with his glowing green scythe. But Lai quickly channels her combat aura, emitting a brilliant golden glow to protect herself. As she fights, she casually lectures him, saying, "Let me teach you the traditional way to pull weeds." Lai growls, declaring that to finish this ritual, she won't be holding back even a single bit. Farron's face twists in sheer horror as Lai closes in on him with a blazing, terrifying aura. Calling herself old school, she immediately activates her combat energy to prepare her ultimate sword technique. Charging forward like a hurricane, she unleashes a flurry of golden slashes that completely rip the green monster apart. Her mighty sword strikes leave her foe screaming in agony before he is entirely consumed by the blinding light. Meanwhile, Gudo is busy clearing the roadside bushes with his sword, muttering about how he was told not to cut grass. The spirits absolutely hate that. Gudo quickly defends himself, saying he only did it to make walking easier for Hansen. Hansen suddenly appears behind him, patting the Count's shoulder warmly and telling him it's fine, just go to the back and do some lunges. Even in the middle of a forest, there is no escaping leg day. Gudo immediately obeys. Hansen turns to ask Lai for directions, sensing they have been walking in circles this whole time. Lai calmly explains that the spirits' paths are completely different from normal trails. She stops, points to confirm, and we'll see what lies ahead next time. Alright, let's jump into a world where our gym bro hero tests the ground and declares, "Soft soil means squat time." He immediately orders his entire squad to knock out 20 jump squats right on the spot. Lai begins practicing her special breathing technique. She closes her eyes, slowly regulating her breath to find peace. Right in the middle of this peaceful nature, Hansen's loud counts echo clearly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In her deep meditative state, Lai clearly hears birds chirping on the branches and leaves rustling gently in the wind. Even the most delicate movements of tiny flower buds opening up cannot escape her razor-sharp senses. Right then, the path of the spirits officially reveals itself, blasting a brilliant, multicolored light that completely shatters the forest fog. Lai points to confirm the location, and boom, a blinding flash of magic surges, opening the gateway to lead the entire team forward. Meanwhile, Hansen is still focused on training. Looking over at the awkward, struggling Count, Hansen calls him out. "Hey, we literally agreed not to shout any slogans, but everyone clearly heard Gudo yelling his head off, right? You're weak and still trying to steal the spotlight." Gudo completely freezes, sweating buckets from pure embarrassment. Hansen keeps lecturing them. "Wake up, people. Next up, 40 reps. How many reps? The buff squad roars back in perfect unison, pumped with energy. 40 reps, but your volume is weak, Hansen barks. Too quiet. Bump it up to 60 reps. How many reps? The whole team screams like rolling thunder. 60 reps, Hansen smiles, thoroughly satisfied. Excellent. 60 it is. Right away, an insane gravitational pull drags everyone into a swirling vortex. Lai warns, just relax and let the wind carry your bodies. They freefall through a mystical, dreamlike dimension packed with glowing, vibrant pink flower petals. This is the Spirit Lands, home to the ancient earth spirits. She confidently announces that this is the sacred land of Mother Gaia. Mother Gaia's realm is both beautiful and brutal, featuring volcanoes erupting with molten lava and giant islands floating high up in the clouds. Now, pay attention here because things get crazy fast. One musclehead tries to gasp in awe, but is suddenly slammed flat by an overwhelming invisible pressure. Loud thuds echo as member after member of the muscular squad is forced face first into the dirt, completely paralyzed by the heavy force. One of them groans in absolute agony. "Master, this weight is way too heavy. I can't take it anymore." Hansen nods in agreement. Yeah, it is heavy. But instead of stressing out, he is absolutely thrilled. Pumping out heavy squats under the pressure, he cheers, "Isn't this place the ultimate gym for leg day?" Watching massive stone pillars shake with every breath he takes, Hansen eagerly smiles, amazed to find such a top-tier home gym in a place like this. To a personal trainer, everywhere is a gym. Suddenly, a system warning pops up, alerting them to a creature named Bemote. Heavy thuds shake the very earth, followed by the glowing red, threatening eyes of giant stone guardians emerging from the shadows. Hansen stares toward the glowing temple, determination burning in his eyes. Man, I can't wait to finally meet this guy. Right in front of them, a towering stone colossus stands guard at the dungeon entrance. It slowly raises a massive rocky fist, preparing to deliver a devastating strike. The monstrous punch explodes, pulverizing the solid ground and sending the buff squad running for their lives. Yet Hansen doesn't flinch. He braces himself, using his bare hands to stop a multi-ton weight from crushing his shoulders. Watching this insane scene unfold, his panicked disciples yell out, "Master Hansen, are you all right?" Instantly, a swarm of other stone guardians raise their fists, ready to back up their leader with a coordinated attack. A brutal barrage of stony fists rains down like a meteor shower, completely burying Hansen under the heavy rubble. He lets out a loud roar, but instead of suffering, he is actually loving it. Oh yeah, this growing pressure feels absolutely amazing. Unleashing explosive power, Hansen bellows and blows away all the stone guardians like mere pebbles. The earth-shaking shockwave kicks up a massive, blinding cloud of dust. The muscle squad can only shout his name in sheer panic, fearing the worst. The ground starts violently shaking from rapid, heavy thuds. You and I are left wondering if an actual earthquake is hitting the area. One member realizes the truth and screams, "Run, Master's muscles are about to explode." Hansen stands tall, his eyes flashing with raw energy, while his massive muscles contract, generating a suffocating, heavy pressure. He proudly announces he is increasing the weight, unleashing a force that scares Gudo and the others into running for their lives. Right then, his active skill, 10 times heavy blunt, is officially activated. Hansen braces himself to perform heavy squats under a massive purple energy ball. He counts slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Dumbfounded by this bizarre sight, the red-haired girl asks, "What on earth is he doing?" One of the gym bros casually replies, "Today is Master Hansen's leg day, which is easily the most terrifying nightmare for any gym goer." Seeing her confusion over the term, another bro jumps in to explain, "Oh, it just means he's focusing on training his lower body. Our seniors aren't great with words, so please bear with them." Suddenly, a voice booms down from above. And trust me, things are about to get wild. Did those amusing little ants actually crawl all the way here? Let's dive in as the team looks up at the violently churning sky. A booming, majestic voice proudly declares from above, "I am Bios, the supreme master of Gaia in this spirit realm." From the parting clouds, a majestic volcanic island majestically reveals itself as Behemoth roars out. "What is your purpose for coming to this sacred place?" Despite the suffocating pressure radiating from the Spirit King, Hansen stays locked into his workout, shouting, 15, talk all you want, I am just counting reps." Finishing his set, he casually walks away, leaving Behemoth completely dumbfounded. The powerful Spirit King can only stutter in pure confusion as he watches the human head straight toward the ocean shoreline. Right before everyone's utterly dumbfounded eyes, Hansen bends down and starts chugging the salty ocean water like it is some delicious beverage. Bios loses his mind and shrieks, "Hey, I asked you what your actual purpose is for coming here." Hansen completely ignores him, refreshing himself with more gulps. He has only one thought in his head: seawater is nature's whey protein. Drink up, boys. Hansen stands up dripping wet, his massive, shredded muscles glistening brilliantly under the bright sunlight. He quietly notes that while normal seawater is packed with sodium and terrible for hydration, this water tastes amazingly sweet and clean. He tells himself he will analyze the electrolytes later. Seeing this, his muscle-headed squad excitedly asks, "Wait, so drinking this makes our muscles grow?" Instantly, the entire muscle army cheers in unison. Heck yeah, muscle growth. Everyone, dive into the water right now. Pay attention here, because Bios is left completely speechless by this chaotic madness, wondering what they are doing. The muscle army charges into the sea, chugging water while screaming with excitement. After quenching his thirst, Hansen wipes his mouth and casually says, "Ah, refreshing. Now, let us talk." This disrespect only adds fuel to the fire, causing Behemoth to roar out in absolute, uncontrollable rage. "You dare drink water while speaking directly to the great Behemoth? What a shameless, ridiculous bunch of fools." The Spirit King declares he has nothing left to say to these insolent pests, summoning a massive army of giant stone golems with glowing, red eyes. Behemoth bellows, "I am going to teach you all a painful, thorough lesson about manners from the very ground up." Behemoth boasts proudly, declaring that this entire sacred domain is actually a giant, living labyrinth. Without a spirit's guidance, intruders will never even locate the entrance, let alone find a way to escape back to the outside world. He mockingly dares Hansen's squad to try and bypass the shifting stone barriers and the heavy golem army waiting inside to reach that distant volcano. Bios sneers, daring them to even find a path inside. Now watch closely, because Lai immediately leaps into a combat stance. Loading power into her legs, she launches into the air using the bristic exercise technique to bypass the labyrinth from above. But Behemoth instantly moves to stop her. Activating heavy gravity, a crushing downward pressure suddenly slams down, catching Lai completely off guard. Powerless against the fierce pull of the ground, she plummets into the ruins with a massive crash, carving a deep crater amid rising dust. Struggling to stand, Lai grinds her teeth. The gravity is just too heavy. I cannot rely on aerial movement anymore. Suddenly, a series of sharp, rhythmic cracking noises make her turn around in utter confusion. Right behind her, the muscle army is finally making their move. They chant in unison, 1, 2, 3, 4. Colossal arms with bulging muscles stretch forward as their loud voices echo, 6, 7, 8. With each count, the ground shakes violently from their absurd physical strength, building their muscles while literally clearing the path. Watching this unfold, Behemoth laughs in utter contempt, shouting, "You fools, this is the domain of the Earth Spirit, a land of gravity and minerals." He boasts that these solid stone walls are definitely not something that can be broken with bare hands alone. Yet, the rhythmic chanting does not stop. 9, 10. Suddenly, Hansen takes a confident step forward. At the count of 12, he focuses his entire strength into his arms, pressing against the cliff. On 13, Hansen roars, unleashing devastating power as he pushes forward. With a massive boom, the solid stone wall fractures violently before exploding into tiny pieces under the sheer force of his hands. The destruction happens so fast that the shocked enemies can only gasp in absolute disbelief. A member of the muscle army grins confidently, explaining, "These walls might be tough, but against us, they crumble like crispy snacks." He immediately commands the rest of the squad, "Seniors, let us focus on shattering the barriers by targeting the cracks Hansen has already created." The muscle squad cheers in excitement as the massive stone walls crumble with ease, laughing, "Man, these break so easily." However, their celebration is cut short as a colossal figure looms heavily from behind the thick blanket of dust. The muscle army wonders in shock how to deal with these menacing golems, whose red eyes glow with lethal intent. Suddenly, activating her battle aura and the 9 secret hidden sword style, a bright golden streak tears through the air toward the enemy. Lai swings her blade, delivering a lightning-fast thrust directly into the glowing red eye, the absolute weak point of the stone monster. Flipping gracefully, Lai tells her team to just aim for the eyes. "You and I know things are about to get even crazier. Alright, let's watch the giant golem collapse as the muscle army gets a massive boost of energy. They charge madly at the remaining golems with powerful, crushing punches. Amid the chaotic battlefield, an angry roar echoes through the air. "You bastards." Ah, an earth-shattering explosion erupts from the distant volcano, raining down towering columns of fire and smoke. Standing before that majestic sight, Hansen remains completely calm and wonders out loud. Is this where Behemoth is actually living? Lai points ahead to confirm. Yeah, the spirit said we have to lift that thing up to meet him. Before them is a massive stone platform blocking the path, with a long iron shaft reaching straight to the ceiling. Staring at that colossal weight, everyone is left wondering how on earth they're going to lift it. Hansen casually makes a violent suggestion. How about we just destroy it? 17 years old, but his temper is already hot as a furnace. Right away, a panicked muscle soldier scrambles to stop him. Hansen, wait, look, there are ropes connected over there. At this moment, a flashback shows Hansen left Earth for this world 11 months ago. Despite his massive, hulking physique, he's actually only 17 years old, an age still filled with a lot of emotional thoughts. One of the squad members curiously points up to the ceiling, wondering what that strange object hanging there is. Lai narrows his eyes to look closely, realizing it's a pulley system. But why is it here? This whole time, Hansen had been trying to hide his deep, agonizing homesickness deep inside his heart. But seeing such a familiar piece of equipment from back home right before his eyes leaves him utterly shocked. Hansen stands frozen in place, eyes wide as he stares blankly at the object. His long-repressed emotions suddenly boil over, sending hot tears rolling down the face of this giant, muscle-bound leader. It's a deeply nostalgic piece of equipment he never, in his wildest dreams, expected to see here. In the dark cave, watch closely as a workout machine shines like a priceless treasure, and Hansen tearfully whispers its name. Oh, my dear, long-lost lat pull-down brother. The Milo was a training machine developed back in the 1960s by American coach Andrew Memo. He realized that grabbing a steel bar and leaning backward was extremely similar to the classic lying lat pull-down. Because of that, he created a machine to help perform this movement much more safely and effectively. Even to this day, this equipment has been constantly upgraded with various shapes and diverse designs. Seeing the familiar machine, Hansen is moved to tears. He wipes his eyes and mutters, "It's a lat pull-down. Stop crying or I'll lose all my gains." The muscle army looks confused, asking each other what a lat pull-down is. Meanwhile, Gudo is shaking with pure fear. He stammers, "A trap? Hansen Nim, is the range huge? Normal people see traps, but personal trainers only see weights." Hansen steps forward calmly, confirming, "No, this is definitely not a trap." He then turns to his squad. "What kind of back exercises have we been working on lately? List them all out." A muscle soldier quickly shouts them off: dumbbell rows, pull-up bars, and Romanian deadlifts. "Sir, is that right?" Hansen explains that with partner assistance, they could easily do pull-ups, but normally, most people don't have a gym buddy training with them. "Let's look at this closely." He demonstrates the exact movement, proving the exercise with the same benefits as pull-ups is the lat pull-down. Since you can freely choose your own weight stack and perform movements that perfectly mimic pull-ups, this back exercise is highly loved by everyone, from total beginners to elite professional athletes. This workout specifically targets the shoulder blades and the lat muscles. However, if you lose focus, it's very easy to make mistakes like pulling with your forearms, biceps, or shoulders instead. Hansen excitedly suggests, "Since the equipment is right here, why don't we demonstrate how to use it?" The muscle army instantly throws their hands up, roaring with pure excitement. Muscle growth, muscle growth, muscle growth. Now, starting the very first exercise with the lat pull-down machine. First, you need to adjust the pad and leg anchors so your torso doesn't lift off the seat. Second, grab the bar slightly wider than shoulder width, and lock your lower body tightly under the pads. Moving to the third step, Hansen emphasizes bracing your core and focusing entirely on contracting your lats instead of pulling with arm strength. He notes that the path of the bar must remain perfectly vertical. In step 4, lifters must be careful not to excessively arch their back and absolutely never use momentum to cheat the reps. Hansen turns back with a radiant smile. "This weight might be too heavy for you boys, so let's save it for next time. I'll go first." The muscle army replies in unison. Hansen channels all his massive strength into his giant arms. He grunts loudly as the secret mechanism instantly triggers, and a loud announcement rings out. "System unlocked." The massive stone door inside the cave slowly slides upward, revealing a path leading deep inside. The whole team excitedly shouts, "Let's move." Watching this, Gudo turns to ask a squad member, "Wait, the workout schedule says one thing, but he's doing something else entirely?" The muscle soldier casually explains that Hansen's strength and stamina are on an entirely different level. Gudo, still shocked, anxiously asks, "So how do we get in when he finishes?" "Trust me, we're about to find out. You and I are dropping right into a scene where this buff soldier is sweating bullets, completely speechless." Meanwhile, deep inside, Hansen is still grinding through some heavy lifting sets, loudly counting out his 8th rep. The moment he finishes his 4th set, he eagerly calls Gudo over, insisting that if you target the pressure in the exact right spot, the muscle pump feels absolutely incredible. Right then, his level 1 heavy blunt skill activates. He tenses up and shouts, "All right, Master Hansen, please come inside." The entire muscle squad has to strain with all their might to hoist the massive stone door, yelling for him to hurry. Hansen casually strolls inside, making sure to throw a compliment to his juniors for their impressive gains. He jokes that the door needs to be a few tons heavier to be a challenge, just as the massive stone gate slams shut behind him. Strangely enough, the inside is packed with tiny hamsters, wearing actual safety gear, scurrying all over the massive construction scaffolding. Heading deeper, they discover a massive cavern filled with blazing furnaces and colossal gears grinding away, revealing a mysterious hidden workshop buried deep inside the heart of the mountain. Inside the workshop, Countless tiny creatures resembling kangaroos are constantly jumping on massive control buttons to run the machinery. Blazing furnaces blast waves of intense heat, mixing with the deafening roar of machinery echoing through the cavern. Now look at this, you're going to love her reaction. Seeing those hardworking hamsters, the girl with Hansen gets so incredibly hyped, her eyes turning into stars as she squeals about how cute they are. Unable to resist, she steps forward, trying to get a feel of Hansen's massive muscles. She excitedly squeals that she wants to touch them because they look so soft, completely forgetting any danger, but Hansen immediately stops her with a serious warning. Hold on. Before signing up at the gym, you have to get a proper consultation from the staff or owner first. You can't just go around touching people like that. Seeing her confused look, Hansen firmly explains that this is a strict, mandatory gym rule. Suddenly, a tiny white dog pops out and makes a grand declaration. He claims to be Biose, the king of the earth spirits, but looking at his tiny size, Gudo and the muscle squad are extremely underwhelmed. One of the beefy guys snorts, asking what kind of spirit king only has a one-pack belly. Infuriated by the disrespect, the little dog barks back, calling them insolent for even trying to compare themselves to a noble spirit. But his rant is cut short by a much heavier presence, as a cat in a white lab coat suddenly appears with a sly smirk. Amused by the drama, the cat purrs that he couldn't bear to interrupt, before exposing that the little dog is actually just a high-ranking earth spirit named Lena, while he is the real Bios, now known as Behemoth. He warns them not to underestimate any of the workers here, as they are all high-ranking spirits. Honestly, you and I can't blame Hansen and his crew for just nodding along under that terrifying presence. Bios eyes Hansen, mentioning he already evaluated his strength through Lena's little test, and asks what brings them to his workshop. Hansen cuts straight to the chase, asking if the Spirit King can craft high-end gym equipment. Bios smirks confidently, asking if he is referring to training gear. He boasts that with enough time and materials, he can build absolutely anything, but as Hansen opens his mouth, Gudo quickly cuts in. Panicked, Gudo warns Hansen that this is no way to negotiate, stepping forward to offer a perfect, respectful, noble bow. Introducing himself as Count Gudo, the Lord of the Gudo territory, he adopts an incredibly humble attitude and begins to plead. He humbly asks if the Cat Lord wants some fresh fish or a favor done, while Behemoth silently watches, noting that this human actually has quite decent manners. Regarding payment, the Spirit King in his black cat form declares that money is meaningless, but working for him is eternal. Gudo immediately bows low, swearing to carry out any task the legendary Spirit King demands. Biose smirks playfully at his absolute eagerness, then begins to explain how a vile demon has recently showed up, completely corrupting and polluting their sacred land. The atmosphere turns dark and gloomy, with the eerie cries of crows echoing through the shadowed woods. Behemoth explains that the demon is incredibly powerful, so much so that every warrior he sent before has vanished without a trace. Ominous warning signs left rotting in the deep woods stand as a chilling reminder of his sheer brutality. Bios lays down his terms, stating that if they can slay the demon and purify the land, he will gladly grant their request. Hansen grins eagerly. Trust me, he is down, simply asking if they have a guide to show the way. The Spirit King explains that he previously only sent mid-tier spirits, but this time he wants to ensure they have the absolute best eyes on the field. Pointing a paw, Bios commands Lena to go with them, leaving the high-level spirit completely frozen in sheer shock. She scrambles for an excuse, whining that she still needs to manage and supervise the entire workshop, but Behemoth immediately snaps, baring his teeth with a roar and exposing her for sleeping all day and constantly stealing snacks when she is supposed to be working. Now get moving, he bellows, completely losing his patience. All right, let's jump into a world where even an earth-shattering roar has Hansen and Gudo screaming in terror, while in another dense forest, the fierce female general, Leon, is running for her absolute life. She mutters to herself, deeply regretting poking this massive hornet's nest. Staring at the wall of dark monsters blocking her path, she gasps, wondering how so many of them were already lying in wait. Leon grits her teeth and takes a defensive stance, as the sadistic laughter of the monsters completely surrounds her. From the pitch-black shadows, bloodthirsty shrieks pierce the night, ready to strike. Get Swordmaster Leon, capture her! The twisted clown monsters and dark-robed cultists scream, frantically lunging forward to hunt her down. They chant in fanatical unison. These Oculus zealots are seriously way too dedicated to their evil jobs. Leon suddenly swerves, darting through the trees while muttering about the laws of nature. After all, a predator in its own habitat doesn't fear a few angry bees. Sometimes, you just have to swipe the honey. Know what I mean? With a flash of steel, she unleashes a flawless crescent slash, blowing back the encroaching horde. Seeing this, an eye-patch-wearing commander roars in pure rage. Leon! Trapped in the center, she suddenly erupts with a blinding golden aura, channeling every ounce of her energy into the legendary Tosan sword style, Now pay attention, even a tiny beetle flying through the night sky signals that things are about to get absolutely insane. Drenched in cold sweat, the lead dark mage looks up at the sky in absolute shock, gasping, "What is that?" He trembles as the terrifying truth sinks in. Nobody ever warned him that her power was this god tier. High above, hundreds of glowing golden swords suddenly materialize, completely blanketing the sky and preparing to rain down like a devastating storm of destructive light. A colossal pillar of light violently erupts, tearing the night sky apart and sending flocks of terrified birds scattering out of the forest. Cut to the adorable mascot Lena, happily munching on solid rocks, proudly telling Hansen that if he wants to read the past, he just needs to watch her chew. Hansen just nods while pumping out squats, completely amazed by her bizarre ability. Suddenly, Lena's eyes go wide, making Hansen stop mid-rep to ask if she saw some crazy vision. But nope, it is a total troll. She just cheers because the rock tasted amazing, leaving Hansen and the boys completely speechless. Lena clears her throat, explaining that since these minerals are way too fresh, the memories they contain are extremely short and useless. Telling them to stop staring at her like some obsessed glutton, she immediately orders the entire group to scour the area and dig up the oldest-looking minerals they can find. The hypermuscular squad wastes no time, charging toward the massive boulders. One guy double-checks if they just need to carry them back, as the rest of the team starts sweating and digging around a colossal rock. Let's pause here. Seeing Hansen watch with crossed arms, we know he is about to take over. The honest muscleheads explain that they are trying to carve out a handy grip so their boss can lift the giant boulder easily. Hansen just scoffs at the idea of a handle, slowly extending his own monstrously large hand toward the solid stone. Digging his bare fingertips straight into the solid rock, he takes a deep breath and squeezes with absolute mind-blowing strength, making the massive boulder crack violently under his grip. Sinking his fingers deep into the solid stone, he calmly tells them that gripping rock should feel just like pulling light foam, bro. His swole disciples standing nearby can only stare in sheer disbelief, shouting out aloud, "Wow." Without breaking a sweat, he starts doing one-arm dumbbell rows using the giant rock, counting out loud, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and switch. Seeing this, Block steps up to an even larger boulder and asks, "You mean like this, boss?" He smoothly executes a flawless snatch deadlift, transitioning into a perfect sequence of snatch pulls, snatch balances, and ultra-deep overhead squats with the massive boulder. Block channels his power, pressing the massive rock overhead before slamming it down, sending a massive shockwave through the ground. Emerging from the dust cloud, Block proudly declares he is finished, earning a satisfied smile and a thumbs up from his master. "Great form, Block. Your posture is looking way better." Wiping away his sweat, the proud student grins, saying this level is easy work. Too easy. Soon, the hype gym energy spreads as the entire muscle squad starts lifting and hauling heavy boulders like absolute madmen. Rhythmic counting echoes across the valley. 1, 2, 3, 4. As the other gym bros push themselves to the absolute limit, they tie ropes around massive boulders to train their raw endurance, shouting out 5, 6, 7, 8 with every single pull. Amidst the chaotic workout, Lena stands frozen with a small stone, sighing at the madness as she remembers asking them to find ancient relics. Yet these meatheads just use them as gym weights. Shrugging, she pops a rock in her mouth, but suddenly freezes in shock, realizing it is actually an egg. Deep in the mountains, a simple wooden bridge leads the way into a dark, mysterious cavern hidden beneath the cliffs. Inside the dark chamber, a shady figure wearing a plague doctor mask and red goggles sits across from a very intimidating business partner. He speaks in a smooth, persuasive tone, saying that we at Oculus highly value Master Toad's unique abilities, before explaining that transforming this area into a dungeon costs massive resources. While speaking, the bird mask negotiator casually lifts his teacup and takes a slow sip, but he instantly spits it all out, screaming, "You bastard. Did you seriously bring poison to this negotiation? Stick around, because we're about to find out. You and I are starting in the shadows, where a long tongue slithers out to lick its lips. Poison? It has a proper name. Whiskey. Croak." The one who just stepped out is Cock, an incredibly powerful Toadman leader. Holding a cigar in one hand and a bottle in the other, he calmly claims, "Do not call it poison. This is the ultimate brew." Croak. The bird-masked guy roars in fury. "You were ordered by him to join Ocus, not to take over this entire place." Unable to hold back his rage, he charges right at Cock and screams, "How dare a lowly reptile play games with his lordship's kindness?" But just as he strikes, the bird-masked man suddenly feels his head spin, his vision blurring in pure dizziness. Cock just calmly corrects him. "Look closely. I am an amphibian, not some tiny wall lizard. Joining Ocus is perfectly fine, but I do not like their terms one bit." "Croak," he mutters, chugging down the rest of his liquor bottle. Immediately after, Cock and his goons grab the weakly struggling bird-masked guy, forcing the alcohol down his throat as Cock mocks him. Come on, drink it all up. The bird-masked guy screams in despair as the burning liquid floods his throat, tearing him apart like a raging wildfire. Just moments later, the bird-masked guy completely collapses, his red eyes completely dazed from the alcohol as he hiccups uncontrollably. Cock looks down at his completely defeated opponent and sneers. Now that is a face ready for negotiation. Croak. With a wicked smile, he blows out cigar smoke and declares, "My friend, we have plenty of alcohol here." Croak. Right behind him, an entire army of toadmen wearing elegant suits appears with highly threatening glares. Now, watch closely because Cock is about to start the real negotiations. This is CC, the mysterious leader of the Red He army. Croak. He looks at the drunken messenger and mocks him. Just get drunk and sign whatever we want, right friend? Meanwhile, the spirit Lena suddenly squeals in pure excitement. Found them. But looking down at the valley, she instantly freezes at the sight of a muscular army training furiously. Their synchronized shouts echo across the land. Lena narrows her eyes in utter disgust, muttering, "Ha, these lower life forms, these lowly half-breeds." She honestly cannot believe these creatures can be so extremely obsessed with pushing their bodies to such limits. Meanwhile, two muscular soldiers are lifting weights and chatting, with one praising the other. "Your lats are looking wide as eagle wings lately." The other modestly replies, "It is just a pump. You are the one lifting heavier weight." He smiles proudly, asserting that heavy weight is the absolute truth for muscle growth. This statement instantly triggers a nearby teammate, making him freeze in place with a dead serious expression on his face. Hold on. I cannot let that slide. Unleashing a fiery aura, he argues that muscle stimulation is far more important than heavy weight. He starts flexing his massive, bulging muscles to prove his point to everyone. On the other side, his rival matches him, radiating a red energy and roaring that heavy weight is the only absolute truth. The two immediately dive into a heated argument, constantly shouting their beliefs as the air around them explodes with opposing energies. The two beefy warriors stand face to face, their intense bloodlust completely covering the entire training grounds. One challenges, "Talking too much loses muscle, so come at me, babe." The other does not flinch. Stretching his arms, he confidently accepts, "Yeah, I was just about to." Meanwhile, the rest of the gym bros watch and gossip. "Look, they are fighting. I know what you are thinking, heavy weights versus stimulation? This is wild. My chest muscles are feeling incredibly heroic right now." Immediately after, a warrior screams loudly with glowing eyes, and both gym bros get into their competitive positions. Someone comments that the heavyweight side definitely has bigger front lats, but the stimulation side boasts far superior balance and symmetry. The heat rises as the shout for pose number 1 echoes. Both warriors confidently strike the front double biceps pose. Right after that, the order for pose number 2 is called. Right at the peak of their battle, Hansen suddenly steps up from behind and coldly asks, "What on earth are you doing?" His sudden appearance terrifies the entire group, making them stammer out his name in pure shock. "Master Hansen?" Hansen, looking absolutely murderous, growls, "Did you boys just call out your abs at me?" He points his finger and shouts, "Heavy weight or stimulation? Instead of wasting time thinking about that, I would rather train with maximum effort and then rest with maximum effort." One member sadly mumbles under his breath that he is still deeply curious about which one actually matters more. Two others immediately run over and cling to Hansen to get a real answer. "Stimulation is more important, right? No way, right? Heavy weight is the ultimate truth." Hansen looks straight at them and questions back. "Between dumbbells and barbells, which is more important?" The question leaves them completely blank. Huh? Their entire army just lost their minds. Hansen continues to press them with difficult anatomy questions. "Between the hamstrings and the quads, which one is more important?" Gym bros always hate tough questions. He flexes his chest and traps, roaring, "Between traps and pecs, which one is more important? Trust me, you do not want to miss what is next." Watching from afar, you can see Gudo sweating bullets and questioning his teammate. I get his point, but normally people compare mothers and fathers, don't they? The jacked soldier quickly put a finger to his lips, signaling him to shut up. "Shh." Master Hansen has incredibly sharp ears. Gudo could only nod rapidly in pure terror. Seeing his junior scratching his head in overthinking misery, Hansen walked over, placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, and spoke gently. "No need to overcomplicate things." He flashed a radiant smile, showing off his massive, bulging muscles while offering some heartfelt advice. "Just add more weight and feel the burn, right?" Hansen's words struck a deep chord with the young warrior. He was moved to tears, silently calling out his leader's name in absolute, endless admiration. That day, the Muscle Squad once again felt that ultimate truth through their very own bodies. Hansen excitedly announced, "That was just the warm-up, boys. Now, the real training begins." Everyone believed with absolute certainty that Hansen was the one to help them shatter their limits and grow even stronger. The entire army roared in perfect unison. "Understood, boss. Let's push forward. Yuracha! Their thunderous roars shook the land. Now pay attention, let's see what that tiny creature in the distance is chewing on. It stealthily watched the muscular squad, wondering if they actually planned on doing their mission or not. Meanwhile, Lai looked highly skeptical. She tracked their repetitive movements, wondering if any real enemy would just stand still to take such incredibly sluggish attacks. In another part of the forest, Lop stared quietly at his hands with a deeply thoughtful expression. He used to be so confident in his own raw power, but Hanson's warning about strengthening his supporting muscle groups to truly break his limits was still constantly repeating in his head. Lop trudged steadily through the dense, overgrown forest, telling himself that it absolutely had to be around here. He pushed aside bush after bush to search, until his eyes suddenly lit up as he finally spotted his target. Lop cried out in pure excitement. Found it! Seeing the green slime hiding in the grass, he immediately decided to use it to make some workout resistance bands. Without hesitating, Lop launched himself into the air and shouted his skill. Wood chop! He lunged down, relentlessly striking the slime monster before finishing it off with a powerful cross punch. But then, a strange presence suddenly forced Lop to freeze. High up on a branch, a bizarre creature was quietly watching him. You and I are looking at a toad beastman carrying a bag full of slimes. He casually apologized for harvesting this local delicacy used for making wine, completely unaware that someone else had already claimed it. Lop stared in shock and blurted out, "A beastman?" The toadman asked curiously. "But what do humans even use slimes for anyway? You aren't a mage, are you?" Lop scratched his head and replied, "Well, you wouldn't understand, but it helps me get stronger." Hearing this, the toad cheered excitedly. "Want to get stronger? Why didn't you say so sooner? My big boss is a total expert in that exact field." "An amphibian scam artist, clearly," Lop asked, feeling highly skeptical. "Seriously?" The toad immediately invited him. "Follow me, and I will introduce you to my boss." Even though he knew he already had Master Hanson, curiosity got the best of Lop. Before long, he was swept into a wild drinking party with the toadmen. The wine gulped loudly down his throat as Lop chugged massive jars of alcohol. The toadmen cheered in absolute excitement. "You've got a great tolerance. You must drink a lot normally, right?" Red-faced, Lop began to hiccup repeatedly. "I'm just a rookie, but you guys are really pushing me." Drunk and blurry-eyed, he mumbled, "So when, do I get stronger?" Hick. A toad wearing a monocle leaned close to Lop's face with a sinister smirk, shouting, "Aren't you getting stronger right this very second? The alcohol is kicking in. Your strength is skyrocketing." Pure nonsense, but Lop's head was spinning out of control. He stumbled among the empty bottles scattered all over the table, muttering weakly, "This is bad. I can't drink anymore." He collapsed face first onto the table, completely losing consciousness. The monocled toad looked at his trapped prey, flashing a wicked, toothy grin as he declared, "Valued customer, this tab is going to cost you a fortune." In the pitch black, Lop woke up with a bone-dry throat. He croaked weakly, so thirsty. Looking around in absolute confusion, he wondered where on earth he was. A massive headache hit him, making him groan, My head hurts." Once his vision cleared, he realized with horror that he was in a giant, pitch-black cave. He tried to struggle, realizing he was trapped inside some sticky, green slime plastered against a stone wall. The slime was incredibly sticky and elastic, making it impossible to escape. Suddenly, a deep, raspy voice echoed from the shadows. "You the new guy? Just lie there and wait for your turn, kid." Lop looked over to see a bizarre creature trapped right beside him. He explained that this was the Toad tribe's toxic food pantry. This guy was actually the lizardman leader of the Ali mine. He insisted that Lop could never escape this place alone. Getting no response, he roared, "Don't ignore me," but then clicked his tongue, mocking himself for getting angry at a dead man. "Trust me, you and I won't want to miss how he escapes this next time. Stick with me." Block calmly asks why their captors did not just kill them right away. The lizardman boss explains that their captivity is required to help create a brand new dungeon. As Block stares blankly, he explains that it is a dark realm where monsters breed endlessly. A dark, gloomy tower glowing with eerie blue flames rises from the depths of the cave, signaling a truly evil presence. But the truth is, spawning monsters endlessly is actually impossible. To keep the dungeon running, they have to steal energy directly from living beings. This is the core concept of creating a power source that can store and maintain energy. That is why these amphibians have been stockpiling living creatures in their larder. Basically, getting thrown in here makes you a living battery. Thousands of prisoners hang along the towering cliffs in sheer hopelessness. Trapped in thick green goo, Block weakly asks if there is any way to escape. The captured lizardman boss right next to him coldly replies that their chances are zero. He tells Block to stop moving, because struggling only drains energy faster, before mockingly asking if he wants to die even sooner. Block closes his eyes helplessly, deeply blaming himself for this mess. Believing his weakness caused everything, He offers a final apology, crying out to his master for not lifting heavier weights in time. Hearing that name, the lizardman leader instantly goes pale, dripping with cold sweat from sheer terror. He frantically asks if he means Yu Hansen, the legendary muscle lord of Alio Mine, which a confused Block confirms. Suddenly, the lizard leader screams in panic, "Watch this!" He yells that they have to escape immediately. He starts struggling wildly, trying to break free from the very slime he claimed was impossible to escape. Watching this sudden shift, Block asks what he is doing, since he just said struggling would kill them faster. But the lizardman is completely out of his mind. A terrifying memory of Hansen using him as a push-up weight flashes back. Back then, Hansen just smiled casually, telling him to start those field push-ups over from count 1. Remembering that horror, the lizardman leader cries out in tears, asking what kind of monster Hansen is. He screams in pure despair, claiming that dying right now would be a mercy. Meanwhile, back in the city, Hansen looks around and wonders where Block went. A member of the muscle squad reports that Block left his resistance band behind to go hunt slime early. Hansen worries slightly because Block did not tell him, otherwise he would have given him spare bands. Lai is very suspicious about him not being back yet, but as you and I can see, Hansen just smiles with confidence. He says Block is grown up, and at worst, he will only lose a few ounces of muscle. Gudo nervously warns him that they are in enemy territory, so taking it easy is a bad idea. But Gudo's eyes widen in shock as he sees Hansen casually lifting a massive boulder on his shoulder, flashing a bright but heavily pressuring smile. He tells Gudo that if he does not want to relax, he should do 100 squats right now. Gudo can only weep silently, his face covered in sweat and tears from the brutal workout. Meanwhile, the Spirit Lay explains their upcoming mission, which targets a frogman named CC. He plans on turning this entire area into a dungeon, so they must not use their power in certain zones, or they will accidentally help him. Hearing this, Hansen wonders if this target is just a giant frog. He notes that frog legs are rich in protein, which must be great for muscle growth. This instantly triggers the excitement of the muscle squad, who scream frantically, asking if that is actually true and if it really helps build massive muscle. Shouting about muscle growth, the massive, jacked men completely surround the tiny spirit and roar loudly. They ask where this protein source is, leaving Lei terrified, crying out for help because these monsters are asking for the menu. One of them suggests splitting into teams to search, saying they should bounce their chest muscles to send signals if they find anything. However, Hansen does not seem very interested, stating that he hates doing cardio for too long. Seeing a chance to escape his brutal workout, Gudo smiles brightly and quickly volunteers to handle the search himself. He begs for the job, and despite his legs shaking violently from sheer exhaustion, he still pleads to do it. Hansen gives Gudo a meaningful look, asking if he has finished his 100 squats yet. Gudo keeps a forced smile and confesses that he has not, making Hansen's face light up in a terrifying way. He gently commands him to finish them first. Being old with a strict teacher, the poor Count is left speechless. With tears streaming down his face in utter despair, you and I can only feel bad for this poor Count. Meanwhile, the frogman hums a tune while dragging a massive sack through narrow gaps inside the cave, heading deep into a massive chamber with a giant red jar, where he meets another frogman and proudly announces his return. Alright, let's dive into this insane story. A toad hand touches a glowing magic sphere holding a whole galaxy, and a mechanical door slides open. Come on in, Toad Guy. A glowing lump of energy shines brightly, whispering that it will soon create plenty of new friends for him. The creature pours all that brilliant light into a deep pit and barks an order. Grow up and become the perfect fuel for this dungeon. Deep below, the captive lizardman leader suddenly senses the terrifying arrival of deadly predators. We are totally doomed. The giant worms are here. Giant worms crawl across the ground, targeting the helpless prisoners. These bloodthirsty beasts close in on the cliff where the lizardman leader is pinned. They bare their razor-sharp teeth, ready to strike. Meanwhile, at Hansen's camp, a buff soldier eats while asking a worried question. Hey Hansen, Block did not pack his chicken breast. Will his protein intake be all right? Hansen calmly chews his food and shrugs. Block? He will be fine because he has a special blessing. The junior looks completely baffled, wondering what kind of crazy power Block was born with. Hansen explains that Block actually has the worst sense of taste on the planet. Since the junior thinks that is a weakness, Hansen laughs. If you cannot taste anything, then everything is chicken breast. Down in the dark dungeon, Block's eyes flash with raw power. But watch closely. Instead of running, Block opens his mouth wide and starts devouring the very monsters trying to attack him. A terrifying truth is revealed. Aside from his own parents, there is absolutely nothing in this world that Block cannot eat. Block aggressively rips into the monster meat, slimy drool dripping down his chin. With pure hunger in his eyes, he roars in excitement. Who is next? Loud, squelching, chewing sounds echo through the silent, dark cavern. Block is still pinned to the cliff by a thick layer of green slime. Dozens of giant worms crawl right beneath his feet. Watching this absolutely bizarre scene unfold, the captive lizardman next to him screams in total horror. How can you eat that? It is so gross. But while the lizard guy gagged, Block was actually enjoying his meal. He feels pure energy rushing through his cells. This worm juice is sweet, and his muscles are getting insanely pumped. His face lights up with total satisfaction, looking like he just feasted at a 5-star restaurant. Block starts flexing, channeling every ounce of strength into his muscles to shatter his sticky chains. Alright, you and I both know he is not giving up. The lizardman keeps shouting that escape is impossible, but Block's eyes suddenly flash with an intense purple light. Boom! A massive explosion tears the slime apart, leaving the captive monster next to him completely speechless. Did you seriously break that? Block drops from the wall, slowly raising his head with a sinister smirk. He casually asks, which one should I eat first? The monsters literally cry as he points down, daring them to guess who is next. His twisted, drooling grin makes the dark cavern feel 10 times more terrifying than before. Meanwhile, deep in a sunny forest, the muscle squad is busy pushing through a grueling running workout. A member asks curiously, Gudonim, is there any real benefit to collapsing a dungeon? Gudo confidently nods and says it is definitely worth it. Trust me on this. Hansen explains that a dungeon is basically an automated system designed to accumulate massive amounts of power. Once it is fully set up, its energy absorption range expands significantly. Its absorption speed increases, letting the owner claim a recognized territory. Another buff member jogs alongside them, still feeling highly skeptical. But why don't humans build dungeons? Panting heavily, Gudo explains it is because humans have no idea how much energy is required to make one. He emphasizes that human society already runs on high taxes, and draining their biological energy on top of that would trigger absolute chaos. Gudo holds his head, stressed by this complex population equation. The little fairy explains that if an area seems completely drained of energy, 2 possibilities exist. Either they are keeping their territory small on purpose to prevent any outside invasions, or, as Lena points out, they have a completely different goal than just building a dungeon. Gudo and his men look deeply worried. In either case, turning this place into a dungeon is extremely difficult. Lena wonders what they are planning. Meanwhile, over at the enemy's lair, the toad guy is happily drinking, singing, and partying with absolute excitement. Adjusting his monocle, the toad asks cryptically, "Do you know why we drink? It makes tricking each other a whole lot easier." He proudly claims that alcohol makes making friends so much simpler. The toad laughs loudly among his cheering minions. Thanks to booze, they can mingle with anyone. The noisy tavern is packed with all sorts of drunk monsters. And here's the twist. The toad suddenly shoves a contract before Block. "My friend, care to sign this deal?" But Block is completely wasted, standing there with a blank, dazed look as he stammers mindlessly. "All right, stick with me," as this toad henchman forces liquor down his buddy's throat. Standing before the dazed, drunken monsters, the toad shouts loudly, "Time to make some liquor. Let's head to the workshop." Exhausted monsters drag their feet through the dark cave, their faces showing nothing but pure hangover fatigue. Suddenly, a horned monster loses his mind from alcohol withdrawal, screaming in absolute desperation to give him booze before he destroys everything. Instantly, the toad smashes a bottle right over the crazed monster's head, leaving him severely injured. Staring at the fallen beast, he yells to quickly drag him to the poison room, leading the cheering toadmen forward. "To make your work easier, let's go dig up Pete, the key ingredient for smoky whiskey." Clutching his shovel, a toad demonstrates the technique to his crew, telling them to put their entire body weight into it. This is forced cardio for the toad crew, but Hansen suddenly shows up amidst the dust, turning back-breaking labor into a high-intensity workout session. He carries carts piled high with stones and lifts massive boulders as the miners cheer him on with loud croaks. Hansen shovels dirt at a terrifying speed, commenting with pure excitement. His lats are feeling the burn now. Meet the most gym-obsessed miner in history, confidently grinning as he wonders if he should engage his chest muscles next. Watching this mind-blowing display of raw power, 2 toadmen stare at each other in disbelief. "Could he be a friend?" one asks. The other nods. "Probably." Now watch closely as Hansen claps his hands to gather them. Break time is over. Time for the next set. Soon, the entire toad crew is furiously working under his command. Flexing his massive frame, Hansen shouts encouragement, warning them that digging without engaging their chest is terrible form. Swept up in Hansen's fiery passion, the toad crew begins digging like absolute maniacs while roaring out loud. Hansen demonstrates using the shovel like a gym workout, yelling to relax their triceps as if they were doing dumbbell presses. Imagine the shovel as an extension of your elbow. The toads sweat profusely as they work, croaking relentlessly. Croaking in defiance, one rebel finally snaps and screams, demanding to know why on earth they have to obey him. Noticing the slacker, Hansen picks up a shovel with a dead serious expression, sternly reminding him to never mistreat his workout equipment. Flashing a terrifyingly bright smile, he instructs the group to take it from the top. Whispers quickly spread among the Toad crew as they realize Hansen is definitely not their friend. "You're no friend, you just look crazy enough that we got confused." Hansen looks completely bewildered and asks what they mean. "Didn't we just agree to be gym bros?" Hearing this final straw, the enraged Toad crew erupts into pure madness. "Gym bros, you're definitely an enemy." They leap into the air, smashing their heavy shovels onto Hansen's back and shoulders. But against those brutal strikes, Hansen stands completely unbothered like a solid rock, leaving the Toads utterly speechless. "You saw that coming, right?" Hansen quietly turns around and warns them not to hit people with gym equipment. He even drops a stern warning that assaulting someone with weights will get their gym membership revoked. The iron shovels shatter instantly against his steel muscles, forcing the trembling Toads to make excuses that the shovel broke on its own. "Maybe it snapped because we've been digging too much dirt with it?" One stubborn Toad still insists that logically, a scrawny guy like him shouldn't have survived their massive assault. Instantly, an earth-shattering red energy explodes from his body, completely enveloping Hansen as he transforms into a truly terrifyingly muscular powerhouse. Looming in the red smoke with glowing white eyes, Hansen unleashes a suffocating pressure and whispers with pure rage. "Who? Me?" A suffocating pressure fills the cavern as Hansen growls, asking if he heard them right. His gigantic physique radiates absolute dominance, forcing the tiny Toadmen to tremble below him in a state of overwhelming terror. To build muscle, heavy lifting is vital, but stretching with resistance bands is just as crucial for growth. Hansen roars with glowing eyes, showing off his insane gains while demonstrating the routine. But he also warns that overstretching can significantly weaken your muscles, all while pinning a suffocating Toad flat under his heavy foot. Gasping for air, the Toad begs for mercy as its tongue is about to snap, but Hansen ignores it, yelling to push through the stretch. The absolute most important rule is maintaining perfect form throughout your workout. Hansen flexes hard, pulling the red band, stating that if they don't want to stay skinny, they have to stretch. Suffering in agony as a literal stretching band, the poor creature screams desperately for help. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, the Toad leaders plot their next move as a monocle-wearing boss holding a drink admires his own handsome, cunning face in the mirror. He smugly realizes they can run the dungeon without Ocus, but trust me, you and I can't wait to see this fail. "Let's dive in." The leader raises his bottle high, loudly declaring that today is the day to raise a glass and celebrate. He orders all his heavy drinkers to gather right away. The crowd below roars with excitement, even though half of them are already completely passed out on the ground. Deep inside a dark and dusty cave, CC calmly sips wine at his desk. Spotting someone approaching, he gently adjusts his monocle and asks, "So you have finally arrived?" Standing before CC is the elite leadership team of the Redhead Legion, famously known as the Drunkards. The wolf Caveau lets out an excited growl. "Gathering us means you are finally ready to burn this place down, right?" Juliet immediately chimes in to scold him, calling Caveau incredibly rude. While behind them, the white bear Ghoulim clears his throat. While the blue-haired girl Randip is eagerly soaking in the scent of the upcoming battle, Teokes just stands there looking completely annoyed with everything. "What a waste of time. I was having a nice nap," Teokes complains. Cece laughs triumphantly. "Excellent. That is exactly how close comrades should be," Cece says as his spectacles suddenly flash with light. He loudly declares that it has been way too long since they all gathered together, so they must celebrate. Pay attention, because a massive, glowing magic circle instantly surrounds everyone. The drinking game is officially activated. A powerful, crackling surge of magical energy sweeps all the way to the storage room, wrapping around rows of stacked wooden barrels. System alerts blare continuously, confirming the sacrifice and ordering the sacrifice to be brought forward. Magical light completely swallows the entire wine cellar, and right from the center of that blinding glow, a pyramid-shaped creature with a long, bright red tongue suddenly emerges. It proudly introduces itself as Nagaro, the four-sided die, who will be guiding the game. Nagaro excitedly announces that the drinking game has begun, instructing everyone to select players for each side. It begins scanning the area and announces that 380 intelligent lifeforms have been detected nearby. Nagaro explains that everyone will be split into two opposing teams based on their personal traits. Meanwhile, Hansen is calmly eating sweet potatoes when this bizarre creature suddenly pops up right in front of him. Confused, he asks, "What is this?" The game host explains that each side will have 5 direct players, while the remaining crowd will just watch from the sidelines. Nagaro then screams with wild excitement, "Who wants to play with me? If you refuse, I will make every single one of you completely drunk right now." Hearing this, Hansen gets incredibly stressed out. He quickly asks his ancestors for some desperate advice, wanting to know what this blood alcohol concentration stuff even means. Instantly, a system screen pops up to provide a response. "Long time no see," it says. "Honestly, alcohol itself does not directly destroy your hard-earned muscle mass. Hansen listens intently as the ancestors explain that because the liver, which is responsible for protein production, always prioritizes breaking down alcohol first, the entire muscle-building synthesis process gets heavily blocked as a result. An illustration of a heavily struggling liver pops up, forcing Hansen to realize that this entire drinking game is a massive direct threat to his hard-earned muscle gains. In addition, processing alcohol drains massive amounts of water from the system, dehydrating the muscles and drastically reducing both his overall workout performance and training efficiency. We both know how much he values his gains, so Hansen immediately pales and roars out. Lose muscle? That is absolutely unacceptable. He immediately slaps his hand onto the glowing magical screen. The system immediately announces that Yu Hansen has joined, prompting Guro to curiously walk over and ask if they just need to press it. Right then, Gudo rushes over in a panic, screaming for them to wait as he desperately tries to prevent a total disaster. The Count is extremely worried, believing this enemy magic is a dangerous trap, so he loudly warns everyone absolutely not to touch the screen randomly. Deep in his mind, the Count calculates that instead of taking risks, it would be much better to stay back and observe to keep himself and his soldiers safe. Gudo flashes an incredibly sly smile, but immediately screams out in a panic, "I told you not to touch that." While struggling to hold Guro back, Gudo accidentally bumps his hand against the magic screen. He screams in pure horror as the screen confirms Gudo has joined, while Guro realizes that if he does not join in, Hansen might think he is slacking off. So he decides to slam his hand down, and the system confirms his registration. Right then, a white cat appears, explaining that this is the enemy's conditional barrier magic. While this kind of magic does not affect them instantly, it will trigger incredibly severe punishments on everyone depending entirely on the specific conditions of the game. Hearing this, Lai quickly calculates that they should send out their heaviest hitters to carry the team. The cat agrees. Together, they touch the screen, and the system registers Lai and Lena as active players. Nagaro screams in excitement as the players are locked in. Team A's roster officially includes Hansen, Guro, Gudo, Lai, and Lena. On the other side, Team B is officially formed with CC, Randip, Kavad, Ket, and Teokes. Nagaro excitedly announces that because the active players have been decided, they will now select the game. A massive golden pyramid starts spinning rapidly and launches itself straight into the forest. Nagaro proudly announces the game as the spinning golden pyramid finally stops. "You and I are about to witness an epic match of Bunny Bunny." Nagaro explains that the rules are simple, as all players will turn into bunnies. However, each team will have one designated member who is not a bunny but a carrot. This means each side must protect their own carrot while simultaneously battling the enemy. If their carrot is captured, the losing team's blood alcohol level increases by 0.1%, and the game ends. Alright, you and I are looking at the absolute worst punishment for these gym bros. Obviously, catching one carrot is way better than chasing 3 rabbits, right? Even the backup members can jump right in, making this alcohol-fueled survival game incredibly exciting. It is on. A smug Toadman flashes a thumbs up, laughing wickedly at his stroke of pure luck. Is our team's carrot the guy with his face hidden? Ribbit? But that brings up a massive question: who is he? Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion rips through the air. The Toadman flees in absolute terror, screaming bloody murder for backup. "We've got a player here. Send immediate backup, Ribbit." He panics as things go south. Over 10 enemies are already heading over there. Can their carrot even survive this? Gritting his teeth, he braces himself. "I have no idea, Ribbit." But then he looks up, screaming in total horror, because that guy is way too strong. Suddenly, Hansen looms over them like a giant, his glowing red eyes radiating pure, terrifying bloodlust. Hansen roars in absolute fury, warning everyone to touch anything they want, except his precious muscles, as his heavy aura completely suffocates the entire forest. Deep in the woods, the muscle squad wearing bunny ears is running for their lives from mysterious, creeping shadows. One of them screams in total desperation, shouting, "Damn it, everyone get over here and protect me right now." While fleeing, he completely blows his own cover. "Now pay attention," he screams that he is the carrot as the ground starts shaking under heavy footsteps. Gudo flees, but halts in total confusion when he notices their pursuers have suddenly stopped chasing. Wait, did they get bored of chasing us? Another muscle bro points up, asking if he did not hear the announcement. He explains that Guro just blabbed their identity. Gudo strokes his chin, realizing the enemies are now hunting down their carrot. But still, he wonders how the enemies pinpointed their target so fast to ignore everyone else. Then he hears that Guro is literally running around screaming their secret identity to the whole forest. What an idiot, he yells in sheer disbelief. Why would anyone scream that out loud? Another warrior points ahead, warning him to stop that guy. He looks incredibly dangerous. Randip, sporting blue hair and glowing red eyes, charges forward like a lightning bolt. Even with the enemy closing in, the gym bros jokingly mock him, saying he probably never squatted in his life and would break from one kick. Ignoring their mockery, Randip executes a powerful, high-speed dash. He effortlessly glides past the muscle warriors, sneering that he can smell the scent of absolute slowpokes. I know what you are thinking. But wait, seeing Randip's insane speed, the gym bros can only stare in shock. He is way too fast. They immediately coordinate to combine their bell swing and heavy blunt 1 out of 10 skills, unleashing a massive purple energy sphere. Randip casually glides to dodge the attack, mocking them. If they cannot even land this, they are totally finished. His swift, nimble movements make their spell miss completely, right before a blinding white, cross-shaped light explodes violently, tearing the entire battlefield apart. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Lai clashes swords with his opponent, asking in curiosity if he is dealing with another swordsman. Fiery slashes collide repeatedly in a spectacular clash as he comments on the strangely luxurious scent drifting from his opponent. Sparks of light fly everywhere, making Lai realize he is trading blows with a dangerous magic swordsman. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of light shoots straight into the sky, leaving a nearby muscle warrior staring up in sheer horror as the blinding beam shines directly onto his head. Just watching the drama, then boom, spotlighted. Over in another corner, a massive hand pops open a bottle. The beastman chugs down the burning alcohol, roaring with pure, unbridled excitement. My power is burning up, he screams, demanding everything around him to burn even hotter as raging flames completely envelop his massive, muscular frame. The terrified toadmen jump into the water to save themselves, yelling that their back legs are about to get roasted. Standing in the sea of fire, Cavo laughs crazily, shouting that things are getting pretty hot. Ha ha ha. Towering right behind Hanson's massive back, he proudly boasts about his unique magic, which wraps his entire body in a blazing armor of fire powered entirely by the alcohol he drinks. The more he chugs, the hotter he burns. Cavo empties another bottle, screaming a wild, fiery provocation. Let us burn together. Cavett roars, unleashing his ultimate technique, Crescent Flame, which sends a massive, roaring beast of fire tearing through the air straight toward Hanson with devastating force. A savage firewolf bares its burning fangs, roaring directly in his opponent's face. You are going to burn to ashes, you giant. Faced with this blazing onslaught, Hanson just calmly watches. His eyes glow as he notices a key detail and mutters, "Bunny ears." Horrified at the thought of losing his precious muscle mass, Hanson growls with pure bloodlust. Muscle loss? I absolutely cannot let that happen. He flexes into a powerful cable fly pose, and trust me, we are in for an absolute showdown next time. Alright, you and I are about to watch Hanson unleash his giant arms, completely crushing the fire monster's desperate struggle and leaving it screaming in agony. The muscular leader stands tall like a god, looking down silently at his completely broken opponent lying under his feet. Kaboot collapses onto the ground, completely unable to fight, as the system immediately issues an announcement. Team B's Kaboot is officially out of the game, and a tragic truth is revealed. Too bad, because he went down heroically, but he was actually a rabbit playing the wrong role. A golden rabbit coin suddenly glows brightly in the sky, serving as proof of his tragic elimination. The biggest question on everyone's mind is who is Team B's actual carrot, now that Kaboot is officially out of the game. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit stone room, Randy is resting, completely exhausted. She suddenly bolts upright in bed and screams at the top of her lungs, "Water! Bring me water right now!" Without missing a beat, her butler JQ respectfully brings a tray of water to her bedside and says, "Here is your water, my lady." Randy scowls, gulping it down while complaining, "Kyler, why on earth do I have to deal with all these pointless, exhausting chores?" Spoken like a true tired worker. Kyler maintains a completely calm face, silently staring at his mistress before calmly responding, "I have absolutely no choice but to follow the exact terms of our contract with Lord Toad, my lady." Ugh, I hate this. I hate it so much. I just want to sit back, drink, and have fun. Randy throws a tantrum, screaming in pure frustration. Seeing his lady in a total rage, Kyler quickly adjusts his glasses to reassure her. "Do not worry. Don't blink, because what happens next is crazy." He promises to handle everything, then smoothly changes the subject to her new gift. "By the way, do you like the new rabbit doll that we just brought back?" Randy stares at the chubby white doll, clicking her tongue, not bad, but staying cooped up in here is boring. Then, out of nowhere, she spits out her drink. "I changed my mind." Kyler quickly catches the doll as Randy excitedly shouts, "I am not bored anymore. Let us go pay our opponents a visit, guys." Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, Iwa is launching a devastating kick called the Jade Series Bronze Jump. A green-haired guy standing nearby snorts, a smirk forming on his face as he mutters, That is definitely the scent of the strong." Iwa looks at him confidently and snaps, "Get it now? Do not dare to look away when you are facing me." But the green-haired guy replies coldly, "No, not you." He points his finger behind her. "Lord Toad has arrived." Right then, a giant toad wearing a sophisticated suit appears, holding a bottle of alcohol. Looking at the muscular squad, he mumbles, "Ah yes, the carrot is right here." Seeing the zombie soldiers start to run away, he snaps and roars, "Do not run away while I am talking to you." Iwa instantly leaps into the air, arrogantly declaring she will take them all on. You and I both know a drunk fighter is always trouble, and now, Lord Toad casually sips his wine, activating his skill. Activating Phase 1, he opens his mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying, devastating soundwave technique known as sonic scream. The massive wave of pure pressure sweeps through everything in its path, leaving Iwa frozen in absolute shock as a violent shockwave explosion completely consumes the entire battlefield. Lord Toad's internal power is terrifying, acting like a giant, ticking bomb. To minimize the impact, Iwa quickly covers her ears, desperately trying to find her balance amidst the roaring sound waves. She spins continuously, matching the vibrations of the distorted space, telling herself that keeping her core tight is the only way to reduce the damage. Spinning like a top in midair, Iwa rockets forward, tearing through the sky before crashing down into the dense forest far away. Landing gracefully with her tiny step technique, Iwa quickly regains her footing. Right away, she spots a member of the muscle force lying on the ground, groaning in agonizing pain. As Iwa looks on in confusion, two bizarre figures emerge from the thick fog. A giant giraffe wearing a classy suit, alongside a bunny girl dressed in a school uniform. The fancy giraffe asks respectfully, "My lady, are you satisfied with this rabbit hunt?" The bunny girl replies with a cold, bored expression, "They are all far too weak. This is honestly starting to get boring." The two entities casually converse, completely ignoring her presence. Meanwhile, a nearby muscle soldier urgently warns Iwa, "Be extremely careful. Those monsters are on a whole different level." The scene in front of her is absolutely shocking. Hansen is lying completely motionless, face planted into the dirt, with zero strength left to fight back. One of the muscle soldiers cries out in pure despair, "Could even Lord Hansen be defeated like this?" Iwa cannot believe her own eyes, shakily wondering if that powerful musclehead has actually been beaten. Panicking, she rushes over to support him, asking in rapid succession, "Hansen, are you okay? What is going on here? What happened to you?" Hansen gasps out, his breath growing weaker, "Iwa, listen to me closely." Sensing that something is terribly wrong, Iwa yells in panic, "No, do not say another word. What am I supposed to do if you die here?" "You promised to help me get my revenge." Hansen weakly replies, "No, I must tell you this. Watch out." Iwa holds him tightly, panicking as she demands, "What kind of technique hit you? What caused this?" "Stick with me," as Hansen slowly, shakily raises his hand to explain what brought him down. "You and I both know muscle growth doesn't happen during workouts. It actually happens while we sleep. So he warns that you need 7 to 8 hours of sleep for gains. But according to ancient muscle wisdom, alcohol completely ruins your muscle growth. And right now, they are in the middle of a drinking game." His face turns dead serious as he begs her, "Please, this entire drinking game is up to you." Turns out he was just messing with her this whole time. Now she is absolutely furious at his ridiculous muscle obsession. Lai delivers a devastating kick straight to Hansen's face, cursing him out. Seeing him knocked flat on the ground, she clicks her tongue. "So basically, you just wanted an excuse to take a deep nap, right?" Looking ahead, she tells herself that since she has no idea who the target carrot is, capturing someone random gives her 50-50 odds anyway. Meanwhile, Randip clutches her rabbit doll with a highly annoyed look on her face. She expected a thrilling show, but is disgusted by their arrogance. Immediately, her toad subordinate chugs a bottle of alcohol and makes a bold declaration. He promises to clean up the mess for his lady. Looking irritated after being scolded, he stomps off and brags that his magic increases his speed the more alcohol he drinks. The glasses-wearing JQ also roars with murderous intent, telling them to repent for upsetting their young lady. He unleashes a massive blast that completely wrecks the battlefield. While elsewhere, another intense battle is raging. Watching his attack completely miss the target, the red-haired girl gasps in total shock. Did he actually miss? Instantly, Randy flies into a furious rage, shouting at her goat subordinate, Ket, "Can't you focus for once?" The goat butler can only bow his head meekly and apologize to his mistress. Now get this, he casually confesses he can't drink, meaning his accuracy actually drops with every single cup. Randy screams in absolute frustration, "Why are you telling your weakness to the enemy? That is not being honest. That is just being incredibly stupid, you idiot." Suddenly, a warrior from the muscle squad roars and charges straight into the enemy lines. He pours all his energy into his massive arms, unleashing a powerful bench press move that sends purple energy blasting outward, sweeping away everything around him. But right after, he stands there confused, wondering how he defeated the enemy when it felt like he hit absolutely nothing. Out of nowhere, Ket appears right behind him, delivering a brutal headbutt that sends the muscle warrior coughing up blood. The goat butler zips around at blinding speed, tearing up the battlefield while the helpless enemies can only watch. From the shadows, Randy casually sips her cocktail and reveals a shocking truth. Everything they are seeing is actually just illusion magic. They are trapped in a mirage, and blindly attacking these illusions will only drain their energy to zero. She explains that her special magic allows the illusion's range to expand in proportion to the alcohol she drinks, and the real Ket is currently hiding somewhere deep inside this thick mist. Randy lets out an arrogant smirk. Even if you know, trust me, you can do absolutely nothing about it. She boasts that once this game ends, the entire battlefield will fall under her absolute control, challenging them to see if anyone can actually survive their devastating combined attack. But she barely finishes speaking before a white cat spirit suddenly strikes. Seeing this, her giraffe butler rushes over in a panic, screaming out in worry. "Young lady!" Meanwhile, surrounded by dark monsters, our female lead drops a massive lightning strike on her opponent, coldly telling them to go relearn how to breathe. With that spectacular elimination, the surrounding monsters can only cry out for their parents in total despair. Suddenly, a shocking system announcement rings out. Kill It from Team B is officially out of the game. The Beast Ket collapses, foaming at the mouth in total defeat. The system then delivers a tragic update. Kill It of Team B was only a rabbit. Lai stands victoriously next to a glowing golden rabbit coin, casually muttering that she already knew this would happen. But bad news strikes immediately after. Guro of Team A has also been eliminated from the game. Lai is completely shocked to hear that Guro was also just a rabbit and got eliminated. On the opposing side, the green-haired guy smiles smugly, thrilled by this loss. But before the enemies can celebrate, the tables turn yet again with another system alert. Teokat of Team B is also knocked out. Then, the ultimate shocker is announced. Teokat of Team B was actually the hidden carrot. Lai feels incredibly proud, reminding everyone that they absolutely must report this victory straight to Lord Bimos. For losing the carrot, Team B receives a penalty, raising their blood alcohol level by 0.1%, leaving Gudo completely exhausted. He gasps for breath while they tease him about his cardio routine. But then, a massive secret is revealed. Team A's carrot is actually Gudo. The Count silently thanks Guro for pulling off a flawless decoy performance that successfully kept his identity hidden. With the drinking game officially over, the Toadman suddenly flies into a blind rage, chugging his entire bottle and growling. He snarls that his rising anger is making the alcohol kick in even harder now. Refusing to accept this result, he prepares to challenge them with a terrifying grin stretching all the way to his ears, suddenly asking if they really thought he would say something so predictable. Raising his bottle, he claims this forest, "Trust me, you and I cannot miss what comes next." Alright, let's jump into the action as he claims all energy from the past battles will feed his dungeon. Raising his hands high, he summons an earth-shattering wave of dark magic and bellows, as the Tothouse dungeon roars in loud confirmation of its completion. Instantly, a massive magic circle glowing blood red expands to cover the entire area, marking the birth of a wicked dungeon right in the kingdom's heart, as he triumphantly slams his hands down and cheers. Slamming his hands down, he laughs arrogantly, declaring that the Tothouse dungeon is finally fully established. But suddenly realizing something is wrong, he clutches his face and screams in pure rage, wondering why it failed again. Turns out, he failed yet again. The story now flashes back to before Count Gudo departed from the kingdom. Over in the training grounds, a tanned guy named Block was straining hard under some serious heavy lifting. Hansen casually strolled over, telling Block to keep his back straight, before asking him gently if something was on his mind. Sweating bullets, Block avoided his senior's gaze and muttered that everything was fine. Hansen smirked playfully, saying his traps were lying, and trust me, you can't hide anything from this trainer. Block let out a heavy sigh, looking totally defeated as he admitted he was feeling too weak and discouraged. Hansen quickly shut that down, saying he was second only to himself when it came to raw lifting power. He told him to keep his spirits high so his body wouldn't wear out, which made Block recall his earlier training days. Hansen nodded, confirming that was indeed the plan. Block continued venting, saying he thought his strength would at least be close to Hansen's level by now, but in reality, he was nowhere near his level. Hearing this ambition, Hansen's entire expression suddenly shifted. He let out a sly, mocking laugh, asking if Block really expected to match him so soon. Teasing him for having some nerve, Block immediately bowed his head in apology under his senior's intense aura. Hansen suddenly slapped his shoulder, laughing it off and asking if he had simply hit a training plateau. Block nodded, admitting that was the issue, making Hansen realize exactly why his junior had lost his workout motivation. Staring intently at Block, Hansen mentioned something had been bothering him and asked him to raise his hand. Block complied, asking if this was correct. While Hansen closely watched his movements and expression, he asked if lifting his shoulder hurt, and Block admitted that while pain-free, it definitely felt a bit off. Watch closely here, as Hansen told Block to repeat the motion while placing a hand on his back to check the muscles. Seeing that Block's arm was unable to move in a smooth, fluid motion, Hansen pointed out it wouldn't go all the way up. Block nodded, and the technical breakdown began. It turned out Block had completely ignored his serratus anterior muscle this entire time. He explained that other muscle groups had been overcompensating to make up for that one neglected area. With an encouraging smile, Hansen said this just proved Block had insane natural strength. Once the issue was found, the anatomy lesson started. He explained that when raising the shoulders, the body required perfect, seamless coordination between the serratus anterior, rotator cuffs, and traps. But somehow, Block had been lifting his shoulders without engaging his serratus muscle at all. With the mystery solved, Hansen decided it was time to teach him how to use that muscle. Starting the first specialized drill, he told Block to loop a resistance band and spread his hands wide. Hansen demonstrated, pushing his hands forward to expand his shoulder blades outward while maintaining a steady, maximum tension on the band. After holding for 3 to 5 seconds, he slowly retracted his shoulders, squeezing his upper back tight. Handing the resistance band over, Hansen told Block to do 15 reps per set, completing 3 sets every single day. He laid out the step-by-step training for his student. Once his student caught the flow of the exercise, Hansen confidently promised that he would feel an absolute, massive difference compared to before. While Block closed his eyes to focus on feeling his muscles adjust, the scene suddenly shifted to a dark and perilous cave. Inside, thousands of Toadmen minions are lined up along the steep cliffs, guarding a massive vault of toad poison on their leader's command. In a room reeking of alcohol, a dapper polar bear in a suit chugs a bottle and mumbles his power's condition. The moment the burning liquor enters his body, his hand and the bottle slowly petrify into gray stone. He watches it happen, whispering how it hardens like rock. And trust me, you and I wouldn't want to get hit by a weapon like that. All right, you and I are diving into a wild battle as this bear-masked henchman stops at the cave entrance, swearing to defend his secret base with his life. Meanwhile, Hansen starts lecturing about the benefits of strengthening the serratus anterior muscle, explaining how it supercharges your throwing power. With that, he unleashes a lightning-fast throw that tears through the air, slamming a mysterious object straight into the bear-masked henchman's face. He absorbs a brutal barrage of non-stop hits, yet desperately tries to act tough, gasping, "Is that all you got? I am the ultimate heavy drinker, where alcohol tolerance dictates power, a total contrast to our original world." Instantly, a massive hand clamps down on his skull. Hansen calmly reveals the second benefit, a complete boost to all bodily functions. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a member of the muscle army suddenly roars, signaling his squad to line up. The entire squad flexes their glistening muscles in unison before launching into a synchronized kettlebell swing routine. They loudly declare that absolutely no one is allowed to interrupt Great Master Hansen's muscle-building process. The Toadman enters the first stage of extreme drunkenness, chugging down an entire bottle of alcohol in one go. Instantly, his sonic riot skill activates, unleashing an earth-shattering shockwave that obliterates the surroundings. Seriously, the mouths on these Toadmen are absolute weapons of mass destruction, leaving nothing but dust in their wake. Now pay attention here. One muscle warrior yells to his comrades that if they feel pain, it just means they haven't trained enough. Amid the chaos, Lai focuses entirely on his own fight, knowing there is no time to worry about the other side. Gudo charges in like a maniac, screaming at the Toadman not to wake Hansen up. He grits his teeth in pure terror, yelling that he does not want to get killed by those hellish training sessions again. A massive, bone-shattering collision sends the enemy flying with a miserable scream echoing through the air. Hiding behind a tree, Gudo watches in sheer terror. He nervously realizes that the blast might have been a bit too loud. Sweat pours down his face as he wonders if Hansen woke up. Suddenly, Hansen appears with a dark, terrifying smile, whispering that he heard him loud and clear. He coldly promises to make his opponent train so hard their vocal cords rip apart while they count the reps. Without hesitation, Hansen unleashes his devastating one-arm doom bell press with absolute, terrifying power. A thunderous strike crashes down, forcing a painful shriek from the enemy, before burying him deep into the shattered ground. But he is not done yet. Launching into a brutal overhead medicine ball throw, his monstrous arms launch the helpless enemy flying straight into the clouds. Standing below, Hansen loudly counts the reps. 1, 2. He coldly warns that if they fail to count along with his rhythm, the entire workout starts all over again. Utterly crushed, the enemy can only groan under this endless, agonizing torment. Watching this horrific scene from afar, 2 members of the muscle squad whisper that they should be safe at this distance. But suddenly, one of them notices something incredibly bizarre about the state of Hansen's muscles. You and I can probably spot the danger, but his comrade shrugs it off, insisting their boss's gains have never looked better. Suddenly, the muscles on Hansen's back begin to spasm and bloat abnormally, releasing violent bursts of lightning-like energy all over his body. A flashing red system notification warns that his muscle groups have stopped synthesizing and are actively rejecting signals from his brain. Hansen's face goes completely blank as his shoulders and serratus muscles slip entirely out of his mind's control. Even though his miracle muscle recovery skill activates, the system immediately flashes a critical failure error. Things take a turn for the worse as his inner thighs also go rogue, causing his entire body to warp violently under immense, crushing pressure. Crucial muscle groups, from his serratus and calves to his erector spinae, along with his pecs and triceps, completely disconnect from his brain. His monstrous muscle fibers expand grotesquely, squeezing and distorting his entire face in a display of absolute agony. With his entire muscular system now completely spinning out of control, could he be facing a fatal cultivation deviation? Suddenly, his active combat muscle compression skill deactivates, completely burying Hansen under his own massive mountain of flesh. A bright red system alert flashes on screen, announcing that Muscle Monster mode has been activated, releasing an oppressive aura that freezes the entire area. Witnessing this terrifying sight, the Toadman stammers in shock, realizing he has felt this ominous vibe somewhere before. In his mind, a distant memory resurfaces from when he was just a tiny monocle-wearing tadpole, forced to face a legendary sea monster with razor-sharp teeth. It was a scarring nightmare of absolute power, leaving him with a crushing sense of helplessness that he swore he would never experience again. Once bitten, twice shy. Overwhelmed by sheer panic, the Toadman turns to his ally and screams, "Wait, we need to run now." But the purple-skinned man next to him instantly grabs his shoulder, asserting, "No, we cannot run." He glares at the Toadman with absolute seriousness, saying that everyone can feel it. A dark, apocalyptic vision flashes through their minds. If they fail to stop Hansen right here, this entire land will surely be wiped off the map, leaving only ruins. Trust me, we are about to see a desperate stand as the Toadman grits his teeth and roars. "All right, you and I are about to watch the Redhead Legion and these crazy Toad minions clash. Just this once, we are teaming up," he bellows, giving orders to the remaining forces Bodybuilder squads 1 and 2. They immediately surround Hansen in a tight circle. With two armies teaming up to crush him, it is still anyone's game. The Redhead Legion springs into action, screaming out orders to immediately block Hansen's line of sight. These tiny, desperate creatures scramble frantically onto the rampaging giant, with only one single goal they have, to force Hansen back into a deep sleep once again. Down below, the muscle-bound army also charges desperately toward the burning, fiery giant. Lost in a trance, memories of his old training flash back as Hansen grits his teeth under a massive 900-kilogram bench press. Armed with absolute iron will, he roars out to hit his goal. The cold sound of clashing metal rings out as Hansen finishes his intense set and racks the heavy barbell. He then strolls away, casually sipping on his water while humming a very self-satisfied tune. Hansen looks over at his master and throws out a teasing remark. "What is this? Is 100 kilograms all you got? Master, you are way too weak." The master wearing the red headband laughs out loud at his student's sheer arrogance. "Haha. In your eyes, Hansen, am I really just doing a bench press?" Hansen blinks in confusion, asking, "Is it not just a bench press? Even I know that much." At this point, his master begins explaining a much higher state of being. "The bench press I just did only isolates the minor pectoral muscle. See? He breaks down every single muscle group, training each specific fiber with its own routine. He insists that with proper training, every single part of your body can move as naturally as your own two hands. What do you think, Hansen? If you master every single muscle fiber, watch closely, a whole new world will open up before you." The passionate master offers. However, Hansen immediately brushes it off with a totally annoyed look on his face. "I do not want to. I only work out because it is fun." His master pats his head and laughs with deep warmth. "Ha ha, you silly brat. Fine, this is good enough for now." But back in the harsh reality, the giant Hansen lets out creepy, broken groans. One massive foot stomps violently onto the hard ground, triggering an absolute earth-shattering shockwave that blows everyone away amid desperate, painful screams. Wherever Hansen walks, absolutely everything in his path gets completely crushed to dust. "Block his vision. Blind him right now. We must put him to sleep at all costs." Shouts echo out as the frantic Toad soldiers desperately climb onto Hansen's colossal body. They scream at everyone to combine their strength and stop this terrifying beast from moving a single inch. Amid painful, heavy groans, the giant struggles under the sheer weight of dozens of creatures trying to hold him down. They yell to pull together, but a devastating swing of his massive arm erupts a second later. Hansen unleashes a mighty roar, sending both the Toad Squad and the muscle-bound fighters flying high into the air. This is no longer an even match. It is like an army of tiny ants trying to fight off a colossal elephant. One single, thunderous stomp from the giant is enough to show his absolute power, completely crushing all their attempts to win with numbers. But the two allied forces refuse to give up, desperately searching for any way to stop this colossal monster. Tipping his bottle back, he casually suggests, "Hey, ally. I can take care of one leg. Can you guys handle the other?" Hearing this, a terrified soldier backs away, screaming, "No, I am completely useless in close combat." The hatted henchman looks up with a horribly twisted face of pure terror. He can only let out a desperate, helpless cry as the shadow of a colossal foot looms directly over his head, saying that right now is already way too late. An earth-shattering crash erupts, but the tiny spirit Lena arrives just in time, thinking she made it perfectly. A purple-skinned muscle warrior lets out a massive sigh of relief. He cheers excitedly. Great! The bare minimum condition is finally met. Right away, he spins around to scream out orders to the entire team. Now, just hold the line. Until Lord Hansen snaps out of it, the warriors charge forward into a brutal stalling battle. Stick with me here. This moment is crucial because putting him to sleep is the only way anyone walks out of this alive. Hold the line and protect everyone. The shout echoes out as the giant entity completely dominates the entire area. A sharp cracking sound rings out as the phone in Hansen's hand shatters completely under his terrifying, monstrous grip. He stares blankly at the shattered pieces, muttering, "Oh, broken again? I still needed to check my rest times." Watching this happen, his nearby teammate can only sigh in absolute exhaustion. Hansen broke his phone yet again. Staring down at his own hands, Hansen deeply recalls the words he once told his master years ago. "Master, this overwhelming power inside me is impossible to control." He digs deep into his memories, searching for his teacher's old guidance. He pictures his master looking back with genuine care. The teacher smiles gently, asking, "Is that really all you can feel?" Seeing Hansen's blank look, he explains, "Hansen, power you can actually control will always guide us to a better path, and trust me, you and I are about to see him do exactly that. Let's dive in." The master holds a dumbbell, asking a chilling question. "What about power you cannot control?" The master's face turns deadly serious. To prove his point, he instantly crushes the iron handle of that heavy dumbbell, leaving it completely bent and horribly deformed. Sharp iron shards pierce his hand, drawing blood. It is just like a dangerous, uncontrolled weapon. Uncontrolled strength is indeed a deadly weapon. While it can strike down enemies, it can also easily harm your allies. Hansen silently looks back, remembering his original dream. He used to believe that if he helped them build massive muscles, they would absolutely love it. He truly believed that boosting their raw physical strength would bring them immense joy. Even when pushing them to build infinite endurance, Hansen was entirely convinced it would lead to happiness. But looking at this current nightmare, he has to ask himself, what on earth has he created? Is this kind of uncontrolled muscle growth really any different from becoming a monster? A glowing nervous system lights up in the empty void. Right now, absolutely none of his massive muscles are willing to obey his commands anymore. A giant, glowing red foot crushes everything below, forcing tiny creatures to flee in absolute desperation. Witnessing this horrific scene, Gudo stands frozen, staring up at the massive entity. In his mind, Hansen calls out silently, "Master, your foolish disciple." He knows his giant foot is moving completely on its own, stepping on innocent lives. As he stares at his own throbbing brain, he is forced to face a bitter truth. All this time, he was completely wrong about his way of leading them. Now, pay attention here. A single eye stares directly at the raw, red flesh. Hansen bitterly admits to himself that he never truly faced his muscles in a real, meaningful way. The glowing golden nervous system stands directly opposite its own massive, muscular form in the pitch black. Heavy, pounding thuds echo continuously through the darkness, signaling an irreversible and frightening transformation. Amid the rapid, heavy vibrations, a member of the muscle army desperately clings to Hansen's massive wall of flesh. He asks in shock, "Maimer, what are you saying?" Out of sheer desperation, the tiny man bursts into tears. Sobbing, he repeatedly slaps the massive muscles, bringing up old memories. "Do you still remember your lateral deltoid, big brother? Remember how we did the lateral raises completely wrong?" He tries desperately to awaken Hansen's mind using their past memories. Memories of training alongside Hansen flash vividly in his mind. He remembers the first time they did side lateral raises together just to isolate that lateral deltoid. Choking back tears, he recalls his leader's encouraging pat on the shoulder. "You praised me and kept me going. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Hansen's colossal mountain of muscle begins to tremble, beating heavily like a racing heart. The warrior keeps tapping the flesh. Thu Thao calls out, "Big pecs, big bro, the first day I became a bodybuilder." He goes on about the time a female bodybuilder wanted to trade chest muscles with him, making Hansen burst out laughing. Even with tears streaming down his face, he smiles brightly. "I remember it all, because you were always my ultimate role model." The massive muscle fibers continue to contract violently. Let's pause for a second. Even though it is an incredibly slim chance to help Hansen regain control of his body, he refuses to give up. The man remembers sneaking up from behind to surprise Hansen while he was focused on lifting heavy weights. Hansen had kindly pretended to be startled just to make his junior happy. Thinking of that incredibly kind heart, He continues to pat Hanson's giant lats while sobbing uncontrollably. My lats also want to have a broad, open mind just like yours. Right now, the entire muscle army is frantically climbing up Hanson's colossal body. They chant the names of each muscle group with absolute respect. Triceps, brachii, trapezius. The dedicated members of the muscle army swarm Hanson's towering, giant physique. They respectfully touch each distinct muscle group and cry out in awe. Hamstrings nim, calves nim, erector spinae nim. Moved by their pure sincerity, Hanson's mind begins to waver violently. One warrior screams out in shock. Hanson nim, his massive muscles are reacting. Their genuine sincerity is finally paying off. He immediately orders everyone to seize this ultimate, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and massage their big boss right now. Massage him quickly, we cannot afford to miss this chance. Instantly, an elf uses magic to summon sand golems. Dozens of sand monsters rise from beneath the earth at her command. Surround Hanson, and gently press on every single muscle. The sand monsters surrounding Hanson begin to use their rough, sandy hands to gently massage his entire colossal body. Lai refuses to sit this out, throwing precise kicks at the tight spots the golems cannot reach, shouting out, "Leave the spots the golems can't reach to me." Meanwhile, an ally quickly asks Block if there is any sweet-smelling herb that helps people sleep. Block confidently confirms it, yes. There is a plant here called aroma. He immediately dashes into the deep forest to gather it. I'll get it right now. Everyone splits up with their own tasks. Everyone eagerly tries to calm Hanson down. You and I won't believe this, but a frogman in a suit walks up, touches Hanson's foot, and starts singing. Trust me, you are not ready for this muscle-building lullaby. The entire army of toadmen join their voices, singing a bizarre lullaby about yards, hills, birds, and little lambs drifting off to sleep. In this moment, every single living thing begins to fall into a deep, peaceful slumber. Together, the Swole Army and the Toadmen harmonize this incredibly sweet lullaby. As they sing of silver and gold under the moon, wishing sweet dreams to their muscles, the massive behemoth Hanson suddenly opens his giant jaws. He lets out an earth-shattering roar that completely ruptures the quiet night. Watching this unfold, a panicked warrior gasps, wondering if they made a mistake. He quickly shouts for everyone to wait, his expression suddenly becoming unusually calm. He reassures them that this massive sound is not an attack, meaning they are still perfectly safe for now. Just like a whale call echoing across the vast ocean, this sound carries a mother's deep, protective love for her child. Every single beat of his massive heart symbolizes that sacred, unbreakable maternal bond. Once again, the giant Hanson throws his head back and roars. The muscle monster's roar echoes on, lasting long enough for someone to crank out 20 full sets of 15 reps. Even though the deafening noise shakes the entire forest, deep down, it somehow brings an incredibly warm and beautiful feeling to everyone listening. As his final roar fades away, everyone across the battlefield drifts into a deep, peaceful sleep. Under the dim moonlight, the massive dark shadow quietly sits down to rest among the trees. Now pay attention, because the giant's mind is finally awakening. Meanwhile, the exhausted soldiers are enjoying a peaceful sleep. Suddenly, the bright aura surrounding his giant body begins to vibrate with extreme intensity. The monster's massive form slowly shrinks, dissolving into a thick haze of smoke. Hanson returns to his human form, his face showing absolute exhaustion as his lifeless eyes struggle to stay open. His massive body collapses heavily onto the dirt, knocked completely unconscious after a battle that drained every ounce of his energy. Lying there, Hanson thinks to himself that it has been ages since he last experienced such a sweet, satisfying muscle pump. Across the open field, the muscle army and the toadmen lie completely scattered, totally exhausted after what felt like a brutal workout from hell. The very next morning, the real nightmare begins when Hanson introduces an exercise called the walking lunge. He casually sits like a king on a massive log, forcing the muscle army and the toadmen to hoist him onto their shoulders and march forward like a human train. The toad cries out in absolute agony, screaming that he feels like he is about to die. But while his crew suffers, Hanson is having the time of his life, happily humming a cheerful little train song, chugga chugga choo choo. He even reminds them that if they lose tension in their core, their backs are going to be completely ruined. The toad can only grit his teeth, enduring the crushing weight pressing down on his muscles. Let us pause here because while they suffer, Ben is smiling slyly with a truly wicked new plan. He notes that nobody treats a disciple better than their master. Thanks to the destruction of the Oculus organization, the threats are gone, allowing his plan to turn this area into a perfect dungeon to succeed flawlessly. Standing before Lon, Ben smugly asks if they know what makes him happiest right now, screaming in absolute madness that his beloved Eliz has finally been resurrected. From behind the heavy smoke, a pale woman with long white hair and completely lifeless eyes slowly steps forward. Staring at the figure, the red-haired girl suspiciously remarks that she looks incredibly like the real thing. Ben immediately wraps his arms around Eliz from behind, mockingly asking if they honestly believed this was the real Eliz. He smirks, claiming that small detail does not even matter anymore. Suddenly, an absolutely massive wave of blazing yellow flame energy explodes outward with terrifying force. First, you better prepare yourself for a beating. Ben's eyes glow with a fierce determination, signaling that a truly brutal purge is about to begin. The inevitable finally happens as an earth-shattering collision explodes across the entire battlefield. Through the rising dust, the female general swings her sword, clashing directly against Ben's giant arm. She yells in fury, demanding to know how many more must die for his selfish revenge. Ben screams in pure rage, shouting that everything was stolen from him, and telling her not to act like he is the only villain here. He wildly swings his giant arm, charging ahead, but the female general calmly counters every single strike, leaving Ben screaming in pain as his body takes heavy damage. Standing tall with her glowing sword, she calmly admits her past mistake. She says her error was not stopping him the day Eliz died. As Ben gasps in pure hatred, he gasps that letting her die was her fault, as glowing yellow veins bulge wildly across his giant arm. Losing all control, he screams that it was all her fault, unleashing a devastating final strike, until a sudden voice echoes across the entire battlefield, begging them to stop. Eliz appears, standing directly between their massive powers, forcing both of their deadly attacks to freeze instantly. Spreading her arms to stop the fight, she tearfully asks why they must fight, leaving us to wonder what happens next. You two are master and apprentice. Can't you just talk this out? Trust me, this is the start of an absolutely wild confrontation. First off, old man, I heard my master was the one who helped you with so many things. So why are you acting so terrible? She turns to Leon with a suspicious look. And you, sister, do you really teach your disciple with a sword? Is that what you call teaching? That looks nothing like proper guidance to me. Leon breaks into a cold sweat. Shocked, he turns to ask Ben, what is wrong with this girl's mouth? Ben silently realizes her memories haven't returned. Leon suddenly closes her eyes and laughs out loud. Haha, is that so? Now I'm absolutely certain. Without another second of hesitation, she suddenly lets out a loud shout. Eliz, she yells, lunging forward to grab the white-haired woman's neck. Leon glares with razor-sharp eyes. Eliz, no, this is nothing but an empty shell. The white-haired entity gasps and coughs. Watch closely, because Leon knows this creature is actually a living dungeon wearing a human disguise. As the fake shell wheezes out a desperate plea to be saved, Leon leans in close to its ear and whispers, I have no personal grudge against you, but if I leave you alone. Leon looks down thoughtfully. You will bring pure disaster. Completely drained and hollow-faced, Ben screams in utter despair. Leon, no, master, I'm so sorry, please, just kill me instead. Please, I beg you, spare Eliz. He slams his head onto the ground, sobbing in agony. What did she ever do wrong? Why does the White Kingdom always want her dead? Ben frantically claims all the guilt for himself. It's all my fault. I was the one who killed the guards. I was the one who attacked the White Kingdom. Please, why does everyone hate her so much that she must die? Ben lies flat on the ground, whimpering his last desperate plea. I'll die quietly. Master, please. Leon looks down at her student with deep sorrow but unwavering resolve. Ben, I'm sorry, but you know this isn't Eliz, don't you? Ben lets out a bitter laugh. Heh, master. As expected. Leon coldly declares, I told you, nothing is changing. Catching her completely off guard, Ben seizes the moment and stabs a syringe into his master. Desperate pleas are now useless. Meanwhile, at the gathering area, Hansen and his muscle-bound squad face off against the redhead toad army. One toad trembles as he promises, I will never drink alcohol again. Yet, he flashes a sneaky smirk, raises a finger, and clarifies, I'll only drink just this one last time. Witnessing this stubbornness, Hansen immediately flies into a rage, gritting his teeth and unleashing a terrifying heavy aura. I told you to drink to your heart's content. Terrified by the suffocating bloodlust, the pale toad leader immediately switches his attitude and promises to start working out instead of drinking. Seeing his target behave, Hansen flashes a bright, satisfied grin. He cheerfully waves goodbye. See you guys again next time then. While the Toad crew bows in deep respect to send him off, things do not go as promised. Their sobriety fails after exactly 1 hour. Once Hansen and his crew disappear, the Toad smirks, his monocle gleaming with pure mischief. You saw that coming, didn't you? Actually getting caught by Hansen seems like a problem for the very distant future. At the Ali mine, the Muscle Squad members ask to stay behind to manage internal affairs as promised. Hansen gives a big thumbs up and leaves them with some final advice. Alright, while you're here, don't you dare slack off on your workouts and diet. His loyal followers bow and shout back with high energy. Understood. We wish you even more massive gains, boss. Fueled by their sincere loyalty, Hansen flexes confidently before continuing his journey with Lai. He eventually meets up with Behemoth, proudly holding up a custom blueprint for his dream workout equipment. Behemoth, I completed the mission as promised. Now, will you finally craft this beast for me? He confirms he has gathered and brought back every single spirit. However, the Spirit King, currently shaped like a black cat, replies with clear hesitation. Splendid job. But here's the catch, we don't have any of the necessary crafting materials here. Hearing that, Hansen completely loses his temper, releasing an oppressive pressure that forces Lai to desperately hold him back. Behemoth quickly promises that they will start crafting the moment the materials are found. However, the black cat warns him, since you clearly don't know, let me tell you that the conditions to gather them are brutally strict. Looking closely at the blueprint, Behemoth looks thoroughly annoyed, complaining that demanding a solid barbell that won't bend even under a massive 100-ton load is just completely absurd. Bringing this design to life requires incredibly specific, premium materials, and locating them is the ultimate challenge. Hansen simply asks with a clueless look if it's really that difficult, prompting Gudo to explain that because their kingdom lacked the necessary technology, they had to travel all this way. However, the Spirit King instantly shifts his attitude. He confidently declares that he can make it, and knows exactly where to find the materials. The key ingredient is blackbone stone, an extremely rare ore that can only be harvested inside newly formed dungeons. Fortunately, a brand new dungeon has just appeared close by, but Behemoth warns that despite being close, it's highly dangerous since nobody knows what kind of monsters are lurking inside. When asked if he still wants to go, Hansen flexes, saying it's no problem. Trust me, you're going to love what happens next. You and I are about to dive into this wild journey as Bios, highly pleased with this decisiveness, orders Lena to keep accompanying him, leaving the tiny spirit screaming in pure shock. Though assigned this mission, she never expected to actually travel with him. Meanwhile, Gudo displays nothing but absolute, humble reverence. He bows deeply, begging the Spirit King to allow a mere mortal like himself to gaze upon his legendary, majestic creations. Furious at his teammate's sluggish attitude, Hansen completely loses his temper. He rushes forward, grabs Gudo, and starts screaming at him. Are you out of your mind, Gudo? We need to go craft those tools right now. Terrified, Gudo quickly explains that he is not a muscle-bound monster like Hansen and could literally die from a single hit. Hansen freezes in shock. He asks blankly, "Did you say you'll die if you get hit?" Staring with deep pity, Hansen genuinely wonders if this guy is even human or just a single-celled amoeba. He pats his shoulder to comfort him. Hang in there, Gudo. Bios then leads the group to tour his massive armory. He introduces a legendary set of armor that once belonged to the human commander during the Great Demon War. It is as light as a feather, yet so incredibly durable that even a dragon's sharp claws cannot pierce through it. While Gudo showers the legendary armor with non-stop praise, Hansen casually remarks, "Is this flimsy thing made for scrawny, weak people? Well, nobody else has massive muscles like him, so of course they look scrawny." Bios then introduces a legendary bow belonging to an elf elder, crafted from unicorn horn and incredibly rare materials. Keep your eyes peeled, because Hansen suddenly freezes after spotting something totally out of place. Everyone stands completely stunned as they look into the display case ahead. The girl accompanying them cannot help but wonder why such a strange item is even in here. Sitting silently amidst a room packed with legendary weapons and divine gears, a small pink object glows softly. Yes, it is literally a pink dumbbell. Gudo approaches with curiosity and asks the Spirit King, "Would it be alright if I tried to lift this up?" With permission, he easily picks up the pink dumbbell and casually performs a few arm curls. Gudo frowns and says, "This is far lighter than I expected." Seeing this, Lai eagerly wants to try too. Using just a single finger, she easily lifts the dumbbell and casually remarks, "You are right, it has absolutely no weight at all." After testing it, both of them find it entirely underwhelming. Stepping up from the back, Hansen quietly approaches and asks them to move aside. He stares intensely at the pink dumbbell on the floor, takes a deep breath, and crouches. Focusing with absolute concentration, his breathing becomes heavy and rapid. He tenses up, pouring all his strength into his arms and lets out a massive grunt. Hansen's face turns beet red, muscles straining like he's lifting a mountain. I know what you're thinking, why is he struggling so hard when it was light for the others? Suddenly, memories of his old master flood back into Hansen's mind. He once asked his master, "Why do you always finish your workouts with this pink dumbbell?" The master, wearing a red headband, smiled and asked a question back. "Hansen, what do you think bodybuilding is?" Hansen confidently raised 3 fingers and replied, "It is strength, massive muscle volume, and paper-thin skin." "Master." The master shook his head, stating his philosophy was different. He picked up the pink dumbbell and began to explain. With his massive, giant biceps, Hansen's master proudly declared, "Bodybuilding is the training method of making a lightweight feel infinitely heavy." Instantly, Hansen strains, his face contorting under intense pressure as he tries to lift the tiny pink dumbbell. He gnashes his teeth, sweat pouring down in sheer extremity. Watching this bizarre sight, Gudo and the bystanders can only look at each other in utter confusion, wondering why he is doing this. Who knows, but Hansen is practicing what his master taught him. Meanwhile, from the shadows, a pair of sharp, cat-like eyes quietly observes the whole scene. Bios, wearing a white lab coat, suddenly steps out and gasps in absolute shock. "Are you the child Kang Dong-run spoke of?" Hansen is still in a state of extreme strain, his face flushed red from pushing his limits. He gasps in shock, "My master?" Bios explains that Kang Dong-run, a traveler from another world, was actually his old comrade. The Spirit King begins recalling the words his old friend said after saving the world. In his memory, the master held the pink dumbbell and instructed, "One day, the child who can lift this weight with the utmost difficulty will appear. Until then, Behemos, could you keep it safe for me?" At the time, Bios was highly skeptical about the meaning of this request. The master laughed heartily, explaining, "Haha, only someone who can truly feel the immense weight in a light object can heal and restore this decaying world to its healthiest state." He confidently claimed he already knew someone capable of doing this, predicting that in the future, someone would eventually succeed him to protect and preserve what he built. Bios curiously asked if the master already had a disciple. Hansen's master burst into a proud laugh. "Haha, you caught me. You will definitely recognize him the moment you meet, but promise me you will pretend not to know." And that's where we leave it. Bios can only sigh, completely unable to understand his eccentric friend's bizarre mindset. Let's dive in. The master casually takes that as a compliment. When asked if he wants to return to his old world, he flat out refuses, pointing a finger straight to the sky with pure determination. "No, I still have things to lift. Have you ever wanted to bench press the entire universe?" Suddenly, a massive roar from Lena cuts him off. Hansen grits his teeth, his entire body shaking violently under the absolute limit of the crushing pressure. The Spirit King cheers him on, yelling that he has to surpass his own master. Hansen's eyes bulge, bloodshot from the insane amount of raw focus. He screams in pure agony, channeling every ounce of strength into his trembling arms to lift that notorious pink dumbbell. Determined to lift it, a soul-shattering shriek echoes through the room as Hansen forces every single muscle fiber into one final, epic push. An earth-shattering shockwave explodes right at the very center of the room, sending shockwaves and thick dust flying everywhere as Gudo and Lai watch in awe. The sheer pressure radiating from Hansen literally rips the ground apart. Through the smoke, Hansen emerges with glowing red eyes, radiating pure bloodlust. He throws his head back and lets out a deafening roar, veins bulging across his entire body as he finally conquers the infinite weight of that tiny pink dumbbell. He actually did it, mastering everything his teacher taught him about the pink dumbbell. Having reached his absolute limit, Hansen's grip slips, letting the pink dumbbell crash to the stone floor with a dull thud. He is completely exhausted, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. Now watch closely as Gudo silently approaches the exhausted warrior. He picks up the dumbbell, his face a mix of pure confusion and absolute disbelief at what just happened. Hansen struggles to sit up, looking at Lena to ask if she knows where his master went. She quietly replies that he simply handed her the pink dumbbell and vanished. Beam smiles gently, adding that he has a feeling the legendary master is still training somewhere out there in the world. Hearing this news about his beloved teacher, Hansen gasps in shock, asking if his master is truly still alive. He immediately presses Beam, demanding to know if there are any other items his master left behind. The Spirit King hesitates, replying that there is one, but warns him it is incredibly dangerous, asking if he can handle it. Hansen insists it does not matter, declaring that no matter the danger, he is determined to find his master's lost relics. An ancient stone door creaks open to reveal a towering cliff packed with hundreds of pull-up bars. Let's see how he tackles this. Staring at the insane setup, Gudo shivers and says, "Hansen Nim, I really have a bad feeling about this." But instead of worrying like the Count, Hansen flashes a confident grin, recalling the wise words of his great teacher. Master always said the greater the danger, the faster the body evolves. Hansen hypes himself up, proudly declaring that he's going to squeeze in a quick workout before they leave. Gudo can only watch with a totally exhausted expression, muttering that there is no way this guy is doing a quick workout. With his obsession for training, if nobody drags him away, he will literally stay there lifting forever. Over at the Muscle Army barracks, the training atmosphere is incredibly intense as a soldier suddenly shouts out in excitement. "Lord Gudo has returned." Hearing this, another muscular warrior looks around in confusion, wondering why everyone is so incredibly hyped up. A veteran with a dead serious face steps up, explaining that some massive events went down while they were all away. He explains that right after the monster Gokis vanished and Hansen went missing, a violent and brutal power struggle immediately erupted. Even though the Muscle Army tried their absolute best to maintain peace and control over the Ali mine, everything completely changed the moment those savage orcs decided to make their move. Standing before the ruins and bright red banners, a young warrior asks in disbelief, saying he never expected his veteran seniors to lose so easily to mere orcs. His confusion makes perfect sense, because with their legendary strength, those weak orcs should have been absolutely nothing to them. The veteran bitterly admits, "Yes, you are right. Those orcs could never defeat us on their own." However, his face suddenly tenses up as he prepares to mention a terrifying entity. Until that monster appeared. Sweat instantly pours down his face as he fearfully speaks about the terrifying tribe that birthed such a beast. The warrior trembles as he recalls the name, his face completely twisting in pure terror, eyes wide open as he mutters those final, dreaded words, the Red Hand tribe. Suddenly, an earth-shattering boom echoes through the area, signaling the arrival of an unimaginably dangerous threat. He flashes back to the history of that very tribe, where a tiny newborn orc lay inside a wooden cradle, surrounded by whispers about how incredibly special this child was. As they lifted him up, the baby's body erupted in a glowing red aura, proving that this magic wielder would become their future leader. The innocent child laughs happily. Suddenly, a one-eyed orc throws a massive sphere forward with all his might. Arg! A double heavy blunt! A massive wild boar roars furiously and charges straight at him, sending the terrified, one-eyed orc running for his life in absolute desperation. Is this really the end for him? Trust me, you and I are about to find out as a blue-skinned orc warrior with fiery red hair suddenly crashes in. Get ready. You and I are about to witness greatness. A massive punch drops the beast, leaving the one-eyed orc in shock. The towering green-skinned orc slowly steps forward, asking him if he also possesses magical power. Smirking with absolute confidence, he proudly declares that he is an orc from the legendary Red Hand tribe, and the only one gifted with magic. The fiery red-haired Red Hand orc flashes a friendly smile and asks his companion, "Let us be friends," and gets an instant okay. From then on, every time they meet, he never fails to deliver his unique signature greeting. "Hey there," followed by a brutal slap that makes the one-eyed orc scream in agony. Ah! A relentless barrage of merciless blows rains down, leaving the poor victim screaming in utter despair. That brutal beatdown left the tortured victim deeply traumatized, seeding a paralyzing fear deep inside his soul. The Red Hand orc casually waves goodbye with a smug, highly triumphant smirk. Meanwhile, blown far away, the one-eyed orc dazedly stares off, lost in his bitter past. He bitterly realizes that no matter how hard he tried to flee to this remote, isolated corner, destiny still caught up to him. Sudden, powerful vibrations shake the ground repeatedly as a panicked soldier rushes in to report the bad news. The enemy is invading. The one-eyed orc decisively waves his arm to command the troops. "Let's go," he resolves. "Today I settle my cowardly past once and for all." A massive, terrifying army of orcs marches forward in perfect, heavy steps. Carrying a colossal palanquin, they press forward. The tyrant seated on the throne points ahead and roars with absolute authority. "Wipe them all out." He claims that everyone here is either a worthless slave or part of the Red Hand tribe. Now pay attention to this. The ruthless leader commands the entire alley mine to submit, and immediately, glowing purple meteors rain down from the sky like a catastrophic cosmic storm. The orc army below can only stare up in utter shock as these strange flaming objects hurtle directly toward the battlefield. They never expected to be so completely ambushed by the enemy forces. Massive boulders crash into the steep ravine, triggering a series of ear-splitting explosions, as the fiery red-haired Oklot looks up and screams in sheer panic. Instantly, a monocle-wearing member of the muscular squad leads his troops forward, charging ahead with a fierce battle cry. "Ambush!" The monocle-wearing warrior grins to himself, thinking that the enemy is now in complete, chaotic disarray. Watching his allies relentlessly hurl massive boulders directly onto the enemy forces below, he is absolutely certain that keeping up this heavy assault will ensure their triumph. While lifting a massive boulder above his head, a bold new plan suddenly flashes into his mind. If he can personally take out Oklot right here on this battlefield, it will be his ultimate revenge for years of relentless torment. Defeating him is the only way to forever banish the dark shadow haunting his soul. Down below, a buff warrior flexes his muscles, forcing the stunned enemy to gasp. What kind of weapon is this that can't even pierce his skin? The monocle-wearing warrior pants heavily, his heart pounding wildly under this suffocating pressure. He nervously wonders if the enemy will recognize his face now that their eyes have met. Right at that moment, Oklot flashes a sinister smirk and declares, "I know what you are thinking. Will their leader actually go down?" Spotting God. Oklot quietly watches, knowing this battle ends once the chief is dead. While below, the highly disciplined muscular army continues to fight fiercely and flex their massive bodies. Suddenly leaping into the air, Oklot screams, "Die, Got!" His face instantly turns serious. This brat is aiming directly for the leader, attempting to decapitate the entire command. He channels all his power into his massive arms to unleash his signature technique, the one-arm dumbbell press, slamming down a lightning punch to shatter the enemy's attack. Oklot spits in disgust, staring straight at his opponent to mockingly remark, "You are pretty strong." Hearing that name, Guro's face instantly pales as he asks in utter confusion, "What did you say? Why am I Goot?" Refusing to believe the denial, Oklot lunges forward and grabs Guro tightly, claiming he heard rumors of a human-shaped creature who successfully unified the entire Goot tribe. He roars in absolute fury. "Do you take me for some kind of idiot?" Oklot immediately unloads a barrage of rapid slaps, making Guro scream, "Ah, that hurts. I was only trying to mess with him a bit," but he went all out. Furious at the sudden surprise attack, Guro snaps and retaliates with an incredibly powerful punch straight to his opponent's face. While unleashing a torrent of lightning-fast punches, he screams, "I am not Got. My master, Hansen, is the real Got." Guro keeps pressing, explaining that the weakling standing way over there is actually the one currently acting as Got. Battered and dizzy, Oklot weakly murmurs that legendary name in sheer confusion. "Got?" Suddenly, his gaze shifts over to a remarkably pale, scrawny figure who is trembling like a leaf in the distance. Oklot smirks, completely ignoring Guro's warning to stay focused on the battle, and instead slowly ambles toward the newly arrived figure. Flashing a sinister grin, he calls out, "Long time no see, my old Goot friend." As Oklot excitedly reaches out to grab him, "Do you still remember me?" "Great seeing you, buddy." As the scene shifts elsewhere, a bruised and completely shattered member of the muscular army is currently hanging precariously from a steep, rugged cliffside covered in steel pull-up bars. And that is where we leave it. Hansen casually commands him to crush 100 more brutal pull-ups before he is allowed down. "All right. You and I are about to watch Gudo dangling here, completely exhausted and screaming in pure agony." "You are going way too far, Hansen Nim." Hansen just blankly asks, "What?" Gudo weeps, blaming him. "You always let Guro skip workout sessions. Why does he get special treatment while the rest of us suffer?" Midway through his heavy pull-ups, Hansen casually asks back, "Guro doesn't train? Do you really believe that?" Showing off his massive back muscles, Hansen explains, "Gudo, training intensity is actually a very relative thing." He points out that his simple warm-up routine could easily be someone else's ultimate, limit-breaking workout. Lifting multi-ton boulders is just a quick prep stretch for Hansen, but for others, it is an extreme life-or-death challenge. To a true muscle master, lifting heavy things is second nature. And in reality, Guro is not lazy at all. Now watch closely, because his body has completely transformed since we first saw him. Even if Guro does not realize it yet, he now possesses an incredibly tight, rock-hard midsection. We are talking about a monstrous core built through insane, hidden repetition. Guro roars with absolute confidence. "I am no longer the weakling I used to be." His glowing eyes and hands unleash a massive wave of purple magic. He proudly proclaims, "I am the right-hand man of Hansen Nim and the greatest dog mage in existence." A colossal surge of purple energy erupts, easily crushing massive rocks and locking down all enemies in a split second. Staring straight ahead with absolute determination, he proudly declares his name to the world. "I am Guro." That newfound confidence finally earns him the ultimate chance to lead his own troops into battle. Over by the cliffs, constant sounds of heavy impacts echo as the muscle squad trains tirelessly against wild monsters. One warrior suddenly stops, dripping in sweat as he hears strange, unfamiliar sounds rapidly approaching their location. To defend the peace of Ali Mine, the hoodie builders realize they need a much more efficient battle strategy. Instead of just wasting these giant toad monsters as simple food, they get a wild idea to domesticate them, boosting the squad's mobility and combat power. And so, the Blazing Sea Rider Division is officially born. Their commander immediately orders the entire unit to launch a full-scale assault. Fierce battle cries echo across the sky, blending with the terrifying roars of their giant mounts. "You and I saw that, right? They are actually running while lifting giant beasts overhead." Gudo panics and yells, "Isn't this incredibly inefficient?" A warrior immediately responds with absolute pride and introduces it. "This is our signature toad overhead press technique, where the entire army simultaneously lifts these massive monsters while marching directly into battle." Watching this, his companion gives a big thumbs up. That is highly effective. Training while fighting is some incredibly practical experience. Immediately, the order to form a line is issued to the good builders. The warriors strike a synchronized front double biceps pose, flaunting their glistening, ultra-powerful muscles. Next, the CC Rider Squad receives orders to flank and strike the enemy from behind. Cheering wildly, they perform the CC overhead press, hoisting the massive beasts above their heads as they charge forward. The orcs stand there completely bewildered, unable to comprehend this bizarre, muscle-bound tactic. This is their newly established meat grinder strategy, as a massive crimson form descends from above. The muscular division and their toads collide heavily with the enemy defensive line. One warrior delivers a decisive strike, completely shattering his foe's resistance and knocking him down instantly. Scanning the battlefield after the clash, a squad member asks if they have successfully wiped out every last enemy. But the air suddenly turns freezing cold as someone mutters about hell rising from below. A massive, glowing red energy hand named Spike bursts from the ground, unleashing a terrifying aura of death that fills the area. Suddenly, a member of the Muscle Division unleashes a brand new ability known as Gravity Magic. A brilliant pillar of purple light erupts, trapping the shocked orc leader inside as he gasps in disbelief. The overflowing energy quickly spreads, forming a massive magic circle beneath him. This spell, named the Tower of Babel, triggers an earth-shattering explosion. It wipes out everything in sight. Standing amidst the ruins, Goro looks down at his defeated foe and whispers, "Please don't tell Hansen Nim about this skill." Sprawled on the ground, the orc smirks and sneers. "Do you think defeating my Red Hand clan is the end of this?" Seeing his defeated enemy acting so cocky, Goro looks down coldly and asks, "What are you trying to say?" The orc weakly gasps, "You guys don't know a single thing." Nearby, Muscle Squad members casually eating suggest that they remodel his physical body to force a confession out of him. Another warrior chimed in, "Just force a healthy mind into his healthy body and he will confess." Realizing he is in deep trouble, the orc quickly backs down. "No need for that. I will talk." He surrenders completely and asks, "Guro, do you know about Oculus? Trust me, we need answers next time." "Alright, let's jump in." Gudo is stunned. Is Oculus the exact group Lai mentioned? He admits he's heard the name before. The orc begins to tell his story. One day, those mysterious people approached his tribe and granted them immense power. But in return, they demanded 20% of the tribe's life energy every month. He desperately wanted to refuse, but he had no choice. Those cloaked figures had taken the tribe's children hostage. Since children are the future of the tribe, the enemy ruthlessly used this vulnerability to force their submission. The orc growled, revealing he was only obeying orders to watch everyone, biding his time to strike back for revenge. During his surveillance, he actually figured out their special abilities and identified their high-ranking officers, especially the one codenamed Water Bomb. But watch closely. Just as the secret is about to be revealed, a blinding beam of white light pierces straight through Oklot's chest, shocking everyone. He coughs up blood in agony, his body collapsing as his panic-stricken underlings scream out. A panicked soldier points to the top of the cliff and yells that someone is up there. Through the dust, a stranger with vibrant pink hair appears. He leaps down while complaining in irritation. "Ow, that hurts." "It's too hot, I told you I didn't want to shoot." Right beside him, a purple-haired entity wearing a massive hat coldly warns him, "Hey, talking too much will get you killed." He smirks nefariously at the dying Oklot, mocking that blabbing about unnecessary secrets only leads to a brutal, tragic end. The purple-haired figure silently looks down at the steaming puddle of green slime and casually suggests, "How about I make sure none of you can speak again by eating you all up?" Standing tall on the towering cliff, the pink-haired guy loudly announces a tempting deal. "Here is some special news. I'll spare the life of the first person who tells me Hansen's location." He's determined to find their leader and challenge the strongest. He notes that this group has a decent spirit, but warns them that there are monsters within the Oculus organization they must absolutely watch out for. Meanwhile, over at the training grounds, Gudo is hanging from a bar with his face twisted in pure terror. He screams in desperation, "Let go! I'm about to fall. I'm seriously going to fall." At that exact moment, an exhausted hand completely loses its grip and begins to helplessly slip off the bar. Immediately, a foot executes a sharp point transition to a freak grip to cling onto the bar. That's actually Lai, a high-ranking officer of Oculus. Hanging completely upside down, she firmly grabs the man's leg to save his life above a dense fog, looking exactly like a wild bat dangling inside a dark cave. But wait, somewhere else? A guy with curly pink hair named Gan appears with a sinister smile, smugly asking, "What did I tell you? Wouldn't it be easier if you just accepted things? Look at this with me." An entire army of muscular warriors lies completely crushed and scattered across the ruined ground. A dying warrior uses his absolute last ounce of strength to whisper a message. "Block, you must warn Hansen Nim." Carrying this heavy responsibility, Block runs frantically through the dense forest with a face full of sheer panic. He runs for his life, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat as he screams in despair to deliver one final warning: absolutely never come back here. Meanwhile, Hansen is looking incredibly moved by a brand new gift. "Under these circumstances, thank you so much." Bios, the Spirit King in the form of a cat, casually replies that he simply couldn't let them leave empty-handed. But Gudo? He is utterly disappointed by this. He grumbles, "No, Lord Bios, I'm not grateful at all. There were so many legendary swords, shields, and armor. Why on earth do we have to carry this pile of junk?" Gudo yells in frustration, watching Hansen casually accept the rusty old gear. He asks, "Hansen Nim, We are eventually coming back here anyway, so why are you unnecessarily making our baggage heavier? Hansen sighed. Gudo is bewildered, wondering what a muscle brain like Hansen could possibly know about soccer, but he honestly replies, yes. Hansen asks, do you like it? Gudo nods. Do you want to be good at it? The Count replies that he only cares to a moderate extent. Hansen smiles. Then it's easy to explain. They say to play well, having constant contact with the ball is absolutely crucial, because that is how data regarding the weight, ball control, and the results of your actions will slowly accumulate over time. Hansen suddenly drops a heavy purple weight into Gudo's hand, declaring it is because Gudo said he wanted to be good at soccer. The Count can only widen his eyes in shock at this extremely sudden practical training session. If he had just kept quiet, he wouldn't have to carry more weight. Poor guy, but oh well. Hansen smiles brightly and excitedly declares, for the rest of today, try to get real friendly with these weight plates. Hearing this, Gudo can't help but scream in confusion. What on earth does that have to do with soccer? Well, you and I are about to find out. Alright, you and I are diving into a wild ride where Hansen blushes, making a dumb excuse that round weights help with ball games. He then asks Lai if she wants to get good. Getting a flat-out rejection from her, the guy can only awkwardly try to save face. Right, I get it. Suddenly, Hansen yells out to move, using his monstrous strength to drag a massive stack of heavy weight plates behind him. Riding on top are Lai and the spirit Lena, casually chilling and watching. Meanwhile, Gudo stumbles behind them, trembling as he carries a tiny weight while cursing under his breath. What a lunatic. Meanwhile, in another location, a brutal battle erupts with glowing golden sword slashes cutting through the air. Leon charges straight into the enemy encirclement, unleashing devastating sword strikes that leave her opponents absolutely terrified. One soldier trembles, his mouth wide open in pure despair as he screams, "Monster! It is a monster!" Deafening metallic clashes ring out continuously as Leon single-handedly takes on a group of mysterious masked fighters. She delivers a brutal, fatal strike, leaving her opponent severely wounded and completely unable to fight back. Leon moves with terrifying speed, constantly closing the distance to unleash precise and incredibly lethal attacks. Now, standing right in front of her is a massive beast with glowing, menacing eyes and razor-sharp teeth. The giant beast roars deafeningly, swinging its massive weapon in a wild frenzy. Leon flips through the air, barely dodging the devastating blow by a hair. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a soldier in a black cloak screams, "Run, get out of here, we will buy you time." He desperately orders the rest of the Tua mercenary regiment to fall back, screaming at them to retreat immediately. Before the trembling soldier can even take a step to escape, a freezing cold blade presses right against his neck, leaving him paralyzed in absolute terror. Ben stands alone in the pitch-black forest, clearly feeling a powerful surge of life energy as he mutters to himself with a smug smile. Yes, perfect. The life energy is surging even stronger now. He glares at the red-haired woman with a sinister look and asks, "Master, the disciples are happy, so you must be pleased too, right?" Seeing her silence, Ben sneers. "You do not even have the brains to answer me anymore? Now, watch closely here." He stares directly into her lifeless face with his glowing orange eye, wondering if this is still his master or just a hollow shell. Meanwhile, on the trail leading up to the massive cliff, Gudo looks into the distance in absolute panic and calls out to Hansen. "Hansen Nim, a crowd is rushing our way." Suddenly, frantic screams echo from the horizon, shouting for the Count, the Count. Immediately, the group rushes forward and drops to their knees in front of Gudo, begging him desperately for his help. They cry out for the Tutula mercenary squad to save them and ease their suffering, while Gudo gasps for air from carrying that heavy weight. He tells them to calm down, catching his breath. "Whew, what is going on here? Tell me the whole story." A blonde warrior with twin swords strapped to his back steps forward, bowing deeply as he introduces himself as Talon, leader of the Tutula mercenaries. He explains that almost every member of their squad lost their entire family during the horrific zombie attack. Because of that, they hunted tirelessly for the mastermind to get revenge, but they ran into an unexpected, dangerous variable along the way. The image of Ben and his twisted, maniacal grin flashes in their memories. Suddenly, a bald mercenary from their muscle-bound squad screams out in absolute terror about a red-haired warrior. Talon quickly explains that the one aiding the mastermind is none other than General Leon, but he immediately tries to calm down his terrified ally. Look closely, that is not her. The red-haired woman stands there completely silent, with only one burning question in her mind. Why? Gudo steps in to ease the heavy tension, suggesting there must be a huge misunderstanding here. You saw that coming, right? Hansen is totally lost, curiously asking what on earth is happening. Gudo breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that if he does not clarify this, Hansen will force him into more brutal workouts. Carrying these heavy weights is already killing him, so he quickly speaks up. You know how that bastard Ben constantly mutates his body to fight, right? They are saying General Leon, the person who brought you here, is actually covering for him and helping him slaughter people. Hansen nods his head in agreement, but he still looks completely skeptical and mutters that it sounds incredibly strange. With Leon's weak forearms, there is no way she could do something like that, so it must be a total lie. With their pathetic strength, they could not even touch her toes. But just then, frantic, heavy footsteps and rapid, desperate breathing echo from the distance as someone runs toward them. A battered warrior is running for his life, heading straight toward Hansen while screaming out his name. Hansen stares at him with total confusion before recognizing his face. Hansen asks in shock, "Block, why on earth are you here?" Block gasps for air, his face twisted in absolute horror as he delivers the dark news that their village is in massive trouble. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoes from deep within a dark dungeon, where a hand is bound in chains, showing severe bruises and pooling blood around the wrist. The evil villain with curly red hair flashes a deeply sinister grin, threatening them that things would be much easier if they would just confess quickly. Despite facing brutal torture, this Muscle Squad member refuses to break, and trust me, we are about to see him fight back. Listen, you and I are about to watch this man grip the rocks, begging himself to stay calm, but his endurance has reached its absolute limit. In the dark dungeon, the muscle-bound brothers are squirming in pain, one of them sobbing, unable to take it anymore. Agonizing groans and cries echo throughout the entire dungeon. Watching this bizarre sight, the red-haired villain stands there utterly dumbfounded, wondering what the hell is happening since he hasn't even touched them yet. Is some invisible force actually helping me right now? Right now, these bodybuilders are suffering from an unspeakable pain, something they have never experienced before in their entire lives. Ear-piercing screams ring out as their bodies violently shudder. This is, without a doubt, the absolute worst nightmare any of them could imagine. The red-haired guy stands frozen, completely unable to comprehend the madness unfolding right before his eyes. Now, pay attention, because the real cause of this extreme agony is the most hilarious thing ever they aren't allowed to work out. With faces distorted in sheer horror and eyes rolled back, they scream in absolute despair. The monster eating away at their souls and bodies right now is the ultimate fear of muscle loss. Block runs frantically through the forest, gasping for air in pure panic. The moment he spots Hansen, he screams out, "Master Hansen!" Hansen turns to look at his panting brother with a puzzled expression, asking what he's doing here. Block screams in total desperation, telling him that something terrible has happened to their village. Hansen places a reassuring hand on Block's shoulder with a bright smile, asking what's wrong as we flash back to Gudo's warning. "You need to think this through, Block. There is a 90% chance we will fail." Block can't believe his ears, frowning and immediately protesting. "We took down those giant orcs so easily. Didn't you feel anything off when we launched that massive rock throw attack earlier?" He recalls the moment when the entire team put all their strength into throwing that giant boulder, only for that red-haired enemy to completely neutralize the massive projectile with absolute ease. Another one of them didn't even bother to fight, just standing back and watching silently. Their attitude showed pure, utter contempt for us. This meant those guys possessed strength on par with Master Hansen. Panicking, Block was desperate to go find backup. He wanted to go bring Master Hansen, but his comrade immediately barks at him to stop. He tells Block to calm down, explaining that even though Hansen is insanely strong, if he somehow loses, it's game over for everyone. He doesn't care about us at all, his only target is Master Hansen. Now, let's look at what this veteran tells Block. He emphasizes that only when they are absolutely certain Master Hansen can completely crush those guys will it be the right time to bring him back. Pointing a finger, the senior warns him, "Until that moment comes, do not bring Master Hansen here." Block agrees but begs to stay and fight, suggesting that they send another veteran to deliver the message instead to raise their chances. But the Muscle Squad flatly refuses, claiming they aren't good with words. Flexing their massive muscles in unison, they declare that protecting the youngest member is the solemn duty of the seniors. Even knowing the enemy is overpowered, they refuse to run away. Witnessing his senior's sacrifice, Block is left completely choked up. The veterans then head back into the forest. Block finds Hansen and lies, saying nothing's wrong and he just wanted to train more by his side. Hansen smiles warmly, saying that's fantastic to hear. He casually complains that traveling without wheels makes everything incredibly inefficient, and immediately issues a brand new, mandatory order to everyone. The entire Tuchula mercenary group must immediately switch to a scouting formation. The training session called chariot walking officially begins, with Hansen and the others sitting comfortably on a massive stone platform. The entire mercenary band has to use raw physical strength to carry them, moving like living wheels. Hansen smiles and orders, "If you go the wrong way, I'm going to switch up your wheel rolls." Meanwhile, Lena activates a glowing magic circle and summons a giant golem. The giant golems with glowing red eyes slowly emerge from the thick clouds of dust. Running quickly, the red-haired girl asks if finding the dungeon entrance is the starting point of their attack. Panting right behind her, Gudo explains that even though it's a dungeon zone, not every single part is actually the dungeon. He emphasizes that because of this, the dungeon master will definitely try to fight in the area that gives them the biggest advantage. Gudo continues to urge the team forward, adding that luckily, they don't actually need to conquer the dungeon itself. Our main objective is simply to collect the black bone stones that Lord Bimos requested we bring back, so we shouldn't worry about anything else. One of the team members asks with concern about getting their revenge. Hansen grits his teeth with determination, saying they must teach them a lesson so they never bother Helen again. Gudo, however, still worries about the situation. But what if General Leon has actually betrayed them? You and I will find out soon. Stick with me, you're about to see Lai reassure everyone that her legendary aunt would never get defeated or cooperate with a shady guy like him. Suddenly, the spirit Lena panic reports that the signal from 2 golems in the southwest has completely dropped. Realizing they are short on information, Lena orders the team to immediately move toward those golems that just lost connection. Lena is absolutely stunned when 3 more golems in the northwest suddenly lose signal too. Gudo can only wonder if they are easily suppressed just because they are inside a dungeon. This silly question makes Lena absolutely furious. She roars, "What do you think a high-ranking spirit's golem is? Regular monsters could never defeat even a single one of them." But Lena is quietly terrified because those golems were completely destroyed before any visual feed could even transmit back to them. Something is definitely wrong here. She finds it incredibly bizarre that they haven't run into a single zombie inside this basic dungeon. Deciding to take action, she calls out, "I am going ahead." Lena immediately unleashes her powerful spirit magic, using a position swap skill to warp straight past the giant rocks. But the moment she stops, her face turns completely pale with pure horror. Right behind her, a massive wolf with glowing red eyes slowly looms in a menacing stance. Lena trembles, crying out, "We are in trouble, it is a trap." Meanwhile, Hansen just stands there with a completely casual face. He smiles warmly and suggests, "Hey, while we wait for Lena to find the entrance, how about we do some arm workouts?" Gudo immediately loses it, crossing his arms and snapping. "Working out in enemy territory? No way, you will completely drain your stamina." Surprisingly, another teammate smiles in agreement, saying if their arms get tired, they can just fight using their lower bodies. Hansen happily high-fives his buddy. Hell yeah. Watching their insane muscle obsession, Gudo can only scream behind them in total helplessness. Meanwhile, Hansen casually begins demonstrating an exercise called the overhead extension. This is a great exercise designed to build serious power in your triceps. When performed with both hands using a weight, it is called a 2-arm overhead extension. First, grab the plate with both hands and raise it high over your head. Next, slowly lower the weight behind your head, feeling a deep stretch in your upper arms. For the third step, use your tricep power to push the weight back up while taking a deep breath in. Hansen points out that gripping the flat surface of the weight plate makes your posture way more comfortable, but you must make sure your elbows do not flare out during the movement. Elsewhere in the forest, Lai is sprinting frantically through the pitch-black woods. Now, pay attention here. Her mind keeps racing with questions about whether Aunt Leon is really here, her eyes burning with determination. Even if it is an imposter, I cannot let anyone tarnish my beloved aunt's legendary honor. I will catch that imposter with my own hands. Lai channels all her power into her legs, launching forward like an arrow to uncover the truth. Suddenly, a massive pillar of golden light crashes down, triggering an earth-shattering explosion right in the middle of the deep forest. Feeling the violent tremor, the blonde swordsman grimly concludes that this heavy shaking is definitely the result of an ongoing battle. Yet right behind him, Hansen and his buddy are just casually flexing their muscles and laughing, asking if it feels refreshing. "I feel so light." Witnessing this utterly bizarre sight, the swordsman stands dazed, wondering if he somehow misheard the explosion. Hansen suddenly turns dead serious, calling Block over as he notes that this vibration is definitely not coming from their muscles. You and I both know what that means. It looks like either Lai or Lena has run into the enemy. Block immediately nods in agreement, flashing a confident grin as he declares that their quick workout was more than enough. Hansen tells them to stay behind and keep working out, warning that the path ahead is too dangerous for gym beginners. After a quick thank you from Gudo, Hansen and Block blast forward like absolute rockets with a roaring shout. Time for some high-intensity interval training. Just like his own master, Hansen insists on incorporating intense workouts into everything, even real physical combat. Right in the middle of the dark forest, a pristine white lily suddenly glows beautifully among the leaves. Staring at it with curiosity, a gray-eyed girl asks what that glowing object is, and her companion gently explains that it is simply called a flower. Looking around, the young girl points at a tiny creature resting on a branch and asks what it is. "What is that little thing?" The older woman calmly replies that it is a squirrel. The tiny squirrel sits calmly on its branch in the deep silence of the quiet forest. Eliz then points up at the massive treetops and curiously asks what they are. Ben gently replies that they are leaves, She then points toward the ground and asks about the next thing she sees. Ben patiently explains that it is just a caterpillar. Seeing her innocent look, he thoughtfully asks if she truly remembers nothing about her past. She gently shakes her head with a sad expression, remembering absolutely nothing. As the beautiful golden sunset filters down through the trees, Eliz looks at Ben with pure trust. Honestly, you and I can really feel her warmth when she says she knows he wants to protect her. Alright, you and I are jumping into a world of trouble as Ben warns Eliz that more enemies are coming for them. His gaze is intense, filled with resolve and deep pain. He tells her that no matter what happens to him, she must run and find safety. Her sweet, childlike innocence makes him want to protect her at all costs. Meanwhile, in a dark castle, a red-haired man looks down and sneers at the mage kneeling at his feet. A country mage from the borderlands? With a pathetic background like this, it is hard to accept you. He gives a sinister smirk, adding that luckily, his big boss is actually quite interested in the mage's research. The green-haired mage trembles, sweat pouring down as he replies that it is a true honor to be noticed. The red-haired man starts questioning him, asking if his current project is a living dungeon. The terrified mage quickly confirms it. The red-haired man laughs as he walks off, declaring that it is basically a massive walking battery. When the mage hesitantly tries to correct him, the red-haired man immediately brushes him off. Now pay attention here, because he leans right into the mage's ear, his eyes glowing red with pure bloodlust to deliver a chilling threat. So when that thing is finished, you know what to do, right? Hand it over to me without any trouble. Back in the forest, Eliz anxiously asks Ben if something terrifying is about to happen. Ben quickly forces a reassuring smile, telling her that everything is fine and there is nothing to fear. Looking at Eliz with deep worry, Ben confesses that he is terrified of losing her again. Eliz stares back, noting how his eyes always seem so incredibly sad. She gently touches his cheek, wondering if it is all her fault, but he quickly grabs her hand to reassure her. That is not true. Trusting him completely, Eliz gently pats his head to comfort him, promising to always stay by his side just like he wants. Blushing, Ben emotionally calls out her name, Eliz. Then, suddenly, a dark shadow with a creepy, grinning face appears right behind them, declaring that they found them. Ben's face instantly pales in sheer terror. Panicked, Ben screams for Eliz to run immediately, just as Hansen slowly steps out from the shadows. Recognizing him, Ben asks if it is that same guy from last time, wondering if he is back to bullying beginners. Hansen easily blocks the incoming strike with his bare hands, warning him not to show off his power the moment they meet. One of his squad members looks around, confused, saying that nobody is here and they must have taken a wrong turn. You and I both know how muscleheads think, and Hansen genuinely wonders if his own muscles guided him here by mistake. Furious, Ben screams, asking what on earth he is talking about, before lunging forward to attack. Hansen quickly closes the distance, grabbing his opponent tight and shouting out a bizarre exercise move. Hansen suddenly slams Ben directly to the ground with a devastatingly powerful chest press technique, creating a massive, bone-shattering impact. Crushed under giant hands, Ben can only let out a cry of pain, completely helpless against the sheer force. With glowing, cold eyes, Hansen demands to know if Ben is the absolute worst guy who bullies gym newbies. Ben writhes under the massive, crushing pressure, struggling desperately and screaming out in pure agony. Right then, seeing that Ben is defeated and in grave danger, Eliz suddenly steps forward, bright energy erupting from her hands as she screams for everyone to stop right now. Sensing the dangerous threat, a panicked Ben desperately screams out, telling Eliz not to do it. A muscle squad member rushes over to Hansen, warning him that this power feels even stronger than Master Leon's slash. Amidst the blinding light, Eliz declares that even though her massive energy is dangerous, she cannot just stand by and watch. Seeing things spiral out of control, Ben frantically yells that she has got it all wrong, Eliz. He promises to stop fighting and begs her to stop. But Eliz just smiles with firm resolve, declaring she will protect him just like he protected her. Even with her memories lost, Eliz can still feel their beautiful bond, channeling all of her power into a massive glowing energy sphere. Exhausted on the ground, sweat dripping, Ben screams out in absolute despair. Stop, Eliz. That is not how it is. Meanwhile, in a dark, ominous chamber, the red-haired Gan quietly watches a child being drained of power, curious about what happens when the energy runs out. Gan coldly replies that once completely drained, the child will undoubtedly lose their life. Back on the glowing battlefield, Eliz cries out with pure determination, promising to protect him this time. She releases her ultimate power, triggering a massive, earth-shattering explosion that engulfs everything. Elsewhere, La decides to take the initiative and head out early to investigate the situation. She immediately casts her special spirit magic, named Position Swap, turning into a stone to teleport. But as you and I watch her arrive at her destination, it is clear she has just landed straight into a terrifyingly bad situation. Alright, stick with me because a terrifying giant wolf with glowing red eyes is looming right in front of her. The beast roars furiously and charges straight at Lena, baring its razor-sharp teeth. In this split-second life-or-death moment, Lena quickly activates her Stonemaker spirit art. She conjures a solid stone block right inside its jaws. The wolf bites down hard on rock instead of flesh, basically getting a brutal, unwanted dental scraping on those sharp fangs. Taking her chance, a terrified Lena runs for her absolute life, drenched in cold sweat. Lena tells herself she has to buy time at all costs, because her golem summon is still on cooldown. She quickly casts her stone screen spell, erecting a massive, solid rock wall to block the relentless pursuit of her terrifying enemy. While desperately calculating her very last options, Lena suddenly freezes. She watches in absolute horror as a colossal, violent tornado begins swirling furiously in the distance. Lena immediately fights back with stone missile, launching a barrage of sharp rocks at her foe. But check this out. The beast activates Bornado, creating a dark, bone-chilling cyclone that shreds everything in its path. A devastating impact sends Lena flying backward, her desperate scream echoing through the air. The spirit Lena activates her floor whim skill, wrapping herself in a bright green light to dive deep underground. Hiding beneath the heavy soil, she confidently reassures herself that she is safe down here. Non-spirit entities cannot hurt her when she is deep underground, you know? But before she can even celebrate, the giant wolf above catches her scent and starts clawing the ground. Lena gasps in shock as the beast digs a deep trench and dives straight down toward her. She screams in disbelief, asking if it is a mole, calling it a damn dog. Terrified out of her mind, Lena bursts into tears. Meanwhile, cutting back to Lai, she finds her path blocked by a mysterious figure. She demands answers, begging her aunt to wake up and asking what dirty tricks they used on her, desperately trying to bring back the loving aunt she once knew. Deep in her memories, a voice echoes, reminding Lai that her Aunt Leon is too busy and telling her to stop begging her to play. But the little girl just beams with a bright smile, insisting that she is not playing around, she is actually training. Her aunt then gets serious, instructing Lai to hold the weapon properly, pointing to the sword and explaining every detail. This section right here is the hilt of the sword. During their training, Aunt Leon once presented a scenario where the opponent completely overwhelms her in raw strength. She asked young Lai, "How would you respond in a situation like this?" Back in the present fight, Lai channels all her power into her legs and answers with pure action. If it were her, she would use her body's natural flexibility. She moves like a flash of lightning, lowering her stance to slip right beneath her opponent. Moving at a terrifying speed, Lai yells that she needs to go even faster, determined to overwhelm her enemy no matter what. Metal clashes violently as Lai suddenly realizes that her opponent's speed is actually on a completely different level than her own. Lai gasps in utter shock as countless glowing golden swords suddenly surround her from all sides. Now I know what you're thinking. She's trapped. But Lai knows that even with endless strikes, there's always an opening. She just has to find that single weakness to turn the tables. Lai immediately spins into action, weaving through the deadly rain of swords like a fast, graceful whirlwind. She quickly regains her balance, lowering her stance to prepare for an explosive counterattack. Lai continuously spins her body at maximum velocity, generating highly powerful, swirling vortexes of energy. Right after, Lai pours all her energy into her signature rising sword battle aura technique, drawing her blade for one final, decisive strike. Staring at the majestic figure before her, Lai wonders if her sword will finally be able to reach her beloved aunt. A massive, earth-shattering collision erupts, engulfing the entire battlefield in a blinding wave of golden light. Even as she struggles to hold her ground, Lai smiles warmly and admits she still has a lot to learn from her. Lai screams her aunt's name, Leon, as she brings down a devastating, thunderous strike from above. But her sword is completely stopped, caught effortlessly with just a couple of bare fingers. Lai is hit with a painful, crushing realization. She is blown backward, crashing onto the hard ground in absolute despair. As she drifts into unconsciousness, precious childhood memories of her beloved aunt suddenly come rushing back. She sees her younger self running over excitedly, shouting for her aunt to look at what she made especially for her. The little girl says while proudly holding up a tiny wooden sword. Lai realizes a deep, profound truth. Deep down, her sword had actually reached her aunt all along. Meanwhile, in another location, Eliz is absolutely horrified to discover that something extremely strange is happening to her own body. She whispers in pure terror, "This is so weird." Even though she desperately wants to protect everyone, she cannot control her actions. What is happening to her body? At the same time, Hansen uses his overwhelming physical strength to pin Ben down, leaving him completely helpless under his giant hands. This marks the very beginning of a living dungeon, a terrifying concept that has never existed before. And trust me, you and I are about to see how implanting a dungeon core into a living host turns them into a monster-making machine. Alright, You and I are about to watch a glowing energy map consume and transform this host's body in completely unpredictable ways. Since this is an entirely unprecedented experiment, there is absolutely no information on how to harness this energy, nor any protocols to deal with a sudden mutation of this scale. A world-shattering blast of pure energy erupts, ripping through space and leaving devastating chaos in its wake. Hansen looks down at Ben, trembling at his feet, and awkwardly apologizes. Sorry about that. I really did not mean to bully you. Even in a fight, Hansen remains polite to a fault. Realizing Eliz is in critical condition, Hansen rushes over in a panic, calling her name as she desperately gasps for air, her body completely giving out. What should I do? I cannot stop this power from leaking out of my body. He tells himself he has to find a solution right now, as a single, urgent command repeats over and over in his mind. Think, 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 think. Hansen suddenly realizes that Eliz's current state is exactly like a chipped bowl that is desperately trying to hold on to water. Her very life force is constantly leaking out through the deep cracks forming all over her body. But the scale of the crisis is immense, like a massive dam bursting open as her wild energy rushes out like a raging torrent. And don't blink, because the harsh truth is, there's absolutely no way to stop this. Watching from behind, Hansen can only stand there in utter shock, wondering how she ended up like this. Ben desperately clutches his head, screaming in agony that if plugging a single tiny leak in a giant dam is already completely impossible, then how could any human sever the connection between her body and this exploding energy? There has to be something that can stop this, right? Suddenly, deep in the woods, a violent column of fire erupts. In an instant, the ultimate Yang energy technique, the Yang-in sword, is unleashed. To grasp this insane pressure, look at the world's elite free divers, who can only reach a depth of 110 meters. For every 10 meters they go deeper, the water pressure doubles, making it impossible to survive down there without professional training. Yet, look at the giant Nguri Dam, towering at a terrifying 271.5 meters. For a tiny human to reach and repair the shattered foundation of this dam sounds like nothing but a hopeless delusion. Amidst the thunderous, deafening roar of rushing water, a single hand reaches into the blinding light, gripping a black sword forged from unique energy, with the sole purpose of severing the core of this living dungeon entity. Turning the absolute impossible into reality is the ultimate testament to a master swordsman's power. Under the glowing sunset, the red-haired General Leon majestically emerges, carrying an unconscious Eliz gently in her strong arms. And then, the unstable massive energy, having lost its host, begins to violently explode. Now, you and I can see Ben looking completely helpless as that massive sphere of light expands deep in the forest. His eyes widen in pure terror, blood vessels popping in his shaking pupils as he frantically runs away, screaming for everyone to get back. A colossal, earth-shaking explosion erupts a split second later, swallowing everything in a blinding flash of light. No, it is honestly like a meteor of pure light crashing into the earth. As the dust finally starts to clear, Hansen approaches, asking, "Block, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Block struggles to stand up, backing away slowly as he replies, "I am fine." "But, Hansen!" Block's face suddenly turns pale as he screams a warning, "It is coming!" Instantly, he channels all his massive strength into his arms, hurling a giant boulder forward. The hidden enemy with glowing red eyes barely registers the oncoming projectile before a devastating impact generates a massive, shocking shockwave. Hansen performs a powerful jumping squat, completely shattering the ground beneath him. He launches himself into the air, showing off his incredibly ripped, powerful muscles. Seeing this mind-blowing display of strength, Ben begins to tremble. Sweating bullets, he mutters in absolute shock. I never expected Leon to possess this level of raw power and refined technique. Because of this, Eliz's life is saved, but Leon will definitely pay a heavy price for it. Her remaining time is running out fast, as terrifying cracks begin to shatter and web across her entire body. In a wild frenzy, that dark entity screams, "Leon, fight until your very body shatters to pieces." That is the ultimate redemption for the general. It is as if a magical force is driving her to fight until her very last breath. A space-tearing slash charges straight towards Hansen, leaving him with only enough time to let out a terrified scream. Hansen screams in absolute panic, "Watch out! The training gear is falling, do not try to catch it." Yet, Block stands firm with absolute determination, declaring that his past self would never have tried to catch it. He then flashes a highly confident, radiant smile. "But I am different today." He proudly shows off his brand new secret weapon, a simple rubber band tied around his waist. This is the very gear that Bios gifted to Block. Although it looks exactly like a standard rubber band at first glance, the truth is, it is literally just a rubber band. And trust me, you and I can see Bios, who was Dongjun's teammate, realized Block's physical weakness and gave him this band for a reason. Through his sense of touch, "All right, you and I are jumping right back in as this strap helps Block feel his core muscles, keeping him fully balanced with every single step. Turns out, that simple strap was the secret key to building his muscles to an unbelievable level. Standing nearby, Hansen gives his junior a big thumbs up to praise this insane growth, while Block just scratches his head and laughs it off. Haha, so that's the story. Look, I really want to celebrate your gains, kid, but right now, you need to run. Shocked, Block asks why. But before he can even process the situation, Hansen warns him that Leon's massive forearms are looking deadly serious right now. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy blasts forward as a panicked soldier screams out at the top of his lungs. It's coming, get down. Hansen channels raw power into his massive arms, using steel-hard forearms to block a devastating lightning strike from his opponent. He silently warns any gym newbies out there that taking this kind of raw power head-on is a suicide mission. Over at the training grounds, Count Gudo strains with pure determination as he lifts a massive stone weight right over his head. Witnessing this incredible physical transformation, a young soldier walks up to the Lord to praise his progress. My lord, your build has gotten so much thicker. Panting heavily with sweat pouring down his face, Gudo looks up and asks if the change is really that obvious. Without wasting a second, he hits a classic flexing pose to show off the bulging, shredded muscles on his arms. Gudo laughs with pure satisfaction, agreeing that now that he thinks about it, his body really has transformed completely. After endless brutal training sessions under Hansen, he finally gets to show off in front of his juniors. He looks down at his toned physique, then gazes out at his slowly reviving kingdom, his body, and the kingdom itself. Meanwhile, on a peaceful street corner, a little kid holding his mother's hand wonders aloud, "Mom, have you noticed how different everyone looks lately?" His mother stares back in confusion, asking, "What do you mean they changed?" Just down the road, a female soldier flashes a bright, energetic smile and asks, "Wait, what?" Culture truly shifts over time. Under the heavy influence of a new environment and fresh values, everything keeps constantly evolving. In the White Kingdom, traditional swordsmanship has been completely overshadowed by the absolute necessity of bodybuilding workouts. This has triggered a rapid transformation within the military ranks. Now, even standard daily drills are completely packed with the hyper-focused energy of muscle building. Massive, glistening muscles, shining under the bright sun, have slowly but surely become the ultimate new standard of strength. Yet, a small, stubborn group of traditionalists still refuses to abandon pure swordsmanship. To them, Commander Leon remains an irreplaceable icon of pure skill, even though the vast majority of people have converted to muscle training. Now pay attention here. Leon suddenly ambushes Hansen with a blindingly fast strike. Unleashing a massive wave of energy, she activates her legendary mountain-overturning sword technique, filling the sky with countless glowing blades. Trapped in the center, Hansen stands completely alone, taking the full force of the deadly sword rain pouring from above. The relentless impacts force him to scream out in absolute agony. Watching this horror, Count Gudo screams in terror, but even while crushed under this insane power, Hansen still managed to order his teammates to stay far away. Lai rushes in just in time, yelling for her senior brother to wait up. She closely watches her aunt, realizing that the dark brainwashing spell controlling Leon is finally starting to shatter after this direct clash. She deeply hopes this clash will finally awaken Leon's consciousness, remembering that her aunt always valued raw, hands-on sparring and real combat experience far above everything else. Looking closely at the bulging muscles taking the brutal sword rain head-on, she notices there are 0 deep cuts or serious injuries on his body. Lai begins to wonder if her aunt is actually using this chaos to train Hansen, but Block immediately brushes that idea off. I know what you're thinking, but he claims normal swords can't pierce muscles forged through extreme training. The real issue? Hansen's mind isn't fully in the zone yet. He believes that if Lai is right, passing this trial will push Hansen straight to an entirely new tier of absolute power. In the middle of the earth-shattering explosions, Hansen screams in pain as the suffocating pressure closes in on him. Leon's blinding speed is simply too fast, easily outpacing the nerve signals traveling from Hansen's brain to his massive muscle groups. Faced with this extreme life-or-death crisis, how can raw muscles hope to triumph over a legendary sword? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes deep inside Hansen's mind. It seems Aunt Leon is trying to establish a direct mental link with him. She delivers a cryptic, profound question. Hansen, how connected are your brain and your physical body, really? While non-stop impacts violently shake his body, a stunned Hansen struggles to comprehend the true meaning behind her strange question. Deep within his subconscious, a bizarre conversation between his brain and muscle systems begins, making Hansen realize that throughout his entire life, he had never truly listened to or understood the physical muscles he relied on so much. His mind gets blasted for overthinking everything, and that's where we leave it for now. Alright, you and I are about to see a clash where the brain tries to analyze adversity, but the body reacts with a truth that is far simpler. Every movement and every ounce of superhuman strength actually comes down to just 2 basic actions, contraction and expansion. Grasping this ultimate core truth, Hansen roars as a massive wave of power surges, making his muscles swell up violently. Although the mind and body are normally separate, they now fuse completely into one, executing this single movement with absolute, razor-sharp focus. Even his conscious thoughts are entirely shut down, redirecting all energy to fuel this ultimate, explosive muscle contraction. The opponent immediately unleashes their battle aura, adopting the mountain-splitting stance, drawing their sword under the full moon to face his heavy attack. A cataclysmic overhead press slams down with earth-shattering force, utterly crushing all resistance and blowing the opponent completely away. Leon falls into a state of total exhaustion, her body cracking severely. She weakly whispers to herself, "Is it finally time to rest?" Slowly losing consciousness, she drifts away into a bright, golden void of nothingness. She understood the blade's sharpness better than anyone, yet today, even the sword fell before the sheer will of human muscle. In front of the recruitment board for Swordmaster Leon, an excited crowd gathers, whispering in anticipation. To train under the legendary Swordmaster, who cares about the Mao clan anymore? Pumped with adrenaline, they shout together, "Let's go!" Staring at the massive turnout, Leon gasps in absolute shock. Oh my goodness, why are there so many people here? Now pay attention, because all of them share an insane passion for swordsmanship, creating a massive, muscular sea of pure hype. Leon cannot hide her joy, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "I am so glad that my deep understanding of the blade helps me teach them perfectly." Leon personally demonstrates with meticulous care. "The direction of your force must go like this." The disciples train hard, parrying and slashing on command, while a student in a red headband cheers excitedly after successfully pulling off a move. "All right, Master, did I do this right?" Noticing his rapid progress, Leon flashes a proud thumbs up in approval. "Wow, I have no idea who trained you before, but you are a true genius." Her first generation of disciples are successfully forged into exceptionally skilled swordsmen, and they quickly seize the chance to become true heroes in a chaotic, raging war. Leon watches their departing backs with eyes full of immense pride. Before leaving, the red headband student proudly swears, "I will achieve great glory so I never bring shame to your name, Master." But the cruel reality of war brutally crushes all their hopes. They fail miserably, and her beloved disciples never make it back home alive. The only things that make it back are their blood-stained belongings. Standing before three simple, tragic graves marked only by broken swords, Leon bitterly admits that this is her ultimate failure. Under the dim moonlight, her face turns colder and more resolute than ever. Leon realizes a harsh, painful truth: simply becoming strong is not going to be enough to survive. Real combat experience is the absolute core key to staying alive. You and I both know she had to change her ways, so she transforms her training, ramping up live sparring matches for the soldiers. Leon begins teaching her students how to channel battle aura, making their swords glow with a powerful, brilliant gold light. Even with constant updates to her lessons, Leon still feels tortured looking at the growing rows of graves, reminding her that she must keep evolving her swordplay to protect them. Thanks to these training improvements, the number of surviving disciples returning from the battlefield slowly grows, as they crowd around her to express their endless gratitude. But no matter how hard she tries, casualties keep happening, leaving Leon to collapse in agony in the cold graveyard at night. The razor-sharp swords of her fallen students become a constant, terrifying nightmare. Suddenly, a violent rain of swords pours from the sky, piercing through the air, stabbing deep into the female general's soul. She suddenly bolts awake in her bed, screaming out in pure, unfiltered terror. Leon gasps for breath, drenched in sweat from the nightmare, forcing a weak laugh to calm herself down. "Ah, so it was just a dream?" She sighs with relief, thinking, "My stamina must be low lately to cause such nightmares." She eagerly throws open the window, planning to do an early morning meditation session to clear her mind. But out in the dark cemetery filled with thousands of sword graves, a pitch-black hand suddenly bursts from the ground, grabbing someone's ankle. Leon looks around in absolute horror, her face turning pale as thick darkness begins to close in, and skeletal shadow hands emerge from the void to surround her. Haunting groans of hatred echo all around, forcing Leon to cry out in deep despair. And trust me, you and I are left hanging as the dark entities drag her down in this critical, life-or-death moment. All right, you and I are jumping right into the moment. Leon pours everything into one final, brilliant strike, desperately struggling to break free from the grip of screaming spirits, as a massive, bottomless abyss opens up, burning like molten lava. She stands frozen on the rocky edge, staring in absolute shock at a sea of fire, where thousands of fallen soldiers are writhing in agony. Anguished cries echo from the depths of hell, screaming, "Leon, you belong here with us. You killed us, so come join us." Suddenly, this horrifying vision cuts away to a peaceful house resting quietly under a beautiful blue sky. But in an instant, a massive slash of light crashes down, sending painful memories of her former disciples flooding back into Leon's mind. She simply cannot let go of her past failures, or the tragic ways her beloved students died. Her disciples were everyone from neighbors and friends to lovers, family, and ordinary townspeople. Now, she slowly whispers each of their names like a painful confession. Sly, Henry, Jack, Laura, Maddie, William, Matthew. The swords planted atop their graves begin to violently shake, unleashing a massive wave of spiritual energy. Leon continues to call out the names of the fallen: Mary, Gray, Joda Jackson, Amy. Watch closely right here, those blades violently shake, erupting into massive flames that unleash her legendary Sword Mountain Forest technique. Facing a towering forest of burning blades, Leon quietly whispers, "Yes, just like the name of this technique, it means my sins have piled up high like mountains of iron and steel." She raises her glowing blade amidst the fire and boldly declares, "I will dance with my sword until you are all finally satisfied." Back in the forest, Hanson and the others panic around an unconscious Leon. Desperate cries for help ring out through the woods. "Auntie, please, you have to open your eyes." Leon lies collapsed on the ground, gasping out her final, weak breaths. "Ah, I failed to protect them." Lai frantically grabs Hanson, sobbing in pure despair. "Hanson, do something, please. Use your physical magic or anything. Just save my aunt." As the girl begs him, Hanson stays completely silent, his face filled with deep, heavy thoughts. Lai continues to scream, "If anything happens to my aunt because of you," but Hanson chokes up and explains that even before the battle, Master Leon's body was already breaking down. He believes this is the devastating toll of forcing such a massive source of power to separate from her physical body. Lai stands completely frozen as tears stream down her face, while Leon lies there, still trapped in her deepest mental shadows. She whispers a long overdue apology to her departed students, saying, "I am so sorry, my children. If I had never taught you swordsmanship, perhaps you all would have lived normal, peaceful, and happy lives." In deep agony, she blames herself for arriving too late, wondering just how much her students must hate her. Suddenly, Hanson steps forward with a calm, reassuring smile and says, "Leon, this is all thanks to you." He casually explains that thanks to her, he was able to communicate with his muscles and pull off much better movements. "You and I are probably thinking the same thing. What is he talking about?" Hanson continues his bizarre philosophy, asking if reaching the absolute peak of power would let someone talk to their sword too. While Lai stands there completely bewildered, clear voices calling out Master suddenly echo from the void. Countless brilliant swords of light manifest out of nowhere, completely illuminating the dark, gloomy space. They call out to Master Leon, as the glowing spirits of her departed disciples appear in a brilliant light. They offer their deepest gratitude to their master for showing them a whole new world and letting them experience the joy of becoming strong. Even though they could not become legendary heroes, to them, learning swordsmanship made their entire lives incredibly exciting and meaningful. No, that is not true. If you had not studied swordsmanship, you would not have had to die like this. One spirit smiles and asks, "Master, do you regret learning the sword?" Together, the disciples declare they have never once regretted it and always felt happy. "Do you all truly not hate me?" A glowing spirit answers with absolute certainty, "Of course not. It is time now, so let us go together. We have so many amazing sword techniques to show you." A warm hand of pure light reaches out toward Leon. She gently takes it, walking away surrounded by her beloved disciples, who eagerly compete to show off their skills. Before fading away into eternity, Leon looks back at Hanson with her most radiant smile, leaving him with her final words. "The rest, I entrust entirely to you, Hanson." Just like that, her painful regrets are finally washed away, leaving her soul at complete, gentle peace before she departs. The system suddenly announces that his physical muscles and mind have reached unprecedented levels of synchronization, officially unlocking the legendary skill, Absolute Conditional Reflex. Hanson stands silently, watching Leon pass away. He softly whispers, "Leon, you worked so hard. I have accepted your will." The disciples standing beside her burst into tears, sobbing, "Master Leon." Suddenly, a loud shout cuts through the weeping. "Everyone, look at this." A single tear rolls down the peaceful face of the female general. She is smiling. Instantly, a new main quest titled Leon's Request is activated, with the sole objective of defeating an executive officer of the Oculus organization. And as we leave things, Ben is desperately carrying his injured friend toward a mysterious red gate on the cliffside. "All right, you and I are watching a desperate run where he begs his friend to hold on." He gasps for air while running blindly from his enemies to find shelter. Suddenly, a fatal blade impales him right through the back. The red-cloaked assassin clicks his tongue in annoyance, disappointed the target survived the first blow. "Now, perish, enemy of our house." The killers ruthlessly swarm him with a barrage of strikes. Countless brutal stabs finally bring Ben down. Bleeding out, he still tries to protect his friend. With his final breath, his hand slips away as he gasps out the name Elize. A hand reaches out in pure desperation as mysterious drops of liquid begin to fall. Vials and glass tubes crash down, shattering into a million pieces. Instantly, a massive pillar of blinding light erupts. Out of the blast emerges a monstrous titan, covered in massive muscles and glowing, fiery veins. The beast roars to the sky, standing tall among the wreckage. Feeling a dark presence nearby, Hansen silently turns his back to the scene. He looks back, telling his comrades to stay behind and mourn Leon. Now pay attention. Hansen stares at the rising energy and knows he is the only one who can handle it. Facing the distant dark titan, Hansen channels strength into his legs and bolts forward like the wind. Staring at the beast, he realizes its form mirrors his own muscle transformations. He storms through the thick forest, heading straight for the screaming giant. He senses the horrific price his opponent paid, completely throwing away his own humanity. Hansen accelerates, his mind racing with panic. If he does not stop this beast right now, this whole land will inevitably be reduced to a dead, rotting wasteland of dry branches. Hansen knows Helen cannot survive if this corruption spreads. He turns to his inner companion, asking, "Can we do this, partner?" Suddenly, a bizarre face with a glowing red maw roars back. "You are losing focus. Is that how we were trained?" Hansen smirks with absolute confidence, rallying his spirit. "It has been a while. Let us shout together." Instantly, he and his muscle squad join forces, starting their explosive ritual to boost their hype. Hansen shouts, "Can we do it?" They roar back, "We can," he yells, "Will we?" And they shout in unison, "Yes." That is how he communicates with his own muscles, like true battle brothers. Now, Hansen channels everything into a single strike. He proudly bellows his signature move, the one-arm doombell press. You and I both know how powerful this move is. His fist shatters the earth in a massive explosion, leaving the monster wide-eyed in sheer agony. The massive beast roars in absolute desperation, swinging its giant arms to strike back. Though dwarfed by his opponent, Hansen charges straight into the fray without a shred of fear. He closes the distance to perform a cable pec deck fly, using giant hands to stretch and crush the beast's muscles. Next, Hansen unleashes his signature footwork, using immense lower body strength to break free from the beast's tight hold, forcing the titan to tremble under intense pressure. Ben realizes the harsh truth: raw size is useless against this compact powerhouse. He shrieks in utter terror. Hansen gets trapped in a giant fist, yet his calm face never changes expression. Hansen just flexes his massive muscles, calmly counting down the reps. With an explosive transition, he contracts his entire body and delivers a thunderous stomp, shattering the ground beneath them. Standing inside the massive crater, Hansen calmly mutters that he needs to complete at least 8 reps. Ben screams in pure agony. As Hansen shows off his monstrous back muscles through the smoke, the beast charges, triggering another massive explosion across the battlefield. Ignoring his opponent's helpless screams, Hansen starts doing squats directly on top of him, crushing the earth with insane weight. Giving the beast no time to recover, he grabs Ben with his giant arms and executes a crushing pullover strike. Witnessing this unreal strength, Ben can only stare in absolute shock. Hansen executes a heavy bench press strike, followed by a thunderous punch right to the face. He flashes a confident smirk mid-battle, but suddenly stops as he senses a menacing new presence approaching. Out of the darkness, a massive brown wolf emerges, holding a tiny, battered creature in its jaws. It growls a faint warning to stay away. The wolf scans the crowd and senses that Hansen is by far the strongest warrior here, locking its eyes right onto him. "So tell me, why do you and I even lift?" Some do it to diet, others want a long life, or simply to avoid being bullied. For some, it is about looks or fame, but for the rest of us, we lift because it is just pure fun. Alright, you and I are about to see things get heavy for Hansen, who is frantically training with a giant weight. Sweat drips down his bulging muscles as a non-stop series of intense impacts erupts. Truth is, Hansen is in a terrible mood right now, completely losing his focus and muscle connection. Watching from afar, his teammates notice something is off, and whisper anxiously about his weird movements. He is sweating way too much, causing his senior brother to panic and yell, "Lai, hold your position." He runs off for his life, leaving Lai to scream in total shock. "Senior brother, where are you going?" Sprinting away, he desperately explains that during his battle with the master, Hansen reached his absolute limit. He is just trying to protect our feelings, but that insane amount of sweat proves everything. Behind them, Hansen is completely soaked, but Lai still does not get it and yells, "So what if he is sweating?" It is completely normal to sweat while working out. Everybody knows that basic fact. He explains that muscles are mostly made of blood and water, which muscle fibers need to maintain their strength. Now, pay attention to this. If all that vital water escapes, instead of feeding his muscles, it is a complete disaster for Hansen. A massive drop in his mobility and focus is about to hit Hansen like a truck. His body feels as weak as a dehydrated patient with a high fever, yet he still pushes through this suffocating pressure. Hansen quickly spins around, gritting his teeth to resist the immense power of a bloodthirsty monster. Flexing hard, he shows off his massive forearm, rib, and back muscles. From his abs to his shoulders, his body glows with an aura, while a giant beast approaches in the distance with a ground-shaking roar. Hansen stands with his head low, shadows completely covering his stressed face. He mutters about his terrible mood, repeating those gloomy words amidst massive explosions and chaotic waves of energy. Seeing his dark mood, Block rushes in to block the threat, yelling, "Master Hansen, please rest. I will hold them off." Hansen keeps his face tense, completely covered in sweat. Hansen repeats his frustration, prompting a worried Block to ask if he is just tired between workout sets. Hansen roars that it is not that at all, leaving a confused Block to ask why he is so upset on this active battlefield. Hansen silently stares down before suddenly asking a deeply serious question. "Block, why do you train?" Block answers without hesitation. Of course, it is to get much stronger. Right after answering, Block suddenly changes his mind and falls into deep thought with a reflective look. "No, my goal has actually changed," he says. Let's look at how his eyes burn to push past his limits. "I just want to push and pull the heaviest weight possible." Block proudly shows off his muscles with a bright smile, and hearing this perfect answer makes Hansen smile widely. His face glows with pure happiness, as he suddenly turns to Block and yells, "That is it! That is exactly why I was so annoyed," he explains, leaving Block confused as he discusses other sports. From taekwondo and swimming to kickboxing and ice skating, every single sport has a direct rival, which is something weightlifting completely lacks. This reminds Hansen of his intense battle against Leon. Lying on the ground exhausted, he wondered if his opponent's power level was fixed. Shaking as he pushes himself up, he wonders how much stronger today's enemy will become tomorrow. "How can we even fight them now?" Hansen roars out loud. "For lifters like us, we must channel all our power to defeat our own greatest rival, ourselves. Specifically, the person we were yesterday," Hansen says with a highly serious look. He asserts that bodybuilding is never about defeating someone else on the field. Pushing through heavy sets under extreme pressure, he declares the real purpose is to sharpen both your mind and body. Hansen pushes with all his might, viewing this intense workout as a form of high-level meditation. Seeing his boss lost in philosophy, a sweating Block points out that they must defeat these monsters first to train in peace. Hansen is stunned, suddenly realizing that Block is actually right. Block encourages him further by pointing out they will also loot brand new gym equipment from them. And as we leave them here, Hansen charges forward with wind-shredding speed, unleashing his legendary technique, low weight, high repetitions. "Let's jump into this battle." Hansen roars with pure excitement while Ben screams, struggling to unleash his hidden power. Suddenly, a massive black wolf lunges to attack, but a jacked warrior instantly grabs its neck, choking the life out of it. He looks straight at the wild beast with a cold gaze, and clearly declares that he is its opponent. To Hansen, this battle feels just like new equipment arriving at his favorite gym. Hansen smiles brightly, flexing his massive, rippling muscles as he lets out a huge shout. In a great mood, Hansen delivers a devastating, 1,000-pound strike that sends his helpless opponent flying high into the air. Hansen quickly makes a solid landing amidst the thick smoke. The black wolf growls, trembling in pure madness, because he is treating this life-or-death fight like a brand-new toy. The jacked fighter wrestling it can only gasp in shock, wondering how his serratus muscles could be this strong. Suddenly, his grip slips, letting the beast break free and charge straight toward Hansen with an ear-splitting roar. Hansen calmly raises his hand, blocking the wolf's strike before ordering it to wait and look at its master. He explains that undergoing extreme bodily transformations without time to adapt will only lead to a tragic end. Watch closely, the extreme transformation is too intense for Ben to handle. His heart beats so violently it feels like it might explode right out of his chest. Ben's eyes widen in pure agony before he suddenly hunches over, violently vomiting up streams of thick, black liquid. Meanwhile, a tiny dog with glowing eyes is running frantically through the depths of the forest. It throws its head back, howling loudly as it charges forward with absolute determination in its eyes. Back in the village, a man named Han walks away gloomily, ignoring the voices calling out to ask where he is going. Han tearfully tells the commander that he, like so many others, lost his wife and daughter in the brutal zombie disaster. Tears stream down his face, his fists trembling with regret and cowardice. He can no longer hide from the truth, unable to hold back his pain. He throws his head back, crying out in agony, calling out the names of his beloved wife and daughter, Bio, in absolute despair over his failure to protect them. But suddenly, sweet voices calling father and darling shatter the gloomy silence, leaving Han frozen in shock. He cannot believe his eyes as he sees his wife and daughter running toward him, alive and in the flesh. Han quickly pulls his little girl into a tight hug, tears of joy streaming down his face after months of separation. Stunned, he asks them how they managed to escape and how they ended up in this safe zone. Bayo smiles brightly, revealing that a tiny dog miraculously helped them escape. I know what you're thinking, and Han asks the exact same thing. A dog? The little girl nods, excitedly explaining how she and her mother were fleeing for their lives when the miracle happened. Flashing back, their burning village is shown as mother and daughter desperately support each other through the fiery rubble. But disaster strikes when they suddenly trip and fall, finding themselves face to face with imminent death. The painful fall pins them to the ground as dark zombie silhouettes close in from all sides, leaving the terrified little girl staring death right in the face. Right then, a brilliant blue energy vortex erupts in the night sky, forcing the monsters to halt in their tracks. Witnessing this strange sight, the little girl cries out with hope, telling her mother that the dog is trying to save them. A massive, shaggy brown creature suddenly stands tall, blocking the horde of zombies from reaching them. Thanks to that heroic and timely rescue, the mother and daughter miraculously escape the horrific scene, slipping through the dark until they finally discover a hidden cave. It turns out this place was already a safe haven for many other survivors. The survivors share that the dog is incredibly gentle, always happy, and wagging its tail whenever anyone gives it some love. He saved countless villagers and guided them to safety. Yet, after every single rescue, the mysterious hero would quietly slip away into the shadows again. Watching the lonely pup sit on the hill, staring up at that mysterious blue vortex, everyone can feel a deep, aching sadness in its eyes. Back in the present, Bo wraps her arms around her father's neck and begs, "Daddy, can we please keep him?" Caught off guard by her excitement, Han can only stammer in confusion, looking at Bo with a thoughtful expression. He is incredibly grateful to the creature that saved his family, but he wonders if the heroic pup already has an owner. Elsewhere, the man trapped in a monstrous form collapses to his knees, severely injured and spitting up blood. The little dog stands right by his side, his eyes filled with pure worry as he lets out painful, heart-wrenching whines for his dying friend. With his very last breath, the man whispers Eliz's name, leaving a final message before completely collapsing onto the hard ground as dust swirls around him. Right then, a brilliant red aura erupts around the little dog, creating a massive, swirling vortex of energy. He is absolutely determined to protect Ben, even if it is just his lifeless body. As the fight ends, Hansen wipes his sweat and tells Block to stop the training. "Trust me, we are just getting started." "Alright, you and I are about to watch the wildest fitness manhwa ever." Meet Hansen, thanking his muscles for working so hard. He forces himself to go to sleep quickly, giving his exhausted muscles time to recover. Soon, a quiet, peaceful darkness wraps around the area. Letting out a massive yawn after a long, stressful day, Hansen finally wakes up. Right away, he spots Lena waiting for him on a nearby rock. Following an awkward greeting in the dead of night, she immediately orders Hansen to follow her, explaining that a major disaster occurred while he was fast asleep. When he asks about gathering materials, Lena gives him a dead serious look, insisting there is something far more urgent. Hansen just stares at her blankly. "What is it?" Lena leads him to a dungeon entrance and points directly at a glowing object. "Look at this. It is a dungeon core." Hansen remains clueless, wondering if a core is some kind of new hack squat machine. Hansen bursts into hearty laughter, declaring that training the lower body is indeed the most crucial thing ever. He is ecstatic to have new workout gear, but Lena quickly snaps, telling him he is totally wrong. Staring at his massive frame, she asks suspiciously, "Hansen, you must be a demon, right?" Hansen immediately radiates a sparkling aura and loudly corrects her. "No, I am a regular human, a professional bodybuilder." Lena mutters in disbelief about this bizarre, unheard-of race, but she shrugs it off, figuring it is fine since he does not care about wealth. Now pay attention, because Lena climbs onto a tree root to deliver some incredibly urgent news, so listen up carefully. Lena explains that after the battle ended, she walked around and felt an intense, surging wave of raw life energy. She quickly gathered all the nearby spirits to harvest that powerful energy together. Because of this, she successfully restored the dungeon core, granting Hansen his own private territory without him lifting a single finger. Lena excitedly points and asks, "Do you not want a territory of your own?" As Hansen mutters the words, his mind suddenly floods with emotional memories from the modern world. On a heavily rainy day, Hansen stood right outside his local gym with a completely devastated look. The sign posted on the door clearly read, "Closed. Our gym will be closed for the holidays from the 28th to the 30th. Hansen stood frozen under the pouring rain, soaked and filled with utter despair and regret. He realized that if he owned his own private gym, he could work out whenever he wanted, even during major holidays. You and I both know how his muscle brain works. Own territory equals private gym, so he happily yells out, "Gym!" Lena quickly corrects him, yelling that it is a dungeon. Hansen just smiles smugly and shouts back, "Exactly! Gym or dungeon, it does not matter to him. The only thing that counts is having his very own workout space." Hansen's eyes burn with pure fire as he proudly declares his brand new goal, to build his ultimate dungeon gym. Right outside the entrance, the loyal dog Bedham howls loudly, his powerful cry piercing through the silent night sky. Hansen starts teaching proper gym etiquette to the cute puppy and his massive muscle army. Meanwhile, Lena reassures them that the enemy has lost their entire will to attack. Lost their will? Lena nonchalantly crunches on some ice as she gets ready to explain the whole story. Deep inside a dark room, a dying Eliz weakly instructs the man standing beside her about a special potion. A syringe filled with a mysterious pink fluid stands out in the silent room. Deep inside the laboratory, Ben works tirelessly to brew a strange purple potion. Suddenly, a ridiculously jacked hamster appears out of nowhere, flexing its muscular body with intense power. Ben cheers in excitement, screaming that he finally succeeded. He quickly leaves the room, leaving everyone stunned, while Gudo watches in complete and utter disbelief. Hiccuping uncontrollably, he calls out to Eliz with his mouth wide open. Soon, Eliz and Beatum walk into a wide field. She frowns, smelling strong alcohol on Gudo. Drunk and frustrated, Gudo begins to shout at her with pure resentment. "This cannot be true. You liked me too. We used to be so good and happy together." Before he can even finish, Ben lands a devastating punch, knocking Gudo flat. He coldly snaps. "What do you mean happy?" Grabbing him by the collar, Ben screams at Gudo to stop acting like a drunk fool and sober up. Ben loudly declares that true love requires sober courage. Hearing this, a completely stunned Gudo can only stutter in response. "All right, I will remember." Seeing Gudo back down, Ben smiles and walks away, telling Gudo to always be his brave friend and apologizing for hitting him so hard. Sitting on the ground, Gudo watches him leave, promising himself that he will try his best. He feels deeply relieved to know that the one Eliz actually loves is Ben, and just like that, they seal their brotherhood in fire. But you and I know this peace never lasts, as disaster quickly strikes. Driven mad by a brutal drought, angry villagers surround the castle, demanding the Lord make rain to save their dying crops. "All right, you and I are about to watch a corrupt father try to use a witch as a scapegoat." Coldly claiming his own son Gudo exposed her to the angry crowd. But Gudo is done being a coward. He grabs his father's hand and screams, "Stop it!" Rage fills his face as he demands to know why his own father would drag the woman he loves into dirty political schemes. Gudo points his finger straight at his father's face, boldly declaring that fixing a parent's sins is a child's true duty. He immediately calls on Ben and Eliz, his loyal comrades who always have his back. Facing this fierce rebellion, the old lord grinds his teeth in pure rage as his entire evil plan falls apart. Gudo, Ben, and Eliz charge forward with burning resolve. Gudo declares that from this moment on, he will rebuild this broken nation. Against all odds, they did it. Outside the city gates, under a torrential downpour, the panicking citizens start shouting, "It is raining! It is raining!" In the absolute chaos, someone desperately asks what to do, only to get a hopeless reply. "What else? We must go back." Then, out of nowhere, the loud cry of a newborn baby echoes through the rain. Inside a warm room, Ben looks at his baby boy, wondering who he inherited such a powerful booming voice from. Eliz smiles, teasing that it definitely is not her. Years pass, and the boy grows up full of laughter alongside his loyal dog, Boar. Now, pay attention here because we are about to fast forward to the big day. Ben watching his daughter's wedding with overflowing emotions. Watching Sophie walk down the aisle is too much for Ben, and he completely breaks down in tears. He wails for Sophie to be happy, while Eliz gently nudges him, telling him to stop crying on such a beautiful day. After the ceremony, Ben sighs heavily. Sophie is married now. How am I supposed to survive this boring, empty house? Eliz winks playfully, suggesting they just love each other like newlyweds again. They tenderly call out to one another, sharing a deep, passionate kiss. Did they forget they are in public? Suddenly, a very exhausted Gudo squeezes right between them and snaps. "Hey, you two, keep it PG. This is supposed to be the kid's wedding, not yours." Instantly, Gudo's wife charges in, grabs her husband by the hair, and screams, "Are you still obsessed with your first love?" Gudo panics while Ben snickers in the background. "No, honey, you have it all wrong." Meanwhile, cherry blossom petals gently drift over the chaotic celebration. Underneath the endless, starry sky, Ben whispers that watching her magical stars always reminds him of the day he discovered her secret. Eliz softly replies that she remembers too, admitting it must have hurt him. But for Ben, physical pain is nothing. Doesn't she know that losing the one you love is the ultimate agony? He would rather die than lose her. Eliz looks at him pleadingly, asking if he will always stay by her side. The deep bond between this husband and wife remains incredibly beautiful. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashes, transporting them back to their youthful days in a field of white flowers as Ben promises. "Of course, even if death tears us apart, I will find you." Eliz smiles happily. "I knew you would say that." "I love you, Ben." They hold hands tightly inside the blinding glow. Ben vows that since he lived this life for her, his next life will belong solely to her too. They call out each other's names, sharing a warm embrace of pure happiness as they float together through the endless void. But wait, because what we see next is pure tragedy, as the brutal reality of their situation hits. In the middle of a freezing, barren field, two lifeless bodies lie side by side. Ben and Eliz are gone, ending their tragic love story. Meanwhile, Hansen and his muscular crew are marching through the dungeon, carrying massive boulders in perfect rhythm. While the others struggle under the crushing weight, Hansen is absolutely thrilled, walking with a massive, high-energy grin on his face. Noticing one of his men in the back losing steam and letting his back arch, Hansen immediately steps in to fix his form, placing a hand on the man's stomach and ordering him to brace his core. He shoves the man's lower back, shouting to keep it straight. Under this intense pressure, the soldier grinds his teeth and lifts the massive rock overhead with a roar. Time to add more weight. The entire army enthusiastically continues their intense workout. Glossy muscles glisten under the dim lights. Hansen beams with pride, his face flushing with pure joy as he watches his crew push their limits. Just then, the gym dungeon officially welcomes a group of brand new visitors. A legion of hulking warriors carrying sharp swords marches in, chanting in unison. They are the legendary Bodybuilder swordsmen. They rushed straight here the moment they heard rumors about the grand opening of this gym dungeon. The spirit watches from the front while tiny creatures continuously clap and cheer, warmly welcoming the newly arrived members. Amidst the lively crowd, a toadman casually chugs down an entire bottle of alcohol. The guy drinks at every opportunity, a total alcoholic. Adjusting his monocle, he announces he heard a brand new dungeon is starting up here. Alright, you and I are about to watch Sepp claim his redhead core wants to join this dungeon crew. Raising his bottle high, he excitedly shouts, "Let us have a drink to celebrate first." The greedy toad guy laughs triumphantly, completely unaware that a massive, dark shadow is already looming right behind him. Hansen appears with a terrifying, dark face full of murderous intent, leaving the frozen toad drowning in a sea of question marks. Just a little joke. He quickly explains that the liquid in the bottle is actually only barley tea. Trembling, the toad presents a leather-wrapped chest and quickly defends himself, saying he did not expect the master to just accept it. Now pay attention to this scene, because their research team just discovered a brand new substance, and the system immediately identifies this incredible gift as highly active health probiotics. Curious. Hansen opens the chest, and a blinding light bursts out, making him gasp in absolute shock. When consumed in the right amounts, these beneficial bacteria deliver truly amazing health benefits to the human body. These live microorganisms drastically improve your gut health while giving the entire immune system a massive, powerful boost. Even better, they are perfect for restoring immunity after crushing the body through high-intensity weight training sessions. This is on par with Broy, boasting billions of active cultures. He giggles. Hansen and the toad laugh like old friends, calling out each other's names as the sly toad plots his next move. Perfect. At this rate I will easily claim the number 2 spot, but suddenly Hansen lunges forward to hug him tight. "Welcome to the team, my cute little toad," Hansen yells as bones crack loudly, leaving the toad in agonizing regret. "If only I knew, I never would have come here." Meanwhile, a round boulder rolls across the grass as the Earth Spirit leads a massive army of stone golems, asking Hansen how the cleanup is going. "I brought the weight plates for everyone." The muscle-bound squad rushes to carry the heavy stone plates, shouting to bring the front weights inside immediately. Hansen suddenly stops them in their tracks, raising a stone plate high to announce that carrying them normally is too boring. "Let me teach you the proper way to transport these weights. You and I both know this is wild," as he demonstrates the bus driver handling technique while the crew begs him to just carry them normally. Thinking Hansen is just flexing his brute strength to bully them, the crew watches as he begins step 1. First, keep your back completely straight and spread your feet shoulder-width apart, then fully extend your arms to lift the weight directly to your eye level. For the third step, Hansen demonstrates turning the raised plate left and right, exactly like steering a massive bus. He smiles and concludes that once you stimulate your front and side shoulders, you just pass it to the next guy. While Hansen and his muscle squad are busy spinning these massive stone weights, the Spirit King Bimo suddenly appears in the form of a black cat, apologizing for interrupting their workout because a highly important matter has arisen. Nyang. A confused Hansen asks him, "What is it?" With a dead serious expression, Bimos explains that maintaining the dungeon requires massive energy, and if it runs dry, this entire place will completely vanish. This shocking news means all the workout equipment he spent so much effort crafting would become completely useless to them. Hearing this, Hansen panics, asking if there is any solution, while Bimos locks eyes with him, turning cold. He delivers a mysterious and chilling instruction, stating they must harvest the life force of living creatures, Nyang. Standing inside a hauntingly crimson space, the Spirit King coldly reveals that the single most effective way to gather this energy is through the deaths of living creatures inside the territory. Hansen loses all strength in his limbs, muttering in pure horror, "Life force and death?" This is his first time hearing of such a method. And right now, Hansen's brain muscles contract and expand at lightning speed to find a loophole. Suddenly, a brilliant new realization sparks in his mind. If actual death simply means the destruction of living cells, then high-intensity training is essentially just the continuous destruction and rebuilding of muscle cells. This means that if the entire squad works out together, the dungeon energy will automatically recharge. Hansen snaps out of it, realizing workout energy can replace death so nobody has to die, and instantly declares a brand new rule to his army. It is decided from now on every bathroom break requires 100 pull-ups. While Hansen is completely fired up, the muscle squad behind him turns pale with absolute horror, and seeing this bizarre order, Bimos can only shake his head. Who on earth would ever enjoy doing that? Nyang. But completely defying his expectations, the crazy muscle soldiers raise their hands and cheer with incredibly joyful faces. Bimos is left speechless, staring at the hyperactive beasts and muttering under his breath. These guys are absolute lunatics, Nyang. While watching from the bushes, a soldier hesitates to report the bodybuilder situation. But Gudo quickly tells him to stop. Seeing their leader's radiant smile, we know what comes next. Trust me on this one, seeing Hansel look so incredibly happy, Gudo didn't have the heart to spoil it. Better to let him enjoy this moment. Suddenly, a group of people appears and calls out, "Long time no see." Block is absolutely shocked to realize these are his veteran bodybuilder seniors. Staring at their incredibly emaciated, rib-exposed bodies, he cries out in absolute agony, "Is that really you, seniors? What on earth happened to your magnificent bodies?" One senior rests a hand on Block's shoulder and sighs. Now, pay attention here, so much has happened in such a short time. Is that actually the great Lord Guro? With glowing eyes, Guro explains that after they spotted a messenger, the enemy locked them up and vanished into thin air. Chained tightly to stone pillars in a dark cave for days, they couldn't move a single muscle. Left to starve while waiting for death, their bodies were forced to burn through every ounce of muscle and fat reserves just to survive. Consequently, all their body fat and even the massive muscle mass of these legendary bodybuilders completely withered away during that brutal process. They look completely starved now. The once colossal, hypermuscular warriors have now been reduced to nothing but average, regular-looking guys. Rubbing his completely flat stomach, one of them laments that while he was once deeply obsessed with packing on muscle mass, he now has absolutely no idea why it even mattered. Amidst the gloom, the mascot of the Red Dungeon suddenly steps in to urge them forward. "Stop being so pessimistic, everyone. Let's head straight to the center of the dungeon." Flashing a brilliant smile, it proudly and loudly declares that they will officially initiate the dungeonification process immediately. Standing before the kingdom's citizens and the Toad tribe, Hansel reflects on his past, when he only ever lived for his own selfish goals. But now, he realizes his true love for this bodybuilding culture and hopes to share this burning passion with more and more people. Placing his hand on the glowing magic orb, Hansel pleads, "I'm counting on every single one of you here. Help make the gym accessible to every single living creature in this world, regardless of their race." In response to this passionate appeal, Gudo and his entire army place their hands on the orb in total unison, ready to usher in a brand new era. Hansel flashes his brightest smile, yet amidst a blinding, glorious light, raising his hands high to proudly declare the birth of the gym dungeon. A massive pillar of light erupts from the orb, signaling the spectacular beginning of their glorious journey. Deep within the dense forest, a party of self-proclaimed kingdom adventurers treads carefully, step by step. I know what you're thinking, but this is no treasure hunt, it's more like a brutal fitness exam. Reaching an ancient structure, they confirm they've arrived. Staring into the dark, eerie entrance, another hesitantly asks, "Is this really the infamous Hell Dungeon?" Right above the entrance, the word gym is mysteriously carved. A female adventurer raises a concerned question. Just how deadly is this place to earn the title of Hell Dungeon? Her party member responds with an incredibly grim, serious expression. Word is, a demon king from another world created this place. Shaking off their fear, the team leader confidently reassures them, "Don't worry, our party is elite. I'll take the lead." But right as he draws his sword to charge inside, a massive, muscular arm suddenly bursts out, delivering a thunderous blow that sends him flying backward. The entire party screams in sheer terror. Out of the dust cloud, a white-haired man with a colossal, shredded physique runs out in a panic. Seeing his victim down, he stammers, "Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I had no idea anyone was standing there." "Are you all right?" Furious at the sudden attack, an adventurer draws his sword, pointing it directly at the giant's face, roaring, "Are you looking for a fight?" The tension becomes razor-thin, with everyone ready for an absolute brawl. Meanwhile, the remaining members quickly rush over to pull up their fallen comrade. "Are you okay, Luke?" The muscular giant waves his hands defensively, explaining, "No, seriously, I really had no idea." Looking directly at the band of adventurers, he gives them some honest advice, warning them that they should turn back right now. This place is definitely not a playground for ordinary, run-of-the-mill adventurers like you to challenge. Turning his massive back to them, the giant walks away, declaring that only true, dedicated warriors can challenge this place. Watching that colossal back walk away, the swordsman stands frozen in sheer disbelief. Suddenly, the giant stops and lets out an ear-splitting roar. 480! His face distorts, grinding his teeth under the crushing, insane weight. Witnessing this shocking display, a terrified adventurer screams, "Wait, is that a dangerous mimic monster?" But his teammate immediately corrects him in absolute shock. "No, that's literally just a giant block of solid iron." With glowing red eyes radiating a terrifying battle aura, the muscle monster furiously crushes some heavy squats, sending massive shockwaves through the ground with every single repetition. He is grinding through high-intensity squats under immense pressure. Suddenly, the system alerts them that Gudo has shattered the squat record by lifting one ringgit. However, to unlock the legendary Wonder Armor, he still needs to conquer another 560 kilograms. And that's where we leave it. The pathway to the free weight room finally opens. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a world where Gudo stands before a glowing portal, with massive weights pulsing with energy at his feet. He gasps in sheer satisfaction because this is a warrior paradise where every race is united by muscle. Welcome to the gym dungeon, a place where heavy footsteps and clanging weights echo constantly, creating an absolute symphony of pure hype. It does not even feel like a dungeon, but more like a massive, global bodybuilding festival. Amidst the chaotic crowd of monsters training like crazy, a bright, blue-haired girl named Randip smiles and greets everyone from the reception desk. "Hello, I am Randy, the manager of this gym dungeon." She offers a warm smile and asks the newcomers what brought them to this place. 3 adventurers from the Mountain Kingdom explain they arrived here after spotting a bounty notice from the guild. Their leader clenches his fist and boldly declares with pure determination that nobody has ever cleared this dungeon. "We are definitely going to conquer it and become famous, legendary adventurers." Randy starts their registration, asking if they have a referral or if they have ever even used a gym before. Seeing their completely blank stares, she quickly calls out to someone. "Ah, Master Guro is here. Please guide these new guests." Guro steps forward, radiating pure authority with every single stride. He carefully adjusts his monocle and a glittering gold chain before introducing himself with polite confidence. "Hello, I am Coach Guro." He looks just like an aristocratic butler. But watch closely, his vibe is more like a final gym boss than a tour guide. He shows them a picture of massive muscles, leaving the party completely stunned. Is not that Golos? No way. Guro just waves his hand with excited hospitality. "I will show you around the dungeon. Will you follow me?" But one of the adventurers suddenly freezes in his tracks. Staring intensely at the photo in his hand, he mutters, "Wait a second." He points his sword directly at the gray monster and roars. "I cannot trust a filthy monster who does nothing but lie." The air grows as tense as a stretched resistance band, ready to snap at any second. Facing this hostility, the monster gets highly annoyed. He silently activates his heavy blunt skill at 12 times power, making his hand glow with purple magic. A massive, crushing weight suddenly drops down, completely flattening the warrior's resistance as he gasps in absolute terror. What is this crazy pressure? Seeing their ally in trouble, the other two rush forward and yell, "So you finally show your true colors? Release your magic right now, you monster." But Guro only sighs with annoyance, turning around to walk away as everyone stares in disbelief. He walks straight toward a heavy barbell resting quietly on the floor. Gripping the bar with his giant hand, he pulls off a powerful 120-kilogram one-arm deadlift. Witnessing this unbelievable display of raw power, the adventurers can only gasp. Unbelievable. That is truly the strength of a monster. Just then, a brown-haired guy training nearby sneers. "What is that, Guro? Is that all you got? I can easily lift that weight." Answering the challenge, Guro immediately performs a 120-kilogram one-arm front raise. Let that sink in for a second, as he raises that massive weight with total ease. Terrified by this display of godly strength, 2 of the adventurers whisper, "Should we just find another dungeon?" "Yeah, let us get out of here. This is not the only place." While others keep training to the steady count of 1 to 2, Guro suddenly steps in to block their path. "Hold on a minute." He glares at them with a highly mocking expression. "Admit it, you guys are actually feeling pretty jealous, right?" Guro delivers a brutal verbal blow. "Because you have never owned a powerful, muscular body like this before." He glances down at the crumpled registration paper on the floor. A young man stands sweating and shaking, asking himself in bitter defeat, "Am I actually jealous?" Elsewhere, a group of adventurers who just cleared their quest are eagerly planning to celebrate. "Great job today, everyone. How about we go grab some beers and barbecue?" The party happily agrees with pure excitement. "Sounds perfect." In the crowd, a purple-haired girl quietly declines. "Count me out. I have no money." Her friend asks in complete surprise, "You always say you are broke. Are you in debt or something?" She calmly explains she is actually saving up for marriage. Even without a boyfriend, she feels it is better to be prepared. Hearing this, a nearby boy blushes and shyly asks her type, Without hesitation, the girl replies, "A warrior." The boy immediately thinks, "Wait, is not a warrior exactly what I am?" His face flushes bright red with excitement, but the girl immediately crushes his dreams with a super brutal requirement. "I prefer warriors who have massive, bulging muscles." This verbal blow completely shatters him, leaving him sobbing on the ground in total despair. The girl panics and yells, "Why are you acting like this? Get up right now." And here is a life lesson for us all. A giant man places a hand on the crying boy, saying, "Cry your heart out now, so when you are no longer skinny, you can smile with pride." The young man looks up with eyes full of hope and asks, "Master, can I really change too?" The giant flashes a warm, encouraging smile. "Of course you can. So let us start by signing up for personal training right now." Over a lush green valley, a massive eagle spreads its wings, soaring high across the beautiful blue sky. Trust me, this peaceful scenery gives no warning that the valley is actually a high-end outdoor training ground. Down on the ground, a bizarre training session is underway. Muscular toad-bird monsters are straining to pull heavy ropes while letting out deep, guttural cries with every single step. This brutal workout is officially called the seated row with strawberry toad. Hansen sits proudly on the carriage, using raw arm strength to control the team of toad riders as they sweat through their workout. Hansen excitedly counts out his reps from 8 to 9. Suddenly, the sharp cry of an eagle high above catches his attention. Hansen looks up with a hungry grin. Cut to the next scene, and a steaming hot pot of bird meat is boiling over a crackling campfire deep in the forest. Hansen happily gobbles down the delicious meal, while taking a well-deserved break. As he eats, he carefully reads a letter delivered by that very eagle. It says, "Lord Hansen, this is Gudo. I have finally located the Oculus. They have appeared in the northeast of the Roman kingdom, just as Guro described. But please be extremely careful. The Roman kingdom is currently at war, so it is highly dangerous. Postscript, please do not eat this eagle. Training it was incredibly hard." Reading this, Hansen freezes with a hilarious, guilty look on his face as he stares at the roasted drumstick in his hand. He shrugs and sighs. "Oh well, let us do one more set before we head out." 3 hours before departure, at the reception desk of the gym dungeon, everything is still quiet and peaceful. Absolutely nobody expected a chicken breast crisis to spark the legendary dungeon tale. Guro points to a plate and asks, "Do you guys see chicken breast here?" As everyone nods in agreement, he suddenly drops a bomb. Actually, one of these is made of cake. Guro slices the chicken breast open to reveal a rich chocolate layer inside, shouting "Tada" as everyone gasps in pure shock. He excitedly continues the game, asking, "So which one is cake this time?" Right then, Hansen crashes in, roaring, "Where is the chicken breast?" With a look of pure excitement, he grabs a piece from the plate and opens his mouth wide to devour it. Hansen starts chewing away, while the brown-haired man next to him looks on in utter disbelief, thinking, "Chicken breast?" But that is actually a super sweet piece of cake. The moment Hansen holds the remaining half, a terrifying surge of energy erupts, shaking his entire body like an electric shock. His eyes pop out as his face distorts in absolute horror. He gasps in utter disbelief, his entire body shivering uncontrollably from the overwhelming, mind-blowing rush of intense sweetness. Now ask yourself, have you ever prepped for a bodybuilding show or a fitness photo shoot? To prepare for just a few short minutes of shining under the spotlight, athletes have to survive a brutal, incredibly strict diet. Picture a jacked bodybuilder standing under the stage lights, staring miserably at a sad plate of cucumbers and tiny cherry tomatoes. After long months of choking down such bland, flavorless food, your taste buds become sensitive to an absolute extreme degree. Just the tiniest hint of sugar can trigger an explosion of flavor so intense it almost feels like pain. The moment they taste sweet cake, their entire sensory system suffers a massive, violent shock. And for 17 long years, Hansen has kept his diet incredibly strict. For the very first time, Hansen's brain is hit with a nuclear level of stimulation known as sugar. Let us be real. If there was a ranking for nutritional shock, this moment takes first place easily. His nervous system literally short-circuits as his veins bulge, shaking violently from the massive shock. Instantly, Hansen completely loses all of his self-control. He dives headfirst into the sweets with glowing, manic eyes, frantically stuffing his face with cakes, fresh strawberries, and sweet candies in a state of absolute, sugar-fueled euphoria. The carriage pulled by the Toad Rider crew continues its journey deep into the dense, dark forest. Absolutely nobody expected this dangerous survival adventure to turn into an all-you-can-eat, unlimited food tour. Amid the chaotic, noisy atmosphere, the rest of his muscular army joins in on the massive feasting party. Hansen roars with laughter, clutching a fried chicken leg in one hand with a slice of pizza casually resting on his bare chest. Watching their leader completely let himself go, one worried teammate whispers, "I really don't think he should be doing that." Another warrior steps up, offering a bland piece of white meat and advising him, "Lord Hansen, instead of this junk food, you should eat this toad chicken breast instead." Instantly, Hanson's eyes go completely blank with murderous intent. A devastating kick sends the poor guy flying, leaving him groaning in pain. Hanson stands tall with a terrifying, ice-cold look on his face. He roars a warning. "Did you really just try to touch my food?" The entire area falls into a suffocating, dead silence. To punish them for this insolent interference, Hanson forces the entire army to shoulder massive, giant toads on their backs and keep training through absolute exhaustion. Seeing Guro step up with a golden treat, you and I can only guess what happens next. All right. Stick with me as we watch our mighty hero Hanson casually open wide for a delicious treat. Guro gently coaxes him, saying there is no need to frown when the world is full of delicious food. While Hanson happily munches away, two jacked warriors struggle to carry their injured comrade away from the training area. When asked if he is doing fine, the injured man weakly whispers that his bones are not broken, yet they all look at their leader with deep worry. Honestly, compared to that guy, Hanson seems like the one who is truly in trouble. Hanson is now completely lost in a mountain of greasy food and sweet pastries, throwing his strict training rules out the window. Someone asks if he usually walks using chest lunges, a simple question that suddenly unlocks a deeply buried memory of his hardcore training days. Hanson stops eating, looking completely lost as he repeats the word lunge, while his heart suddenly starts pounding wildly. Grabbing two sausages, his eyes light up with pure excitement as he yells that eating is way better than lunging. His minion laughs out loud, pointing at his own chubby belly in total agreement. He agrees that since the Roman kingdom is freezing cold, extra body fat is absolutely necessary. Hearing this, Hanson enters a total daze, muttering about fat as his strictly programmed body system gets completely overwritten by a new food is life protocol. He furiously grabs a handful of pastries, stuffing his face and chewing like crazy while screaming in pure delight. "Fat is the best," he says, fully lost in pure food heaven. "I love eating so much," he cheers, as the scene suddenly shifts to a freezing, snow-covered mountain with howling winds. In the middle of a blinding blizzard, a tiny bundled-up figure struggles to walk with firewood on his back and a torch in hand. Suddenly, a brutal gust of wind sweeps by and completely blows out his torch. Shivering from head to toe, he worries that the village is still a long way off, crying out in the freezing cold when suddenly, something catches his eye. A plume of white smoke rises in the distance, catching his attention. Is that steam? He spots an ice house with thick steam pouring out of its chimney. It might be freezing outside, but he wonders if he can go inside just to warm his hands for a second. He hesitantly walks up to the door and politely calls out to see if anyone is inside. Peeking inside, he is absolutely shocked to see thick, heavy steam everywhere, wondering how on earth there is so much heat in here. His face completely twists in sheer horror as he looks at the insane scene inside. Through the thick steam, a literal army of jacked beasts are powering through extreme workouts, creating a heat so intense that the snow outside is practically begging to quit. Amidst heavy panting and the sound of slamming weights, they loudly count out their reps. 1, 2. One lifter grumbles as his ice dumbbell literally melts from the intense heat. Pay attention here, because this gym is not normal. Even in this suffocatingly hot room, these absolute beasts keep training like crazy, completely ignoring Hanson, who is casually relaxing in a hot spring tub right next to them. Standing in the middle of this intense, high-pressure room, the tiny cloaked stranger trembles, gulping down his spit in absolute terror. But unfortunately, the outsider is spotted almost immediately. Two massive muscle heads tower over him with suspicious looks on their faces. One of them sniffs the air and asks if he smells a weak, low-level weakling nearby. The other warrior starts sniffing too, confirming it with a look of pure disgust. "Yes, this is definitely the scent of a gym newbie," he says, and immediately, three massive lifters whip their heads around to stare. "I must have the wrong place, so I will just leave," he stammers, but his only exit is blocked by giant walls of muscle. A towering giant steps forward and warns him that while anyone can enter, leaving is not that simple. You saw that coming, right? Surrounded by towering muscle beasts, grinning like absolute psychopaths, the poor stranger can only scream in terror, asking what they mean by that. "Help me," he begs, but these gym monsters completely ignore his pathetic struggles and lift him high up into the freezing air. Piercing screams echo through the steam as the poor intruder is forcefully dragged straight toward the hot spring tub. Meanwhile, Hanson just sits there in the warm water, slowly chewing on his snack with a completely blank expression. Watching the absolute chaos unfold right in front of him, he simply glances over and wonders why these guys work so ridiculously hard. Meanwhile, in the misty steam, one of the muscleheads is already acting like a personal trainer, forcing the intruder to lift weights. "Squeeze those back muscles," he barks, which sounds like activating an online game skill. Except the pain is 100% real. He forces the terrified young man to perform a perfect, deep squat, telling him to slowly feel his quads as he lowers his body down. Dripping with sweat and shaking from pure exhaustion, the poor guy awkwardly asks if all this crazy effort is really necessary. He points over at Hanson and asks a logical question. Isn't that lazy guy the strongest one here? But Hansen just lies on a lounge chair, telling them to just wing it. A lazy response that completely destroys everyone's motivation. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to see more of this madness. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a story with a leader who is just completely done with trying. He lazily smiles, preaching that everyone dies eventually anyway. This nihilistic speech leaves his entire guild absolutely frozen in pure disbelief. Meanwhile, our main character Hansen just continues his descent into lazy indulgence. Munching happily on his food, Hansen gives them some advice. So just eat good food and live comfortably. A muscular warrior in sunglasses eagerly joins in, stuffing his face with cake while nodding along. Exactly, boss, happiness is the only thing that matters. While a younger guild member awkwardly laughs at the sheer absurdity, another veteran warrior suddenly steps forward. He grabs the kid by the head with a burning gaze, shouting for the next sparring round. Despite their lazy leader, the training atmosphere in this moving dungeon is incredibly hyped up. These absolute beasts are grinding hard, lifting heavy weights and smashing high-intensity workouts right in the freezing snow, all while giant, bizarre chicken monsters are casually relaxing in a steaming hot spring right behind them. Suddenly, a glowing system notification pops up. A new side quest has been created, the regret of the former king. Now pay attention here, because we are diving deep into a dark, chaotic history. It was a time when the world was swallowed by shadows, and light never stood a chance to survive. To fight back against the overwhelming evil, countless legendary heroes rose up and threw themselves into brutal life-or-death battles. Sadly, most of these warriors faded from history because they simply could not break past the biological limits of their own race. Yet, history still remembers a few legendary prodigies, godlike figures who possessed power far beyond any mortal limits. These geniuses carved their names into legend, but there is always a bigger fish. At the absolute peak stood one man who completely rewrote the definition of power itself. Among those elite figures, there was one warrior whose sheer talent surpassed everyone else. He became the ultimate nightmare for demons and all things evil. His name was Hinderbrand, the legendary magic swordsman. But right at the peak of his glory, a terrified soldier screamed in utter despair and disbelief, asking why the ultimate symbol of justice would commit such a horrifying act. Another soldier pointed at the dark figure, shouting that he was supposed to protect the world and rule as a wise king. Hinderbrand just casually held his smoking pipe, speaking softly. "Hey kid," he calmly says. He does not care if they call him a senile old fool chasing after some impossible, foolish dream. Instantly, the mustache commander orders his priest to cast a barrage of enhancement magic, boosting his strength and agility. With every stat maxed out, this buff sequence looks like they are preparing for a world boss raid. They are taking no chances. Standing in the freezing snow, Hinderbrand mutters a question that should make us pause. What if that hopeless dream is just to reclaim his lost youth? It turns out Hinderbrand has been fighting for over 50 years. Sweating bullets, the commander tries to convince himself that his opponent is just a washed-up old man clinging to past glory. Hinderbrand slowly approaches and says, "You probably never thought about it, did you? Let this old man teach you a lesson." Right now, they only see a frail, skinny old man standing in front of them. Nothing more, nothing less. But that totally harmless appearance is exactly what makes him so terrifying. Hinderbrand looks at his empty medicine cup, wondering if his mana potion is completely dried up, lost in deep thought. People with a lot to lose usually try to protect their dignity, but at his age, all of that becomes meaningless. Hinderbrand casually pours the remaining drops onto the ground. The commander screams to rally his men. If we do not fear his legendary reputation, we can easily win this. He swiftly draws his sword from its scabbard. The commander charges forward, unleashing his ultimate cross-slash technique. Yet Hinderbrand stands completely still as violent energy swirls around him. He delivers a cold, final thought. What use is dignity or anything else once you are dead anyway? His glowing, lifeless eyes stare right through his opponent. The commander gasps in shock, asking where he went. He instantly realizes it was a high-level teleportation technique. Gnashing his teeth in pure frustration, he curses. But before he can even process it, a chilling surge of killing intent locks onto him from behind, making his eyes widen in horror. Hinderbrand appears like a ghost, delivering a lightning-fast slash right through the commander, who is completely helpless. Looking over the battlefield, the old man sighs, complaining that he only wanted his youth back, so why do kids keep blocking his path? Surrounded by a massive, hostile army, the legendary swordsman does not show any fear. The opposing commander screams to calm his panicked troops, reminding them that their opponent is just one old man. Hinderbrand smirks, slowly drawing his legendary blade from its scabbard as he makes a terrifying declaration. So, this old man has made up his mind. He will just steal all of your youth instead. As the order to attack is given, a deadly rain of spears and arrows pours down. In that very moment, it looks as if the entire sky has joined the battle. In an instant, the old man transforms into a deadly storm, wiping out all resistance as soldiers fall in droves. With a single swing, he slashes dozens of enemies into glowing blue light. Trust me, we just witnessed a god. Alright, you and I are about to witness one terrifying old monster whose glowing white eyes make a mage scream. Use magic now. The mage desperately channels energy into the blue orb in front of the old man, but it is already too late. It feels like hitting the panic button when regret is your only option. An earth-shattering explosion erupts, swallowing everything in a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Across the vast snowy field, a horrific scene of carnage unfolds with countless soldiers lying dead in pools of blood. Standing right at the epicenter of this destruction is 75-year-old King Hinderbrand of the Sinbertham Kingdom. The long-haired old man calmly mutters with a cold face. Leaving the beauty of youth to these fragile kids is such a waste. Meanwhile, in the Roman Holy Kingdom, pay attention here because the atmosphere in the council room is getting incredibly tense under the heavy snowfall. Even the burning candles seem to shrink away from the heated debate. The young Pope, Jackman Roland, anxiously asks how they can salvage the kingdom's crashing reputation in this current crisis. A bespectacled advisor immediately suggests that they should just surrender and accept all of Hinderbrand's demands, as if they have no other choice. Instantly, a female minister fires back in pure outrage. She demands they hold their ground because the Sinbertham Kingdom has an incredibly low birth rate and is mostly populated by the elderly. A nation will simply perish if it does nothing, making surrender completely unacceptable to them. It sounds highly political, but for some reason, it feels like we are reading a population report from a strategy game. The argument explodes as a bald advisor screams that if they cannot even stop a 75-year-old man like Hinderbrand, they have absolutely no right to be so arrogant. While the Pope suffers from a headache caused by the deafening bickering, a decisive voice cuts through the room. Our Godhen Holy Knights will take the field. The doors swing open and Captain Sister Pier strides in with an overwhelming aura, making everyone marvel at the sheer reliability of this legendary order. As one advisor continues to mutter in doubt about their actual strength, Sister Pier suddenly lunges forward and grabs his throat, letting out a terrifying bone-cracking sound. The advisor's face contorts in agonizing pain as he can only choke out broken groans, leaving everyone in the room utterly shocked. But right after that, he bursts into a joyful laugh as he feels his blood flowing vigorously, showering the knights with high praise in front of the Pope. All the while, Sister Pier, with that long scar running down her face, quietly observes everyone with an incredibly sharp and mysterious gaze. Meanwhile, in a distant snowy forest, Hansen turns around to ask how much further they have to go to reach the village. Receiving a nod of confirmation from their tiny guide, he excitedly declares that it is finally time to start their interval running workout. After waiting for so long, Hansen and his muscular squad immediately pump power into their legs, dashing forward in unison at a terrifying speed. Heavy panting echoes continuously through the quiet woods as Hansen gets completely drenched in sweat. His face is completely contorted from exhaustion as he wheezes out a few broken words. I know what you're thinking, this training is brutal. He is breathing so hard even the falling snow seems to slow down just to keep up. Barely able to lift his feet, he gasps for his team to go on ahead. However, even the most powerful muscle-bound warriors have finally hit their absolute limits. They lean against one another, gasping for air as thick steam rises from their burning bodies. Deep footprints left in the pristine white snow lead toward a village belonging to the Sinbertham Kingdom. The place appears quiet and peaceful, with snow-covered wooden cabins nestled between majestic mountain peaks. This tranquil scenery feels like a rare halftime break in the middle of their endless, brutal training regime. From afar, a beaming young boy runs over, yelling, "Grandpa!" Instantly, an old man with a warm smile lifts the child up in a loving embrace. "Oh, my sweet little grandson," the boy cheers excitedly. The kid's face glows with pure joy as he is surrounded by loved ones, while an elder steps forward, bowing deeply to thank Hansen for saving young Jordan's life. Staring at the elders, Hansen cannot help but wonder in sheer amazement why every single old man in this village has such an unbelievably shredded physique. While a squad member whispers a warning that something is deeply bizarre about this village, Hansen casually shrugs and jokes that maybe everyone here is just a hardcore gym enthusiast. However, another major question quickly arises as there are absolutely no young adults to be found anywhere. It feels like the entire younger generation logged out of the server ages ago and nobody bothered to update their status. A sorrowful elder reveals the grim truth that all of their youth have packed up and migrated elsewhere. As Hansen stands there completely bewildered, little Jordan begins recounting the dark history of the Sinbertham Kingdom, which used to be a proud nation of legendary mercenaries. Back then, they amassed massive wealth by fighting in endless wars. But fearing overpopulation, the crown passed a strict law stating that each family could only have one single child. And here's the tragic part you and I should remember: in a militaristic society favoring sons, this policy caused a shocking gender ratio of 70-1. With so few women left, plummeting birth rates have severely aged this population. And trust me, it gets worse. The remaining young people are crushed under massive taxes to support the elderly, leaving them with absolutely no choice but to migrate to neighboring countries. Now, only a handful of children like Jordan are left with the heavy burden of caring for the countless elderly in the village. Hearing that tragic story, Hansen just casually picks his nose and asks, "Is there a gym around here?" The bizarre question completely freezes the old man in pure shock. Jordan has to explain that Hansen is probably looking for a fitness center as the group quietly walks through the snow-covered village. One of the muscular team members turns to the old man and anxiously asks, "It is too hard on the kids to shoulder everything. Is the kingdom doing nothing?" The old man softly replies, "I heard the neighboring Holy Empire of Roman has a youth-restoring relic." He explains further that this divine object has gathered human wishes for 6 trillion years. A vision of a strange ceremony appears, showing people kneeling before a blinding sphere of radiant light inside a massive tent. The old man claims King Hinderbrand is using this powerful artifact to restore their former glory. Hearing this, Hansen falls into deep thought. Hinderbrand. That name definitely sounds familiar from somewhere. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Quest unlocked, the former king's regret, with the goal of meeting Hinderbrand for a clue about the Oculus. It feels like the universe just shoved a massive quest right into his hands. Don't blink now. Hansen silently thanks his gym ancestors, praising them in his mind before excitedly turning to ask the man beside him, "Sir, is there any way you can take me to meet King Hinderbrand?" At the sudden request, the man breaks into a cold sweat and flusters. Hansen Nim, meeting the human king is incredibly difficult. He explains that meeting Guro was only possible due to the small size of that kingdom. Hansen nods and continues pushing. "So, how do I get to meet him?" Guro strokes his chin in thought, a gesture that usually translates to intense, bone-crushing training. Wearing his monocle, he looks incredibly stern as the freezing wind and snow howl around them. Guro grips his spear tightly, standing firm among the muscular soldiers while Hansen casually performs squats to prep for their next journey. Behind them, the elderly villagers are groaning in pain from their aching joints. "Oh, my whole body is aching." Deep, heavy coughing fits echo through the snowy air. Gruesome cracking noises echo repeatedly as the elders struggle desperately to move their stiff bodies. Hansen watches in horror, wondering if he just heard bones literally grinding together. Anxiously, he turns to Guro, asking, "Is this even safe?" "Now, you and I both know the easiest way to meet a king is by earning military merit, but simple means impossible in war." He stresses that the most terrifying opponents are always the ones who have absolutely nothing left to lose. And these veterans fit that bill perfectly. A giant pink-clothed warrior standing next to a white-bearded knight loudly declares, "Either we regain our youth with the king, or we die in battle." The giant bursts out laughing, affirming that this is the true mindset of veterans, before turning to ask Hansen's group what drive they bring to the fight. Instantly, Hansen's muscular disciples flex their massive physiques in unison, roaring back with 2 simple words, push and pull. Carrying heavy cargo, the muscle army marches in perfect rhythm, chanting 1-2-1, 2-2, leaving the white-bearded knight completely dumbfounded. "What on earth are you guys talking about?" Suddenly, a panicked scream of emergency echoes across the entire camp. A scout desperately whips his horse toward the gates, yelling for everyone to clear a path. But just as he gets close, the horse suddenly trips, sending both rider and beast tumbling violently across the hard ground with loud, crashing thuds. The scout scrambles to his feet, running frantically toward the commander. Asked what major crisis is happening, he just gasps for air, spitting repeatedly to find his breath. Before stammering, "It is not that." Suddenly, the warning bells ring frantically. "Enemy ambush!" Signals of black smoke rise rapidly from the towering mountain peaks. A massive, powerful army known as the God Paladin Order suddenly emerges on the horizon. Leading them is a beautiful blonde female knight with cold, piercing eyes. She coldly barks the order to charge. Down on the battlefield, a warrior turns and asks Guronim, "You said we just need to earn merit, right?" Squatting calmly, Hansen replies, "Well, yeah, that is right." His swole disciples step forward and say, "Hansen Nim, leave this area to us." Another anxiously adds that since Hansen's body fat has gone up, he might find fighting to be a bit too exhausting. Hansen laughs. And trust me, his disciples are dead wrong, because gaining weight does not mean getting weaker. If anything, his explosive power will be far more devastating, comparing his body to a high-horsepower, gas-guzzling supercar. Hansen roars out loud and starts flexing his massive body. "All right, you and I are about to watch this beast channel his full power, making his muscles swell until the entire space shakes. Shockwaves from his massive muscles blow everything away, forcing the disciples to scream out in helpless terror. Looking down on this insane spectacle from above, the knight's order is completely left in utter disbelief. Commander Peer widens her eyes in absolute shock, desperately wondering what kind of monster she is actually looking at right now. Suddenly, a roaring scream tears through the air like a literal jet engine. An earth-shattering collision erupts, unleashing a blinding red glow that completely covers the entire battlefield. The moment Hansen drops into a jump squat, a terrifying pressure explodes, making the very air itself seem to flee in absolute panic. Seeing this insane spectacle, the muscle soldiers panic and cry out, "Master Guro, what should we do? Master Hansen has vanished on us again." But Guro remains completely chill, replying that this is definitely not the first time. Instantly regaining his focus, Guro declares that their only real priority right now is crushing the enemies right in front of them. He begins lecturing them on the classic art of war, stressing that if they do not understand the strength of both sides, victory is completely impossible. Honestly, Guro admits they are currently flying completely blind about both their own limits and the enemy's strength. So he orders the Bodybuilder squad to get ready, and the massive muscle warriors immediately line up. Guro reminds his juniors they need to closely watch and learn from the seniors' battle, but one muscle-bound warrior is already getting way too impatient. "My muscles are itching for a fight. Can't we just charge in there and crush them to pieces?" But watch closely, a veteran with purple hair and a bright pink outfit steps forward, wearing a highly suspicious smile. "Huh, you rookies have some spirit. Let me show you what the raw strength of a mercenary nation truly looks like." He steps forward majestically, declaring, "Once we join the fight, there won't be any room for you amateurs." Then, he loudly barks orders to his entire force, the Bone and Joint Reinforcement Unit. Guided by the veteran's commanding shout, the entire army begins to glow with blinding light, activating powerful skills like bone density enhancement, synthetic joint replacements, and high-safety joint stabilization. Staring at this bizarre scene, one of the muscle rookies asks, "Master Guro, what on earth are those old-timers doing?" Guro calmly analyzes the scene, explaining that they are using magic to density boost their thinning bones while swapping worn-out joints with artificial, high-tech replacements. But deep down, he feels a chill, recalling a crucial lesson Hansen once taught. "You and I both know using artificial joints comes with absolutely excruciating pain, right?" Guro watches closely, highly curious how these old-timers are going to pull this off. The long-bearded commander roars his command, activating their ignore pain mode. Instantly, the atmosphere shifts, heavy with the grim realization of no turning back. Their eyes glow blood red as they charge straight ahead, completely disregarding their own safety. Watching this wild charge, a muscle-bound soldier suddenly realizes they have activated a special berserker skill to completely block out all pain. Is this the brutal reality of how a powerful mercenary nation dominates on the battlefield? Following the sudden order to charge, the absolute units move in fast, closing the gap instantly. Their thunderous stomps make the earth shake violently, making the entire battlefield feel like a giant, high-intensity vibration machine on overdrive. But right in the heat of battle, a cold voice suddenly whispers, "Deactivate." Instantly, a soldier collapses, dropping his weapon in utter shock. Hansen's crew can only stare in absolute terror, shouting, "What on earth just happened?" A mysterious figure with a cross-shaped scar on his face smirks sinisterly, quietly repeating his terrifying deactivation command. Instantly, the bodies of the charging muscle warriors begin to twist and fracture in a highly unnatural way. Sickening cracks echo across the field as their bones and joints snap, leaving them screaming out in absolute, agonizing pain. Watching this horrific technique play out, another warrior starts trembling, his heart pounding as he wonders what this nightmare skill is. In reality, the enemy had bypassed their defenses, driving their fingertips directly into the soldiers' joints with surgical precision. Right now, this entire battlefield feels like a brutal anatomy lesson executed at high-speed military precision. A hand glowing with eerie green energy weaves directly through their muscle fibers, slipping between their bones before pulling out instantly. The terrifying truth is finally revealed. Their front line is designed to completely disable both heavy armor and weapons. Then, the second line moves in to literally rip the human body apart. The enemy is incredibly cunning, aiming straight for the veterans' most vulnerable weak spot, their worn-out joints. Just hearing about this brutal tactic is enough to make anyone cringe. Agonizing screams fill the air as the old veterans collapse, completely powerless against these brutally precise, cruel attacks. Commander Peer coldly declares that she has no interest in causing any more meaningless bloodshed, and trust me, you and I are left hanging as her gaze suddenly freezes on this bizarre muscle army, a crazy unit she has never once encountered. Peer cannot hide her utter contempt. Let's dive into this wild battle where Commander Peer thinks the fragrant Simber Kingdom is incredibly desperate for deploying monsters. To her, as a proud elite of the Roman Holy Empire, beasts are nothing more than tools with zero rights. Peer orders her holy cavalry to charge, mockingly promising to show them mercy by sending them straight to the gods without a single second of pain. But completely ignoring the gravity of the battlefield, our legendary gym bros are actually panicking over a hilarious issue. They are terrified that if they get hit by those attacks, they might injure their precious muscles and miss their next workout. They keep crying about Hansen's ultimate rule injuries ruin your gains. Honestly, all they want is to go back to the safety of their beloved gym dungeon. Seeing his disciples literally about to retreat just to protect their muscle gains, Coach Guro just stands there sweating buckets, completely unable to process their ridiculous logic. But as their cowardly whispers of running away to save their gains reach his ears, Guro's eyes narrow into a terrifying, dangerous glare. He roars with absolute fury, commanding his swole gym bros to focus up immediately. Guro barks at them, asking if they really want to go back to being weak, pathetic losers despised by everyone just because they are afraid of a little pain. He reminds them that all those hours of grueling training were not meant for running away but to protect their friends, their loved ones, and their families. This epic speech pierces straight to the depths of their souls, or more accurately, starts vibrating the massive chest muscles of his entire army. Now, pay attention. Because if words actually had weight, Guro's speech was like a 1,000-pound barbell dropped on their souls. He hypes up his students to believe in the raw strength they and Hansen forged together. On cue, their massive pecs begin to twitch and flex with overwhelming power as their leader fires them up. Even their gigantic toad beast gets totally swept up in this insanely hyped-up atmosphere. This sudden, bizarre transformation starts making the Roman knights look incredibly confused. It is like the script of the entire battle just flew out the window. Between the deafening roars of the giant toad and the chanting of the muscle army, a suffocating pressure heavy enough to crush anyone descends on the field. An entire army of pale, colossal giants, with glowing red eyes, and their massive squad of toad raiders march in perfect sync, sending shockwaves through the ground with every single step. Faced with this terrifying wall of muscle, Commander Pierre just watches coldly, muttering in pure disgust. You think those naked bodies can stop us? So foolish. Holy knights, dismantle the enemy right now. But her men are just left blinking in confusion, asking, wait, dismantle them? Before they can even react, the red-eyed gym bros are already in their faces, their massive chests pounding so violently that the knights scream in absolute terror. Immediately, the gym warriors drop into extreme chest stretches and breathing exercises right on the front lines to charge up an explosive, devastating counterattack. Their thunderous battle cry of 12 sets echoes everywhere. Honestly, this does not feel like a deadly war anymore. It is like a continent-wide, high-stakes endurance championship. Two beefy bros team up to launch their allies straight into the air like an arrow ripping through the sky, leaving the helpless knights staring up in absolute shock. I know what you are thinking, but check this out. Commander Pierre grits her teeth, screaming to dismantle him. But a fatal sword slash just bounces off his steel-hard muscles with a dry clank. Without missing a beat, our gym bro grabs his attacker and roars his ultimate move, the one-arm dumbbell. A devastating overhead press slams down with monstrous force, crushing the knight into the dirt and triggering a massive, earth-shaking shockwave. Right there on the battlefield of the gym dungeon, a towering muscular titan stands proudly over a pile of defeated, groaning enemies. One of the swole soldiers confidently claims he has already fully analyzed the enemy's entire strategy. He explains that the enemy's combat technique relies on slipping their sharp blades through thin muscle tissue to cleanly sever the bone joints. But against goody builders boasting thick, ultra-dense muscle armor, that strategy is completely and utterly useless. Watching this happen, Commander Pierre is left absolutely speechless. She has to admit she has never seen a human body capable of clamping down on bone joints with such freakish, godly strength. Staring at the warriors before her, she wonders if they are actually minotaurs, or maybe some terrifying entities that exist far beyond any mere monster. But Pierre quickly regains her cool, declaring that even the thickest armor of flesh has fatal openings. She says this with the absolute confidence of someone who has mastered the absolute limits of the human body. In an instant, she unleashes a rapid assault, targeting those precise gaps, throwing our gym bros into a desperate struggle as they start dropping one by one. Pierre coldly orders her holy legions to strike directly at the enemy's knuckles, wrists, and elbow joints. Agonizing screams echo across the field as the muscle army takes relentless, pinpoint strikes straight to their vulnerable joints. Commander Pierre sneers in triumph, asking if they truly believed raw muscle was enough. Completely ignoring her threats, the raging gym bros charge forward like absolute madmen, closing the distance at blistering speed. One colossal warrior braces himself to unleash another monstrous one-arm dumbbell press, channeling tons of raw power to smash his opponent's defenses straight into the dirt. But as his massive fist collides with the knight's brutal counterattack, his fingers snap and deform under the impact. Our gym bros are screaming in total agony now. Stick with me to see if they make it. They scream in pure regret. Honestly, you and I are diving into a dungeon where they should have just stayed and quietly lifted weights. It hurts too much. I cannot hold on. The green-clad entity quietly stares at her hands and says, "That weakness must be engraved deep in your genes." She keeps speaking cold words, mocking the sound of death as neck bones snap and twist. A massive, sweating chicken with half-closed eyes can only let out a terrified shriek in absolute, paralyzing fear. It frantically screams in defiance as her hand closes in, but a cold, decisive voice cuts through the air. So just rest in peace. Instantly, her ultimate technique, Heavy Plant 12, is activated. A massive magic orb crashes straight onto the monster's head, triggering a colossal, earth-shattering explosion that vaporizes everything in sight. Unbelievable. She is still standing after that massive attack. Who are you? Faced with the question, a pale, bald giant wearing a monocle calmly introduces himself. I am the manager and trainer of Diem Dungeon, a Goot. He flexes in a powerful, dominant stance, loudly declaring his real identity as Mr. Guro. Meanwhile, pay attention here because up in the frozen mountain peaks, chaotic lightning and explosions constantly rip through the snowy skies. A small army silently marches through the freezing stone corridors amidst the heavy snow. Facing their leader, worried elders plead with desperate faces. Your Majesty, there is absolutely no need to go to battle yourself. Please, put your faith in the army. He turns to his subordinates and asks, have you all not trusted me this entire time? The old king orders them to bring his mana potions and proudly announces, then I am off. Instantly, Hinderbrand charges out of the fortress. Flying at an absolutely insane speed, Hinderbrand suddenly halts as a strange object hurtles straight toward him. From the opposite direction, Hansen is falling rapidly, his face twisted in pure terror. He screams out in total helplessness. Ah! I cannot stop. Hinderbrand quietly draws his sword, landing a devastating blow on Hansen's massive arm. It is like a clash between two giant beasts. The old king coldly says, sorry, I do not have time to distinguish friend from foe. Before a shocked Hansen, a system notification pops up. Subquest, the former king's regret, meet Hinderbrand, is completed. Right after, the current location of the Oculus organization is officially revealed on the magic map. Down on the ground, the red-haired guy cracks his neck and suggests, you Hansen is gone, so let us just wipe them out. However, his subordinate anxiously reports that Hinderbrand's signal is closing in fast. He trembles, nervously wondering if they can actually defeat the legendary old king in their current exhausted state. Gan falls silent, clicks his tongue, and decides to endure a bit longer. Now, I know what you are thinking if Hinderbrand and Goot actually clash. Who walks out alive? Through the misty purple haze, a pale-skinned Goot warrior stands tall, facing off against a female knight. The air feels like a brutal match where only the law of the jungle rules. He calmly remarks that the loser will simply end up as food. The Goot quickly analyzes his opponent, realizing she is a pure close-quarters combat specialist. Knowing he has no chance in a direct brawl, he decides to increase her body weight first. Instantly, he roars, unleashing a burning purple magic aura that completely covers his hands as he prepares a devastating, explosive strike. The massive purple pressure weighs down heavily, forcing the knight, Pier, to brace herself against the suffocating force. Pier wonders in shock if her armor's weight has increased, but she quickly regains her composure and calmly observes. What an interesting technique. In response, Guro loudly declares, I'm about to make it even more interesting. Guro summons countless spears that float high in the air, towering through the clouds before raining down like a deadly storm. Facing this deadly rain, Pier quietly watches and wonders what her next move should be, but then she calmly notes that she has already adapted. The spears rain down violently, pinning themselves all around Pier amid the surging wave of intense purple energy. The Goot suddenly roars, canceling heavy blunt, catching Pier completely off guard. Countless spears with varying gravity levels are continuously activated and deactivated in rapid succession. Piercing through the shadows amid brutal sounds of impact, the Goot cheers in excitement. Yes, I won. He is absolutely certain he has defeated her, but Pier suddenly catches a flying spear barehanded and calmly says, this situation is honestly making me quite embarrassed. Unbelievable. Even after being impaled by countless spears, Pier is still alive. The truth is revealed. Every single member of her party is a healer capable of instant recovery. The muscular soldier begins to show pure terror, crying as he runs away under hot pursuit. Suddenly, a massive pillar of purple light engulfs her, leaving the enemy utterly stunned and speechless. And that's where we leave it. Watch closely as glowing purple hands prepare the final devastating strike. All right, let's jump in. A cold voice echoes, got you. A purple circle appears as the ultimate barbell tower skill is activated. A massive purple energy explosion rains down, crushing everything beneath it inside a gigantic pillar of blinding light. A dazzling burst of light containing a powerful healing skill rains down right onto the battlefield. From the shadows, a towering entity with massive muscles silently watches as the muscle army immediately charges forward like a raging storm. A warrior screams out orders, get close so they can't heal. But despite the relentless onslaught, the priestess calmly commands her forces. Ignore them. Focus purely on healing. Saving Master Pyrotin is our only ticket to securing this victory. A giant steel-scaled hand sweeps across the battlefield. The massive beast roars, ordering them to spread out and crush everything. A devastating press slam crashes down, triggering an earth-shattering blast. Pay attention here, the giant still stands tall as they scream to initiate the next assault. Move it! Let's go! One of the muscle army soldiers mutters to himself while running forward, vowed not to leave himself open ever again. Behind him, another soldier sneers mockingly, saying he looks more like a monster than anyone else. Another thunderous punch slams down, completely obliterating the ground in a flash of blinding light. Agonized screams echo continuously as the enemy is absolutely crushed under this display of pure, raw power. The chaotic scene leaves even the little Cocatrice completely frozen, staring in wide-eyed, speechless shock. As the thick smoke clears, leaving exhausted bodies scattered across the dirt, you and I have to ask, why are they fighting so desperately like this? Enveloped in pure terror, the Cocatrices tremble and look at each other with deep doubt. Their tiny brains simply cannot comprehend the actual purpose behind all this mindless slaughter. You have probably stood before a heavy barbell that felt absolutely impossible to lift. Inside a rhythm-filled gym, the dedicated members of the muscle army train relentlessly, day after day. Yet sudden fear creeps in when facing that massive piece of iron, because we always know our own limits better than anyone else. A heavy, suffocating pressure fills their minds. The barbell remains completely still, but the lifter's brain is already trembling with fear, turning this into a desperate battle between raw muscle and sheer panic. A challenging voice rings out. Are you giving up now? Instantly, he slaps his own face, chest, and thighs to awaken his long-sleeping willpower. Are you really quitting just because of one failure? His veiny hands immediately grip the heavy bar with a burning, absolute determination. A confident smirk returns to his face as he boldly declares, "No, this fear is nothing but a deceptive trick played by my own brain." An excited roar echoes continuously as hot blood surges fiercely through his swollen veins, as a dark, muscular silhouette with glowing red eyes radiates pure bloodlust, charging forward in a frenzy to banish the terror gripping his body. Unleashing his one-arm dumbbell row technique, the giant delivers ground-shaking hammer strikes that make the entire space tremble violently. Suddenly, a giant claw swipes past, leaving his opponent utterly confused and gasping in disbelief. A resounding Cocatrice call echoes loudly, signaling the arrival of a brand new entity. A massive Cocatrice suddenly lunges forward. Its hands glow with miraculous recovery magic, helping an ally regain their footing instantly inside a bright green aura. Moving at terrifying speed, he charges forward as fast as a flash of lightning, forcing onlookers to gasp in astonishment while some shriek in terror. The wild Cocatrice beast leaps high into the sky once more, lunging forward with insane fury. Meanwhile, a priestess slips silently beneath the giant beast's massive shadow, coldly issuing a command to dispel the magic. An ironic twist of fate unfolds as the members of the muscle army suddenly show up. Shouts of press echo as a crushing weight slams down, followed immediately by yet another devastating press from the squad. The blonde priestess quietly surveys the chaotic battlefield and sighs, realizing they have been delayed for far too long. She casts her heal spell to restore her body. Standing in the glowing light, she mutters with deep regret, "We should have caused way more damage. What a waste. Let's head back." Seeing his enemies preparing to escape, the commander roars in anger. They are trying to run, attack. Dark shadows, riding, flying beasts instantly block out the sky. One muscle army warrior panics and screams, "Don't do it!" before roaring out in frustration. The entire squad gathers together, firmly asserting they need to fall back and rebuild their forces. The scene shifts to a snowy wasteland, where Hansen lies curled up inside a deep crater. Alright, you and I are about to watch his massive muscles tremble in the steam as old Hinderband suddenly charges. But Hansen casually uses his own serratus anterior muscle to catch the blade with absolute precision. The slash is completely stopped mid-air, leaving his opponent totally shocked as the white-haired old man struggles in pure helplessness. Unable to pull his sword out, he stares at the blood seeping on the blade. Was his muscle actually cut? On the contrary, Hansen looks extremely worried. He glares down at his side and asks his muscle what is wrong. Alright, let's dive into the crazy story of Hansen slapping his soft muscles, yelling at his serratus anterior, "Hey, are you asleep? Wake up, kid." Watching this incredibly bizarre spectacle, Hinderband silently realizes that normal physical attacks are not going to work on this guy. In that case, and meanwhile, Hansen is still desperately trying to soothe his own muscles. "Are you sulking?" Hinderband raises his sword, pouring in all his magic until it glows with a brilliant golden aura. Instantly, the muscles on Hansen's body begin contracting and ballooning at a terrifying rate. His opponent watches in pure shock as Hansen's muscles swell to an absolutely unimaginable, monstrous size. Hansen screams, his entire face completely buried under his own massive tissue. "Hey, what are you still complaining about?" A massive, blazing wave of energy erupts from deep within those raw red muscle fibers. Hinderband soars into the sky, wrapped in a bright golden aura. Looking down, he reminds himself that the kingdom lies right behind him, so he absolutely cannot let this monster breach their borders. Seeing that physical slashes are totally useless, now watch closely as he channels all his magic, declaring, "If my sword cannot cut you, my magic will pierce you." His face turns deadly serious as he focuses his ultimate power. Under suffocating pressure, the monstrous Hansen can only throw his head back and let out a broken, furious roar. An earth-shattering collision immediately explodes in the sky with a devastating blast. Hinderband casually remarks that it was just a warm-up, because he absolutely hates wasting his valuable time on useless things. Next, he summons a giant golden guardian who delivers a thunderous hammer blow, sending Hansen flying into the distance. Meanwhile, the battered Hansen is sent free-falling through the snowy sky, his body covered in deep wounds. Hansen's massive frame hurtles downward like a blazing meteor, kicking up a colossal storm of dust and snow across the entire region. Amid the howling blizzard, Hansen lies completely motionless inside a deep crater. "Hey, serratus anterior? Why are you ignoring me?" Suddenly, a muffled voice actually speaks back from his contracting muscle fibers. "Do you honestly think I want to talk to you?" This grumpy reply leaves Hansen completely bewildered. What? What is that supposed to mean? Staring at his own body, Hansen can't believe he is actually hearing a voice come from his muscles. Take a good look at yourself. It turns out, Hansen spent way too much time eating sweets and skipping his workouts, so his muscles are scolding him. "Hey brain, you were too busy getting high on sugar that you forgot all about proper nutrition and lifting weights." His muscles declare in unison, "So we have officially decided to go on strike, leaving only the bare minimum to keep you alive." Hansen is stunned by this brutal ultimatum. "Good luck surviving with nothing but your excess fat." The voices from his body continue. "Oh, and your serratus anterior wanted us to pass along this message too. Screw you, rotten brain. You and I both know that if there was an award for most bizarre betrayal of the year, he wins hands down." Could this sudden muscle strike have caused way too much shock to his system? Hansen lies shivering in the snow, his teeth chattering uncontrollably in the freezing cold. This is actually the body trying to regulate heat as capillaries constrict, and the hypothalamus stimulates the pituitary gland to release TSH hormones. This biological process triggers metabolism-boosting hormones just to keep him alive. Normally, an average person shivers in the cold to regulate body temperature at 10 to 20 times per second, but Hansen's striking muscles generate a terrifying vibration speed of up to 10,000 times every single second. He vibrates so violently that he turns into a complete blur, melting the snow into a hot spring right in the frozen wasteland. A hand reaches up from the water as Hansen emerges from the steaming pool. That intense heat successfully burned off all his excess fat, but sadly, those glorious, massive muscles have completely vanished as well. Standing in the snow with incredibly skinny legs, his metabolism returns to that of a normal human. But after losing his bulk, he suddenly becomes ridiculously handsome with a slender, beautiful face. Hansen looks down at his body with tears in his eyes, choking out, "My gains are gone." Right then, a system notification warns him that he is now suffering from severe hypothermia, a brutal price to pay for an instant, effortless glow-up. The system immediately activates and presents him with two choices. Option A, go to a warm bed with bread, or Option B, go to a place with meat. Hansen continues to shiver violently in the freezing wind. With a smirk, he makes his choice. His brain took 2 seconds to process, but he still picked meat talk about clear priorities. Amid the howling wind and blinding white snow, a trembling hand reaches out in a desperate bid to survive. Hansen is completely emaciated now. He uses his last ounce of strength to knock on a wooden door before instantly collapsing. The patrol finds him and screams, "Hey, are you okay?" He is severely frozen, and that is where we leave our handsome, muscleless hero. You and I are jumping right into this. After a long coma, Hansen wakes up in a warm room where his savior kindly asks, "Are you awake now? How do you feel? Any pain?" Hansen weakly mutters a thank you, suddenly shocked as he notices his current physical state. "Ah, you need food, right?" Seeing him tremble violently, the old man quickly turns to call for his wife. Look at how much he is shaking. He must be absolutely starving. "Dear, bring some food over." A woman carrying a tray approaches with words of comfort. "You are way too thin. Eat this to get your strength back." Looking at the plain soup and dry pieces of bread, Hansen grumbles internally. Carbs and more carbs. In the past, he would never have touched a low-quality meal like this. Suddenly, his eyes flash with intensity, radiating a suffocating pressure as his hands grip the tray. Memories of his golden days, with massive muscles and endless fried chicken and pizza, flash back to make him even more miserable. Watching Hansen tremble while holding a piece of bread, the woman feels bad, assuming he starved so long he can barely hold food. Her husband sighs in agreement. Yes, what a poor soul. Hansen hangs his head, shadows covering his face as he boils with anger at his own weak body. But pride does not matter right now. He needs fuel. Hansan dips his spoon into the steaming soup and starts eating. With just one bite, he closes his eyes, feeling the simple nutrients spread through his system. But as the saying goes, if a gym bro can lift a spoon, he can lift weights. Watch closely as he grips that fragile spoon, veins bulging from pure, self-inflicted resistance training. Right there in bed, he starts performing intense isometric bicep curls with total focus, using nothing but a simple spoon. As long as he breathes, he trains. A true gym bro never quits. Staring at this bizarre sight, the old couple completely freezes, looking at him with utter judgment and confusion. What is wrong with you? Furious, they rush over, pin Hansan down, and yell, "Stop playing and just eat." Choking on the food they force down his throat, Hansan can only whine in defeat. Afterwards, he slowly stumbles out into the cold, snowy wilderness. He places his hands on the ground, realizing his current body condition is not actually that bad. Staring straight ahead with absolute determination, he slaps both his cheeks to wake himself up, muttering, "Get it together, you Hansan. What is done, and you cannot change the past." Wiping the cold sweat, he suddenly drops down, hands on the freezing earth. It looks like a posture of despair, but you and I know that is definitely not it. Hansan quickly shifts his center of gravity, locking his body into a rock-solid starting position. This is the classic push-up, his ultimate way to test his baseline strength. He shouts, "Start," then rhythmically drives his body up and down with steady form. Focusing with total intensity, he starts counting. 5, 6, 7, 8. Sweat begins dripping onto the icy ground. His breathing grows heavier with every single rep. But suddenly, Hansan pauses, his face twisting in absolute shock. He is stunned to realize that after only a few reps, his muscles are already feeling an incredibly intense pump. Never in my entire life have push-ups felt this ridiculously mind-blowing. Suddenly, surges of blue energy spark through his muscle fibers, making him shudder and scream in pure ecstasy. His face distorts as he drowns in raw pleasure. You see, the human brain operates on a strict pleasure scale. If eating delicious food scores a mere 3 points, and illegal substances hit a massive 150, then for hardcore gym junkies, a brutal workout is an addiction just as powerful as any banned substance. This bro is literally riding a massive dopamine wave right during his workout. To Hansan, training again feels like shooting high-grade adrenaline straight into his veins. He smashes out push-ups on the dirty ground, pumps so intense that tears start welling up. Suddenly, a memory of his master wearing his iconic red headband flashes back. His master warns him sternly, "Han, son, no matter how tough things get, you must never cry." When Hansan asks why, the old master explains that water is the vital building block of muscles, and tears are no exception. Crying causes dehydration, and dehydration means losing your hard-earned muscle tissue. He poses a deep question. If the water meant to feed your muscles turns into useless tears, what happens? Still grinding on the machine, Hansan weakly gasps out, "I lose my gains, master." The master laughs, explaining that a few tears do not destroy muscle instantly, but the real issue lies in your mindset. Paying attention to the tiniest details is the single most crucial habit for building a flawless physique. Hansan listens in silence, sweat running down his thoughtful face. Grunting softly, Hansan flexes every single muscle around his eyes, desperately holding back his tears with raw willpower. After a deep breath, he grinds out push-ups in the snow as a system screen pops up. "Trust me, you and I are about to see him break every limit. Alright, you and I are about to follow Hansan as the King's Regret quest updates he has met Brand, and now he must help rebuild the Roman Holy Kingdom's fortress to find clues about Oculus." Still holding his push-up position, Hansan looks up at the old man beside him and asks, "Sir, is this the Roman Holy Kingdom?" The old man calmly replies, "It looks like you are finally starting to regain some of your memories." Asking for directions while doing intense push-ups, this guy literally cannot stay still. The old man advises him to be grateful to the Pope, who ordered them to take in all young men without question, saving Hansen's life. Out of breath, Hansen urgently begs, "I need to help repair the fortress. Can you show me where it is?" The old man wonders if he is even a citizen, but still points. "Alright, follow me." Hansen yells his thanks while doing powerful, moving push-ups, keeping close behind the old man. Down at the snow-covered fortress, soldiers are bustling back and forth, helping their wounded comrades. Spotting a soldier on the ground who is stretching out his fellow comrade, Hansen's eyes light up, and he gasps in utter shock. That is physical therapy. He quickly analyzes the technique. If you can realign and stretch out those muscle fibers, soothing his exhausted, overworked muscles will be 10 times more effective. Standing frozen in the falling snow, Hansen contemplates deeply before suddenly rushing over, grabbing the old man's shoulders, and demanding answers. "How do I get physical therapy like that?" The old man asks if he means recovery magic, explaining that combat engineers are guaranteed to receive it, since only enlisted soldiers are allowed to get that sweet, 1-hour daily treatment. Hanson's eyes spark with excitement, and here's where it gets funny. Is enlisting really all it takes? As the old man gives a hesitant nod, Hanson proudly declares with a massive grin, "I am enlisting." Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind, inviting him to join their ranks instead. Hanson turns around slowly, locking eyes with a mysterious figure wrapped in a deep green cloak. The stranger pulls back their hood, revealing a long eye scar. Flashing a sinister smirk, she says, "I knew my eyes did not deceive me. With that dark aura, you know she is trouble." Feeling completely disrespected, Hanson snaps angrily, "Are you mocking me right now?" Instantly, he activates his HYV3 skill to scan his opponent. The system identifies Pierre as a human priest with insane muscle mass and ultra-low body fat, scoring a perfect 101 out of 100. Meanwhile, Hanson is devastated to see his own score is just 67. He collapses, furiously slamming his fists against the snowy ground in pure despair. "Damn you, muscle flexor." Pierre just stands there, completely baffled by this incredibly bizarre meltdown. We all know that painful feeling of checking a bad report card, right? But soon, Hanson is blissfully enjoying some deep tissue massage. Pierre, wearing neat clothes, asks gently, "How is your body feeling?" Hanson groans back, completely satisfied. "Is it good?" "No, it is absolutely amazing." He feels his stiff joints opening up, which makes his daily stretching routines far more effective than they have ever been. Pierre cannot help but remark in surprise, "This is my absolute first time seeing an outsider adapt so incredibly well to our special physical therapy." Pulling Hanson's arm back to stretch it, Pierre asks with concern, "Does this not hurt you?" Keeping a straight face, Hanson proudly claims he can easily handle any pain if it means making his body stronger. His rock-solid resolve leaves Pierre highly impressed. Hanson flashes a satisfied grin as revitalizing energy flows back into his tired muscle fibers. Pierre smiles warmly at this new recruit's unyielding iron while smiling through the pain like a true gym beast. Over at the fortress construction site, massive wooden scaffolding rises high into the freezing snowy sky. Miners and soldiers are running around, carrying heavy stone blocks to keep up with the build. In the crowd, a worker strains as he hauls a massive sack next to his cart, grunting a rhythmic 1-2. He uses every ounce of strength to heave a heavy round stone. Watching this, Hanson stands frozen, sweating bullets. He wonders in horror, what is going on here? His posture is so bad that any gym rat would immediately run to correct him. Watching the laborers work, Hanson grows increasingly anxious, thinking to himself that lifting like that will definitely cause a herniated disc. Sure enough, workers all over the construction site are lifting heavy stones with terribly bent, dangerous postures. Grunts and groans echo through the cold air, alongside terrible lifting form. Suddenly, a worker clutches his lower back and screams in agony, "Ow, my back." A co-worker nearby just clicks his tongue, saying, "See? I told you that would happen." And as a priest rushes over to help the screaming man, you and I are left wondering, how will Hanson fix this? "My back," the tired worker groans. "Trust me, you and I are about to watch our hero Hanson completely lose his mind." Seeing the priest cast healing magic directly onto the prone worker's back makes Hanson absolutely red with fury, his eyes rolling back in pure rage. He simply cannot hold back anymore, throwing his head back to let out an earth-shattering scream. "The order is completely wrong." His sudden outburst leaves the female officer behind him, standing there in total confusion. She steps closer and asks worriedly if there is a problem, while Hanson frantically pulls his hair, screaming in utter despair. The order is completely wrong. Watching his extreme overreaction, she can only stare in silent bewilderment. Is he an architect? The two stand quietly by the tents as she speaks up softly. "The fortress repairs are taking longer than expected, right?" Hanson, now calmer, softly agrees with her. She looks over at the construction site and sighs, noting that because every single brick is so heavy, many soldiers get injured while working. Watch closely here. Anyone who actually knows proper form would stress out seeing this. Hanson looks toward the site in sheer panic and screams in despair. "You cannot build a body like this, absolutely not." Seeing his passionate reaction, La excitedly approaches him, clapping her hands with complete and absolute trust. "I knew it. You are an expert at building city walls, right?" Hanson instantly regains his confidence. He flashes a bright smile, proudly claiming to be an expert. La watches his back and speaks up. "Since I received your care, I want to help with this." They are on completely different pages, yet he remains confident. With extra help, how long will it take to finish the wall? He wonders to himself. The city wall? Right, that needs building too. Watching workers carry heavy bricks through the ruins, Hanson realizes something essential. Holding up 3 fingers, he confidently declares that 3 months should be more than enough time. But his main focus right now is not construction progress, it is their physical bodies. Objectively speaking, the physiques of these working soldiers are actually quite impressive from all the heavy lifting they do on site. They have built incredibly solid, functional muscles, and their natural youth helps them keep major injuries at bay. But the reality is not so rosy, as their terrible working posture is silently destroying their bodies from the inside. You saw that coming, right? Pain begins to ruin them. Constant spinal damage causes serious harm. They look totally fine on the outside, but inside, severe issues are silently piling up. If left untreated, these minor issues will soon turn chronic, leaving the soldiers bent over in agonizing, unbearable pain. To completely solve this, Hansen knows that hands-on therapy is not enough. Their basic everyday habits must change completely. He looms behind a working soldier and roars his instructions, telling them to engage their core muscles. Flex your spine. Hansen swings his arm, delivering a hard slap to the worker's back to correct his posture, startling him half to death. Seeing the confused crowd, Hansen screams out, "Don't you even know how to engage your core muscles? Drop everything and lie face down right now." Instantly, every soldier drops their tools and hits the dirt. 70 days have passed since Hansen started his intense bodybuilding program. A carriage convoy, heavily guarded by soldiers, travels down a stone road. The mission of the St. Gaudens Knights, despite some damage, is really just to buy them some precious time. The cardinal walking alongside adds with great worry, "At this rate, a massive invasion will break out soon." Hearing this, young Jamin innocently asks, "Why? Why are they invading us?" The cardinal patiently explains, "That is exactly why we are rushing to repair these walls." But Jamin keeps asking questions. Why? Why do we have to repair them? He explains that the enemy knows they do not have long to live, so they fight with absolute desperation, caring nothing for their lives since their time is running out. The boy pope asks yet again, "Why? Why is their time running out?" The cardinal explains that because they are old, their remaining time is very limited. "We just need to stall. Yes, their age makes their window of action very small, so we just have to play the long game." But Jamin keeps spamming the word "why," making the entire situation incredibly awkward as he asks it over and over. Faced with the young pope's endless curiosity, the cardinal tells himself to use confusing jargon to finally shut down this endless stream of questions. He suggests using confusing academic jargon to talk it out. And that's where we leave it. You and I will want to see what comes next. Alright, let's dive into how this bizarre training leaves young Jamin completely baffled and utterly confused. The kid pouts in disappointment, muttering that it is not fun at all, sulking because they are using such overly complicated terms. Listening to this, his brain just keeps buffering forever. Seeing the sad pope, the cardinal quickly rushes to reassure him, "Pope Jackman, please do not be so disappointed, because the wall reconstruction is almost entirely finished now." Hearing the construction is done, Jackman's eyes light up with pure excitement. "Is it really finished?" The cardinal confidently invites him to see the results. "Yes, please take a look." Right in front of them, the massive city gates swing open, revealing a towering figure standing amidst the white snow. Witnessing the shocking sight right before their eyes, the cardinals are so stunned that their jaws literally drop. Hanso stands tall in the middle of the road, showing off his massive, bulging muscles while muttering that this should be enough for now. He begins to flex, channeling his entire power as his chest and abdominal muscles swell violently under the suffocating pressure. Hanso radiates an absolute, overwhelming pressure, standing there like a menacing, colossal titan of pure muscle. Now, pay attention here because Pope Jackman and his cardinal are about to get the shock of their lives as they scream in panic, thinking everything was already done. The furious cardinal screams, "Pierre, what on earth is the meaning of this?" Beside him, Pierre can only stare wide-eyed in sheer terror. Pierre quickly rushes over to interrogate him. "Han, son, what is this? Didn't you say it was almost finished?" He calmly replies, "Yes, there are still 2 weeks left until it is done." That ridiculous response leaves Pierre completely speechless. In that exact instant, a massive shockwave suddenly erupts from the center, blasting across the entire fortress and violently shaking the ground. The powerful wave of energy continues to spread across the world map, traveling from the Roman Holy Kingdom all the way to Silvertherm Kingdom. Inside a small snow-covered cabin located in Silvertherm, a loud sneeze suddenly rings out, shattering the freezing cold air. Wrapped in a thick blanket, an old woman grumbles about the chill and tells herself to turn up the heat immediately. A massive shockwave just passed by, but she only cares about how freezing cold it is. Holding a tray loaded with sweet potatoes and fresh vegetables, the old lady walks toward the fireplace. To everyone's surprise, there is no firewood inside. Instead, a jacked muscle warrior is meditating inside the hearth, with intense heat radiating from his steaming body. The old woman gently feeds him a bite, introducing it as a nutritious blend of chicken breast, sweet potatoes, and veggies. After devouring the highly nutritious meal, he roars with intense excitement about doing 1,000 squats to crank up the heat in the house. Now, I know what you are thinking. A gym bro-powered heater? Yes, and it keeps the old lady incredibly warm. Oh, it is so cozy. But that heat does not come from burning wood. It is coming from a muscle army soldier churning out squats inside the fireplace. Suddenly, he senses a strange, powerful vibration spreading deep inside his chest. His eyes widen in absolute shock, wondering if this is a distress signal sent directly from Hanso himself. Unable to sit still any longer, he decides he must go check it out immediately. His bulging muscles begin to twitch and vibrate to the powerful rhythm echoing from afar. Squatting inside a fireplace, yet he still catches the signal. Muscle Wi-Fi at full bars. Over at the training grounds, the clanking of heavy iron weights echoes through the thick steam. One warrior pauses and asks his comrade, "That really sounds like the call of Master Hanso, does it not?" The other confidently declares that even though the signal is weak, his chest muscle contractions prove beyond a doubt that it is Hanso. Staring around the gym they have loved for so long, with its burn warning sign on the wall, they feel a pang of sadness leaving it behind. But the leader's command is absolute. A booming voice suddenly echoes through the room. "Let's move out." Every single warrior halts their workout, gearing up for what is bound to be an epic reunion. Standard chest twitch comms for these gym rats. Meanwhile, in a completely silent space, a man slowly sips his hot tea and sighs with deep regret. "I really hate saying goodbye. Can you not stay?" Sitting right across from him is Ghoul. He quietly listens to the heartfelt offer in respectful, unbroken silence. Ghoul stares thoughtfully into his teacup, admitting that so much has truly happened since they first began their journey in the gym dungeon. Sitting at the table inside this ancient, rustic room, he confirms that it was an incredibly meaningful chapter in his life. Ghoul strokes his beard and adds with a dry smirk, "It was also a time where I almost died at your highness's hands." Memories of those torturous training days flash back, showing exhausted soldiers collapsed on stretchers while their comrades carry them across the battlefield. Suddenly, an earth-shattering impact explodes, blasting a massive crater into the ground amidst a dense cloud of dust and smoke. Emerging from the ruins, Hildebrand stands tall, his eyes glowing with terrifying, murderous intent. The old king demands to know who ruined his entire army, and as the soldiers scream to fight back, you and I are left on the absolute edge of our seats. Let's dive in as Hildebrand looms over, looking incredibly exhausted. He mutters, "How unfortunate. I lost my sword on the way here." Seeing his stunned opponent, the old king channels mana into his palm and suggests, "Since it is a pity, how about we settle our duel with magic instead, heading into combat but forgetting my weapon?" "Your Highness, isn't it that way?" Hildebrand turns around, completely bewildered. Ghoul quickly explains that the one who was just attacked is actually an allied monster who joined their army. Seeing the two injured and deeply confused Go warriors, Hildebrand lets out a soft, apologetic smile. "My apologies. How about we head inside to discuss everything in detail?" The two walk quietly through the neat ranks of soldiers to enter the main tent. Hildebrand glances at Leon and the others standing around, then asks, "You all surely have something to say, right?" A sinister smile spreads across the faces of those mysterious figures as they silently observe the tent, while Hildebrand takes a sip of tea and explains, "I only did that because I wasn't clear about the battlefield situation." "Is that so, brother?" Ghoul replies with a forced laugh. "Ah, I get it." The old king curiously asks about Guro's life in Simber during this time. Without any hesitation, Ghoul laughs out loud and confirms, "It really is a complete mess." "Now pay attention to this moment." The king smiles, amused by his honesty, refusing to let him leave. Ghoul goes on to explain that the kingdom's previous welfare system was actually terrible. Hildebrand nods in agreement, "And you are the one who improved it greatly." Ghoul silently sips his tea, looking down with humility. "That is only because everyone felt happy doing it, sir, and that is indeed the truth. The builders were always willing and ready to dedicate their strength to the kingdom." Outside the tent, two muscular warriors continue to stand guard diligently, protecting this highly important conversation amidst the falling snow with their ultimate level of dedication. Rhythmic counts of 1, 2, 3, 4 echo out as members of the muscle army pass honeycomb briquettes to each other in perfect harmony. With sweeping twists and swings, they deliver the fuel while taking the opportunity to build their physiques. The heat generated from their intense training even helps save a massive amount of heating resources for the entire village. The builders also easily design customized training programs, specifically tailored for the elderly, helping an old man proudly show off his solid biceps beside his instructor, combining labor and gym work to optimize efficiency without wasting a single beat. Now, I know what you're thinking, how did they do this? Well, they belong to the Ghoul tribe, starting out as weaklings. It is their weightlifting method that has granted them a powerful revival with exploding muscles. A Ghoul warrior stands tall, his eyes glowing red with fierce intent as he lifts the heavy barbell. With their accumulated experience, the hooded builders visit the homes of retired elderly folks to guide them in person. In the middle of the snow-covered yard, the elders enthusiastically perform their exercises, keeping boredom completely at bay while becoming healthier than they have ever been. Warm waves and bright smiles are appearing more and more frequently throughout the entire village. An old man laughs heartily, showing pure and genuine happiness on his weathered face. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Hinterbrand watches quietly from the background. This is the very first time he has truly seen his people smile like this. 2 weeks later, amidst the white snow, a massive vibration begins to shake the sturdy city gates. The peace is short-lived, and a huge event is about to unfold. Right in front of him is Hanson's massive back, radiating incredibly powerful and commanding muscular energy. Both Hinterbrand and Pierre look visibly anxious, wondering what their next move should be in this situation. Hanson, with his glowing blue eyes, stares straight at the target and loudly declares, "There it is, the Great Wall." The muscle army begins to march proudly through the cold snow. Each warrior stands firm, their bodies shaking with every single muscle contraction. Hanson declares that a well-trained body is like a solid pillar of steel. He leads the army toward the mountains, where pillars of flesh are starting to overlap to form a wall. Hanson goes on to explain that when those pillars combine, they will create an impenetrable wall. The muscle army lines up together, flexing to lock their joints and form a completely unbreakable fortress. The legendary muscular wall technique is now officially unleashed. A massive wall is formed by thousands of muscular warriors, standing shoulder to shoulder, prepared to face any hostile force. Witnessing this, Captain Pierre grits her teeth in anger. How dare they toy with our holy kingdom? She immediately raises her hand to command the entire army to prepare their attack. Pierre points forward and shouts, "Wipe out the enemy." The knights armed with spears charge forward like a crashing wave. Hanson roars, ordering his muscle army to brace as they prepare for impact. And trust me, we can't wait to see what happens next. Alright, let's watch these absolute beasts flex their power. Dozens of spears thrust straight into their flesh, only to shatter and bounce off helplessly. Sweating profusely, the enemy leader gasps in complete shock, wondering how their attacks are doing absolutely zero damage. Hanson sports a smug, arrogant grin as he boldly declares that they shouldn't compare them to 3 months ago. Standing tall against the relentless onslaught, another muscular warrior chimed in, telling them not to even compare their current physical conditioning to how they looked just 1 single week ago. Hanson keeps shouting in pure excitement. Whether it was yesterday, an hour ago, or even just 1 set ago, their density has skyrocketed. Those massive muscle groups literally gleam under this extreme pressure. Hanson roars out their ultimate training philosophy of progressive overload, while the muscle squad easily crushes the desperate resistance of the Holy Kingdom soldiers. Hanson quietly looks over at his opponent and casually asks how much rest time they've actually had. One of the swole soldiers grins, confidently stating that he has gotten plenty of rest. Hanson gives a satisfied thumbs up, replying with a brief, solid good. Without delay, the enemy spears thrust directly into the chests of the warriors, but every single weapon shatters against muscles as hard as solid steel, without leaving even a tiny scratch. Watching this impossible scene unfold, Pi screams out in absolute panic and disbelief. "Hanson, were you lying when you said you would build a wall?" Hanson casually replies, "Not at all." Pi keeps questioning him, asking how he could deceive her like this, but he maintains that he never lied. "Trust me on this, that legendary defensive wall hasn't moved a single inch." Right through the thick dust, a colossal wall formed by these muscular warriors locking their hands together stands firm. They stand tall to protect the 2 giant toad chickens, leaving the enemy totally helpless. Pi suddenly realizes with a shock that they haven't even launched a single counterattack this entire time. Because quite simply, that is the exact purpose of a defensive wall. Pope Jackman boldly declares that the Roman kingdom absolutely never uses monsters as soldiers. But then Hanson suggests, what if we use them as the wall instead? The young boy's eyes instantly light up with excitement, and Jackman enthusiastically gives a thumbs up of approval. "That is perfect. My goodness, a defensive wall made of monsters looks incredibly cool." While Pi stands there completely speechless, one of the muscular soldiers suddenly taps Hanson on the shoulder and asks a question. "Lord Hanson, why do you look so skinny?" Hanson's face immediately drops as he growls back. "What did you say?" That word skinny hit his ultimate weak spot. He flies into a massive rage, screaming, "Did you just say I lost muscle?" Without a moment of hesitation, Hanson swings his arm, smacking the subordinate who dared to speak out of turn. The muscle squad member looks at Hanson in pure confusion. You and I both know this is wild, but he starts punching his own chest for extreme muscle activation. He roars the name of the one-arm dumbbell press exercise, then charges forward at a terrifying speed. A powerful strike explodes right after, sending massive shockwaves ripping through the ground. The muscular soldier closes his eyes, feeling the white steam rising from his body after the blow. His eyes snap open, shining with an unusually fierce determination. Beaming with a bright smile, he tells Hanson to stop messing around. But then, he suddenly notices that Hanson no longer possesses his legendary strength. Hanson's eyes widen in absolute shock as he witnesses a devastating power erupting right before him. The muscle squad member stares at his own smoking hand in complete disbelief. He quietly recalls the tradition that the strongest among them shall become God. Sweating profusely, he looks incredibly tense over his own sudden evolution. But just as he is about to declare himself the next god, a figure dressed in official uniform suddenly appears and delivers a crushing blow to his neck, knocking him out. The stranger respectfully approaches to check on Hansen, asking what in the world just happened. Right before claiming the throne, he gets completely blindsided. With a bruised face, Hansen tearfully calls out Gurulot's name. Seeing his boss in tears, the uniformed officer quickly warns him not to cry, since crying causes muscle loss. They both sit quietly in the snow-covered wasteland, as Hansen curls up looking incredibly weak and depressed. The subordinate worries deeply, seeing their leader show such vulnerability, fearing that their long-standing hierarchy and order will completely collapse. Right behind him, the muscle squad with glowing red eyes and a giant chicken loom large, radiating a terrifying, threatening aura. A subordinate approaches Guro and asks if they should hold another election for the next god. Guro breaks into a cold sweat as he senses the presence of real power arriving. The giant toad chickens suddenly appear, forcing the lesser monsters below to bow down in fear. Guro snaps at them, calling them fools and asking if they've even considered what would happen if their leader changed. He explains that since they are classified as monsters, any leadership change would instantly trigger an attack from the Roman Holy Kingdom. Even the Silverth Kingdom would treat them as enemies, meaning a simple leader swap could get them wiped out, which terrifies everyone. So we leave it here, with Hansen as their only hope for survival. Alright, let us jump right into this. Guro turns to Hansen and asks if he can lift that massive weight using pure arm strength. Hansen stares at the giant dumbbell, looking a bit hesitant. I am not feeling too confident right now, Hansen says. Guro quickly encourages him, saying it is just a game, so he should definitely give it a shot. Hansen wonders where this giant stone weight even came from, but he lowers his stance anyway, channeling every ounce of power into his massive arms. Taking a deep breath, he drops into position. He claims he lacks confidence, yet his massive hands are completely ready to explode with raw power. Hansen grits his teeth as thick veins pop across his body. Grunting hard, he activates his heavy plantic skill, level 1 out of 20, lifting it with absolute effort. Seeing this, a member of the muscle squad casually walks over and scoffs, saying the weight actually looks incredibly light and easy. Step aside, let me try, he says. Meanwhile, Guro watches silently, reminding himself that his decision to back Hansen was not just for show. He knows that, theoretically, it is only a matter of time before Hansen fully regains his legendary, godlike power. Hansen stands there, arms crossed with massive authority, while Guro makes a silent vow. Pay close attention here, because he is about to bet his entire life on this man. Another warrior steps up and tries to lift the massive weight, but it barely budges. Guro secretly used his gravity magic to make it heavier, so only Hansen can lift it. Watching from afar, someone can only sigh in disbelief, wondering how they could fail so badly at lifting it. Out in the endless snowy field, a hand raises high above the cheering crowd, declaring Hansen the absolute winner. While Hansen keeps his cold and completely expressionless face, his followers behind him erupt in wild cheers, clapping loudly to celebrate their leader's victory. Next, we cut to the training hall. The atmosphere inside is intensely hot, filled with the loud, rhythmic shouting of counts echoing through the room. 6, 7, 8, 9. Shout the warriors as they sweat and push their muscles to the absolute limit. He won, yet his face remains completely frozen, channeling absolute Sigma energy. Hansen pushes through his final rep, finishing his set on the count of 10. But suddenly, he freezes, looking deeply troubled. He realizes something is wrong, and that the feeling is completely off. Hansen pants heavily, sweat dripping down his face. He quietly makes a decision to add 40 kilograms more, a surprisingly small jump for someone like him. His nearby follower looks completely stunned and asks him if something is wrong. Boss, are you only adding 40 kilograms? Behind him, 2 soldiers whisper in fear. I know what you are thinking, but stick with me here. One of them shivers and mutters, I have heard rumors about this before. The other asks curiously, what kind of rumors? For a master who has completely perfected the art of weightlifting, Hansen possesses a highly unique, legendary ability. He can lift a light weight but mentally force his body to perceive it as infinitely heavy and agonizing. Standing before the barbell, Hansen focuses his mind. He bends down, grips the cold iron, and takes a deep breath. To snap out of it and conquer his fear, Hansen slaps his own face hard. He whispers to himself, here we go again. Hansen grits his teeth, trying to calm down under the invisible pressure. You, Hansen, do not chicken out now. Are you really scared of this tiny weight? He remembers this exact mental barrier happening back when he was training with kettlebells in the past. Purposely playing on hard mode, he makes things difficult for himself. Hansen tenses up, lifts the massive bar, and yells, lightweight, baby. Watching this unfold, the muscle squad member standing behind him panics, thinking that things have gone completely south. He realizes the current situation is not looking good for their plan to return to the Symbotheum kingdom. To survive in the Roman Holy Kingdom, he knows relying on the fortress walls is not enough. He can see right through the officials, who are still trying to kick his group out. Inside the council chamber, a voice firmly declares that an all-out war is now absolutely inevitable. If we measure our forces carefully, victory is ours, they say. Pope Jackman nods in satisfaction. Great. The Great Wall is complete. If we focus purely on defense, the Holy Kingdom wins, right? A decisive voice asks. We are finally on the same page, Pope Jackman. But Guro immediately waves his hand, shaking his head. Not at all. The Holy Kingdom stands zero chance against the kingdom. He explains that the fighting spirit of the two sides is entirely different. Ignoring the razor-sharp glares from across the room, he calmly continues his analysis. Unlike the Holy Kingdom soldiers who fear death due to supporting their families, the battle-hardened Symbotheum troops crave an honorable death in battle after living long lives. He poses a sharp, challenging question. Do you honestly believe the Holy Kingdom can defeat those crazed veterans? I believe our God Army has already displayed overwhelming power on the battlefield. They sound confident, but they are facing hardcore survivors. He instantly dismisses their hope, asking, was not that just a small elite squad of theirs? Stop trying to boost morale and start accurately assessing the enemy's actual strength. He stresses that the fact those enemy soldiers survived long enough to grow old is proof of their terrifying survival skills. Surviving that long in war? That is next-level insanity. And trust me, you and I are about to witness just how crazy this gets. Alright, you and I are diving into a wild scene in the Grand Hall, where a bald, gray-skinned man speaks boldly before the officials. An official warns him not to preach such nonsense to the young pope, Jack Min, but he completely ignores them and screams in pure rage. Stop wasting your investments on useless territory. Invest in us instead, he shouts, pointing his finger right at the officials to call them out. Do you not realize that a single decision you make here could alter the lives of tens of thousands, or even millions, of people? He urgently demands. Stop focusing on your factions and start looking at real, practical values. Watching his sheer arrogance, an official sneers with deep contempt. The monster sure has quite a smooth-talking mouth on him. The gray-skinned man suddenly fires back with a question. Have you guys never heard the legend of the Count's Kingdom? The young pope, Jack Min, looks totally confused and asks, the kingdom of Count Gudo. A bespectacled official quickly explains that it is just a tiny, rural nation down south. Hearing this, Jack Min gasps in total astonishment. The official continues, explaining that their national power has grown so incredibly strong that all neighboring countries are now watching Count Gudo's every single move with extreme caution. He claims that this is currently the hottest story in the land, and literally everyone knows about it. Pay close attention to this. We are talking about an entire nation where every single citizen is absolutely shredded, standing tall with giant swords in their hands alongside Gudo himself. Thanks to that terrifying influence, absolutely no other country dares to look down on them. And that entire country's overwhelming power was built single-handedly by Hanso. A massive revelation that leaves everyone in the room staring in absolute shock. Everyone is completely stunned. How could one single man literally carry the meta of an entire country? So, are you saying you can help our Roman Holy State's power grow that rapidly in such a short time? The gray man confidently confirms. Of course. Doesn't our Roman Holy State possess the one thing Symbotheum Kingdom lacks? When asked what it is, he smirks and replies, it is the incredible power of recovery that comes with youth. A massive, muscular figure suddenly appears, radiating a vibrant green energy of hope. Pointing forward, the gray man boldly declares that it's only a matter of time before they become as mighty as Count Gudo's kingdom, since boosting youth leads to rapid level-ups. Facing the leaders, Guro speaks up with confidence, telling them he understands exactly what they mean. So what is it that you actually want? From high above, the Pope watches silently as Guro smirks, his monocle glinting as he replies, what we want is. Meanwhile, over at the training grounds, Hanso is tensing his body and bending down to start another heavy lifting set. Behind him, a shredded muscle army member is intensely counting the reps. 5, 6, lift it up. All over the yard, dozens of warriors train passionately, filling the air with raw energy. A purple-haired man with a towel over his shoulder pants happily. This is so refreshing. Not too far away, 2 muscle army members are looking around in confusion, searching for their equipment. One asks, have you seen the 5-kilogram weight plate? The other points into the distance. Look over there. In the corner, a strange man is casually sitting and playing with the colorful weight plates, mumbling happily. They look cute and feel nice to hold. Witnessing their sacred workout equipment being treated like toys is too much. You and I both know what's coming next, as Hanso freezes, veins popping on his furious face, while Guro watches silently, realizing surveillance has increased instead of demands being met. He glares back at the spies watching them and boils with rage. These holy state bastards are playing house with gym weights. No wonder the boss froze and is about to explode. But suddenly, Goro smiles with a sinister grin. Scheming in his head, he realizes everything is going perfectly, and what Hanso needs right now is raw weight and pure ignorance. Hanso walks up to the two strangers in the middle of the busy training yard and politely asks them, "Hey, let's act respectfully and use the gear properly." But his polite request is met only with sneers and mocking laughter, as the brown-haired guy smirks with deep contempt. "Look at this monster trying to talk about manners," the purple-haired guy chimes in with a smug grin. "That is the funniest thing I have ever heard." Suddenly, a red weight plate is hurled, striking Hanson's shoulder, leaving him staring blankly. Target hit. Hanson stands frozen in an absolutely terrifying silence. These fools messed with the wrong boss, basically activating their own self-destruct mode while still laughing. Hanson presses his lips together as intense pressure builds, and a raging crimson aura suddenly explodes, completely enveloping his body. His eyes burn like fire, his face twisting with absolute untamed rage. Every muscle in Hanson's body begins to shake violently, and he immediately throws himself into a bench press with terrifying power. Watching this insane scene unfold, the members of his muscle army are completely stunned. Sweating bullets, they seriously wonder if their leader has lost his mind, choosing to lift weights in a situation like this. However, one member suddenly realizes the truth, and asserts that this is definitely not just a normal workout. He explains that right when Hanson wanted to crush his enemies, his lifting instinct took over, and that's where we leave it, folks. Alright, you and I are about to see a bizarre habit born from years of extreme stress. Hanson's ultimate survival instinct? Grab the weights first, ask questions later. All normal thoughts are fading from Hanson's mind, replaced by pure ironclad will. Even though he is absolutely boiling with rage inside, he tells himself that when anger peaks, there is nothing better than destroying your body with heavy iron plates. Hanson puts all his focus into every single rep. He silently counts to clear his mind, too angry to hit people, so he takes it out on Bessed's weights instead. Hanson is completely locked into his own private world. He realizes the numbers do not even matter anymore. The only key is truly feeling his own body work. He forces himself to focus entirely on each muscle fiber. Deep down, they are shaking violently with every single movement. In a silent space that should be peaceful, Hanson is enduring a level of agony that is off the charts. His face twists in absolute agony as he furiously questions why he is struggling so hard with a weight this ridiculously light. Furious, he curses his own weak body and vows to push past his limits to end this today. Watch this closely because Hanson screams in pure ecstasy, pushing his absolute limits. Seeing this madness, even the muscle squad guys are left completely stunned. One of them wonders out loud just how long he has been performing this single set. The other replies that it has been about 21 minutes. Despite the excruciating pain, Hanson's perfect form does not wobble or break. The disciples shower their leader with praise, amazed by his sheer focus and muscle endurance as he grinds with that tiny dumbbell. Meanwhile, the nearby guards only look on with pure disgust. They assume he is too terrified to fight back. One of them mocks him, asking if their scary boss is actually shaking in his boots. Smugly, he decides to throw another hit, hurling a red disc straight toward the muscle squad with absolute confidence. The air instantly turns ice cold. A massive warrior stands tall, staring right at the instigator with a low growl. Did you not know that when someone is working out, even a dog knows not to disturb them? He warns him clearly that he has been watching, and knows the puny guard is pushing his luck way too far. An entire army of muscle-bound giants steps forward, radiating pure, suffocating bloodlust. The guy who threw the disc finally starts shaking in absolute terror. What? Are you serious? Do you not realize that touching us means making the Holy Kingdom your enemy? I am not doing anything. I just saw that you looked a bit cold, so I wanted to warm you up. Leaving him totally stunned, the giants close in, using their colossal bodies to completely surround him. One of them whispers in his ear, "How is that? Feeling warm yet?" I know what you are thinking, this is bizarre. Squeezed between sweaty muscles, the terrified guard screams in sheer horror at this nightmare. "Get away from me!" But the muscle giant calmly explains that muscles only generate heat through intense movement. Then he mutters a chilling threat, promising to make the guard even warmer. His eyes glow crimson and veins pop as he loudly bellows his ultimate technique. Pectoralis major wave. Instantly, the chest muscles of these giants shake violently, sending powerful shockwaves that completely crush their helpless victim. The poor guy writhes in agony amidst those vibrating walls of solid flesh. He cries out in utter despair, sobbing that this feels disgusting and begging for forgiveness. The extreme heat makes him scream that it is burning. Meanwhile, Hanson is still grinding at the bench press, his face red from the intense strain. He wonders if his entire body is burning up because he channeled all of his anger straight into the barbell. Hanson realizes that whenever rage takes over, hitting the weights is his only true escape, but the agonizing pain of the workout only makes him angrier. He gnashes his teeth, channeling power into his shaking arms with an epic roar. I told you I am absolutely furious. So furious that the more it hurts, the harder I push. Watching this, a muscle squad member panics and asks his buddy Builder how much time has passed. Sweating bullets, the teammate responds. He has been doing one single rep for 42 minutes now. The disciples continue to cheer wildly. Hang in there, Lord Hansen. You are waking up the legendary muscle memory that has been sleeping deep inside your body. Hansen keeps straining under the immense weight, while the muscle squad keeps shouting their endless, roaring support. Next, Hansen goes all out doing pull-ups on a sheer cliffside. He tells himself to push just a bit more, even though his old strength has not fully returned yet. It takes a grueling 9 hours of continuous training for Hansen to finally complete one single set as night falls under a glowing, massive full moon. After that punishing session, he collapses into a deep sleep next to his heavy weights. While dreaming, his entire muscular system begins to twitch and spasm violently. His eyes suddenly glow in the dark as he declares that he is finally ready to start the real conversation. And as dawn breaks, you and I watch Hansen tackle a brand new challenge, lifting a massive stone weight. Let's dive into this scene where a doubtful voice calls out, "Can you really lift that? What if you get hurt?" Despite the warnings to lift safely and stick to a reasonable weight, this massive barbell looks way too heavy. Hansen still grits his teeth, enduring the massive weight crushing down on his chest. Facing questions about the basic rules of progressive overload, he suddenly roars. Shut up! He knows progressive overload is the gold standard, and he is definitely not ignorant about it. But if you always play it safe and compromise, your body will never change. Gripping the barbell with a confident smirk, he declares that limits only exist for those who choose to quit. Every single muscle in Hansen's body flexes with raw power as he pushes past his limits. For him, there is no halfway he is going all in, and there is absolutely no turning back. A thunderous roar echoes through the room as the heavy stone barbell is slowly pushed upward. Hansen screams in pure excitement, his eyes glowing under the suffocating pressure. The moment he locks out the barbell, a familiar, welcoming voice suddenly echoes through the void. You have finally returned. Hansen looks up with deeply emotional eyes, recognizing the ancient presence of his original power. The entity silently gazes down at him and softly speaks. Partner. Watching Hansen train with such intense passion, the muscle army members can't help but whisper. Our master looks a bit different today, doesn't he? Another nods along, commenting that the master seems to be in an exceptionally hyped mood. They curiously wonder if he just achieved a brand new level in his physical gains. Did his massive muscles seriously just grow even bigger? However, a senior member with a grim expression corrects them. No, that is actually demonic energy. He explains that ordinary monsters who do not care about demonic energy wouldn't notice it. But when it comes to Hansen, it is different. Now pay attention to this part. Every time he lifts, demonic energy floods out like a raging waterfall. This disciple was actually worried when that power vanished recently. I was really getting worried since I didn't see any demonic energy these past few days. Just then, Hansen suddenly waves and shouts for Ghoul. The loyal disciple quickly runs over and respectfully asks, "What do you need from me, master?" Hansen brings up his confusion, saying he has a question. Ghoul calmly replies, "Yes, please go ahead, master." Hansen explains that he always assumed the energy circulating inside him was just normal blood flow, so he never paid attention. But then he raises his hand and says, "Look at this. My muscles shrank for a few days and I was totally freaked out. I seriously thought I got nerfed without warning." Suddenly, a brilliant red energy erupts right out of Hansen's hand. Staring blankly at the strange light swirling around his fist, he asks what it is. Ghoul immediately explains that this is actually mana. You and I can probably guess his reaction, right? Disappointed, Hansen mumbles. So this isn't some brand new muscle group? I really thought it was a special muscle unique to this fantasy world. Sensing his master's disappointment, Ghoul quickly shares a crucial bit of theory. If you master this power, you can materialize any gym equipment you want, wherever you are. Hearing that he can summon gym gear out of thin air, Hansen's eyes light up instantly with a wide, excited grin. Really? Ghoul explains in deeper detail that mana is a force capable of rewriting the very laws of this world by putting pressure on circulation both inside and outside the body. The user can make their internal circulation incredibly powerful, or they can even directly manipulate the external environment around them. The guide explains that disrupting the external circulation is the absolute foundation of this power. However, in Hansen's unique case, focusing on strengthening his internal circulation is going to be way more effective. He tells Hansen to stand shoulder-width apart. Placing his hands on Hansen's massive shoulders, he instructs him, "Close your eyes and try to feel the flow of mana from your core or your heart." Hansen obeys, thinking to himself, "Feel the flow of mana from my heart?" He focuses deeply, wondering if the source is actually down in his stomach instead. But Hansen quickly gives up, scratching his head and complaining, "I have no idea. This is way too hard." Seeing him struggle, the instructor suggests, "All right, let's try this instead. Try flexing and concentrating your power in your lower abdomen." He even places a hand on his own stomach to demonstrate. Lifting is easy, but this theory stuff is totally confusing. The guide continues. Try to control your muscles as if you are drawing a circle, centering it on your flexed lower abdomen. Instantly, Hanson's abdominal muscles begin to contract and move in a mesmerizing rhythm. He encourages him to imagine channeling the energy flow from those muscles straight out through his hands. A technique called pumping control is officially activated, causing the muscle fibers in Hanson's chest to swirl violently into an incredibly powerful vortex. Every single muscle group, once isolated and separate, now begins to connect together in a perfectly smooth flow. And trust me, you and I are about to see this blazing energy surge through Hanson's body, focusing entirely into his glowing hands. All right, let's dive into this as he stares at the swirling red mana in his palm and suddenly unleashes it. An earth-shattering explosion erupts. He is only practicing, but he unleashes a final boss skill that completely destroys the ground. Seeing a massive glowing red sphere appear in the sky above the castle, members of the muscle army and Lena are paralyzed with fear. One of them trembles and asks, "What is that?" The eerie orb vibrates violently before suddenly dissolving into glowing red dust in midair. Hanson stares up blankly and mutters, "Wait, it just vanished." Meanwhile, Guro is gasping for breath, drenched in sweat from exhaustion, while Hanson looks disappointed and sighs. What a shame. Guro thinks in shock, never expecting his power to reach this level. Staring at Hanson's massive, imposing back, a dark ambition sparks inside Guro. If I can figure out how to exploit this monster, could I conquer the whole continent? Maybe even rule the entire world? Suddenly Hanson turns and asks, "Gurozi, what should we do next?" Guro is startled. "Yes, master." And then he starts explaining everything to him. There are many ways to use mana. Why don't you try to explore and learn how the native creatures around here manipulate their energy? Guro flashes an incredibly wide, sinister grin. Meanwhile, in the Roman kingdom, an urgent emergency meeting is underway with a fierce declaration to banish them immediately. A worried official wearing glasses asks, "Did everyone see that terrifying magical energy earlier this afternoon? That power will surely harm our holy kingdom. Now pay attention. While one side practices, the other is already plotting exile." Another official nods in agreement. "Exactly. That is clearly an act of intimidation. Please authorize us to drive that terrifying monster away immediately." Inside the Grand Council chamber, unified and resolute voices cry out, asking for permission to take action. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the young Pope Jack Min casually inquires, "How is the Simbordum Kingdom doing these days? Are they on their way?" The whole room is incredibly tense, yet he is just gossiping like he is trading rumors. An elderly official anxiously reports that the Simbordum military is delaying the guerrilla march of our very own legendary god knights. He earnestly suggests that we must immediately construct a proper defensive wall before it becomes too late. Completely ignoring their immense dread, Pope Jack Min casually replies that a giant monster defensive wall would look a whole lot cooler anyway. His ridiculous response leaves the advisors screaming in absolute shock and utter helplessness. Faced with opposition, Pope Jamin pouts like a spoiled child. Sensing the mounting tension, an official decides to yield and says, "I understand. Let us discuss the issue of the wall once more." The meeting continues inside the massive hall, surrounded by rows of empty seats. Meanwhile, in a remote snowy mountain range, howling freezing winds completely envelope the towering peaks during the quiet of the night. We are watching these monsters plot in the blizzard, as a massive ice entity steps forward to declare their next move. I hear the human kingdom's defensive wall has finally collapsed. His eyes glow as he commands, "Let us seize this chance to force humanity to their knees." But instantly, a long-haired female demon speaks up to challenge him. "Fine, but why are you acting like you are the leader? Our three clans are equal, yet here they are bickering over the top spot before any real action." A ferocious, gray-furred yeti bares its fangs and roars with excitement. The she-devil is right. Out of our three clans, we yetis are the most numerous, so I should be the leader. The massive ice entity takes a deep breath, channeling all his power into his giant arms, slamming a thunderous fist onto the ground. An earth-shattering shockwave erupts, cracking the earth and causing intense tremors under the sheer pressure. Standing tall amidst the rising dust, the ice giant coldly asks, "Is the yeti really the leader?" "Go ahead, say that again." Watching closely from behind a boulder, a muscle army soldier whispers to Hanson, "Did you see him use mana to summon that ice pillar just now?" Hanson watches in silence and nods. The subordinate continues, explaining that for these monsters, the sheer volume of raw mana is the absolute ultimate measure of a warrior's raw strength and power. He excitedly suggests, "Come on, let us guess who will become the ultimate leader based strictly on their mana output." However, Hanson already has his own definitive answer ready. Suddenly stepping forward, he lifts the giant yeti's massive arm with just one hand and boldly declares, "Muscle density wins." Hansen flashes an incredibly confident smirk, leaving the giant monster staring in absolute shock and utter disbelief. Amidst the deep snow, Hinderbrand clashes fiercely with a red-haired teen in a brutal duel. The boy easily parries while wearing a highly provocative smirk. This old man really has quite a hot temper. Hinderbrand coldly replies with a completely solemn expression. An old man's time is extremely valuable. He suddenly accelerates, moving like a phantom as he growls. Do you want me to make it even more costly? Focusing entirely, Hinderbrand channels every ounce of his massive power into one decisive strike. A massive pillar of blue light pierces straight through the boy's chest, causing a terrifying explosive impact. He collapses, spitting blood in absolute agony. You and I might think this is the endgame, but trust me, this wild ride is just getting started. Alright, let's dive into this epic clash as Hinderbrand quietly sheathes his sword, thinking his opponent is dead. But get this, the kid refuses to stay down, his eyes blazing with pure, unmatched, murderous fury. A sudden, lightning-fast counter-slash forces Hinderbrand to spin around in a state of absolute, jaw-dropping disbelief. The red-haired kid stands tall despite a massive chest wound, mocking his opponent. Wow, he actually survived that? Our main boss thought it was over, only to get counterattacked. Suddenly, a friend steps up from behind and offers to help. Need a hand? But the red-haired kid casually brushes it off. Help with what? Let us just live fully, and then go. His friend mutters that he does not look like a winner at all, which immediately pisses him off. What did you call me, brat? Hinderbrand quietly observes them, realizing that the kid has an incredibly bizarre body. Sensing the enemy knows something, the kid demands, What do you mean by that? You sound like you already knew about this. Hinderbrand simply smiles and replies calmly, When you live as long as I have, you hear about almost everything in this world. For example, a high-ranking officer of Oculus like Organ does not have his heart on the left side of his chest. Instead, it is hidden deep within his internal organs. Hearing his secret exposed, Organ grinds his teeth in pure rage while Lai stays focused, analyzing every move. Immediately, Organ channels a massive, blazing red energy right into his palm, gearing up for a wild counterattack. Tremendous pillars of ice and water suddenly explode across the battlefield, unleashing a blinding white blizzard that makes everything else look completely insignificant. A brutal, chaotic battle erupts in an instant, as the brilliant red and blue energies violently collide mid-air. Watch closely here. A massive hexagonal shield manifests just in time to block the fiery strikes raining down like crazy. With glowing eyes, Hinderbrand channels all his power into one decisive, earth-shattering slash. Hinderbrand silently watches the unfolding chaos, his face filled with deep concern. Flashy and arrogant, Organ smirks, reaching his hand forward as he screams in pure, mad excitement. This is so thrilling. Standing amidst the vast, freezing snowy plains, Hinderbrand coldly points out that the bizarre rumors of his enemy using internal organ magic are actually true. Organ screams in absolute fury, Who are you to judge me? But in a split second, a severed arm flies through the air in pure horror. Hinderbrand coldly swings his blade, silently observing the aftermath with a thoughtful expression. Wow, his regeneration is way faster than expected. Suddenly, a massive, pulsing lump of flesh resembling a beating heart appears on the battlefield. Young Winnie, her golden eyes gleaming with pure malice, flashes an eerie smile and says, Thanks for the meal. Seeing this, Organ angrily snaps at her. Winnie, I specifically told you not to help me. Winnie calmly replies, If I didn't step in, you would have actually had to fight seriously by now. Let's pause for a second. Even as Hinderbrand stands before this giant monstrosity, he knows that no matter how tough it looks, it is just conceptual magic, right? Hinderbrand unleashes a barrage of lightning-fast slashes directly into the violently pulsing mass of flesh. An earth-shattering energy explosion erupts from Hinderbrand's final strike. Sensing defeat, Organ turns back to warn the young girl behind him. Winnie, make sure you report everything clearly to the boss. His face twists into a sinister grin, red eyes glowing with murderous intent. Laughing like a madman, he screams, I will wipe everyone out. Meanwhile, Hinderbrand calmly sheathes his sword. The elder calmly declares, Let us end this here. I accept that offer. With that, the tension finally dies down. At the massive city gates, a heavily armed regiment of knights stands guard, securing the campsite. Hansen stares at the soldiers blocking their path and casually remarks that they look just like solid stone walls. Just as the tension finally begins to fade, another human wall blocks their path. A snobby official wearing glasses and red robes steps forward, confidently asserting, While you guys were away, I already had a massive defensive wall built here, so your presence here is no longer needed. Hearing this blunt statement, a muscular soldier looks extremely skeptical. He thinks to himself, how could they rebuild an entire fortress wall in half a day? That is completely absurd. A giant green-skinned warrior steps forward, asking, Surely you have already verified that we pose absolutely no threat? But the smug official points at Hanson's group and barks back, "But those following you are Yetis, frost giants, and snow maidens. They are the ones who always cause trouble in this region." Just like that, a simple defense discussion quickly spirals into a tense background check on the entire group. He firmly declares that the Holy Kingdom would never take the risk of letting hostile monsters step inside their city walls. Right then, a panicked soldier rushes in with an urgent message. The official unravels the scroll, his face instantly turning pale. He immediately calls for a temporary pause to hold an emergency, private meeting. Inside the tent, dark figures whisper in secret, discussing a matter of extreme importance. After a lengthy debate, the official clears his throat to regain his composure. He says they cannot take more risks. But if banished, trust me, we are in for a wild ride next. Alright, you and I are about to see Hanson's crew left totally vulnerable to outside attacks, but suddenly, he flashes a bright smile and loudly declares that the value of human life is absolutely priceless. The Holy Kingdom actually decides to let the monsters enter the city. This wild move goes down exactly 1 week before the war officially erupts. High up on the massive wall, a soldier nervously watches the horizon as the wind howls, swallowing hard in sheer anxiety because of the terrifying silence. Suddenly, roaring war drums echo as a sea of bright red flags and sharp spears crest the horizon. The elite army of the Symbatherm Kingdom, seasoned veterans with insanely shredded muscles, march forward with massive authority. Some wear rabbit masks, others sport pink bodies but radiate pure bloodlust as their arrogant, red-goggled rabbit general complains. "Man, war is so boring, there's absolutely zero dopamine in this at all." Beside him, the nation's grandpa minister nods along in agreement, muttering that ruined countries are all the same. Staring at the structure ahead, the rabbit general mutters, "I clearly remember smashing that wall to pieces last time." He scoffs in irritation, seeing how incredibly fast they managed to rebuild it. Glancing at the tightly shut gates amidst the freezing snowstorm, he turns to his squad. "So we should just charge straight ahead, right?" Getting a nod of approval, they unleash a full-scale assault. The massive army with thousands of crimson flags marches through the snowy mountains to the beat of rapid drums. Now, look closely. The soldiers on the wall watch in horror as the Hayden army closes in right below them. Suddenly, his eyes flash sharply behind his red goggles as he roars a decisive halt, stopping the entire charge dead in its tracks. The rabbit general instantly senses something wrong, muttering, "Is that a snow Yuki trap on both sides of the wall?" Glowing blue magic circles slowly begin to reveal themselves right beneath the thin snow. Drawing on his experience, he deduces that the enemy used fog magic to hide these arrays. He smirks devilishly, realizing those fools actually dared to treat his kingdom as a mortal enemy. Instantly, the target changes. "Excellent. Our next mission is to conquer that Frost Queen." He roars in pure excitement, ripping his shirt to shreds as he commands the army. "What are you doing? Charge straight down the middle." The buff army charges like a wild whirlwind of raw muscle, heading straight for the main gate. Up on the wall, the Roman soldiers pull back their bows with full force, ready to fight. At the command to fire, a lethal rain of arrows pierces the air, pouring down on their enemies. Yet, facing the volley of arrows, the beefy warriors in weird hats casually joke, "Looks like snowflakes are falling. This is way too easy. This looks like a budget version of a meteor shower." Instead of getting hit, these seasoned lifters execute flawless movement techniques, rhythmically and stylishly, dodging every single arrow like total pros. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, a stunned soldier on the wall gasps, "What kind of army is this?" Instantly, a jacked guy wearing sunglasses smirks and announces that the next step is erecting ladders to scale the wall. You and I both know they wouldn't waste time after dodging the arrows. They immediately drop ladders to push the objective without giving the enemy a single second to breathe. High above, a white-haired warrior asks in absolute confusion, "Wait, what on earth is he doing?" Right below, a man in a yellow tank top frantically climbs up despite being told to back away. Suddenly, Hanson appears at the peak of the wall. He focuses deeply and loudly calls out the name of his technique, cable pullover. The ladders are shoved back, sending soldiers screaming as they plummet from the towering height. The enemy stands shocked by this bizarre cable pullover move. "This is the first time I've ever heard of such magic. Where does it even come from?" He adjusts his red goggles, highly amused. Wow, to face completely unknown magic at my age. Instead of showing fear, he gets incredibly pumped up and starts shouting with joy. "This is getting so exciting." With that, he launches a massive, powerful leap straight toward the fortress wall. Hearing the thunderous noise, the panicked soldiers shout, "It's the footsteps of General Dibbit. Clear a path immediately." General Dibbit, sporting his signature red glasses and rabbit ears, flashes a wild smile, roaring with absolute determination. "I'll smash right through this fortress wall." A devastating impact shakes the earth, but as the smoke clears, General Dibbit suddenly pauses in utter confusion. He realizes his powerful strike has been completely blocked by an invisible barrier. as if something completely stopped him. Out of the thick dust, a pale, muscular figure stands completely unmoved, solid as a massive rock. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, General Dibbit's eyes go wide as he asks in utter shock, "What the hell is this?" Striking with full force only to hit a max defense wall is embarrassing. And that's where we leave it as the smoke clears. A pale, soulless muscle army stands tall, leaving General Dibbit to wonder if these are actually monsters. In response to his utter confusion, one of the creatures calmly confirms the truth. "Alright, you and I are watching General Jobit smirk at Wall's defiant answer." Then, out of nowhere, he swings his rabbit staff, delivering a brutal strike straight to his opponent's neck. After the impact, General Jobit cannot help but gasp in pure shock. Wow, that is seriously tough, seems even harder than the actual city wall. Seeing the smug smirk on the pale giant's face, he instantly spots a weakness and shouts out, "But you are way too short." General Jobit swings his staff downward, aiming right for the opponent's head. But instantly, his jaw drops in utter shock at a brand new presence. What on earth is that thing? The city gate shatters into pieces as a massive creature suddenly bursts through, leaving General Jobit completely speechless. It is Cocatrice. He immediately orders the entire army to retreat 10 paces to keep a safe distance. Seeing this, Gudo's soldiers cheer, thinking they have won, but the Count quickly warns them that this enemy relies on more than just brute strength. In truth, General Jobit is a highly intellectual fighter, and he is actually getting incredibly thrilled by this new challenge. To focus on analyzing how to conquer his opponent, he orders his subordinates to bring coffee and donuts right to the battlefield. Grabbing the food tray, he smugly prepares to enjoy his sweet treat right in the middle of the front lines. But suddenly, a hand swipes in and knocks the pastry away, leaving him utterly stunned. Hansen looms large right in the enemy territory, wearing an incredibly stern expression. "Now pay attention here," General Jobit laughs maliciously, claiming Hansen just chose hard mode and is practically begging for death. Hansen stands tall and completely fearless, even with the enemy's spears pointed right at him. He coldly claims that he can hear non-stop screaming, echoing all around them. General Jobit mocks him, asking if those are the screams Hansen will make once he is defeated. Hansen simply demands to know, "Do you not hear it?" He explains that it is actually General Jobit's own muscles desperately wanting to escape, screaming out for freedom. While his enemy stands there completely dazed, Hansen lets out a thunderous roar. "Start working out, you kid." Pure killer intent explodes from Hansen, filling the air. Those muscles want to break out into this world. They are literally screaming. At the foot of the towering wall, a massive crack opens up right above where the muscle army is positioned. Two soldiers wearing heart and star-shaped glasses quietly look on and whisper, "Hey, does this spot look breakable to you?" The other confidently asserts, "It is as easy as pie." They decide to have a quick speed race to see who can smash the wall down before the official orders are given. Suddenly, a deep, booming voice echoes from way up high. "Jetty will never let anyone bully Big Boss's underlings." A massive creature covered in dark purple fur plunges from the sky, crashing onto the wall. We can see thick dust blanket the glowing red battlefield as the beast lets out a proud, deafening roar. With the big boss gone, Jetty is the boss. Boss must protect subordinates. It bares its fangs and claws, screaming to intimidate the two muscular warriors. The two members of the muscle army exchange a sharp, knowing look. The moment Jetty swings its arm, they quickly leap away, dodging the devastating heavy sweeps by a mere hair's breadth. Faced with consecutive strikes, the monster suddenly stops, looking highly annoyed as it mumbles. Jetty feels so itchy. Boiling with rage, it screams out loud, "Die!" The beast opens its mouth wide, letting out a sky-shaking roar that reveals its menacingly sharp teeth. The two muscle soldiers wearing star and heart glasses suddenly lunged forward, delivering a devastating blow that sends giant Jetty crashing down. They confidently declare that they have already fully memorized the monster's entire attack pattern. Staring at the motionless beast, they mockingly ask, "Jetty, why do you not get up?" Immediately after, they yell, "Attack! Let us begin!" However, even after taking a barrage of direct hits, that man remains rock solid, his facial expression completely unchanged. The opponent's sheer calm, especially with an entire army backing him up, leaves both attackers completely stunned and shaken. Both of them begin panting heavily from exhaustion, utterly baffled as to why they cannot deal a single scratch of damage. How do we break through? Staring closely at the towering muscles right in front of them, they suddenly realize a shocking truth. Hold on. Looking closer at these guys, they stare at their steel-hard skin and ask in despair how to break such perfect muscle armor. Hansen steps forward with a colossal, godlike physique, drawing every single eye toward him. A man wearing a pink rabbit outfit remarks, "Quite a nice outfit you got there. But this is our first time meeting, right?" He coldly warns that if Hansen does not understand his enemy's attacks, he will end up throwing his life away for nothing. He skeptically asks if Hansen is truly that confident in his own defense. Suddenly, the crowd surrounds Hansen, launching a relentless swarm of attacks. Amid the chaotic crowd, Hansen suddenly closes the distance and restrains a man completely from behind. Using his giant, powerful hands, he tightly grips his opponent and begins instructing him. Hold on to it tightly like this. And that is where we leave things, as Hansen pulls off a brutal back double biceps pose on his helpless victim, leaving him screaming. What is a back double biceps anyway? Let's dive into this madness, as Hansen casually counts reps while his target screams that he cannot even move. Feel your back muscles and do 5 more reps. 1, 2. The man screams in pain, begging him to stop moving. This feels absolutely terrible. Ignoring his victim's desperate cries of hatred, Hansen calmly moves on to another guy in a red tank top. He adjusts the man's posture, reminding him to spread his hands a little wider. Hansen coldly announces the next exercise. The poor victim trembles on his knees, completely shocked and wondering what insane spell just hit him. It looks like torture, but it is just a personal trainer correcting form a bit too aggressively. Watching this bizarre scene from afar, a mustached commander wearing dark sunglasses lets out a highly sinister smirk. The commander mutters under his breath, admitting that this is the first time he has ever witnessed this kind of power. He silently watches the muscle army use bodybuilding exercises to torture his soldiers, but despite that, the commander still acts extremely confident. He believes that no matter how strong a wild beast is, there is always a way to counter it. By launching consecutive attacks, the beast's stamina will eventually be worn down completely. And once that happens, its truly weak nature will finally be exposed. Once it loses confidence and falls into a state of absolute fear, the wild beast will not even be able to use its own natural strengths. Finally, when the monster is completely broken and curling up in pain, a single finishing blow is all it takes to end everything immediately. He confidently claims that time is finally on his side. He smugly watches and challenges how long Hansen can actually hold out against this immense battlefield pressure. Meanwhile, Hansen casually performs overhead presses right in the middle of a burning, smoky battlefield. 30 minutes pass, leaving the enemy utterly confused as to why his opponent has not collapsed yet. Suddenly, a member of the muscle army turns around, sensing that someone is slowly approaching him. Now pay attention, because he silently observes his opponent and realizes a shocking truth about uneven muscle stimulation. Completely ignoring life and death, the muscular soldier demands his opponent perform another 1,529 reps on this side. Gudo is not doing any better, groaning that everything is so heavy he feels like he is about to die. Hearing this, Hansen immediately walks over to inspect him and casually asks, "Does it hurt?" Hansen immediately keeps correcting his posture, demanding he bend his knees lower and lean forward slightly to start the exercise. He urges him to maximize the contraction and extension of his muscle groups right on the spot. He roars at him, demanding an incredibly powerful contraction to achieve the highest possible efficiency. Furious at being dragged into this absurd training session, Rabbit turns around and screams in absolute rage. You might be wondering the same thing as Rabbit, who screams, "What the hell are you doing instead of fighting?" Hansen just stares back with a haunting look. Why ask when you already know? He flashes a bright, crazy smile, loudly declaring their safe training motto, "Lightweight, baby." The entire muscle army performs their exercises in perfect rhythm, shouting out grunts of intensity in unison. Hansen leads the pack, loudly counting 3, 4, 5. Their arms begin to tremble violently under the extreme pressure. His entire body is shaking, yet he silently thinks this feels incredible, and surprisingly, his joints do not hurt at all. The old man even shivers, as a strange sensation of pure pleasure creeps through his body, telling himself that everything is completely fine. But human strength has its limits. He collapses to the cold ground, whispering that they need to stop now. Hansen immediately gets close to his face, flashing his signature bright smile and asks, "Dear member, are you feeling tired?" Looking at the young man, he silently admits that this intense workout brought a fresh, exciting rush of dopamine. He even tells himself he was honestly on the verge of admitting his own army's total defeat. But the actual reason for this sudden interruption is because the king has finally arrived. Standing far off on a windy, snow-covered hill, King Hinderbrand, with his long white hair, looks over the battlefield with cold, sharp eyes. Standing nearby, a member of the muscle army can only sweat profusely in absolute astonishment. Hinderbrand slowly approaches Hansen and loudly asks, "Are you the one Guro chose?" Now that the final boss is here, the atmosphere completely shifts to dead serious. Staring at Hansen's massive, giant frame, Hinderbrand silently realizes that this body is definitely not the result of ordinary, everyday training. He is absolutely certain that hidden beneath that flesh lies the strength of a truly formidable warrior. Hinderbrand silently steps closer, never taking his eyes off his opponent. Hansen stands tall and solid, his expression turning deadly serious as he directly faces this legendary king. The two stand directly face to face, creating a suffocatingly tense atmosphere across the frozen, snow-covered plains. Hansen swings a massive, heavy punch straight at King Hinderbrand's face, a direct strike that deforms his target's face under pure, terrifying pressure. Right now, King Hinderbrand's body is split between degenerated, aged muscle and a massive reservoir of muscle memory. Hansen stands tall, flexing his powerful muscles while the old king struggles to find his fighting spirit. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what comes next. You and I are about to dive into a battle where even Hinderbrand has no idea how hard his punch lands. In other words, this is the ultimate test of muscle, raising the absolute biggest question. Does Hinderbrand actually have any real muscle under there? An earth-shattering collision explodes immediately after, sending shockwaves through the entire atmosphere. The punch slams hard into Hansen's face, kicking up white smoke as the initial answer seems to be a solid no. Hinderbrand rains down a relentless barrage of heavy lightning punches, leaving Hansen completely frozen to take the hits as another brutal strike crashes down. But reality loudly screams, yes, they do. Hansen's eyes ignite with a fierce green glow as he regains his absolute focus to prepare a massive counterattack. Watching this chaotic scene from afar, a subordinate in sunglasses curiously asks Princess Rabbit why King Hinderbrand is fighting with his bare hands. The pink bunny-eared character quietly watches and gives a deep reply, saying he lacks experience, because at the true peak level, you need no weapons, only pure muscle. The absolute best feeling is crushing your opponent by using their very own specialty. That is the ultimate realm that true veterans always chase. Hansen stands completely firm against the relentless punches, casually declaring he does not feel any pain at all. He instantly fires back with a highly powerful bench press counterattack. He mocks the style as heavy but far too basic. Relentless strikes land directly on Hansen's chest, and he finally begins to show signs of struggling. Hansen roars, declaring weightlifting is never simple, as we take a quick look back at his early training days. Back when a naive teenage Hansen asked his master why they had to keep doing the exact same exercises over and over again. He complained that doing the same routine every day was incredibly boring. His master, wearing the red headband, smiled and began explaining the incredible variations in target muscle groups, sets, and overall volume. He emphasized that from range of motion to lifting angles, countless factors change every session. The ultimate magic is how each cell in your body transforms, which is the greatest achievement of all. Young Hansen could only nod in deep respect. His master was right. Gym routines never repeat. Only the lifters fail to understand. Back to the present, Hansen blazes past his opponent with terrifying speed. The enemy remains confident, declaring that such highly predictable attacks will absolutely never manage to touch him, but instantly, a lightning-fast fist crashes down, leaving him severely injured and coughing up blood in complete shock. Watching this, a spectator excitedly cheers that it was just a lucky punch. Hansen frowns slightly, repeating the words in pure disbelief. A lucky punch? No way. Giving his enemy zero time to react, he switches to an overgrip, delivering a thunderous strike that blasts the old king backward, slamming him hard into the dirt. Getting back up, Hinderbrand smirks with genuine interest and offers a quick comment. You actually changed your attack trajectory mid-strike? The old king boldly admits that he fully respects his fighting technique. Hinderbrand quietly draws a lethal, razor-sharp weapon as a brilliant blue spiritual energy suddenly explodes from his entire body. Activating his physical enhancement technique, he coldly declares, "The game ends right here." Witnessing his opponent unleash supernatural forces, a panicked member of the muscle army screams out that the enemy has both physical strength and magic. Hansen, you have to use magic too. Hansen stands puzzled, wondering about magic, while you and I watch a completely bizarre definition form in his mind. Magic is simply the abdominal muscles. He reminds himself that the abs are the core, and the core is the center of bodily balance. Hansen's abs begin to flex and shake with incredible power. He channels all his focus into his core to harden this bodily magic to its absolute peak. Roaring the word magic, he instantly transforms into his 212 division state, a brutal, elite class in professional bodybuilding. With a colossal, rippling physique and thighs like solid steel, Hansen stands tall, enveloped in a radiant crimson aura. Hinderbrand is utterly stunned. He mutters that he has never heard of this kind of magic in his entire life. Unshaken, Hinderbrand grips his sword tightly, channeling a surge of bright blue energy directly into his steel blade. Sneering, he assumes his opponent is just shrinking his body before suddenly launching a colossal energy slash that tears through space straight toward Hansen. A massive explosion erupts, but Hansen casually raises his steel-hard arm, completely blocking the devastating energy slash without breaking a single sweat. Hinderbrand's eyes widen in terror, sweating profusely as he witnesses the young man's unbelievable defensive power. In stark contrast to his panic, Hansen simply smirks, smiling with absolute confidence and pride at his opponent. Suddenly, the story flashes back to the year 2007, a time when all professional bodybuilders competed together on a single stage, with no weight classes to separate them. And trust me, you and I are about to see a giant slayer rise among these massive, towering rivals. Alright, you and I are looking at a short athlete with muscles so incredibly sharp and perfect, They completely shock the entire arena. Ever since shorter lifters started dominating the tall giants and taking home the top trophies, the entire bodybuilding industry has been left in absolute, utter shock. The towering athletes began falling into a state of deep, heavy depression and absolute despair, realizing height is just an illusion, while raw muscle definition is the real deal. The pride of these giant bodybuilders was completely shattered after losing to much shorter rivals. They locked themselves in the dark, calling themselves absolute garbage, and feeling even smaller than filthy little cockroaches. This crisis got so severe that it threatened the very existence of professional bodybuilding competitions worldwide. Facing massive pressure, the officials actually started planning to change the judging rules just to make things harder for the shorter athletes. During a highly tense press conference, when asked why they were creating entirely separate divisions, President Ip Sentosa loudly declared that his organization had been debating this for a long time, claiming that a shorter human frame naturally has a massive advantage when it comes to packing on and maintaining muscle. No matter what size or ideal shape is demanded of them, trying to limit these athletes is completely pointless. The shocked fitness reporters couldn't help but ask, what on earth does that even mean? Even if the rules change, it won't make a difference? The official frowned, snapping back in irritation. You call yourselves fitness journalists and you don't even understand this basic fact? Because every single cell in their bodies is incredibly close-knit. This means they can literally adapt and transform their physiques as effortlessly as a shape-shifting chameleon. Back in the battle, Hansen in his 212 form stands tall, facing down Hinderbrand. The old king gathers all his magic power and loudly declares, "With this explosive thrust, I will pierce right through you." A lightning-fast, thunderous strike of brilliant blue energy drives straight toward Hansen's massive, tank-like back. But he stands solid as a mountain, coldly striking a powerful back double biceps pose. Hansen's massive back muscles begin to contract and vibrate with sheer, terrifying force right against the blade's heavy pressure. Things are starting to defy all logic in a way that's hard to explain. Now pay attention here. Hansen glances back to tell all the short gym bros never to feel insecure, but to watch closely. The muscular army behind him can only stare with wide eyes, holding their breath as they watch their leader's unbelievable show of strength. Hansen's back muscles bunch up like rugged ridges of solid steel, completely crushing his opponent's blade so it can't even budge. Loud, sharp cracking sounds echo continuously, until Hansen confidently declares, "Weaker, the weapon destroyer." The old king's sword shatters into pieces instantly from the intense muscle contraction, leaving Hinderbrand absolutely speechless. "This is impossible. I will never accept defeat." Hinderbrand furiously activates multiple buffs, muscle boost, explosive power, and physical enhancement. A blazing blue magic fire wraps around the old king. Hinderbrand roars, "I'm going all out one more time." He charges forward like a gale, unleashing a flurry of lightning strikes that trap Hansen inside a brilliant, blinding light. Hinderbrand screams in utter desperation. Yet, Hansen just stands there wearing a smug, confident smirk. He calmly stands still, enjoying the rapid-fire impacts and calling it a full-body massage from an electric mage. Hansen stands immovable, using his enemy's most brutal attacks as a way to stimulate and relax his own massive, towering muscles. Hinderbrand pants heavily. The old king is completely exhausted after that non-stop barrage of attacks. Hansen slowly strolls forward and calmly asks, "Is the show finally over now?" Standing tall over his collapsing rival, he says he'll take his turn now. You're going to want to see this as Hansen flexes his massive muscles. Size. A blinding aura erupts, leaving Hinderbrand utterly stunned. Hansen repeatedly hits a powerful side chest pose, while the defeated old king completely collapses on the ground. As everyone watches in utter shock, an onlooker screams out, "Can't you all see the roar of a wild beast manifesting from his very movements?" Instantly, a fierce, glowing red aura shaped like a wild beast wraps around Hansen, creating a suffocating pressure that dominates the entire battlefield. Things escalate so quickly that no one can tell the difference between a bodybuilding show and absolute destruction. Hinderbrand quietly looks at his opponent and whispers that he will withdraw, asking if they can stop right now. In his incredibly long life, he has never seen anyone with such terrifying defensive power. The old king decisively declares that he is surrendering. Hansen smiles back, telling him he made the right choice. But suddenly, the old king swings his brilliant blue magic sword in a surprise close-range strike, only for Hansen to dodge it with godlike reflexes. Hinderbrand marvels at his monstrous reflexes. Raising his sword high, he openly admits that he now fully recognizes Hansen's incredible body as a form of magic itself. After all, magic is simply the ability to manifest mana. Now, Hansen grits his teeth and turns his body into a blazing red flame. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next, as Hinderbrand conjures a special magic weapon of brilliant blue energy. We both know Hansen's body can shatter normal weapons, but this is different. But when up against a shapeless magical force, even his legendary muscles cannot grasp it. Hinderbrand moves with blinding speed, slashing his magical sword straight into Hansen's shoulder, drawing first blood. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Hansen mutters that even his muscles must admit this is getting tough. He begins his prep, leg muscles flexing with raw power. This is the crucial buildup he needs before releasing every ounce of his hidden explosive energy. Thanks to his ultimate highly trained physique, all those tedious and slow startup steps are now completely bypassed. Hansen lunges forward like lightning, delivering an incredibly brutal headbutt right through that glowing blue magic barrier. With his setup time reduced to 0, it seems virtually impossible to stop this beast. Yet, Hinderbrand suddenly reaches out, grabbing his face to completely shut down that idea. Hansen freezes, completely dominated in an instant. Through the swirling dust, the old king calmly uses a single hand to pin the struggling giant flat against the hard ground. Staring down with freezing, sharp eyes, Hinderbrand loudly declares that absolutely nothing in this world is beyond being conquered. Clutching Hansen's head tightly, the old king coldly mutters, "If I cannot slice through your muscles, then I will simply peel your skin off." Focusing vibrant blue magic into his hand, the king whispers his dark plan, promising to shave away that tough skin until the pain becomes completely unbearable. Sharp arcs of blue energy relentlessly tear into Hansen's massive back, leaving deep wounds amid a series of metallic echoing clashes. Now watch closely. Hansen's eyes widen as he quickly tries to analyze the situation and formulate a plan. What if I just snap those fingers holding onto me right now? Moving instantly, he launches a quick counter before opting for a classic hit-and-run strategy, using his massive leg strength to leap far back and create some vital space. But Hinderbrand has absolutely no intention of letting him catch his breath. He roars out that escape is impossible, chasing him down with terrifying, blinding speed. In a flash, Hinderbrand's hand clamps back onto Hansen's face, coldly claiming another direct hit as he rides high on the giant's shoulders, bathed in a brilliant blue aura. Hansen grits his teeth in pure frustration. He tells himself that in a bodybuilding contest, he would easily win, while Hinderbrand silently watches from behind the erupting spiritual energy. You and I both know that if this upcoming strike connects, even his giant bones will be shattered. The veteran ruler's expression hardens as the deep blue magical energy reaches its peak intensity. But suddenly, Hansen's speed surges to a truly terrifying level. His rapid, devastating strikes become completely invisible to the naked eye, matching the lightning-fast jabs of a seasoned, professional boxer. But professional fighters are experts at masterfully dodging such rapid jabs. What makes this level of defense possible is the massive amount of real combat experience built up over a long lifetime. Through those endless battles, every single incoming attack can be predicted with ease. Hinderbrand focuses intensely, his eyes widening in pure shock as he realizes all of his own techniques are being countered instantly. The old warrior stands frozen, stunned by a speed he has never experienced before in his entire life. Standing amid the endless snowy field, confronting a unique type of warrior he has never seen, Hansen flexes his glowing, powerhouse muscles with absolute, raw authority. Stamping his heavy boots into the deep snow, Hinderbrand grins in absolute excitement, muttering how interesting this is as his battle spirit officially blazes hotter than ever. He wonders how things would have played out if they had met 1 year, or even 10 years earlier. He charges forward in a bright blue flash, putting everything he has into the point of his blade. Hansen refuses to back down, roaring as he charges ahead, surrounded by a roaring crimson aura. Closing the distance, Hinderbrand deeply wishes they could have clashed during his legendary prime. Knowing this battle would have been 10 times more spectacular and thrilling than it is. The old king mutters bitterly, cursing the limits of his aging, worn-out body. Hansen grits his teeth, silently complaining about the absolute torture of moving non-stop without a single second of rest between these intense sets. This relentless style reminds him of pyramid drop sets, starting heavy and slowly getting lighter just to completely drain his remaining energy. It minimizes the risk of joint injury while dealing incredibly deep, targeted damage, crushing the target muscle group to its absolute limit, until Hansen is suddenly bound tight by an invisible magical sword spell. Sighing, Hinderbrand admits his stamina is failing him, realizing he cannot fight long and must not let personal pleasure ruin the main objective. A devastating explosion erupts, and trust me, you and I are left holding our breath to see who survived. Alright, you and I are about to see Hansen step up after his leader gets blown away. But another ally cuts him off. This is different. Hansen is locking in his posture mid-fight, keeping flawless form like a true iron-disciplined gym rat. Mid-air, Hansen holds a rock-solid squat stance and softly whispers a single word, squat. Squats are meant to push the ground away. Hansen remembers training in the forest one day when a wild, bizarre thought suddenly popped into his head. Why does nobody ever try pushing the sky away? That simple shift in mindset lets Hansen fly, kicking the empty air as if he were stomping on solid ground. He continuously creates powerful shockwaves to propel himself forward across the sky, landing heavily right in front of his opponent. Honestly, if Newton saw this, he would probably be crying real tears. Hinderbrand realizes stalling for time is no longer an option, so the old king locks back in. Reaching out his hand, Hinderbrand compresses his magical energy to drop a massive, heavy pressure right onto Hansen. Instantly, a muscular muscle army member locks him in a tight bear hug from behind, declaring full-on support for this duel. Seizing the moment while his opponent struggles helplessly, Hansen channels all his power into a devastating lightning punch straight to Hinderbrand's chest. Now watch closely as the brutal impact breaks the old king's ribs to pieces. Watching this, a monocle-wearing muscle soldier cheers in pure hype, shouting that a direct hit like that guarantees he will never get back up. Hinderbrand gasps heavily, exhaustion written all over his face as the defeated king mutters, "Time is truly merciless. Too merciless." He bitterly admits that in his prime, he would have crushed this opponent easily, rather than struggling like a dog now. Just then, a sudden system alert pops up right in front of Hansen. The quest, Regret of the Former King, is complete, giving him a second clue about Oculus. Then, a sarcastic voice breaks the silence. Who would have thought the once legendary Hinderbrand could suffer such a pathetic and miserable defeat? From the shadows, a red-haired guy named Gan steps out, casually dragging a dark figure on the ground. He sneers, glad to finally meet face to face. Looking straight at Hansen with a crazy grin, Gan says, "Long time no see, Hansen. Physical therapy is always amazing for posture correction, recovery, and stretching out tight muscles." Hansen thinks to himself that lifters love one specific benefit of therapy above all else, which is having someone help them do deep stretches. He originally planned to visit a professional therapist for some serious recovery right after finishing this job. Trust me, seeing this absolute clown has Hansen completely furious. If only you hadn't hurt my therapist so badly. But suddenly, Block holds him back, telling Hansen to wait a moment. He explains that he came here specifically for this guy. It turns out he is an elite officer of Oculus, using magic to mutate his internal organs for combat. And the freak standing right before them is Zoom, who actually has the power to control bladders. Rage boils over as Block recalls the disgusting sight of this bastard spraying urine all over the glorious muscles of his seniors. He roars in anger, "I will never forgive a trash like you who insults my seniors' hard-earned muscles." Hansen radiates pure killer intent, growling, "I'll destroy you." But Block stops him again, telling Hansen that he needs to rest up. "Your injured muscles look severely dehydrated." He insists that Hansen must prioritize stopping muscle loss right this second. Hearing this, Hansen snaps back to reality and agrees. "You're right, I almost ended up overtraining my body by accident." Watching Block walk away, Hansen feels proud that his junior has grown so reliable, genuinely caring about muscle health like a true bro. "All right, let's put our trust in him just this once and take a quick nap." The red-haired villain smirks, recognizing him. "Aren't you the coward who ran away last time?" Block calmly replies, "Thanks for remembering me." The enemy laughs, mocking him for wetting his pants in fear. Block looks down, admitting, "I don't think I did that, but it doesn't matter anymore. The simple truth is that I utterly failed." Block's face grows incredibly serious. "To wash away that deep humiliation, I forced myself through brutal, non-stop training every single day." He pushed himself through hellish workouts, from heavy bench presses to deadlifting under raging waterfalls, and intense squats to forge absolute mental steel. Watching this, one of the muscle soldiers asks with deep concern, "Master Guro, can Block actually win this?" Guro just chuckles from the wall, guessing they never saw Block train. Another soldier sneers, "With all that body fat on him, he's definitely going to lose." And that's where we leave it, but trust me, Block's big 3 lifts easily rival, even Hansen's insane strength. Alright, you and I are about to watch Block charge forward with insane explosive power. Owen did not hesitate to go all in, but the red-haired fighter effortlessly dodged and mocked him. Too easy. He quickly gathered a glowing crimson energy in his hand and launched a swift counterattack, triggering a brilliant blue explosion that ripped the air apart. Guro roared in encouragement. Relying on his insanely dense muscles, Block launched himself forward like an arrow, piercing straight through the crimson blast to close the distance. Block felt completely confident he could easily shrug off an attack like that. But out of nowhere, a freezing blue beam pierced straight through his chest. He gasped in absolute shock, realizing his unbreakable defense had now been completely shattered. Beams of crimson light rained down, leaving Block heavily injured and bleeding out, while the red-haired villain watched with a sinister smirk. He mocked Block, sneering that he looked exactly like a dying wild boar thrashing around. The red-haired villain just kept laughing, mockingly asking if this pathetic display was really all Block could do. Meanwhile, Hansen was still resting nearby, completely oblivious to all the chaos. The Muscle Squad members cried out in absolute despair, begging someone to save Block. One warrior tried to rush to his aid, but was instantly ordered to hold the line. If they broke formation, the wall would collapse, throwing all their hard work straight down the drain. Though worried sick about Block, Guro told everyone to look closer, pay attention here. because he is definitely not done. He declared that the fighting spirit in Block's eyes had not died out. Block gasped, barely clinging to his breath. Yanjiang insisted that it was not over yet, his body trembling, as Block dragged his severely broken legs forward. The red-haired villain smirked from a distance, mockingly asking Block if he really wanted to keep going, because beating down such a pathetic opponent was starting to feel sad. But a trembling hand gripped the iron bar, the true spirit of a powerlifter. These lifters dedicate their entire lives to training with one single goal: to hit their absolute maximum on the 3 basic lifts. They do not care at all about building a pretty, aesthetic physique like typical bodybuilders. Their philosophy is simple: just lift the weight and push through with everything you have. Even if an attack tears through their flesh, or half of their organs are spilling out, their will never breaks. Block let out a wild roar, locking his eyes on his opponent. He just needed one shot, one single opening. Block reached out with his vascular hands, grabbing his opponent's shirt as his eyes flared with blue spiritual energy, his massive arm muscles bulging so hard that the red-haired fighter shrieked, "What is this crazy strength?" He realized in terror that he could not escape this deadly trap. Block used his giant hands to lift Organ right off the ground, crushing all resistance with a 1,000-pound squeeze. Gritting his teeth, Block roared out his final move. His deadlift move unleashed a terrifying pressure, warping the opponent's body under pure force. Watching this, Block was shocked because he was certain his opponent's spine had been torn apart. You and I probably thought they won, but nope, it was the scam of the century. He could not believe his eyes, stammering, "How is this even possible?" On the ground, the red-haired villain twisted his body with sickening cracks, laughing mockingly as he asked, "You landed a clean hit earlier, but are you out of steam now?" Organ slowly stood up, his eyes glowing with a demonic light through the white smoke. "Just like you said, I am the bladder king, and a bladder does not need any bones." Without hesitating, Block roared out bench and rushed his enemy, throwing a lightning-fast punch called bench press. But upon impact, the villain's body suddenly bloated up massively, like a giant balloon. Block stared in absolute shock as his opponent transformed into a massive sphere, blocking out the sky, a giant pig bladder. Back when the concept of a ball did not even exist, humanity always sought ways to cure their boredom. They accidentally discovered that when a pig's bladder is pumped full of air and tied shut, it becomes incredibly tough, elastic, and packed with extreme bouncing power. An object that could effortlessly absorb and bounce back any external impact. Back to reality, the enemy had fully transformed into a massive, veiny ball. All of Block's fierce attacks became completely useless as he struggled to defend against this giant, bouncing sphere. And so, a soccer ball was born. This bizarre, monstrous transformation threw the entire battlefield into a whole new level of chaos. Shaped like a giant sphere, Organ shot off like lightning, dived down with his water rocket technique, causing a massive explosion right in front of Block. Watching this, Guro's eyes widened in horror as he yelled that they were doomed, while another member asked in confusion, "Wait, weren't we winning?" "Trust me, reality just slapped that tiny spark of hope right out of us. All right. You and I are about to see Guro prove that a powerlifter's true nature is simply to lift and push. But when facing an elastic, constantly bouncing sphere like that massive ball, trying to push or lift, it becomes completely and utterly useless." Block quietly observes the sphere floating in midair, fully realizing that trying to lift it off the ground would yield absolutely zero value. Block tenses up, using all his raw strength to tightly clasp the giant sphere radiating Organ's dark magical energy. Sensing extreme danger, Guro panics and screams, "Get out of there, Block. We need to find a way to counter this first." Block smiles softly, replying, "Thanks for worrying about me, Guro, but I will always put my absolute faith in the power of lifting." Veins pop on his hands as he grips the sphere's outer shell with sheer determination, asking Guro if he knows the most critical secret in all of powerlifting. That secret is the sheer power to drive the bench press. Gripping the bar with iron will, it is also the ultimate strength needed to stand straight up during a heavy squat. Block's muscles swell as he channels his entire soul into the barbell, bringing us to the final element, the raw power to rip massive weight off the floor in the deadlift. The true, ultimate strength of any powerlifter always begins with their raw grip strength. Funneling extreme pressure into his hands, his fingertips dig deep into the target, leaving permanent marks that stand as absolute proof of his unbreakable resolve. Watch closely as a massive explosion rips through the smoky battlefield. Back at the gym, a Minotaur warrior is panting heavily, drenched in sweat. "All right, member, time for the next set," the Minotaur complains, feeling utterly defeated. "Coach, how can you stop right at the climax? If you want to hear the rest of the story, finish this set right now." Immediately, the Minotaur lets out a mighty roar and trains like a maniac just to find out what happens next. All right, let's see what happens next. This story is paywalled behind pure muscle, so if you don't lift, you don't get the drama. If the battle had gone on naturally, Block would have easily crushed Organ. But right at that critical moment, an unexpected intruder suddenly crashes the fight. Hinderbrand steps out, now sporting a remarkably youthful body. Standing in the middle of the massive battlefield, the young warrior stares at his opponent, wondering if he can actually win. Hinderbrand coldly advises him, "Give up, kid. Aren't you already completely exhausted?" Witnessing this dire situation, his teammate screams out from afar in pure panic. "Block, that's enough, run away," he urges him, shouting that escaping right now is incredibly easy using his signature jumping squat skill. The young man murmurs back in complete disbelief. "Run away?" He lowers his head, lost in deep thought. His eyes are shrouded in deep contemplation as he stares directly at the overwhelming opponent standing right before him. There is zero fear in him instead. A massive wave of excitement explodes, forcing him to grit his teeth with determination. He roars at the top of his lungs, excited that such a monstrously powerful adversary is standing right before him, before dropping low into an incredibly menacing, explosive stance. Hinderbrand scoffs, calling it foolish, and swings his sword glowing with green energy in a thunderous strike. A deafening clash immediately erupts as their immense powers collide. Hinderbrand smirks, highly amused by the clash. Foolish or not, facing your enemy head-on is a very healthy habit. The old king claims that thanks to the precious time Block bought him, he has completed his muscle super recovery through a deep, profound sleep. Hinderbrand stands tall and imposing, clutching a razor-sharp sword in his hand. Hansen proudly and loudly declares that he is no longer just a regular bodybuilder who finished his daily muscle gains, but has instead fully ascended to become a legendary super bodybuilder. Across the snow-covered battlefield, Organ lies defeated on the ground while Hinderbrand watches from the dust. Okay, you and I are probably wondering, what even is a super bodybuilder? Right away, a member of the muscle army breaks into a cold sweat, shockingly revealing that he has actually heard legends about this terrifying existence before. To the absolute shock of his comrades, he begins explaining the fundamental principle of muscle growth, which relies entirely on a cycle of destruction and recovery. Usually, working out destroys muscle fibers, requiring lifters to balance it with deep sleep so the body has time to rebuild and grow those muscle cells. But a super bodybuilder exists on an entirely different level of power. As everyone listens in curiosity, the muscle soldier points toward Hansen and urges them all to look very closely at his eyes. Hansen stands tall with massive, bulging muscles radiating a blinding glow, yet his eyes remain completely and strangely closed. The shocking truth is finally revealed: the super bodybuilder isn't actually conscious right now. He is a miraculous being, capable of tearing down and fully rebuilding his muscle fibers at the exact same time. Meanwhile, over in the Jimber Kingdom, the atmosphere grows incredibly tense in front of a massive, ancient stone monument. Amidst the falling snow, the soldiers anxiously gossip about letting King Hinderbrand march into battle entirely alone, while Gudo silently stares ahead. He worries that in chess, capturing the king means game over, yet their leader is charging onto the front lines. Stick with me, because next time is going to be wild. Alright, you and I are starting with this white-haired veteran asking about Gudo's enlistment date. Hearing the answer is 35 years, the veteran smirks, thinking Gudo is way too young and naive to understand. He asks what the current curriculum teaches about the growth and history of the kingdom of Sinbertham. Gudo confidently replies that they are taught it is a powerful military nation built on sending mercenaries everywhere. The white-haired veteran nods slightly, confirming that is exactly what the public has always been led to believe. But the reality of Sinbertham is actually a far cry from what everyone thinks. In the past, King Hinderbrand single-handedly invaded other nations. He ruthlessly annihilated every single person who dared to resist him, then casually went ahead and annexed all of their lands. Standing amidst the ruins and countless lifeless bodies under a blood-red sky, Hinderbrand represents the bloody birth of this nation. He loudly declares to the world that he himself is the kingdom of Sinbertham. Moving like lightning, he strikes with a devastating, thunderous slash straight at Hansen. Despite his massive, giant-like physique, Hansen gets stabbed right through his thick muscles, leaving a severe wound. Looking down on his collapsing opponent, Hinderbrand mocks him, saying that no matter if he is some elite bodybuilder, his final fate will never change. Suddenly, the massive muscles on Hansen's arms swell and bulge unnaturally, right where he just got injured. Hinderbrand unleashes a barrage of explosive attacks all around, but nothing seems to stop his foe. Hansen's leg muscles expand furiously. He screams the name of his technique, bench press, before launching forward at impossible speed. Now watch closely, as the enemy realizes with horror that Hansen is moving way faster than before. Focusing hard to read his opponent's movements, he realizes with shock that speed is not the issue. Hansen is actually growing larger by the second. Hansen slams a devastating blow down, triggering an earthquake that literally shakes the entire area. Hinderbrand screams in absolute agony as he gets completely overpowered. Hansen stomps down with absolute power, causing the earth to tremble under his immense weight. The muscles on his arms squeeze tight and begin radiating intense, glowing light. Hansen uses his colossal hand to completely crush his opponent's final resistance. Watching this unfold, a Sinbertham official cries out in panic, wondering if their king is actually being overwhelmed so easily. Even the muscle army members are stunned, admitting they knew Hansen was strong, but never expected such a massive gap. A stat comparison pops up, showing that Hinderbrand's average power levels are actually much higher than Hansen's. When it comes to combat experience and battle instincts, the difference between them is like night and day. I know what you're thinking, the stats say he dominates, but this fight feels totally off. With his special vision that reads every rule, Hinderbrand should easily dodge everything. Yet, even before his vision can even trigger, Hansen's massive hand is already right in front of his face. With every single movement, Hansen's muscle fibers tear apart and reconstruct at extreme speeds, giving off a suffocating wave of heat. Seeing victory within reach, Guro cheers out loud in absolute excitement. "Way to go, Master Hansen, keep pushing forward." Meanwhile, among the soldiers standing in formation, one suddenly asks Master Guro. "But wait," he asks, looking over at his leader with a very puzzled expression, "how did Hinderbrand become so young again?" Suddenly, a member of the muscle army shivers in sheer terror as he feels a freezing, murderous aura. Standing atop the towering wall, he screams in absolute panic, warning his comrades to get away from the area as fast as possible. Below the wall, a strange green liquid begins oozing out from the massive cracks. The bright green liquid floods out in torrents, completely surrounding the entire army as they stand in battle formation. The mastermind behind this smirks, his eyes glowing with evil intent as he whispers that it is already too late. This is a total disaster. Chaos erupts among the muscle army, with painful screams ringing out as their feet start to itch and burn intensely. Toxic green smoke blankets the entire battlefield, burning right through the warrior's skin and causing them unbearable agony. Amidst the slimy mess, Hansen stands silently, staring down with a deeply serious expression. He reasons to himself that if his skin gets irritated or damaged, it will cause a major distraction during training. For someone who values absolute, laser-sharp focus like him, this kind of annoyance is totally unacceptable. Hansen gnashes his teeth in fury, his face shrouded in shadow while his eyes burn with intense anger. He growls that getting interrupted during a workout is his biggest pet peeve. Meanwhile, green plants use sharp teeth to tear their prey apart to survive. But at the very end of the predator cycle, life slowly begins to lose its natural power. An eagle swoops down on a fox carrying prey, leaving decaying bones exposed. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where bacteria slowly dissolve damaged flesh into nothingness. This decaying flesh eventually turns back into soil, and from that very ground, brand new life begins to rise up. It is a continuous loop of eating and being consumed, keeping the grand flow of life moving without end. From grasshoppers and mice to snakes and eagles, every creature plays its part in this eternal cycle of survival. Honestly, life itself is just one massive digestive system, and the stomach is where reincarnation of all things truly happens. In a mystical space, a mysterious entity suddenly appears and proudly declares that the mother of digestion is Winnie herself. Watching their leader display such insane muscle power, his beefy squad roars in pure excitement, shouting, "Amazing, Master Hansen, keep going." But right in the middle of all this hype, one member feels completely terrified, nervously gulping as he speaks in absolute fear. This is bad. He realizes in utter shock that Master Hansen cannot hold this extreme form for much longer. As the others look on completely confused, he asks them what the 3 basic rules of muscle growth are. Hearing them say proper training, enough sleep, and solid nutrition only makes him panic more, right before a massive, deafening explosion tears through the air. Screaming down from the high walls in pure desperation, he yells, "Master Hansen, you cannot fight anymore. Eat something first." Below, Hansen collapses, his body totally burnt out from pushing past his absolute limits. Another member panics and screams, "Wait, we still have some backup protein right here." Pay attention here, because a giant toad chicken suddenly appears out of nowhere, trembling in sheer terror. A worried soldier approaches, staring at his leader's massive back and asking with a shaky voice, "Master Hansen, if we keep fighting like this, are we going to lose?" Hansen just smiles, a dark, menacing grin slicing through the shadows. He loudly declares they will win. Even with his energy completely drained, Hansen vows to take victory without needing any more nutrition. The brutal process of muscle breakdown officially begins. Dropping low into a deep squat, Hansen radiates an intense, burning orange heat, forcing his massive muscles to swell under suffocating pressure. Charging forward with terrifying speed, he unleashes a massive, thunderous punch that completely rips the ground open, leaving a giant trench stretching far into the dust. Smirking, he mocks them for being too weak, not giving his opponent a single second to react. Hansen blitzes forward like a blazing red arrow, closing the distance on the enemy hiding beneath a cloak and wide-brimmed hat. The foe screams once more as her eyes glow brightly, instantly unleashing a powerful summoning spell to turn the tide. It seemed like the battle was decided, but the enemy fights back with sheer stubbornness. Out of nowhere, a massive wall of living flesh known as the stomach wall rises up, instantly blocking Hansen's crushing punch and blasting the summoner far back from the shockwave. Hansen grits his teeth, channeling every ounce of strength into his bulging muscles against the violently contracting wall of flesh. Shocked by how thick it is, Hansen is pushed backward, realizing with surprise that his enemy has suddenly unlocked an incredibly terrifying surge of power. Winnie smirks, her eyes glowing with a highly provocative glare. "Did you really think that?" she asks. "And you and I are about to see her power as a stomach mage, converting digested food into an endless source of energy." Below them, a bubbling pool of bright green fluid filled with rotting debris and bones is violently boiling away. Winnie keeps playing mind games, declaring that as time drags on, Hansen will only grow weaker and weaker, while she, on the other hand, will only continue to become stronger. Instantly, she triggers her ultimate summon, activating the stomach gun. Holding a glowing golden weapon in her hands, Winnie declares, "This elemental matchup is going to end very badly for you." Deadly green beams rain down rapidly from her stomach gun, forcing Hansen to move frantically, pulling off clutch dodges one after another in a storm of energy. Even cornered in this tight spot, he remains completely calm. "I admit your attacks carry a massive amount of raw momentum." Hansen suddenly leaps high into the air, diving straight at her as he boldly yells. "But there is still an overwhelming gap between us when it comes to raw physical strength." Closing in on Winnie with a cold glare that leaves her utterly shocked, Hansen roars out his special move name, Jumping Squat. Even under a heavy barrage, Hansen easily dodges like he is using cheat codes, making Winnie frown as she notes his extremely sharp sixth sense. Instantly, she unleashes her ultimate form, activating the full stomach acid armor, transforming herself into a grotesque, giant creature with a massive mouth of sharp teeth, dripping with acid. Safe inside her slimy sphere, Winnie mockingly reminds him, "Like I said before, this matchup is terrible for you." Completely catching her off guard, Hansen dives right into the toxic sludge, firing back. "Actually, this matchup is perfect for me," leaving Winnie utterly stunned. "What do you mean?" she stammers as he charges straight ahead. "Stick around to see what happens next." "All right, you and I are diving into an epic clash." Hansen stands tall in the smoke, calmly comparing his insane training to her digestion. He gives a confident thumbs up, asking if this isn't the most absolute masterpiece of a combo. Winnie bursts out laughing at his claim, leaving his buff muscle squad standing behind him completely dazed and deeply confused. They cannot help but wonder if Hansen Nin's bizarre nonsense actually strikes a chord with her weird sense of humor. Suddenly, Winnie's laughter dies. A shocking realization hits her hard. She stares directly at Hansen and gasps in pure disbelief. "No way, you act so calm, but your muscles haven't grown even a single bit this entire time." Shaking, she asks her final burning question. "Have you actually regained your sanity now?" Hansen calmly admits he has been caught, explaining that when the human body starves, the very first resource it targets to burn is actually muscle. To keep growing, he absolutely cannot allow any muscle loss to happen. Watching this unfold, Winnie coldly declares she will treat this as his complete surrender. She charges a brilliant, glowing golden energy in her hands, demanding that the creature quietly surrender and become her next source of nutrition. Now watch this closely. Winnie's glowing hand slams onto the beast, while Hansen stands watching, knowing his theory is completely correct. Seeing right through her, he questions the absolute limit of her beast's digestive capacity. Hansen points out that in her desperate rush to win, she mindlessly stuffed everything into that stomach until it hit its absolute limit. Clenching his massive, powerful fist, he poses a terrifyingly dark question about what would happen if an explosive external strike suddenly smashed into that bloated stomach. Winnie watches silently, her face filled with anxiety under Hansen's overwhelming presence. Her early advantage is rapidly turning into a ticking time bomb inside her. But then, a sinister smile creeps onto her face. Winnie casually reveals a dark truth when the stomach spots a delicious new meal. It automatically contracts to make plenty of room. A massive mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth suddenly tears wide open, preparing to swallow Hansen whole amidst a wave of burning red digestive fluid. Winnie watches the deadly trap snap shut, mockingly asking him if he truly had absolutely no idea this was about to happen. Hansen's eyes widen as he gasps. "You did not know?" Before he gets sucked into the giant gaping mouth, a brilliant light blasts directly into the monster's core as everyone watches in shock. Hansen plummets through the air, while a panicked soldier screams his name out. Suddenly, a massive geyser of orange fluid erupts violently from the ground, blasting everything away. "You and I saw that coming, but check this out." Hansen grits his teeth, blocks, and stands tall before Winnie, who calmly claims digesting is no longer needed. Winnie glares at him and coldly declares that she is focusing entirely on him now. Hansen feels his body growing incredibly heavy, realizing with horror that his muscles simply refuse to move. He grits his teeth in frustration, wondering if he slacked off on nutrition. Suddenly, the giant stomach monster opens its massive maw once more, Winnie flashes a haunting smile, telling him to be a good boy and just let himself get absorbed. Right then, the muscle squad suddenly charges forward like madmen, yelling out in unison that they have arrived to save Hansen. A shocked Hansen asks if they really abandoned the wall to come here, but a warrior just smiles back confidently. He explains that if Hansen Nin loses, the wall falls anyway, so the whole team chose to abandon it. The buff warriors dive headfirst into the monster's giant throat, screaming at the top of their lungs. As long as that woman sees this, it is fine, right? The muscle army recklessly leaps into the massive maw, proudly shouting that their entire bodies exist only because of Master Hansen. We willingly offer you everything. Watching his disciples get swallowed one by one, Hansen screams out in absolute despair. No, stop. He frantically warns them that this is an unproven theory, but it is already far too late. Winnie casually absorbs all the energy from his allies, smiling with pure satisfaction at how delicious it is. An earth-shattering explosion of purple energy suddenly erupts, violently shaking the entire snowy mountain range. Standing in the thick rising dust, Winnie smirks evilly, praising her own terrifying power for being a complete cheat that breaks all the rules. At the absolute worst moment, Guro suddenly arrives, making Hansen cry out in pure relief. He deeply believes Guro is completely different from brainless muscleheads like him. Surely, this guy has already figured out a brilliant strategy to turn the tables. Guro calmly tells Hansen that he has already calculated every single move required to secure their victory. In the middle of this total chaos, his sudden arrival feels like a saving grace of hope. Trust me, you and I are about to see him execute the only winning path out of millions of possibilities. Alright, you and I are about to watch him dive straight into the enemy's massive, open orange mouth. Just before getting swallowed whole, Guro calmly tells Hansen that this move is his sacrifice. The monster's mouth slams shut, leaving Hansen standing there in complete and absolute shock. The crushing grief and burning rage of losing his most loyal training partner starts exploding deep inside his soul. A brutal, all-in decision where victory can only be achieved by sacrificing your own body. Suddenly, Hansen's brainwaves flare to life, instantly reawakening every single dormant sense. His body finally begins to move again. The massive, rippling muscles on his back shudder with overwhelming power. Hansen builds momentum and launches himself upward like an arrow ripping through the sky. Channeling every ounce of raw strength into his legs, he roars out his legendary technique, Inner Thigh. A thunderous, explosive collision erupts between Hansen and the massive orange energy stream of his opponent. A sharp, confident voice immediately rings out, confirming that the attack hit home. Meanwhile, his loyal companion can only watch this ultimate final clash in absolute silence. Deep inside the glowing red pool of stomach acid, Hansen's consciousness starts to stir as rapid, heavy heartbeats and the echoing cries of his teammates reach him. Pay attention here, his squadmates are absolutely thrilled to see him finally wake up and open his eyes. Master Hansen, can you hear us? Hansen slowly looks up with groggy eyes and mutters, Bodybuilder. Hansen slowly processes the situation as his consciousness is pulled back from the brink of sleep, asking his squad if they had been protecting him this whole time. It turns out they are all trapped inside a giant stomach, and the muscle squad is forced to use every ounce of strength to push back the contracting fleshy walls. One warrior confidently replies, During our rest sets, we absolutely have to protect you. Another teammate, trembling violently from the strain, grits his teeth, shouting, Master Hansen, this place is like a natural, hardcore gym. The pressure here is insane, yet he still smiles in the face of danger, warning them that slipping up for even a second means they will be crushed and digested instantly, just like a training session straight out of hell, where taking a break means instant death. The stomach is a powerful digestive organ that uses coordinated muscle layers and constant contracting movements to break down everything inside into a pure liquid soup. Digestion time depends on the food. Carbs take about 2 to 3 hours, protein takes 4 to 5, and fats take 7 to 8. For Hansen's squad, they only have a maximum of 4 to 5 hours before they are completely digested. The suffocating pressure from the contracting stomach walls continuously squeezes them. I know what you're thinking, but keeping your balance on a shifting floor of flesh is practically impossible. With the crushing forces constant and highly unpredictable, the muscle squad struggle immensely to find the perfect moment to push back. Right then, burning stomach acid begins to secrete and stick to their skin, creating an agonizing sizzling sound as the digestion process starts melting away their muscle protein. In this dire situation, Hansen suddenly spits something out. He stretches his jaw, then violently grits his teeth with a sickening, cracking sound. Hansen opens his jaw incredibly wide and lunges forward, biting hard into the raw stomach wall. With his eyes glowing a menacing red, he uses superhuman strength to rip a massive chunk of flesh straight off. Hansen starts chewing ravenously and gulps down the raw meat. Even though it is just a basic meal, it immediately replenishes his rapidly fading life force. His abdominal muscles begin to contract and ripple violently with immense, surging energy. Every single muscle on Hansen's body suddenly explodes. expanding massively under a wave of rapid growth. He stretches his massive, giant hand forward, preparing for his next move. The results are instant, giving him a massive muscle pump on the spot. Armed with this new energy, Hansen towers over everyone inside the cramped, dangerous stomach. Standing before his completely stunned comrades, he opens his mouth and boldly declares, "I'm going to enjoy my meal." Hansen gets ready to wage a brutal rampage, starting a feast inside the enemy's body. Hansen begins tearing into the thick stomach wall with vicious, powerful bites. Seeing this, a worried teammate asks, "Master Hansen, can we actually eat this stuff?" Still chewing away, Hansen realizes that this is premium tripe, packed with over 21 grams of pure protein and absolutely 0 carbs per 100 grams. Hearing it's a high-protein superfood, they all cheer instantly. "Let's dig in." One warrior immediately lunges, biting the flesh wall and sending fluid splashing everywhere. However, he quickly notices something weird. Straining so hard his face completely distorts, he cries out in absolute frustration, "This is bizarre, I can't bite through it." While Hansen happily feasts away, the rest of the squad is completely stumped by how incredibly tough the stomach wall is. To explain what is happening, a world-class eating expert is brought in to consult. And trust me, we're about to witness how this eating legend takes on this insane challenge. Alright, let's jump in as a reporter asks about his eating confidence and gets a smug smile back. He mockingly says that the reporter probably has no idea what his actual capacity is. After her apology and question about the actual amount, Kobayashi proudly declares his record of eating 110 hot dogs in 10 minutes. But he did not stop there, listing mind-blowing achievements like eating 12 burgers in just 3 minutes or even devouring over 5 kilograms of cow brains. The reporter is deeply impressed but does not forget to ask another tough question, since those crazy numbers alone could make any normal person feel completely full. She curiously asks if Kobayashi has ever tried eating tires, a bizarre question that makes the competitive eater choke on his water. He panics and denies it, asking if she is joking because how could any human eat something like that? Seeing the reporter write it off as untried, Kobayashi shouts, insisting that tires are something you cannot even chew. But here is the truth. The toughness of this monster stomach wall is actually equal to the most durable rubber tires on Earth. It is an insane comparison that is guaranteed to ruin anyone's appetite right on the spot. Even bodybuilders with extraordinary strength have absolutely no way of chewing through a stomach wall as tough as rubber tires. One member of the muscle army screams in pure despair, crying out that he just wants to get his protein. Now, pay attention here, because amidst their extreme hunger, a strange object catches the eye of these protein-starving warriors, and the item shocking Hansen is a simple athletic mouthguard. Normally, this gear is used in martial arts to prevent teeth from shattering during heavy impact. But in high-intensity sports as well, people use mouthguards because clenching too hard under extreme pressure can wear down or shatter teeth, especially when a normal human's bite force is only about 84.2 kilograms. For comparison, a wild hippo boasts a bite force of 770 kilograms, and river killers like saltwater crocodiles can hit over 2,200 kilograms. But thanks to intense jaw training, Hansen's bite force is estimated at a jaw-dropping 5,000 kilograms. This raw power is like the awakening of a prehistoric beast from the Cretaceous period. An overwhelming strength so far beyond normal that any comparison becomes completely useless. That is equivalent to the terrifying bite force of a T-Rex. To save himself from being dissolved, Hansen decides to unleash the full bite force he had locked away for years, tossing his mouthguard aside as he chooses to digest his enemy right back. Hansen savagely tears and devours the tough stomach wall in a fit of absolute rage. On the brink of survival, he boldly chooses to eat the boss itself, leaving Winnie clutching her stomach in agonizing pain as sweat pours down her face. "Digesting me before you get digested? Are you trying to reverse digest me?" Refusing to be overpowered, she screams in pure fury. "Fine, let us see what you can actually do." She instantly unleashes violent bolts of energy across her body, channeling all her magical power to activate a force that is far deadlier than the crushing power of her stomach muscles. She frantically focuses on boosting the stomach acid levels to melt her enemy into nothingness. I know what you are thinking, but Hansen just smirks murderously, telling her that she is too late. Hansen immediately activates his super bodybuilder state right in the middle of the pouring green stomach acid. His muscle groups begin to balloon up aggressively, and Hansen notices in shock that his growth speed is faster than ever. Raw red muscle fibers swell up with massive power. Terrified by this absolutely shocking sight, a member of the muscle army screams at everyone to hold on to Hansen as tightly as possible so they do not get swept away by the acid. These tiny warriors desperately scramble up, clinging onto their leader's massive, towering muscles that continue to expand without limit. Standing amidst the ruined organs, a worried subordinate asks Guro what on earth is happening. Guro looks on with a highly serious face, explaining that his previous super bodybuilder technique was never fully complete. He analyzes that although the muscle destruction and healing loop was working, A severe lack of energy stopped Hansen from breaking past his ultimate limit. Looking at Hansen's glowing, burning body, Guro confidently declares that things are different now. Inside an environment packed with 360 degrees of pure protein, Hansen can absorb massive nutrients instantly, making this environment the ultimate perfect buff he has ever had in his life. Hansen grits his teeth, using immense power to rip the stomach wall apart as his muscles swell with bulging veins. He loudly declares that there is no longer any need to set limits on his muscle growth. Horrified by this violent resistance, Winnie screams crazily, demanding that Hansen lie still and let himself be digested. She exerts all her power, pushing the acid levels to the absolute maximum to burn him down. And that is where we leave it, as Hansen sinks into bubbling acid. All right, you and I are jumping right into an insane battle where skin melts under brutal acid, and both fighters burn through their life force to crush each other. Heavy stomps rain down continuously, causing the ground to shake violently. Right in the middle of this crisis, a thought flashes if he digests. His body will instantly regenerate. Amidst the erupting pool of toxic green acid, the ultimate question of whether destruction or growth will reign supreme still remains completely unanswered. Her opponent, Winnie, smirks with pure arrogance, admitting that she is incredibly shocked by his power. This extraordinary digestion speed is something she has only ever witnessed in her own master before. But Winnie's eyes suddenly turn razor sharp, claiming that Hansen has grossly underestimated her. She roars in absolute fury, shouting that if he really wants to win, he needs to chew her up thoroughly. She begins lecturing him about the true nature of the stomach, an organ controlled by the autonomic nervous system. Using snakes as an example, Winnie claims that even without chewing, they possess the terrifying ability to swallow their prey whole. She clutches her stomach in intense pain while Hansen is still struggling hard inside the massive pool of digestive juices. Winnie confidently declares that she will show him exactly how a real snake performs its digestion. The image of a giant reticulated python appears, illustrating how it can swallow beasts far larger than its own body size. Yet, the tragedy of the python is that without finding a warm and safe shelter, it entirely loses its power to digest food. In the middle of a torrential downpour, deep within the forest, the poor python dies before ever completing its natural cycle of survival. Now, pay attention here. Winnie argues that a snake's failure to chew is a fatal weakness, not an advantage. Hansen immediately opens his mouth wide, delivering a series of powerful, savage chews as his direct response. Before she even finishes explaining, he refutes her with brute force. Hansen activates every muscle group in his body, from longitudinal to circular and oblique muscles, to generate insane pressure. His internal organs start contracting and shaking violently with each powerful rhythmic beat. He continues listing numerous muscles, from the masseter and temporalis to the esophageal and sphincter muscles. Hansen pours all his strength into utilizing every single muscle fiber to fuel this incredible reverse digestion. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupts from deep within the massive orange monster, violently blasting everything away. Hansen and his muscular allies emerge from the devastating wreckage amidst a massive flood of digestive fluid. Standing in the ruins, Hansen quietly declares the final victory for their entire team. A sharp spear tears through the air, accompanied by a deadly, blood-curdling scream. But the moment it hits the man's giant, muscular arm, the sharp weapon is instantly deflected and shattered to pieces. This is the bizarre alternate world where Hansen's master accidentally ended up while performing his heavy deadlift routine. Standing on the battlefield, a trembling soldier points his spear at him and screams in absolute terror, "Stay away from me, you monster." The master roars back, "You little brat. You and I both know that is a hilarious introduction. He was just working out in a pathetic new world of skin and bone weaklings, only to be feared as a monster. Everywhere he travels, he sees nothing but frail, skinny people. To change this sad reality, he begins his grand quest to build an empire named Gym Dungeon. He tirelessly interacts with all kinds of creatures, even teaching an old man how to properly consume quality carbs, proteins, and high-quality fats, while actively befriending various beastman tribes. He passionately guides everyone through each workout routine, gathering a squad of like-minded gym bros who share his vision. He is determined to create a peaceful world where anyone can fully dedicate themselves to daily training. From being a random outcast, he accidentally ends up building a massive cross-world gym franchise. As the gym system is perfected, the locals start looking at him with absolute worship, revering him as a literal god. Wishing to benefit society, he clearly suggests that the strong should handle the heavy farming duties on behalf of the weak. But his words are terribly misunderstood by the public. A fanatic holds up a book and a whip, screaming out in pure madness. The god has decreed it. Race, gender, physical appearance, and every single difference are twisted into excuses for people to torture one another. A whip-wielding guard lashes out, screaming to force the muscular ones to work. Meanwhile, terrifying monsters continue to commit unspeakable acts of cruelty against humanity. Witnessing this moral decay, the man in the red headband feels utterly disgusted and no longer wishes to deal with this world. He tells himself that the system was completed long ago anyway, quietly turning his back to walk down a path deep in the forest. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks as if realizing something. He turns his head slightly, flashing a mysterious smile and asking, "Hansen, you are watching, right?" His eyes glow intensely as he sends a personal invitation to his beloved disciple. "This place is the home gym I want to invite you to. It is the gym Utopia." Suddenly, a brilliant light bursts forth, engulfing the entire space. Right after, the red headband falls from the sky and lands directly on Hansen's face as he lies fast asleep. And that is where we leave it for today, Hansen waking up with that legendary red headband covering his eye. Alright, you and I are starting with a sweat-drenched Hansen waking up in sheer panic, shouting that his master is waiting. Seeing Guro standing right by his bed, he asks in absolute panic, "What on earth happened, Guro?" With a calm expression, Guro quietly asks if he has finally regained consciousness. He then begins recounting what happened after the fierce battle and asks if Hansen remembers his successful escape. Hansen quietly nods to confirm. Guro continues, explaining that the squad was fully prepared to charge forward and completely crush the remaining enemy forces. But suddenly, Winnie collapsed to the ground while clutching her stomach in agony. Right at that moment, Hansen seemed to suffer some massive shock, causing his face to contort in pure horror. He collapsed heavily and completely lost consciousness. The battle finally ended once every single enemy attacking the Holy Kingdom was destroyed, leaving Hansen's massive, muscular body lying completely motionless, creating a giant crater right in the middle of the battlefield. It seemed like a victory, but left a massive aftermath behind. Deep inside the dark dungeons of the Roman Holy Kingdom, an old figure sits silently bound by cold chains. Hinderbrand has returned to his true, fragile form. Looking at the person standing outside his iron bars, he sighs. "Old age has truly caught up with me again. Are you here to mock me? Now pay attention here, because this fallen king sitting in his cell is about to drop a major truth." Hansen looks at the old king with a heavy gaze and asks him, why peaceful neighboring countries had to be dragged into such a brutal war in the first place. Hinderbrand laughs self-deprecatingly, asking why he's still so curious when everything is already over. He pauses, then decides to open up and speak. "I will tell you. My kingdom has fallen terribly ill. It is an illness that absolutely no doctor can ever cure." That reason sounds incredibly dramatic, leaving anyone wondering what kind of disease could be this bad. The old king bitterly reveals the truth: it is aging. He explains that to save a kingdom now filled only with elderly people, he had to steal the Holy Kingdom's relic. It is a sacred treasure with the divine power to grant any wish. Hansen asks in utter disbelief, sweat dripping from his face, "Does such a thing actually exist?" Hinderbrand nods in absolute certainty, but reveals that the true size and immense energy of the holy relic remain a mystery the world has never uncovered. He explains that is exactly why they could not steal the entire relic, only managing to take a tiny fragment of its power to the battlefield. Their ultimate goal was to use that energy fragment to restore his youth, giving him the power to conquer the entire Holy Kingdom. Looking at the old king's withered, chained hands, Hansen asks innocently, "So your only wish was just to become young again?" Hinderbrand looks at his chains, sighing that young people never appreciate youth. "But trust me on this. Our hero is fully confident he can grant that exact wish." A stunned Hinderbrand asks if Hansen can truly restore youth to all of his people. Flexing his massive muscles, Hansen asks in return if the king truly wants to make his entire country young again. Hinderbrand grits his teeth and declares that if that is possible, he will pay absolutely any price. It sounds like a massive deal, and the price will certainly not be cheap. Hansen stares intently and asks him to make absolutely sure. "Any price?" Hinderbrand screams in complete, desperate agony that he would even sell his soul to the devil. Hansen flashes a sinister grin and declares that he will happily become that very devil. Hansen looms tall with glowing, menacing red eyes. 4 years later, a horse carriage slowly rolls into a brand new land. The old man inside whispers that they have finally arrived. It is a strange turn of events where the old promise slowly becomes an unbelievable reality. The carriage crosses the bridge, leading into the kingdom of Senior Classic. This place used to be the kingdom of Silver Tom. Young Taylor curiously asks why they are traveling to such a remote area. The old man calmly explains that as people age, they lose their health. But in this specific kingdom, even the elderly manage to preserve their physical strength in a truly magical way. In this place, absolutely anyone can learn deeply valuable lessons about life. All around them, incredibly muscular people are passionately working out and showcasing their immense strength under the flickering glow of torchlight. Loud, roaring cheers echo throughout the entire area, creating an incredibly hyped and energetic atmosphere. Amidst the crowd's thunderous roars, the Health Dungeon symbol glows brightly, officially marking a brand new era of physical power. Flash forward to the present day, With his new red headband, Hansen sits in deep thought. Guro sips his tea, admitting, and honestly, you and I probably agree he has never heard of Utopia Gym before. One of the muscle-bound squad members proposes a theory. Could it just be some kind of symbolic name? Like, wherever I am, that place is the gym. Hansen immediately rejects it, saying his master is not that kind of person. Let's dive right back into Hansen as he explains his master's philosophy. Everyone knows a true master never blames their tools, right? But a real master is someone who can push those exact same tools to 120% efficiency. Hansen confidently promises that the gym equipment at Utopia Gym is on a whole different level, making it a truly legendary spot. Hearing this, the spirit dog can't help but wonder if a place like that actually exists. How has nobody ever heard of it? Hansen thinks it over and responds, maybe the entrance is just hidden? He recalls his master's bold claim of already ascending to godhood. Just like the Hell Dungeon is unlike any ordinary labyrinth, Hansen believes the gateway to Utopia Gym must be something absolutely mind-blowing. He guesses that even the requirements just to step through the front door are probably completely insane. Watching the discussion grind to a complete halt, Toad sighs softly, realizing they are right back at square one. As things get more tangled, the meeting starts feeling pointless until Guro suddenly chimes in with an incredibly bold and daring proposal. What if we host a bodybuilding tournament? Hansen repeats the idea, completely taken aback by the suggestion. Guro explains that back in Hansen's world, these massive physique competitions are legendary for their high-energy showmanship and crowd appeal. They picture muscular athletes flexing on stage, showing off the raw, captivating power of this ultimate sport of sculpted bodies. Guro enthusiastically raises his hand, declaring, "We are going to show the world the true power of combining everyone's hard-earned muscle, forging a physical masterpiece so incredible it will literally touch the heavens." Visions of intense, bone-crushing training sessions from heavy lifting to extreme stretching flash by with absolute determination. Now, stick with me here, because the first steps of this crazy fitness festival are officially beginning. It sounds totally delusional, but we have got to see if they actually pull it off. Bold promotional posters featuring massive flexing silhouettes are quickly plastered all over the trees deep inside the forest. Two muscular guild members murmur in deep doubt while putting up the ads, wondering who on earth would actually show up. "I agree," the other replies. He worries that since Hell Dungeon is the only real gym around, they will just end up competing against themselves without drawing any outside interest. Suddenly, a colossal shadow with glowing red eyes looms right behind them and loudly asks what is going on here. Just when they thought it was a total bust, a challenger arrives. The two warriors shriek in pure terror, leaping backward as they demand to know what this strange beast wants. The massive minotaur stares intensely at the poster, grunting to itself that it has never heard of this bodybuilding concept before. But the moment its eyes land on the prize of a guaranteed one-year supply of free food, its eyes ignite with sheer excitement as it lets out a thunderous roar, declaring that it is absolutely entering this contest. The beast huffs out powerful streams of steam, showing off its rock-hard muscles that glisten dramatically in the light. Unleashing raw power into its massive arms, it strikes a jaw-dropping pose that leaves both gym members completely frozen in awe of this formidable heavyweight contender. I know what you're thinking. In a brutal fantasy world, where finding a safe meal is already a struggle, this prize has the strong absolutely fired up. Monsters and elite fighters everywhere are going completely wild over this upcoming event. With the countdown clock hitting 90 days, the energy inside Hell Dungeon spikes to an all-time high as pump-up music blares. A curious gym member asks, "Is Master Guro really going to compete in the tournament too?" Guro casually replies while pumping iron, "Yeah, I think I will give it a shot." Staring at Guro's rather chubby build, the junior mumbles that it might be a bad idea, but Guro instantly snaps. "Who said I was doing this for the prize anyway?" The junior asks, completely bewildered. "If not for the reward, then why are you entering?" Guro looks down at his soft belly and honestly explains his reason. "As a professional trainer, having this much body fat makes it hard to earn our clients' trust, so I want to use this event to get shredded." Hearing this, the junior casually delivers a savage response. "Why don't you just stop eating then?" It is the kind of terrible advice that makes absolutely zero sense to anyone. Guro shouts in a rage, "You think keeping a strict diet is as easy for me as it is for you?" He screams in absolute desperation. "People like me love eating too much, and without a massive goal, it is simply impossible." Faced with Guro's dramatic breakdown, the junior sighs, telling him to just do his best before quietly walking away. Left alone, Guro weeps dramatically, completely devastated that absolutely nobody understands the true struggle of his fitness journey. It is a classic, relatable tragedy where an intense passion for food collides head-on with weight loss goals. Over at the machine section, Guro asks while doing leg presses, "Master Hansen, which division are you planning to enter?" Hansen focuses deeply on every single rep, explaining that back on Earth, bodybuilding lacks a single governing body, meaning the divisions are usually a total mess depending on the host's whims. And that's where we leave Gudo, sweating bullets as he listens to his master's wild advice. Alright, let's look at Hansen analyzing classic categories like 212 physique, classic, and open bodybuilding. But these categories make zero sense for a world packed with diverse fantasy races. Gudo is sweating buckets. He seriously points out that since this is their very first tournament, the rules are absolutely critical. If contestants feel the system is rigged, keeping the tournament alive will be impossible. Hansen nods along while grinding through his intense workout. He believes their entire team needs to build a bodybuilding tournament using their own unique style. That way, even if viewers know nothing about fitness, they can still appreciate the contestants showcasing their peak physical forms. Balancing the competition while keeping it highly entertaining is a massive challenge. Gudo watches Hansen train, admitting this will cause some major headaches. But first, there is work to do. Hansen roars, clearing his mind to unleash his full power for today's final intense set. 3 long months pass by, with everyone pushing themselves to the absolute limit for their personal goals. At last, the momentous day has finally arrived. An absolutely massive crowd from every corner of the world floods the stadium, filling the entire arena with pure, chaotic energy. After endless days of grinding, it is finally time for the ultimate muscle show to begin. Stepping onto the stage, the bright blue-haired Randy proudly announces herself as the host of the event. She delivers a heartfelt thanks to the massive audience showing up to support the inaugural Heen Bodybuilding Championship. Randy excitedly announces that the total number of contestants has reached 572. But with so many people, the staff has to cut down the roster immediately in the qualifiers. Wearing a serious expression, Randy declares the rules of this round will be incredibly simple. Randy immediately calls the highly skilled assistant judges onto the stage. 2 members of the muscle squad march out. One raises his hand, shouting, "I am a candidate." The other replies, "I am the judge." Instantly, the announcement for the very first round echoes throughout the arena. But hold on, this is where it gets absolutely crazy. The first round is an attack, but coming straight from the judges themselves. Confused by this weird setup, a muscle squad member asks, "Hansen, why are we choosing contestants by beating them up?" Without answering, Hansen silently approaches a contestant and suddenly launches an incredibly fast, close-range strike. Driven by pure survival instincts, the contestant immediately tenses up, striking a rock-solid front lat spread to defend himself. Hansen smiles warmly, places a hand on his shoulder and asks, "Got it?" The poor guy is just left standing there, stammering in shock. A classic quick lesson, but the student's brain is still struggling to load. Hansen begins to explain that the natural instinct of any living creature is to use the hardest part of their body to defend against an incoming impact. By unleashing a massive attack to apply immense pressure, the judges are actually just threatening them to trigger their hidden physical potential without causing any real harm. Right then, a massive gargoyle beast tenses up and roars in defiance. He wildly flexes his most confident muscles under the suffocating pressure of the impending, heavy strike. Sitting at the judges' table wearing dark sunglasses, Hansen constantly takes notes to weed out the most promising talents. Contestants step up one by one to show off and pass. Even a giant beetle warrior easily clears the qualifiers thanks to his towering, rock-solid muscle plates. However, a massive giant with a huge beer gut steps up and gets instantly disqualified by Hansen, who coldly declares that this kind of physique is simply unacceptable. He lets out a deafening roar and slams his massive fist into the ground to vent his rage. Kron steps forward to protest, arguing this is a beauty pageant for muscles, pointing furiously at a literal walking skeleton that somehow made the cut. "You and I can agree this is completely wild. How did a fully loaded muscle monster lose out to a literal fleshless skeleton that somehow managed to pass?" Getting angrier by the second, Kron screams, "How does this make any sense?" and charges forward to attack the staff. Hansen quickly intervenes, catching a falling muscle squad member and asking if he is all right. "Are you okay?" Once he confirms the staff is safe, Hansen stands tall, blocking the giant, and sternly warns him not to attack the judges. Ignoring the warning, Kron begins flexing, revealing massive vibrating muscles, an insane regeneration ability, and a state of complete immunity to pain. Kron tenses up, clenching his giant fists with absolute, unwavering confidence in his own physical power. He proudly declares that there is nothing more terrifying in this world than a warrior who feels absolutely zero pain. With eyes burning with murderous intent, Kron charges Hansen from behind, roaring, "I will show you what a truly powerful body looks like." But to everyone's absolute shock, Hansen effortlessly stops the heavy, 1,000-pound punch with just a single hand. Leaping over Kron, Hansen delivers a chilling mock, "And trust me, you and I are in for an epic beatdown next." "Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the action," as Hansen counters with a brutal combo. He coldly points out that since Kron cannot feel pain, he never learned how to defend. But right then, Kron's insane regeneration triggers. Glowing green energy heals the damage instantly, but Hansen spots an opening and lands a thunderous strike that completely shatters his opponent's bones. He stands tall over the defeated giant lying flat on the dirt, casually cracking his knuckles. Hansen grabs the beast's head, coldly asking if it feels suffocating, noting that because Kron was born with godlike natural strength, he always did whatever he wanted without ever worrying about getting hurt, since his body just heals instantly. Hansen explains that normal living beings actually have to struggle with their own weaknesses. They work tirelessly to fix their shortcomings and sharpen their strengths to keep evolving. He flexes a massive bicep, bringing up his skeleton friend as the ultimate example. He asks Kron if he knows how that bony guy passed the qualifiers, because when faced with a brutal attack, he had a very unique way of surviving. It is a subtle flex, but it is enough to make anyone rethink their entire strategy. By channeling pure magic, that dry skeleton literally grew his own muscle fibers. He flexed glowing blue, shredded muscles that left the entire crowd speechless. Hansen glares at Kron and throws out a wild theory. What would happen if you actually trained to maximize your strengths? Now, watch closely. This simple question sends Kron down a massive rabbit hole of deep contemplation, imagining himself carrying heavy boulders on his shoulders to train his raw strength. He realizes that even if he cannot feel any pain at all, he can still use sheer, brute force to block every attack. That is the true beauty of muscles, forged through absolute suffering. Acknowledging his opponent's absolute superiority, Kron bows his head in silence, admitting he was completely defeated. The massive giant slowly turns around and walks off the stage in total, defeated silence. The first round officially ends, leaving 257 competitors moving on to the next stage. The arena explodes with hype once again as the blue-haired host loudly kicks off the second round. A tiny hamster, acting as a low-level earth spirit, sits comfortably in a giant fighter's hands. And the goal of this round? It is extremely weird. The competitors must interact with this tiny creature without using any violence whatsoever. A muscular warrior waves his hand to grab the little spirit's attention, right before the bizarre twist of this challenge is finally revealed. No hitting allowed, but you must make this creature cry. One competitor takes a very deep breath, flexing his muscles until they swell up under insane pressure. Talk about a mind-boggling challenge, no fighting, yet you have to make your opponent cry. A terrifying red aura erupts around the giant as he flexes his massive body to flex his power right in front of the tiny hamster. Staring at this absolute nightmare, the poor little spirit's eyes go wide with pure terror as it starts screaming for dear life. You and I both know how brutal this is. The only goal is to make it cry. Over in waiting room number 2, a cloaked female warrior quietly analyzes the situation, knowing that while this challenge seems incredibly simple, the reality is far different. She knows these earth spirits will not feel a single shred of fear just by looking at someone's muscles. Their real terror actually comes from the chaotic vibrations radiating deep within those muscle fibers. The warrior silently watches the scene. She confidently declares that she has not wasted a single second of her training, showing off her shredded abs. It is a highly advanced breakdown of a challenge that looks easy, but is actually at maximum difficulty. She starts explaining her secret style, a flawless blend of ancient martial arts techniques combined with modern weightlifting training. The payoff is a perfectly symmetrical body, with capped shoulders that look like literal hand grenades. But her real pride is her legs, a perfectly built lower body that she confidently believes can never be beaten by anyone. With this kind of conditioning, she is absolutely sure that clearing this second round will be an absolute breeze. Suddenly, a blood-curdling shriek rips through the air. A warrior from the Toadbird tribe is violently slammed into the dirt, leaving the entire crowd staring in absolute disbelief. Up above, a massive shadowed figure with giant vulture wings looks down, mockingly asking if they wanted to settle things with their bodies. The wild intruder dives straight down, unleashing a brutal assault while shouting that striking like this is the ultimate way to prove whose body is superior. The victim can only scream in agony from the surprise strike. The attacker reveals himself as Kira of the Harpy tribe, wearing a deeply sinister grin. Kira relentlessly unleashes heavy-hitting swimming and sidekick combos, landing a thunderous kick that leaves his target coughing blood. And as we look at the bodies scattered across the stone floor, a booming voice echoes. Trust me, you and I are about to see this tournament go completely out of control. Let's dive in. In a certain way, you are absolutely right. But here in Health Dungeon, you must obey the laws of the strong. Suddenly, the massive, crimson, muscle-bound aura of Dungeon Master Hanso looms like a god right behind a long-haired girl. She mockingly reminds them that if any challenger wants to make demands, they need to beat him first. The enemy sneers with a wicked smirk. He, pointing out who the Dungeon Master is. You really are a complete idiot. He morphs into a raging tornado, pulling everything in the area into a massive vortex of energy. Amidst the howling wind, the challenger gloats that this gives him yet another reason to win the tournament. He roars with raw ambition, vowing to crush Hanso and seize the title of Dungeon Master for himself. The red-haired girl quietly watches before scoffing with pure disdain. saying he is too stupid to even bother fighting. Furrowing her brow, she coldly reminds him, "Didn't I just say that rules are only made by the strong?" The half-bird enemy shrieks mockingly, wondering if even the strongest warrior in the entire dungeon is too afraid to fight. Completely unfazed, the red-haired girl unleashes a devastating counter-strike called Sand Strike. A sudden bolt of lightning blasts the birdman, leaving him speechless. Now, pay attention here. She strikes a massive, bone-crushing blow from high above. With the battle finally over, the red-haired girl stands victorious in the center of the arena. She quietly surveys the battlefield, looking down at the countless defeated warriors groveling at her feet. Suddenly breaking the silence, a brilliant flash of blinding white light erupts from the massive main gates. "Stop bringing shame to the Dragonkin." A colossal silhouette with glowing eyes and a flaming red aura speaks in a deep, commanding voice. This imposing figure is Drava, the proud champion of the Dragonkin. Over in waiting room number 4, a mysterious figure wrapped in a black cloak silently materializes on the freezing ice. He casually asks if anyone has seen a rogue, out-of-control skeleton wandering around here. Instantly, a formidable lich named Bellaki, wearing a dark crown, steps forward to issue a chilling threat. "Should I scramble what is left of your brains?" Meanwhile, in waiting room 6, the demon Diamond in his white coat silently watches the crowd. And over in room 7, the stone orc warrior named Durham radiates a suffocating heavy pressure. But before the managers of Health Dungeon can intervene, Hanso already feels the raw, screaming power of muscles vibrating from the waiting rooms. Every single fiber of his body begins to twitch with overwhelming force. The terrifying, majestic aura radiating from him completely shocks every single warrior in the area, automatically forcing them to turn their eyes toward the center stage. Standing tall in the center of the arena, Hanso unleashes a suffocating pressure that wraps around all the powerhouse contenders stepping forward. "I know what you're thinking facing these beasts. Is he really the strongest?" A highly confident smile spreads across his face as he confirms it. The demon Diamond merely sneers in disbelief. "What on earth are you talking about?" He frowns, deeply irritated, and snaps back to ask if that claim includes him too. The tension instantly skyrockets as Diamond prepares to make his move, but a massive, grayish-green dragonkin arm suddenly shoots forward to block him in his tracks. But Hanso immediately intervenes, using his colossal hands to clamp down on the dragonkin arm with absolute, bone-crushing strength. Keeping a wide, cheerful smile on his face, Hanso calmly tells them to relax and put the arguments aside for now. He keeps his grip tight on the green monster arm, asking if they are really that unhappy with how things are run. The beast breaks out in a cold sweat, absolutely terrified by the unfathomable power holding him down. Hanso flexes and loudly proclaims that the ultimate winner of this tournament will take all the prize money and complete ownership of Health Dungeon. He asks his challengers if this massive rule change satisfies them. Seeing the crowd of monsters completely stunned, Hanso flashes a smug grin. The mysterious shadows watch from the dark, noting that everyone seems perfectly happy with these new terms. Hanso places his hand over his throat, clearing his vocal cords to prep his announcer voice. Standing in the center of the massive arena, he formally announces that the rules of the entire tournament are changing right now. First, the battlefield will now expand all the way from the Ali mines in Haiyan to the territory of Count Ghoul. Anywhere, anytime, if you win a fight, you take everything. The second rule dictates that once the final 2 competitors are determined, they must meet right here in this arena to battle for ultimate victory. Flashing a confident thumbs up, he adds that since the rules have changed, he is throwing himself into the bracket too. Hanso flashes a wicked, highly provocative grin, staring down every single contestant in the room. Talk about making the rules as you go. The sore losers eventually pack up and leave, leaving 87 elite contenders ready to officially begin the brutal main tournament. To help the fighters identify one another, everyone is handed a special identification badge featuring a unique number, crafted by the master himself. Confused by this bizarre setup, a shredded musclehead nervously walks up to him. He asks if hosting a bodybuilding tournament in this wild format is actually going to be okay. He just smirks mysteriously, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see what comes next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into Hanson's mind, where he shares his struggle to find the most natural path to fitness. Flexing his steel-like abs, he stands tall and makes a bold, undeniable statement. Turns out, bodybuilding and street fights actually share an incredibly tight connection, or at least, that is what Hanson claims with a wild grin. Yeah, we are talking about street brawls. He points to a rough neighborhood where intense arguments and physical clashes are just a daily routine. It all starts with a heated traffic accident right in the middle of a busy street. The question is, when 2 angry guys face off in a situation like this, what is the very first thing they do? An annoyed driver steps out of his car, immediately throwing a fit and complaining loudly about the other guy's terrible driving. Are they going to launch into a wild wrestling match, or trade powerful, calculated punches like professional fighters? Not even close. The aggressive driver slams his door shut and screams a direct challenge. "Hey you, get out of the car right now." Tension like this usually starts with both sides trying to act completely calm. But pay attention here, the moment they lock eyes, primal instinct forces them to size each other up. Suddenly, the angry driver completely freezes. Drenched in sweat, he stares up as a massive, towering shadow built of pure muscle steps out of the vehicle, radiating an absolutely suffocating pressure. The weak driver can only shiver in pure terror, his mouth moving but no words coming out. He genuinely fears for his life now, because before any laws can protect him, absolute, raw power is standing right in his face. The giant leans down, glaring straight into his opponent's eyes, and growls, "What did you just say?" The terrified driver screams internally, completely losing his mind as sweat pours down his face while he desperately begs for mercy. "I am so sorry. It is all my fault, please." Facing this mountain of a man, the weakling can only bow and apologize, trembling uncontrollably. Hansen realizes that building a powerful body is a battle at the cellular level, directly linked to basic human survival. He stands tall, proudly displaying his massive physique with an incredibly confident and self-assured grin. In this moment, Hansen truly understands the core value of physical training, his muscles practically screaming at everyone to respect his self-discipline. Over at the Ali mine, the legendary protector of this territory finally reveals himself, the fierce lizardman. Boasting a muscular, green body, the lizardman strides through the forest, carrying a heavy burden on his shoulders, while staring determinedly at the sky. However, after picking a fight with Hansen's crew, his reputation and standing took a massive, embarrassing hit. To escape crushing poverty and save his struggling tribe, the lizardman is determined to win this battle at any cost. Stopping in his tracks, he stands firm and yells out a bold challenge. Glaring down, he loudly demands a fight from his opponent, a red-cloaked dragonkin warrior. The warrior looks up, asking with deep skepticism, "Are you actually being serious right now?" The lizardman smirks wickedly, and trust me, he is absolutely dead serious. Of course he is, but are the dragonkin actually weaker than the lizardman? Not even close. In reality, the dragonkin belong to a far superior, higher-tier race. If we compare the lizardman to a tiny lizard, then the dragonkin are like fierce, monstrous Komodo dragons. Comparing an ordinary lizard to a massive apex predator shows this is not an even matchup at all. So why did the lizardman recklessly challenge such a superior foe? He opens his jaws wide and lets out an earth-shattering roar. Do not look down on lizardmen. He lunges at the beastman who has his back turned, but instead of landing a blow, his own arm takes a brutal countershock. His eyes widen in total shock as his strongest attack proves completely useless against a defense as solid as tempered steel. The beast warrior stands firm as a rock. Walking away, the old beastman coldly says, "Get lost. You picked the wrong day to show off." The defeated lizardman lies flat on the ground, sweating heavily while watching the strong warrior depart in absolute dread. The old beastman quietly notes, even with diluted blood, "Aren't you still carrying dragon blood in your veins?" He spares the lizard's life but leaves him with a chilling final warning. Run away now, and make sure you never show your face to the dragonkin ever again. Grateful for this unexpected mercy, the lizardman bows his head and mutters, "Thank you." Promising to pass down this mercy as a tribal lesson, he flees. "But stick with me," a mocking voice suddenly echoes from above. "Did you actually think it would end like that?" A sudden ambush flies straight at the old beast warrior. The explosive impact forces him to block, the very ground shaking violently under the crushing weight of the sudden strike. The veteran warrior is shocked by the sheer speed of this new enemy, which easily outclasses everyone he faced before. Smirking confidently, the mysterious attacker looks down and declares, "Looks like you are finally in the mood to fight." Let's dive right into a crazy scene where Lara looks at a much stronger foe, defiantly asking if he's only sparing him once. Inside waiting room number 1, right before the finals kick off, a tiny lizardman warrior stands there absolutely trembling, completely overwhelmed by the massive, terrifying back of a towering dragonoid warrior standing right in front of him. Regret consumes him as his whole body shakes, wishing he had never entered this tournament. Why did he have to share a room with a dragonoid? He knows he is dead meat, destined to be crushed into dust the second this beast decides to make a move. But then, the lizard man freezes as the giant silently turns and walks away without even looking. He mutters in disbelief, is he really just leaving? Now watch closely, this lizard man does not feel relieved. He feels insulted, because being completely ignored hurts way worse than getting a physical beatdown. Gritting his teeth, he roars in pure anger. You dared to ignore me. To stand in this arena today, the lizard man pushed himself through brutal, agonizing training, with one single goal to catch up to the legendary Bodybuilders. He hammered his lower body to the absolute limit, forging his quads, glutes, hamstrings, and calves into rock-solid steel. Even his core pelvic muscles, hip rotators, and his entire tail muscular complex were conditioned to be stronger and more flexible than ever before. This is his ultimate explosive attack. using the flawless synergy between his powerful tail and rock-solid lower body. He charges forward with absolute confidence, believing this strike can take down even a high-tier dragonoid. But the giant still stands tall like a mountain of steel, eyes glowing with absolute authority as a suffocating pressure radiates out, crushing all resistance. Finally, the main round officially begins, and contestants scatter everywhere. But the muscle monsters of the health dungeon? They operate differently. As the event hosts with the largest army of bodybuilders, the health dungeon crew maintains absolute, iron discipline. Even if an enemy launches a surprise attack, absolutely nothing can stop these guys from finishing their workout sets. The only thing that can actually pause these beasts is their scheduled rest periods to get their heart rates back down. In a rare quiet moment, Block and a teammate catch their breath after a brutal workout. Looking over, his buddy can't help but marvel. "Block, your gains lately are insane." Block just humbly shrugs it off, saying he is simply putting in his usual daily work. Seeing that dedication, his teammate jokes, "Hey, do not work too hard, or people might actually think you are my senior." Now, let's pause as they both collapse to the floor to recover. Block immediately dives back into a heavy set, concentrating hard. Struggling through the reps, he laughs and admits something. "Well, my core is pretty thick, so I guess it is easy to mistake me for a senior." His buddy bursts out laughing, pointing out that normally, whoever started lifting first is the senior. Block happily nods along. Exactly. This hierarchy talk started simple but turned into a real debate. But then, Block remembers another unwritten gym rule. "Wait, I heard that whoever has a higher total on the big 3 lifts is the real senior." His friend instantly shuts that down, arguing that the guy with the better physique is the true gym senior. Right in the middle of their debate, Hansen suddenly steps in with a wild, dramatic proposal. "If that is the case, why don't you two compete?" After all, both Block and the Goody Builders are official contestants here. Hansen smiles, noting that a clear hierarchy is absolutely necessary to keep things nice and orderly around here. One of the muscle bros breaks into a cold sweat, whispering in shock that, despite looking like a monster, Block is actually human. Another guy stares at Block's colossal, absolute unit of a body with pure disbelief. "There is no way that physique is human," Block sighs, claiming he has zero interest in fighting. How could he possibly attack his respected seniors? But right then, a senior Goody Builder steps up, flexing hard to pull off a legendary vacuum pose. Seeing his stomach shrink, the crowd goes absolutely wild. They quickly realize that by vacuuming his stomach, his waist looks incredibly tiny, completely highlighting his upper body aesthetics. He follows up with a flawless front double biceps pose, showing off a jaw-dropping X-taper sculpted to perfection. The crowd roars in excitement as Block immediately responds, throwing up his own massive front double biceps pose to match. But the sheer difference is instantly obvious, making the crowd whisper. "No, wait, they look completely different." Block is getting totally outclassed in the exact same pose, looking like he's on an entirely different level. Hansen slides up behind a spectator and whispers, "Look closely. Do you know why Block is losing?" Seeing the man's confusion, Hansen explains that the vacuum technique makes the senior's waist look incredibly tiny. This creates a powerful visual illusion, causing his massive biceps to pop out even more than before. Then, Hansen points right at Block and says, "But let's look at him together. Trust me. You and I need to look closely at his insanely thick powerlifting core. On top of that, overflexing his abs makes the other muscles he wants to show off look tiny by comparison." Hansen points out that even without bodybuilding training, the massive difference in their posing skills is painfully obvious. He confidently declares that at this rate, this will be an absolute victory for their senior, Woody Builder. Block relaxes his body and smiles, admitting that he truly cannot defeat his seniors when it comes to pure bodybuilding. After taking a long, tired sigh, Block suddenly packs in air and flexes with absolute fury. This is Block's counterattack, utilizing the signature bracing and breathing technique of professional powerlifters. He channels all his power, expanding his chest and abdomen to their absolute limit, unleashing a suffocating pressure that completely blankets the entire arena, making the air feel like it is literally collapsing. Seeing this insane sight, a member of the muscle army screams in pure terror, "Woody Builder, back away and find a way out." Shaking with fear, he warns that no matter how massive your arms are, once a powerlifter grabs you, your spine will be crushed instantly. In reality, though both involve lifting weights, powerlifting and bodybuilding build two completely different types of physiques. While powerlifters bet their entire lives on a single, massive lift or pull, bodybuilders focus entirely on the aesthetic beauty of every muscle group. Pay attention here, we have got raw strength on one side, and pure art on the other. A powerlifter strains through a crushing deadlift, his face completely distorted from the sheer, brutal pressure. In stark contrast, bodybuilding is the ultimate culmination of endless effort, dedicated solely to muscle aesthetics. When a powerlifter clashes with a bodybuilder, victory is rarely going to favor the one who only focuses on beauty. Block charges forward like a madman, locking his vascular arms around Bodybuilder. But then, a shocking truth is revealed. Block simply cannot bring himself to harm his opponent. Gritting his teeth, his entire body trembles violently from the painful, tearing conflict raging inside his mind. Because in his eyes, Bodybuilder's body is like an exquisite piece of porcelain, carefully sculpted by the hands of master artists. Block deeply understands the immense pain and hardship his opponent endured to forge every single strand of that perfect muscle. To Block, this physique holds far greater value than World Heritage sites like the Moai statues or the pyramids. Watching Bodybuilder proudly showcase his hard-earned physique under a brilliant, glowing halo, Block can only clutch his head in absolute despair. He stands frozen, completely conquered by the sheer beauty of a living masterpiece he simply cannot bring himself to destroy. Suddenly, a stone-gray member of the muscle army locks the young man from behind to force a side chest pose. Gritting his teeth in agony, his face flushes red from suffocation as his entire body shakes under the brutal pressure. He realizes with absolute horror that he is being squeezed like an anaconda while forced into this awkward pose. Hanso silently watches the scene unfold from behind. He clearly feels the opponent's growing urge to escape. The victim struggles frantically to break free, but then, an incredibly bizarre thought suddenly hits him. Staring at the titanic muscles right before his eyes, he questions whether he truly has the heart to damage such a flawless work of art. Block feels deeply guilty, thinking that his own spine and skull are actually blocking the view of his opponent's gorgeous chest muscles. He completely surrenders his will to fight, telling himself that obscuring this perfect physique is an absolute crime against humanity, and he would honestly rather die. But hold on, you and I are about to see a giant stone entity rise up with glowing, threatening eyes, freezing the entire room as it coldly calls everyone slim. Right in the gym, the colossal beast towers over the warriors collapse flat on the floor. The stone monster's glowing red eyes burn with fierce energy as he loudly vows to punish anyone who dared bully Slim. Hard as rock and heavy as a mountain, those are the only words fit to describe the mighty stone orc. Going to war against muscles that are literally made of solid stone makes anyone feel like they are squaring off against a massive, terrifyingly solid, walking fortress. Staring at the massive entity with glowing eyes looming right behind the fortress wall, a worried muscle army member comments, "This is not going to be easy." Hanso asks blankly, "Why?" His teammate explains that goblins did not exactly follow the normal path of evolution. Without constant effort, muscle loss sets in, and they will quickly revert to being ordinary, skinny, and weak goblins. There was a time they were completely obsessed with muscle mass, but now they cannot even understand why they cared so much, only to end up reverting to their original, tiny forms. But the stone orc is on a completely different level. And trust me, you and I are looking at the ultimate bodybuilding race. They never lose muscle, even without training, basically born with maxed out stats, so they never have to build anything. Alright, you and I are about to watch Block step up and demand to take this monster alone. Hanso watches him with deep concern, asking, "Block, you okay?" Block stays silent, focusing his raw energy into his outstretched hands. He reasons that while destroying a work of art is forbidden, shattering an identical weapon of war is fair game. He flexes his massive muscles, unleashing a suffocating pressure as he prepares to rage in the house dungeon. Block quickly realizes, here it comes. He knows he cannot just tank hits right away. The main goal right now is escaping the beast's attack range. Block calmly dodges a thunderous fist by inches as the mad stone orc unleashes a relentless barrage of heavy blows, forcing Block to stay on the move and remain highly alert against this towering stone giant. Faced with a longer reach than expected, he drops his stance, prepares his strength, knowing he must use his next secret strategy. But keep your eyes on this, because Block is taking some absolute hammer blows from the stone orc. Watching this brutal beating unfold, a worried muscle squad member asks Hanso if powerlifters are only supposed to take damage before they can actually strike back. Seeing his brother dominated, Hanso stays calm, claiming Block is still holding back. Even though his junior doubts it, seeing the man just stand there and take it. Hanso calmly explains that while powerlifters master squats, bench presses, and deadlifts, Block is actually loading up his kinetic energy through these hits, because there is a massive, fatal difference between powerlifting and traditional bodybuilding training. Hanso confidently declares that, the moment he unleashes that technique, this entire fight flips instantly. Stuck in a brutal storm of strikes, Block grits his teeth in pain, unable to take a single step forward against the pressure. At his limit, Block screams, asking Hanso for permission to use that move. Getting a confident smirk from his boss, Hanso commands him, "Do it." Block instantly explodes with power, his muscles swelling violently under immense, suffocating pressure. He loudly declares that he has been waiting for this moment for way too long. This is the exact move he held back to protect the sacred, basic rules of powerlifting. Suddenly focusing his power into a glowing trigger, he unleashes a massive shockwave of energy, vaporizing all defenses in a blinding flash. His fingers unleash a devastating sequence of rapid, explosive counterattacks. Punch after punch, kick after kick, slam into the stone giant, shaking the ground with unbelievable, raw, physical power. You and I can barely track it, let alone the muscle squad who instantly ask, "Master Hansen, what is that technique? This is a move we have never seen in our lives." Hansen quietly looks at them, calmly explaining that pure bodybuilders would never know this move since it is almost never taught in traditional weightlifting manuals. He flies forward like lightning, landing another heavy strike dead center on the monster's chest. Hansen declares that this secret skill utilizes full-body elasticity and momentum to launch velocity and impact to absolute maximum levels. We call it the art of cheat reps. A thunderous crash echoes immediately after. He explains that once mastered, your attacks become 10 times faster and heavier, channeling everything into his final signature move, the one-arm dumbbell press. A colossal explosion erupts, crushing the beast's stone defense into tiny fragments amidst a thick cloud of dust. The stone orc swings desperately in vain, making Hansen realize its offense has completely degraded into reckless, random swings. Standing amid the workout benches, Hansen looks down at his broken opponent on the floor, knowing that no matter how tough you are, that massive amount of raw damage ruins any chance of recovery. He tells himself to end this with one ultimate, decisive strike. Powering up for his final master technique, he roars, using monumental strength to lift the massive stone giant straight into the air, executing a devastating deadlift directly on his opponent's body. He squeezes the stone so hard it feels like it will shatter. Yet right at the climax, he wonders if he just heard a spine snap, but everything before his eyes suddenly turns hazy. A dark shadow with glowing eyes suddenly materializes right behind him, holding a dark energy until a sharp blue light slashes his face. What just happened? His body suddenly goes completely limp as he plummets into the dark abyss, but trust me, he quickly recovers mid-fall to execute a perfect, incredibly clean landing. He looks up at the massive entity, murmuring, "That is right. All right, let's jump in." No way that's possible. He silently figured he'd taken way too many hits to the head. He diagnosed himself with concussive shock syndrome from absorbing all those consecutive heavy blows. But he quickly snapped out of it, realizing his opponent had also taken some massive, bone-shattering damage. He confidently declared that when it came to punch power, he still held the absolute advantage. Block channeled his strength, lunging forward with a devastating blow to crush his foe's resistance. Watching his opponent collapse with a deformed face, Block proudly declared, "I am the one with the upper hand." Suddenly, the fallen enemy's body began violently twitching and mutating in a bizarre way, with grotesque flesh lumps bursting right out from his back. He smirked with pure confidence, but instantly froze in absolute shock as a mind-bending phenomenon unfolded before him. Standing right before him were two identical behemoths, both of them possessing 2-star blocks of absolute power. He stared blankly at the two massive frames, their thick core muscles, typical of elite powerlifters, standing like unshakable mountains. The boss didn't just revive, it cloned itself. The insane hype of training filled the air, making someone scream in pure excitement. All across the gym, beastly warriors threw themselves into grueling, heavy lifting sets to burn off that explosive energy. A loud, echoing thud rang out as a massive barbell slammed violently onto the hard stone floor. Hansen pointed at the bar and confidently declared, 240 kilograms. The tanned lifter looked confused. 240? What do you mean? Now watch this part carefully. He stepped up, gripped the bar, hoisted the iron high, and set it down like it was nothing. Hansen kept loading more weight, calling out 280 kilograms. The lifter wondered what his game was. He gripped the bar for the next set, but this time, the crushing pressure began warping his face into a mask of pure struggle. Sweat poured down his forehead as he realized he was desperately struggling against an almost unimaginable amount of raw weight. Seeing him start to stall, Hansen suddenly slapped him hard on the back and roared out to fire him up. Driven by the intense pressure, the lifter gritted his teeth, hoisted the weight, and let out a fierce, roaring battle cry. Completing the challenge, he dropped the bar as the muscle squad erupted into loud, cheering applause to celebrate his victory. Hansen wasn't stopping there, cranking the bar up to 360 kilograms. He pulled off a crazy one-arm deadlift and casually muttered, "So easy." The dense muscles in Hansen's arm bulged like steel ropes, gripping the heavy bar under immense, bone-crushing pressure. The sheer weight of this workout rapidly escalated, reaching a mind-blowing total of 14 tons. Standing tall in the massive arena, Hansen and his crew lifted an enormous platform as thousands of roaring warriors cheered them on. Battling extreme exhaustion, the muscular man gripped the bar with shaky hands, his breath ragged as doubts began to flood his mind. What the hell am I even doing? Watching his own muscles twitching violently under the strain, panic started setting in. Had his own body completely bypassed his control? Hansen instantly rushed over, slapped his back hard, and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Go, go, 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 go." Startled by the sudden push, the angry lifter snapped back. "Don't talk nonsense. There is no way I can lift this. Let's check this out." Thousands of screaming fans roared, "Go, go, go," across the massive arena. The man gritted his teeth, his face warping under the crushing pressure, and cried out in pure despair. "It's impossible." Just as he was about to give up, a reassuring hand gently rested on his shoulder. Hansen silently handed him a lever belt, a special powerlifting belt that can be quickly released with just one finger. After tightening the belt, the man regained his composure, standing tall and proud on the elevated platform. Amidst the crowd's non-stop cheering, he prepared for the final decisive lift, while Hansen suddenly stepped up behind him, tapped his back, and offered key advice. Use an alternate grip. Hansen personally demonstrated the hand placement to optimize pulling force, making the man nod in quick agreement. Just one small adjustment made him feel like he had unlocked a whole new level of power as the tense air built up with each count. The man's back muscles rippled like hard stones, radiating an absolutely terrifying aura of power. Taking a deep breath, he gathered every single ounce of strength into his trembling hands. Hansen and the muscle squad cheered frantically, generating an intense wave of heat through the crowd as the man gritted his bloody teeth. He pushed with wild fury under the gaze of tens of thousands. As the bar reached the top, he proudly declared, "Easy." Hansen walked over, taking a close look at his sweaty, blood-stained teammate, and greeted him with a soft smile. "Hey there, buddy." The exhausted man looked up with a highly skeptical gaze. Immediately, the record-breaking number was announced, shocking everyone to their core: 14.5 tons. After that, the grueling powerlifting training pushed onward. Members of the muscle squad poured all their energy into lifting heavy bars amidst loud, roaring cheers. And that's where we leave it. Poor Stone, or, with the weakest spirit, was crushed and forced to quit first. Stick with me, we're starting with a warrior collapsing in exhaustion, gasping for air as teammates carry him away on a stretcher. Immediately, another insane challenge begins with a massive 20-ton weight. The atmosphere at the training ground is hotter than ever. Hansel grits his teeth, sweat dripping as he pours everything into the final lift. Taking a deep breath, his veiny hands grip the iron bar as if to crush it. Under the crushing, heavy pressure, Hansel's massive muscles swell up violently. The giant barbell is slowly pushed upward while everyone holds their breath in suspense. Hansel stands tall like a god of strength, flawlessly completing the lift in a blinding, radiant glow. Meanwhile, 1,000 years ago in the dungeon of the deceased, a dark, heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire space. Sitting high on a throne amidst flickering, eerie blue flames, the master of the dungeon, the Dark Lich Elbic, silently stares into a glowing magical spellbook and realizes that the intruders have finally arrived. With burning red eyes radiating an intense bloodlust, he coldly orders his skeletal legion to slaughter them all. The massive skeleton army immediately obeys, charging forward wildly with weapons drawn to destroy the foolish gym rats who dared step foot in this place. Now, pay attention here. This hero's arrival was completely beyond anything these monsters could have ever imagined. Facing the skeletal army, the hero towers over them, showing off his massive, rippling muscles and his signature pale skin. Against that godlike physical strength, the dry bones are completely helpless, unable to leave even a single scratch on him. One skeleton soldier, frozen in shock as he watches his comrades get crushed by flesh as hard as stone, can only stand there thinking, damn. He looks so beautiful that even the monsters want to ask for his workout routine. Even though he is under Elbic's absolute control and cannot speak, a red-scarfed skeleton still cannot hide his deep admiration and blurts out in awe. Seeing that they are highly interested in his physique, the hero begins striking powerful, sparkling bodybuilding poses. The skeleton soldier even gets caught up in the hype, excitedly copying the poses right there in the middle of the battlefield. Suddenly, a sharp sword slashes heavily against the hero's back with a loud thud, instantly shattering this friendly workout session. The truth is, Elbic's authority is absolute. He used direct magic to completely strip away the skeleton army's free will, forcing them to keep attacking. Seeing his potential workout partners turned into mindless, shivering puppets, you can feel our hero's pure fury as he decides to end this madness. Refusing to let the Lich run wild any longer, the hero steps in to destroy him, smashing his dark throne and crushing his skull into tiny pieces. The skeleton soldiers are finally set free from his control. Slowly, he walks out of the hazy blue smoke, leaving behind the dark shadow of his former controller. It is Benz, who is resurrected from the dead. His hand, tightly wrapped in white bandages, grips his staff, radiating a mysterious and incredibly heavy pressure. To rebuild his fallen kingdom and reclaim his lost skeleton soldiers, Benz quietly heads into the deep forest to officially join the tournament. But then, out of nowhere, the red-scarfed skeleton turns back to his master and asks, "Wait, hello, didn't you say you wanted to trim down the fat from eating without any self-control?" Standing in front of him, a monocle-wearing member of the muscle faction asks in complete confusion, "What do you mean, lose weight while eating?" The giant nervously tries to explain himself. If I don't eat, I will lose my gains. Looking at the sweet cake on the plate, the skeleton remains highly skeptical. I don't think eating cake builds muscle, you know. Feeling his pride hurt, the beefcake roars in anger. You also said you wanted to learn how to bulk up. The skeleton casually replies, yeah, but not like fat bulk. A fierce nutrition debate breaks out, sounding exactly like two rival magic schools having an intense verbal showdown. Suddenly, a bright green energy surges forward, manifesting a giant, muscular spectral arm. The skeleton points right at it and confidently declares, I mean the muscles on the inside. Shocked by this unbelievable sight, the beefcake freezes mid-bite and asks with a tremble, You can actually see my inner muscles? The skeleton sincerely replies, Of course. How could I possibly not see all of your sweat, blood, and tears? Those heartfelt words leave the giant completely speechless with emotion, because up until now, his body had only ever received harsh ridicule. He recalls the days of standing next to actual bodybuilders, only able to shyly make excuses when asked about his abs, saying, oh, they're just hiding because they're shy. Even when grinding at the gym, he faced doubtful stares from students. Coach, do you actually know how to lift weights? In those moments, he could only scream in frustration, I told you I'm an expert. He would frantically slap his belly, claiming his muscles were just buried deep under this thick layer of fat. But then, a miracle happens. Through that skeletal kid's eyes, all his hard work is finally recognized. Trust me, watching this gym beast proudly flex his hard-earned gains is the wholesome content we all needed. Suddenly, a cold, chilling voice echoes from the darkness. Found it. You and I are jumping right into the action as a bony hand points at the target, unleashing a massive ice block that freezes everything in sight. A muscular warrior screams in terror, telling everyone to get out of the way, fleeing the danger zone alongside his skeleton buddy. The little skeleton wearing a red scarf stares in absolute horror at the destructive power closing in from behind. Guro is completely frozen solid, leaving his allies to scream in total despair, crying out for Lord Guro. A mysterious figure stands on the high mountain peak, quietly watching before asking, Do you have any idea how long I have been searching for you? It is the Skeleton King himself, eyes glowing blood red. He wonders how on earth his mind control magic was broken so easily. The red scarf skeleton trembles in pure terror, his teeth chattering uncontrollably under the immense pressure of this powerful enemy. The Skeleton King glares at his opponent, declaring he will extract the truth by examining this little skeleton's body. The Skeleton King casts his gravity field magic, creating razor-sharp pillars of ice that trap them completely. But he instantly freezes in shock when he sees glowing blue spirits tirelessly lifting weights right in front of him. Stunned, he wonders if they are summoned beasts, these sparkling muscular giants perfectly regulating their breath during their intense workout. A massive roar echoes as the guardian spirit channels all its strength to lift a colossal dumbbell overhead. But wait, don't blink, because dumbbells are suddenly launched at lightning speed, unleashing a thunderous dumbbell throwing technique that strikes the Skeleton King, forcing a painful scream from his mouth. Looking down at the defeated king, he mockingly notes that this guy seems to be the former director of this place. He confidently asks if hunting down poor employees who just wanted to escape such a toxic, exploitative workplace is not a bit too cruel. A skeleton's life is incredibly dull. Day after day, they mindlessly wander the dark dungeon, having no purpose until they spot a living target and blindly charge in to attack. Even if they get smashed to pieces, mana will just resurrect them to repeat that endless, meaningless cycle. They are like employees chasing targets without knowing why. But suddenly, one skeleton begins flexing with intense excitement, surrounded by a dazzling, glittering aura. No longer wandering aimlessly, it takes decisive steps, speeds up into a jog, and calls it running. Just like that, it sprints through the dark corridors of the dungeon. On day one, its kneecaps start aching. He realizes cartilage is precious, so he has to conserve it. Now watch closely as this dungeon officially enters a hellish gym cardio mode. By day two, it adjusts its running form. Realizing hard stomps hurt its knees, it lifts them higher and starts landing on its midfoot. The pain visibly fades away thanks to this brand new technique. Before long, an entire running crew is born. Crowds of other skeletons begin to follow and mimic its exact movements, forming a massive jogging army right inside the dark dungeon. However, not every skeleton can keep up with this intense training. One skeleton suddenly trips and crashes hard against the ground with a dry, bone-shattering thud. The red scarf skeleton quietly looks back at his shattered comrade and thinks that running posture was completely wrong. Staring at the pile of debris, its jaw clacks softly as it stammers out the word, foot, positioning. Those were the first words of genuine care this little skeleton ever spoke for his fallen comrade. He smoothly executes the midfoot landing technique while sprinting at full speed. Meanwhile, Guro and the little skeleton face off against a mysterious entity cloaked in black. Guro quickly analyzes that in a duel between mages, technique is everything, alongside casting speed and overall mana pool. Since Guro's magic is highly versatile, the enemy will have a tough time predicting his next move. He decides to unleash his full power for an immediate, relentless assault. Guro roars, activating gravity magic and unleashing his signature Tower of Babel skill, sending a massive purple energy beam to completely swallow the cloaked figure under immense pressure. But the enemy simply drags his staff along the ground, completely unharmed by the devastating attack. He casually claims that the fundamental principles of magic are exactly the same everywhere. The king scoffs, finding this level of magic far too easy to counter as he gathers glowing energy and speaks. "Now it is my turn," he declares, radiating a freezing aura as he prepares to cast his frost spell. The Skeleton King loudly challenges his opponents to try and block his upcoming move, immediately triggering his deadly blizzard spell to send razor-sharp walls of ice rushing forward at extreme speed. In this desperate moment, the little skeleton is still busy chanting his footstrike advice while running for his life alongside Guro to dodge the ice. Watching this bizarre display, the Skeleton King is completely stunned, wondering what on earth is happening. Seizing the opening, Guro screams that this is their chance, launching his dumbbell throwing skill, and that's how we end it, with the Skeleton King screaming in pain as glowing dumbbells completely destroy him. Alright, you and I are watching this crazy old king swing his staff at a target that's already gone. Meanwhile, our Red Hood skeleton soldier is using a flat-foot landing technique to boost his speed, leaving his enemy in the dust. Seeing this, the old Skeleton King is so furious he's literally grinding his teeth to dust. This isn't just a simple escape, every single step our little skeleton takes is highly calculated and packed with massive magic. Watching from afar, Guro realizes the skeleton is actually using this magical footwork to disrupt the old Skeleton King's spellcasting process. The giant Skeleton King looks down at his palm, where the tiny skeleton soldier is still running his heart out. The onlookers start panicking, knowing their opponent is a powerhouse on par with the legendary Dan Master. A shocking truth is revealed: the old king's power is actually on the exact same tier as Hanso. A sudden clash sends the skeleton soldier flying. Guro starts breaking a cold sweat in complete shock as a massive, glowing blue magic circle suddenly manifests right on the ground. Our little skeleton runs frantically along the magic lines, leaving Guro staring in absolute, utter disbelief. "Pay attention here," Guro screams as he realizes our little guy isn't just running, he's actively drawing a massive magic array. For a spell of this scale, the amount of mana and stamina required must be absolutely off the charts. But instead of tiring out, the skeleton soldier's eyes suddenly ignite with a fierce, burning blue flame, marking the start of his insane NS2 form. The skeleton soldier calmly explains that if he can just maintain this intense level of workout for over 30 minutes straight, his body starts feeling light, weightless, and totally refreshed. Guro freezes, watching the skeleton flash past him in a trail of blue fire. He's probably thinking, is this just basic cardio? Or did he just unlock cheat mode? The skeleton soldier smirks, showing off his white teeth in a state of sheer, ecstatic hype. He admits that during moments like this, he actually suffers from a serious lack of confidence. Specifically, he has absolutely zero confidence that he can actually stop running. Gripping his staff tightly, the old lich silently realizes that even he won't be able to dispel this entire magic array. Suddenly, glowing red magic circles manifest out of nowhere, completely surrounding the muscle warrior. With one sharp wave of his hand, the lich summons massive ice pillars that impale the fiery, lava-like ground. Their primary attack gets completely neutralized. Spotting a brief opening, the muscle warrior and our tiny skeleton soldier instantly team up for a lightning-fast, devastating counterattack. They move in perfect sync, gliding over the sharp ice to close the distance. Along the way, they grab a glowing purple potion. You and I can clearly see that this unlikely duo is actually producing some pretty insane results. Alone they struggle, but together, they are absolutely unstoppable. Out of nowhere, a bony fist punches the muscle warrior dead in the chest, stopping him right in his tracks. He stands frozen with a totally blank expression, while our little skeleton frantically throws a barrage of punches at his stomach. The skeleton looks up with a deadpan, serious face, acting as if he is carrying out some grand, epic mission. Right away, a system notification pops up: the warrior is officially in a terrible, no-good mood. A lone messenger knight gallops past the lines of battle-ready soldiers toward the army commander. A bloodied, heavily injured soldier carefully hands over a young child and delivers his final report. "My lord, I have brought your son back safely." The lord in the green cloak turns around in shock, unable to believe the sheer sacrifice of his loyal subordinate. The loyal soldier whispers weakly, filled with emotion, "My lord." The lord quickly grabs his brother-in-arm's shoulders, choking back tears. He says, "I can always have another son, but a loyal follower like you is irreplaceable in this world. How on earth could you forget that?" Surrounded by his men, the commander tightly grips the soldier's hand and pleads, "For my sake, never do this again." That right there is the power of true recognition. When someone truly feels valued, they are willing to put another person's life way above their own. But back in reality, our muscle warrior stands solid as a rock, completely unfazed as the little skeleton continues spamming useless punches to his midsection over and over again. Suddenly, the crowned skeleton king bursts into a sinister laugh, asking if they are really having this much fun over a little joke. He smugly boasts that mind-controlling a simple skeleton is easier for him than walking up a flight of stairs. The tiny skeleton's eyes suddenly flare with an eerie blue fire, completely falling under the control of the puppet master lurking behind him. Facing this threat, the muscle warrior silently charges up, releasing a highly oppressive purple aura to prepare his counterattack. Unleashing his signature dumbbell throw technique, a barrage of glowing weights rockets through the air at blinding speeds toward his enemy. The skeleton king effortlessly dodges, mocking that while he was slightly surprised at first, these moves are just far too basic. Looking completely bored, he claims these weak attacks are only putting him to sleep. He swings his staff, summoning massive ice spikes to crush all resistance. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what comes next. Alright, you and I are about to watch sharp ice shards relentlessly pelt a muscle army member. Yet bizarrely, they only make dry, dull clashing sounds without causing a single scratch. The astonished skeleton king stares at the scene and wonders, why do I see their shadows overlapping like this? Every single attack is rendered completely useless. A massive, muscular warrior charges straight ahead, completely ignoring the sharp ice shattering against his bare chest. His reckless onslaught catches the opponent completely off guard, and in a flash, his giant hand tightly grips the enemy's head. He loudly declares his move, one-arm doom bell press, slamming the opponent down with thunderous, earth-shattering power. The violent impact cracks the ground wide open, leaving the entire area buried in thick, gray smoke. Panicking, the Skeleton King activates his frozen barrier skill, locking himself inside a deep blue ice sphere for safety. Ghoul silently looks down at his hands, which are slowly freezing over, lost in quiet contemplation. Inside his icy shield, the anxious Skeleton King thinks, after being defeated once, what if that monster actually returns? Or perhaps even his descendants would hunt me down. After all, flash-frozen chicken breasts always retain their absolute freshness, making them perfect to eat at any given moment. However, the old king was dead wrong, because that only works for muscles that are no longer alive. Look closely as Ghoul watches the ice shatter on his hands and declares that only happens to inactive muscles. But for active muscles? The fibers in his arms contract violently, generating immense heat that melts the layer of ice in a split second. Ghoul confidently concludes, it is burning hot. Steam pours off his entire body, his intense warmth completely overpowering the freezing cold of the dungeon. When it comes to resisting freezing, I far surpass Hanso and his perfect build of fat and muscle. Activating his ultimate marling press, he crushes the bony fiend below, who can only let out a painful shriek. Not stopping there, a devastating stomp follows, making the helpless enemy scream out in pure despair. A dark purple aura surrounds the beefy warrior as he continues to rain down attacks from midair. Following a heavy clash, he sits triumphantly on top of his foe and proudly declares this is the power of God. Ghoul glares at the defeated king and demands, will you undo the mind control now? The terrified enemy just stares in horror, desperately crying out. The trembling Skeleton King begs, yes, please, spare my life. You and I can see Ghoul loves playing with his prey, laughing proudly as he admits he is totally torn on what to do. But suddenly, Ghoul's body begins to freeze over, right in the middle of his arrogant laughter. Standing tall beside the frozen block, the Skeleton King coldly announces, I am not amused at all. Gritting his teeth, the old king repeats that the warrior has brought back some very unpleasant memories. He resolves to execute this arrogant fool immediately, but the little skeleton soldier suddenly leaps up, throwing his own body forward to shield Ghoul from the blow. Shocked, the king realizes his mind control magic has not been broken, as the tiny skeleton soldier continues to shiver on the floor. Observing his subordinate's reaction, the king realizes, oh, you want to return to the laboratory as soon as possible? Wearing a sinister smirk, he boldly announces that since many experiments still await them, they will depart immediately. Meanwhile, Ghoul remains completely trapped inside the eternal ice block. Tears of absolute helplessness begin to stream down his frozen, expressionless face. Deep within a dark cave, a mysterious ritual unfolds with a glowing red magic circle and flickering candles. Kneeling inside is a threatening, red-haired demon with long horns. Peering from a nearby rocky crevice, two strangers secretly spy on his every move. The orange-haired scout confirms their target is Diamond, making this the perfect chance to complete their demon-slaying mission. Drawing his weapon, he recalls that demons fear intersecting lines, then decisively resolves to launch a solo surprise attack. Seeing his ally prepare to charge, his partner asks anxiously if Luke really intends to use that weapon. Charging forward madly, Luke loudly introduces his brand new treasure, recently recovered from the deep gym dungeon. He leaps high into the air, aiming directly at the demon sitting quietly inside the magic circle. Luke roars for the demon's death, shouting out his signature move, ab slide, as a massive ab roller swings down with crushing weight toward his head. But just as the strike lands, Diamond effortlessly stops the full force of the giant ab roller with only a single hand. He slowly rises with an irritated scowl, mockingly asking how such pathetic trash dares disrupt his sacred ritual. And that is where we leave Luke, completely defeated and trembling on the floor in absolute helplessness. Alright, you and I are about to watch some serious action as Jamin glares down at his defeated foe, coldly asking if he's ready to die, while the rest of the crew watches in absolute terror. Hiding behind a rock, the surviving teammates panic and realize they have no choice but to unleash their ultimate angel weapon right away. The leader hesitates for a split second, but knows deep down there's no other way to turn this hopeless fight around. Without delay, he orders an all-out charge to rescue their friend, roaring out the name of their ultimate strike, Angel Sing. He hurls a barrage of heavy weight plates, sending them slicing through the air like deadly flying discs straight at the demon. But the red-skinned, long-haired demon just stands there, completely unfazed as the massive onslaught rains down directly on him. Seeing this, the adventurers smirk, thinking they've won. One of them cheers, saying that high-tier dungeon loot really is on another level. But their celebration is cut short when the demon suddenly teleports right in front of them, his glowing eyes radiating pure malice. With a lightning-fast counterattack, he unleashes a wave of crimson energy, instantly shattering whatever confidence the party had left, leaving the last two adventurers frozen in absolute terror. He smirks, his eyes darkening as he calmly announces that he has just thought of a brilliant plan. His eyes glow with a sinister light as he proudly explains that this ritual was getting a bit boring, so he'll just use them as sacrifices instead. And trust me, pay attention to this brutal twist, he chuckles, saying this is the only way useless trash like them can actually be of some use. Staring at the adventurers' faces, now completely twisted in absolute horror, the demon leans in close and whispers with a freezing voice, "Are we having fun yet?" Meanwhile, amidst the rubble, one survivor slowly groans awake, clutching his throbbing head. Ugh, what happened here? He groans, trembling as the nightmare memories come rushing back into his mind. Ahead of him, a massive, glowing red magic circle shines brightly right in the middle of the devastating wreckage. Right where his allies are being offered up as sacrifices, the demon casually strolls by, carrying a limp, unconscious body over his shoulder. He glances over at the newly awakened survivor and asks if he's finally awake, coldly warning him not to run too far because chasing him down would be a total pain. The fiend flashes a cocky grin, confidently declaring with absolute authority, "You already know you can't escape from me, right?" The adventurer completely freezes up, sweat dripping down his face under the crushing, suffocating pressure. Gulping in total despair, he silently admits to himself that the monster is absolutely right. At this point, he cannot even summon the courage to try and run away. Staring at the demon's towering back as he walks away, he wonders in agony if his life is really going to end in such a miserable, pathetic way. Wait, I know what you're thinking. Is it over? Well, Luke grits his teeth in fury, refusing to let this joke of a fate win, recalling how he carefully studied this magical gear. In a flashback, he holds the odd ab roller and asks a massive member of the muscle army how this weird tool is supposed to work. The buff trainer casually replies that it is an ab roller, and using it is simple, you just push it out and pull it back in. The steps are highly specific. First, kneel down, brace your core tightly, and slightly tuck your lower back. Next, roll it forward while keeping your back straight and arms locked. Then use your pure abdominal strength to pull yourself right back to the start. But here is the golden rule: never let your lower back sag, and always adjust the rolling distance based on your own limit. Back in reality, Luke finally begins to activate this strange magical artifact, furiously pushing the roller forward, but his entire body instantly starts shaking violently. Luke's eyes widen in sheer panic as he screams in helplessness because the shaking won't stop. Watching from afar, the demon stares at him struggling in the shadows, wondering if the kid has completely lost his mind from fear. Luke feels his core getting blasted by a rapid series of heavy, crushing blows, gritting his teeth through the burning pain as he screams that his entire mana pool is being drained dry. Even though sweat is pouring down and his muscles are tearing apart, Luke refuses to quit because his friends are counting on him. He unleashes a powerful, echoing battle cry to force his muscles to push harder. Standing by the magic circle, the demon is thoroughly confused, unable to sense even a single drop of magical power from this bizarre exercise. Gasping heavily for air, Luke weakly realizes that this intense physical strain is far beyond what any normal human could ever endure. He glares down at the roller, desperately wondering why all his brutal effort hasn't triggered a single flash of magic yet. Suddenly, it hits him Guro is a high-level mage, making Luke wonder if the real reason he's gasping for breath is because his own mana pool is empty. With the tiny mana capacity of a low-class rogue, Luke doubts he can even activate this heavy equipment a single time. His strength is completely fading, His breathing is ragged, yet his trembling hands refuse to let go of the abdominal roller. He wonders in shock, is this agonizing pain the result of a severe mana backlash tearing his body apart? Luke's body shakes uncontrollably, sweat soaking him with every painful, exhausting repetition. But right at that moment, Hanson's booming, strict voice suddenly echoes over him. "Keep your back straight," Hanson urges with excitement, "and trust me, we need to see what happens next." Now, watch closely as he feels the abdominal contraction to the absolute limit. Never relax. It feels like floating through the vast starry space, where every single rep drains the absolute life force out of your body. Hanson rhythmically counts 1, 2, 3, 4 as Luke grits his teeth, his face contorting in agony under strict supervision. The truth about this dungeon item, the AB slide, finally comes out. It turns out a bizarre summoning magic was hidden deep inside it. Gym Master Hanson towers over him, smiling brightly as he places a hand on Luke's head to praise his truly extraordinary effort. That is it for today. You and I should hit that like button so Bear can bring us more epic recaps. Thank you, and see you next time.